The master only called you a beast, yet you, who had arduously cultivated to the status of a great emperor, have dispersed all your supreme cultivation. But when you prepared to start over as a mortal, you unexpectedly discovered that the bit of divine power you scattered not only allowed your fiancé, who regretted the marriage, to comprehend the world's foremost sword intent, but also transformed an exiled demon prince of mediocre talent into a revered young demon emperor with astonishing abilities. Even the barren ancient lands suddenly became a holy ground for martial arts. All this because your practice of the 9 revolutions indestructible scripture had reached the 8th revolution, and to achieve the 9th, you had to abandon your cultivation and become immortal. At this moment in Qing Emperor City's Zhao family, Dad, I would rather die than marry. Zhao Yenyun's eyes, glaring tightly at Zhou Qingyu who was leisurely sipping tea in the hall. Don't be rash, daughter, Zhao Ruyuan said with a headache, glancing at Zhou Qingyu, whose handsome appearance and composed confidence exuded an indescribable noble aura. Unfortunately, he was void of any spiritual energy, a mere mortal without any cultivation. My dear nephew, could you perhaps give my Yenyun a moment to breathe? Let them spend some time together before discussing marriage further. Your arrival was quite sudden, and Yenyun is overwhelmed. He never expected that the marriage contract set by the old man 10 years ago would actually be claimed. Why waste words? Standing beside him, his wife Qin Xinglian spoke discontentedly, he's simply not worthy of my Yenyun. To be honest, just recently, my daughter suddenly received a divine premonition and comprehended a powerful sword intent. To grasp sword intent at 18 is unheard of, not just in Qing Emperor City but even in the Xingyun Pavilion. She's certainly to be groomed as a future pavilion master, and we cannot let a mere marriage contract ruin her. The Zhao family was astounded upon hearing this, as such an insight is something many great cultivators cannot grasp in their entire lives, only those with extremely high aptitude or great fortune can achieve it. Zhao Yenyun, so young yet already mastering sword intent, is destined to become a peerless great power. No wonder she'd rather die than marry Zhou Qingyu. Holding his teacup, Zhou Qingyu looked indifferently at Zhao Ruyuan and his wife. So, are you considering breaking off the marriage? Zhao Ruyuan, troubled, said it's hard to fulfill the marriage contract by marrying off the jewel of the heavens to a useless man. It's worse than killing him. But if they were to break off the marriage, and the old man found out, he would lose his position as family head. The old man had emphasized more than once that this marriage contract was a tremendous opportunity for the Zhao family's rise, a blessing accumulated over several generations. Over the years, any family member who sought to marry Zhao Yenyun to another and void the contract was without exception exiled by the old man, never to return to the Zhao family. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Mrs. Chun Qinglian suddenly suggested, husband, why not marry Ingshi to him instead? From the crowd, a slender and frail 17-year-old girl with lips pressed tightly stepped forward. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her demeanor gentle, like a classic beauty stepping out of a painting, except her face was covered in terrifying scars. Chen Xinglian looked at her disdainfully and said lukewarmly, Ingshi, the Zhao family has raised you for 17 years. It's time you repaid your family. You will marry Master Zhou in place of your sister. Did you hear that? Zhao Ruyuan couldn't bear it. Ingshi was born out of wedlock, of low status, and unattractive, but she was still his daughter. It was too cruel to make her marry in her sister's place. Ingshi, if you're not willing, forget it. We'll think of another way. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Ingshi, without even a glance at Zhou Qingyu, nodded and said, I am willing. Chen Xinglian nodded slightly, looking expectantly at Zhou Qingyu. What do you think, young Master Zhou? Zhou Qingyu glanced at Zhao Ingshi and said indifferently, I'm here to fulfill an old man's task. Whether it's the sister or the substitute, it's all the same to me. What? He agreed. Overjoyed, Chen Xinglian immediately decided, very well, you will marry in 3 days. Only then did Zhao Ingshi turn to Zhou Qingyu and softly said, young Master Zhou, please come with me to discuss the wedding arrangements. The two made their way to the back door of the Zhao residence. Zhao Ingshi looked around to make sure no one was there, then opened the back door and whispered, you better run. Ha? Zhou Qingyu was taken aback, aren't we discussing the wedding? With a bitter smile, Zhao Ingshi replied, what wedding? Your life was nearly lost. After hesitating, she revealed the truth, my sister is so outstanding, my stepmother would never allow her to marry you, so I had to take her place to end this marriage. If you or I don't agree, they would just quietly kill you, thus naturally cancelling the marriage. Zhao Ingshi urgently added, hurry, run before my stepmother reacts. At first, he thought this young girl, fearing she couldn't marry off, had unhesitatingly agreed to the marriage. It turned out she wanted to save him. That woman, Chen Xinglian, by the look in her eyes, was clearly not kind-hearted. Watching Zhou Qingyu stand there dazed, Zhao Ingshi was astonished, why aren't you running? Are you out of money? It must have cost you all you had just to get here. She took out her worn small purse, poured out all the money inside, just a handful of copper coins. Her face slightly reddened, this is all I have. Take it and be frugal on the road. Zhou Qingyu was touched deep down, the dignified Zhao family's daughter had only a few copper coins on her. Little girl, if I leave, will your stepmother let you be? Zhou Qingyu asked. Zhao Ingshi shivered slightly, suppressing her fear, it's better than losing your life. Hearing servants approaching, she quickly stuffed the money into Zhou Qingyu's hand, hurry, it's too late if you delay any longer. Zhou Qingyu was moved, despite her looks, her pure heart was distressing. Why don't I just stay and marry you, he said. Zhao Ingshi was taken aback, her head bowed in self-doubt, young Master Zhou, don't joke. How could I deserve you? This face of mine, children cry when they see it, and adults have nightmares. She dared not hope that anyone would dare to marry her. Is it just a face? I can cure that for you. Zhou Qingyu saw her self-consciousness. Cure? Hope flickered in Zhao Yingxi's eyes, but quickly dimmed. It's useless. My father has called many famous doctors, and they all say it's incurable. Really? Let me see. Zhou Qingyu lifted her chin, examining her carefully, surprised. No wonder they can't treat it. It's actually a rare congenital fetal poison. Without some skill, they'll really be at a loss. However, fortunately, you met me. I have learned enough of the skills of the undead evil doctor. Treating it will be a piece of cake. As he spoke, he began rummaging through the storage space container. After a while, he finally pulled out a dusty token and wiped it clean, saying, I'm going to get some heavenly materials from that guy Xiaohei's shop, prepare a medicine to apply, and it will be fine. Xiaohei? Zhao Yingxiu felt confused. When she saw the clean token in Zhou Qingyu's hand, she exclaimed, the token of the Black Sky Chamber of Commerce? A Black Sky order that allows you to choose any item? The Black Sky Chamber of Commerce is a terrifying power that rules over countless continents' commercial territories. In Qingdi City, there is a 10,000 treasures pavilion set up by the Black Sky Chamber of Commerce. Everything inside is the best of the continent. The Zhao family is considered to have a decent reputation in Qingdi City, but their entire family's assets couldn't buy even a few items from inside. Of course, if there is a Black Sky order, it's different. You can take one item for free. Such things are even rarer, having appeared only a few times in Qingdi City. But why is yours black? Zhao Yingxiu blinked her big eyes. She remembered that the Black Sky order was supposed to be bronze in color. Is that so? Xiaohei gave me this one. He shouldn't dare to lie to me, right? Zhou Qingyu shook it and said in surprise. I will go to the local 10,000 treasures pavilion to try it out and see. Watching Zhou Qingyu's departing figure, Zhao Yingxiu remained in a daze for a long time. Who exactly is this Xiaohei he mentioned? Could it really be the president of the Black Sky Chamber of Commerce, the Black Sky Demon Lord? The Black Sky Order, it is said that only he can issue it. But how could that be? The Black Sky Demon Lord is a peerless overlord, and Zhou Qingyu doesn't even have any cultivation. Murmuring to this point, Zhao Yingxiu then realized, feeling both crying and laughing, I actually believed his nonsense. Looking at his disappearing figure, she couldn't help but mock herself. He must just be looking for a pretty excuse to leave, right? How could anyone really want to marry me? Chapter 3, The Desperate Overlord. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The pavilion master Chendonglai, a big man who can make the entire Qingdi city tremble just by stamping his foot. At this moment, he was crawling on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. A bunch of useless fools. I was only imprisoned for 100 years, and the performance in Qingdi city is this poor. In front of him stood a strong man with a battle knife, his eyes looking down on everyone. One of the supreme beings of the Bajio Dao. He is one of the vice presidents of the Black Sky Chamber of Commerce, and 100 years ago, he was imprisoned in the Tianyuan Divine Prison with the president, the Black Sky Demon Lord. Now, the Black Sky Demon Lord was still being held, but he had completed his sentence and returned. He came to investigate the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce's business in Qingdi City and found it in complete disarray. Chendonglai said, aggrieved, Lord Ba, you may not know, since the president and you were captured, a force called the Star Cloud Pavilion has monopolized the business of several nearby cities, leaving us with no way out. Star Cloud Pavilion? Bajio Dao laughed in anger. The Star Cloud Pavilion that used to kneel at my feet, begging me for a method? What audacity! While I was in prison, they actually dared to bully me. They couldn't even dream that the president would plead for me before the King of the Nether. The King of the Nether? Chendonglai had never heard of him, but anyone who could make the Black Sky Demon Lord plead must be a godlike figure. A small character like him could only look up and not dare to offend. You wait here, I will go to the Star Cloud Pavilion and take the head of the pavilion master. Bajio Dao said coldly, grinning. At this moment, the shopkeeper hurriedly came to report, Pavilion Master Chen, it's bad. A young man holding a Black Sky Order wants to take our 10,000 treasures pavilion's treasure, the 9 nether jade due. Chendonglai was astonished. Black Sky Order? Ever since the Black Sky Demon Lord was imprisoned, there had been no more Black Sky Orders in the world. Where did this young man get it? He cast an inquiring look at Bajio Dao. Lord Ba, what do you think? Bajio Dao shot him an annoyed glare. Why are you still asking? Don't say that this Black Heaven Order is definitely fake. Even if it is real, how could the Wanbao Pavilion in Qingdi City, which has fallen so low, allow someone to take the 9 nether due? Chendonglai forced a bitter smile. The 9 nether due is the last signature of the Wanbao Pavilion. It is the only thing that can attract many strong cultivators to linger here. If even this is taken away, the business of the Wanbao Pavilion will drop to an all-time low. Throw him out. Bajio Dao said without hesitation. Chendonglai nodded repeatedly and immediately called a few guys to get ready to go. At this moment, a fierce light flashed in Ba Jiudao's eyes, and he said, "Wait, I'll go with you." Daring to use a fake Black Heaven order to deceive the Wanbao Pavilion, just throwing him out would make it seem like we are easy to bully. This is just right to punish him as an example to others, letting that group from Xingyun Pavilion know that Ba Jiudao has returned. "You all go first, I will be right there." He jumped into the air, his powerful gaze scanning the surroundings. He had to confirm whether this person had accomplices nearby. They must be caught all together. Chen Donglai led his men, brandishing long rods and short sticks, charging down from above with great momentum. Zhou Qingyu was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely munching on the free fruits provided by the Wanbao Pavilion. Seeing them coming with ill intentions, he was taken aback. "Oh? What are you here for?" Chen Donglai's face was cold as he shouted, "You know exactly what you are doing. Tell me. Who sent you here to dare use a fake Black Heaven order to deceive our Wanbao Pavilion?" "Fake Black Heaven order?" Zhou Qingyu was stunned and shook the pitch black order in his hand. This was begged for by Little Black. "You can't even recognize your own leader's token, can you? Black Heaven Demon Lord, Little Black?" Chen Donglai shook his body. What great audacity! He actually dared to speak so disdainfully about the president of their Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. "Young man, you really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is." Chen Donglai was so angry that he jabbed his stick into the ground. The wooden long stick pierced over a foot into the ground. It was clear that his strength was profound, far beyond ordinary people. When he looked at the token in Zhou Qingyu's hand, he was even more furious. A Black Heaven order? He slapped the shopkeeper's face with the back of his hand. "Are you blind? The Black Heaven order is bronze in color. How can there be a Black Heaven order? You even come to report to me that a Black Heaven order has appeared? I think you, as the shopkeeper, don't want to keep this job anymore." The shopkeeper covered his face and said aggrieved, "Pavilion Master, this guy insisted that this is the Black Heaven order. I wasn't sure, so I called you." Chen Donglai was so angry that he slapped him again. "Are you out of your mind? Since ancient times, the Black Heaven order has only been bronze in color." When he looked back at Zhou Qingyu, he was grinning with anger and raised his thumb. "I have been the Pavilion Master for many years. I have seen all kinds of characters, thinking my experience is extraordinary. But you have truly opened my eyes. There are actually such audacious people in the world. Today, you can forget about leaving here upright." With a wave of his hand, the henchmen immediately closed in, looking fierce and menacing. They just waited for the Pavilion Master's command to beat this audacious fellow until he couldn't be recognized by his own parents. Zhou Qingyu was puzzled. "Wait, you don't even recognize the Black Heaven order? Could it be that your rank is too low?" "Rank too low?" Chen Donglai's mouth twitched. Although the Wanbao Pavilion in Qingdi City does not have the same prestige as before, it is still a big shot that everyone respects. In Zhou Qingyu's mouth, he actually claimed to be of too low rank. "Kid, if I am of low rank, then there would be no high rank left in Qingdi City." He didn't want to waste any more words with Zhou Qingyu and said, "Get ready to fight." "Wait." Zhou Qingyu took a bite of fruit and frowned. "Call Ba Jiudao over for me. This token, you don't recognize, but he should." Upon hearing this, Chen Donglai's face changed drastically, shouting, "Shut your mouth. The name of Lord Ba is something you can utter? Ba Jiudao is right in the Wanbao Pavilion. This guy actually dared to speak so disrespectfully about Ba Jiudao. If he heard it, he would surely erupt in thunderous rage. Lord Ba? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. The little knife that serves me tea and water. Out of prison, and you're already an adult? Hearing this, Chen Donglai was frightened to his core, urgently shouting, "Beat him! Quickly, beat him! Tear his mouth apart, don't let him speak again." As a group of thugs rushed forward, Ba Jiudao descended, his voice deep, "Why haven't you subdued him yet?" Chen Donglai trembled, cupping his hands. "Lord Ba, this son is lawless. Simply outrageous. He dares to call you names, Lord Ba. Just beating him isn't enough, I must personally break his legs to vent my frustration." Ba Jiudao laughed, his voice booming, "Who dares to act so recklessly on my territory?" Chen Donglai was shaken, barking, "Are you deaf? Why aren't you beating him?" Ba Jiudao looked in the direction of the thugs. A familiar face, so recognizable, was smiling mockingly at him. At that glance, Ba Jiudao felt as if struck by lightning, his soul nearly leaving his body. Chapter 4, The Gears of Sister's Fate. Zhou. Lord Zhou. Ba Jiudao's body trembled violently, unable to control himself as he knelt on the ground. He never imagined that after finally leaving the Tian sacred prison, far from that nightmare place, he would soon run into the source of all nightmares, King Zhouyan. His first reaction was that this was no coincidence. Zhou Qingyu was here to capture him. Suddenly, his face turned pale. He stuttered, "Lord Zhou, I have behaved myself since coming out. I haven't made any mistakes, please judge me." Bang, bang, bang. He knocked his head hard against the blue stone floor, creating cracks in the surface. Beside him, Chen Donglai and the underlings were dumbfounded. They looked on in disbelief at the scene before them. The fearsome Ba Jiodao, vice president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, a world-class boss whose words could decide the fates of billions, was actually begging on the ground like a pitiful worm? Zhou Qingyu taunted, "Don't be afraid, I don't eat people, just get up and talk." Upon hearing this, Ba Jiodao became even more frightened. Zhou Qingyu might not eat people, but he was scarier than beasts that do. He trembled, "Lord, how can I stand and speak in front of you? TSK. Boring." Zhou Qingyu was too lazy to toy with him, tossing the Black Heaven Order before him. "You recognize this, right?" Ba Jiodao looked down at the order and nodded eagerly. "Of course, this is the highest level Black Heaven Order, there is only one, prepared for your master." Then he realized something, trembling in fear, he turned and slapped Shindonglai, "You useless fool. You don't even recognize the Black Heaven Order?" Everyone kneel and apologize to Lord Zhou. "What? This is the Black Heaven Order given directly by the Black Heaven Demon Lord to Zhou Qingyu?" Shindonglai was so scared he nearly lost his mind, hurriedly kneeling down, cold sweat pouring down. "I didn't recognize the great mountain, please spare my life, my lord." The underlings were also frightened, abandoning their weapons, kneeling and knocking their heads on the ground. Zhou Qingyu waved his hand casually, "Get up, I don't have time to argue with you. Go, bring the Joyo Yulu here." Shindonglai hurriedly got up, but was pressed down by Ba Jiodao to keep kneeling. "You're not worthy to be sent by Lord Zhou." He immediately got up, bowing repeatedly to Zhou Qingyu, "I'll go fetch it right now." Soon, a bottle of mysterious spirit liquid shining with 9 colors was handed to him by Ba Jiodao. Zhou Qingyu glanced at it, seeming to smile, "Not heartbroken, right? This is the most precious treasure of the Wanbao Pavilion." Ba Jiodao smiled bitterly, "You flatter me, Lord Zhou, it's our Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce's fortune that you value the Joyo Yulu. To know, in the Tian sacred prison, how many people begged to gift Zhou Qingyu rare treasures, he might not even look at them. The Joyo Yulu was indeed a rare treasure on this continent. But in the Tian sacred prison, it was only worthy for him to rinse his mouth with. Fine, I accept the item. I've used this Black Celestial Order. Zhou Qingyu took the Joyo Yulu. Ba Jiodao was startled, No. This is the highest level Black Celestial Order, you can take any supreme treasure from the trading guild. If the president knows that I took back this Black Celestial Order just for a bottle of Joyo Yulu, he will skin me alive. Zhou Qingyu smacked his lips and said, I don't like to take advantage of others. If you want it back, then take it. Seeing Ba Jiodao's bitter face, not daring to take it, Zhou Qingyu sighed, alright, I'll help you out. Refine this Joyo Yulu into an ointment, the recipe is here. Joyo Yulu is an extremely cold substance, and using the recipe requires considerable cultivation, otherwise, it can easily cause frostbite. Ba Jiodao was skilled at this, handling it with ease. Upon hearing this, Ba Jiodao's face showed delight. If he completed this task for Zhou Qingyu, the president would not only forgive him but also heavily reward him. Yes, my lord. Ba Jiodao looked at the recipe and was slightly surprised. My lord is going to refine the Taiching nourishing cream. Which extraordinary fairy is so fortunate to receive this medicine personally refined by Lord Zhou? Could it be the 3 fairies of Yaoqi? Or the purple bamboo Xian woman of Nanhai Divine Island? What kind of status does Zhou Qingyu have that warrants him to personally do this? Only those exceptional beauties can be worthy. My wife, the eldest lady of the Zhao family in this city, is just a mortal. Zhou Qingyu shot him a glare, saying, make sure to refine it well. If you make a mistake, you will be in trouble. Wife. Ba Jiodao shivered, wishing he could slap himself. He had flattered too far. He did not dare to say more and quickly found the remaining materials from the treasure vault, preparing and refining the ointment on the spot. My lord, it's done. Zhou Qingyu casually took it, nodding slowly, I'll reduce your president's sentence by 100 years. Ba Jiodao was overjoyed, thank you, my lord, thank you. He bent over, watching Zhou Qingyu leave until he could no longer see him. After a long time, he straightened up, taking a deep breath, and felt extremely happy. What great luck I've struck, ha. Unintentionally meeting Zhou Qingyu got him a reduction in his boss's sentence. His boss would surely be very grateful to him. Boss sir, who is this Lord Zhou? Chen Donglai asked tentatively. The younger brothers around also looked surprised. Ba Jiodao's expression changed. He suddenly spoke sternly, is this something you should pry into? He realized that Chen Donglai and his group of subordinates could not stay in Qingdi City any longer. Zhou Qingyu coming down to marry is a matter of great secrecy. If they leak it and bring danger to Zhou Qingyu, the whole Black Dragon Trading Association would face disaster. From today on, close the Wanbao Pavilion in Qingdi City, and you will all follow me to the headquarters. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come here. Upon hearing this, Chen Donglai and the others were overjoyed. Even if it was just doing odd jobs at the headquarters, it was better than being a pavilion master in this godforsaken continent. You all pack your things immediately, I will go to Xingyun Pavilion first. Not long after. In Xingyun Pavilion, 1,000 miles away. The pavilion master knelt in a pool of blood, full of despair. Boss Senior, I was also forced by someone to rob your Wanbao Pavilion's business. You can kill me, I have nothing to say, but please spare the others in the pavilion, they are innocent. Ba Jiao Dao snorted coldly, you still have some backbone. Fine, I'll give you a chance to make up for your sins. Do you know Qingdi City? The pavilion master was slightly stunned and said, of course I know, it is a city within the domain of my Xingyun Pavilion. Not long ago, a girl named Zhao Yenyun from this city was chosen by an elder in my pavilion to be groomed as a true disciple. Ba Jiao Dao raised his eyebrows, oh, what a coincidence. He had found out that the eldest lady of the Zhao family was named Zhao Inxiu, and the second lady was Zhao Yenyun. This is destiny, he muttered. Both are sisters, but the elder sister marries Zhou Qingyu, destined to be a future empress with power beneath 1 and above 10,000. The younger sister, though talented. The future achievements are far less than 1 in 10,000 of my sister. He sighed in his heart and said coldly. The Zhao family has a daughter named Zhao Inxiu, you in Xingyun Pavilion take good care of her for me. If she loses even a hair, not to mention you can't bear it, even I, our Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, might be reduced to ashes. Do you understand? What? The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce might face total disaster? The master of Xingyun Pavilion swallowed hard, deeply engraving the name Zhao Inxiu into his bones. Chapter 5? I want to make him cry. Zhao family, backyard. Zhao Inxiu. Do you want me to bear the name of ungratefulness, to get expelled from Xingyun Pavilion, before you are satisfied? Zhao Yenyun clenched her fists tightly, staring fiercely at Zhao Inxiu, tied to a wooden post, and shouted aggrievedly. After being reminded by her mother Chen Xinglian, she hurried over to see if Zhou Qingyu had escaped. As a result, her mother was right. Zhao Inxiu didn't really want to get married, she wanted to save Zhou Qingyu. But with Zhou Qingyu gone, Zhao Yenyun would still bear the name of broken engagement, affecting her entry into Xingyun Pavilion. Sister, I just don't want you to hurt innocent people. Zhao Inxiu said bitterly. Shut up. Don't call me sister. Zhao Yenyun scolded, you can't even marry me off to a useless person, what face do you have to call yourself my sister? If you really think of me as your sister, then tell me where Zhou Qingyu is. You keep interrogating, let me know as soon as there's news. She lifted her skirt, her face full of rage as she stormed off. Leaving a broad-shouldered servant, grinning as he looked at Zhao Inxiu's delicate body with a whip in hand. Miss, although you are ugly, your figure is top-notch. Delicate skin and tender flesh, hitting you, I feel really reluctant. Fear surged in Zhao Inxiu's eyes. This servant named Wang who had bullied her before, and was punished severely by Zhao Ruyuan, so he had been holding a grudge against her. Today, having found the chance for revenge, how could he let it go easily? But thinking that Zhou Qingyu might not have run far if he revealed it now, Zhou Qingyu could be caught and secretly executed. So, after gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and chose to endure the upcoming torture. Wang Hu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he mocked, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. What an honor it is to teach the Zhao family's young lady a lesson. He could brag about it for a lifetime. He shook his wrist, and the long whip began to swing, making a sharp, piercing sound. Just when he was about to strike Zhao Inxiu, a cold snort like thunder exploded in his ears. If you touch her, you'll die. Wang Hu, having seen the world, shivered violently at the sound, instinctively pulling back his strength. The whip barely struck the ground before Zhao Inxiu's feet, leaving a shallow white mark on the ground. Zhao Inxiu and Wang Hu turned their heads in unison. Young Master Zhou? Why are you back? Zhao Inxiu was stunned, then immediately stomped her foot in frustration. She had just let Zhou Qingyu run away, and now he foolishly came back. Zhou Qingyu took 3 steps at a time to her side, untied her bindings, and poked her forehead irritably. Didn't I tell you, I want to marry you? If you just told the Zhao family the truth, it wouldn't be a problem. If Zhao Inxiu had told them that Zhou Qingyu had just gone to Wanbao Pavilion to buy something, wouldn't she have avoided all this suffering? Zhao Inxiu was dumbfounded. You really want to marry me? Wasn't Zhou Qingyu making excuses to slip away? I always keep my word. Zhou Qingyu shoved a recently acquired ointment into her arms. Here, for treating your face. Zhao Inxiu dazedly held the medicine bottle, her mind a chaotic mess. This man really went to get medicine to treat her face. No matter if the medicine was effective or not, at least he really cared for her. A warm current surged from her heart, turning into misty tears in her eyes, as she looked at the man's back and felt a long-lost sense of security. But, before that, Zhou Qingyu was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly turned his body. A slap landed heavily on Wang Hu's face, and cold light shot out from his eyes. Dare to lay a hand on my fiancé? Who gave you the courage? Wang Hu was caught off guard and took the slap. With the crisp sound of the slap, his cheek visibly swelled. Wang Hu froze for a moment, then immediately became enraged, shouting, I am the personal bodyguard of the young master. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on me? To everyone, Zhou Qingyu was just a worthless fool who tried to cling to the Zhao family. He was even lower in status than a servant. How dare he slap him in the face? He leapt into the air, lifted his foot, and kicked toward Zhou Qingyu with all his might. The kick was forceful and heavy. If it landed, it could break bones, or at the very least, bruise the flesh. However, he wasn't facing some fragile scholar without any strength. He was up against a former ruler who once dominated the world. Even after losing his powers and having to rebuild, his combat experience remained intact. Zhou Qingyu didn't even furrow his brow. He simply shifted his shoulder lightly and avoided the kick. Then, with a clenched fist, he struck Wang Hu's side. This area, though not deadly, was weak. With just one punch, Wang Hu screamed in pain, stumbling and unable to steady himself. Without giving him any time to recover, Zhou Qingyu swept his leg in a wide arc, targeting his lower body, and knocked him to the ground. The final blow was an elbow strike to Wang Hu's face. Ah! My teeth, my teeth! Wang Hu immediately lost two of his front teeth, his face covered in blood as he screamed. Zhou Qingyu glanced at the blood on his sleeve in disgust, then kicked Wang Hu in the forehead. The sound of Wang Hu's screaming abruptly stopped as his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhao Yinshi stood frozen in shock. Wang Hu was one of the strongest guards, capable of taking on 3 men of the same size unless someone had cultivation abilities. How could Zhou Qingyu, who appeared so thin and weak, take him down so easily? What are you standing there for? Go back to your room. Zhou Qingyu walked over, casually putting his arm around her neck. Zhao Yinshi, like a well-behaved little deer, blushed and obediently allowed him to embrace her as they returned to her room. The room, though called her boudoir, was actually just a small storeroom. But she kept it well organized and clean. Zhou Qingyu sighed silently, thinking to himself that the young lady was living worse than a servant. Here, let your husband apply the ointment to your face. Once it heals, we'll see if the Zhao family still dares to leave you in this storeroom. He carefully applied the timing facial ointment on her face. The cool sensation made Zhao Yinshi feel very comfortable, and she squinted her eyes, enjoying it, saying, it doesn't hurt at all. In the past, the ointments used on her face not only hurt but also had no effect. This time was completely different. Zhou Qingyu then took a veil and wrapped her face, now covered with the ointment, securely. It will be ready in 3 days. Zhao Yinshi nodded, but there was no great expectation in her eyes. Years ago, Zhao Ruyuan had invited many famous doctors who couldn't cure it, and she had long since given up. Looking at Zhou Qingyu's busy figure, her joy faded, and worry crept in. You shouldn't have hit Wang Hu earlier. He is my brother Zhao Qingyang's bodyguard and is greatly trusted by him. And my brother, he doesn't have a large heart. He will probably cause trouble for you. You should leave. Mentioning Zhao Qingyang, she couldn't help but show fear. Zhao Qingyang had bullied her the most in the Zhao family. The worst time was when he kicked her and caused internal injuries. If Zhao Ruyuan hadn't spent a lot of money on famous doctors, she would have died long ago. Seeing her expression, Zhou Qingyu could guess that this Zhao Qingyang must have been born of her stepmother. And he had hurt her deeply. What cultivation level does he have? Zhou Qingyu asked expressionlessly. Zhao Yinshi sighed slightly, her brows furrowing even deeper. Although not as good as my sister Zhao Yenyun, he is a well-known genius in Qingdi City, currently at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Zhou Qingyu nodded lightly. A 3rd level qi condensation genius? Give me 2 days. Zhao Yinshi tilted her head in confusion. I will make him cry. Zhao Yinshi? Chapter 6, which senior has broken through in my Zhao family? Upon hearing that Zhou Qingyu had returned, Chen Qinglian and Zhao Yenyu came to visit, finally able to set their anxious hearts at ease. Zhao Yenyu smiled and said, Young Master Zhou, I feel relieved handing my sister over to you. Mother, let's go. Tonight, I want to break through to the Foundation establishment realm and surprise the elders from the Star Cloud Pavilion. I believe they will value me even more. Chen Qinglian wore a bright smile as she accompanied Zhao Yenyu to the cultivation room in the manor. Zhou Qingyu wasn't idle either. As soon as they left, he closed the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate with closed eyes. This is the last turn of the 9 turns of immortal refinement. He murmured softly, his eyes full of intense anticipation. Old man, you said that the first 8 turns are merely superficial, laying the foundation for the final turn. The 9th turn is its core. If I master it, I have a chance to surpass you. In order to cultivate this scripture, I have wasted my powers 8 times, delaying countless years. Otherwise, I would have attained the title of the emperor long ago. You better not deceive me, or after your death, I will bury you with a pack of bitches. Humph. With this thought in mind, he skillfully activated the first layer of the scripture, Whale Swallow. Ordinary people enhance their powers through meridians, slowly absorbing spiritual energy and then converting it into spiritual power. Zhou Qingyu was different. After the refining of the first 8 turns, he activated Whale Swallow, and it was as if the meridians within him burst forth like starving ghosts released from an 800-year prison. They gulped down the nearby spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy in the room was completely drained. But this was far from enough to satisfy the needs of his meridians. They continued to greedily suck in the spiritual energy from afar. Midnight. Zhao Yanyu was drenched in sweat, nearing a critical moment in her foundation establishment breakthrough. She faintly sensed she had touched upon a vague barrier. If she could absorb the spiritual energy in the secret room and concentrate it to break through this barrier, she could ascend to the foundation establishment realm. With my talent, if I marry someone like Zhou Qingyu, wouldn't that ruin my entire life? She felt fortunate and took a deep breath, preparing to make her full force attack. But suddenly, after expending many precious resources to fill the secret room with abundant spiritual energy, it mysteriously vanished in an instant. It was as if an invisible great mouth had swallowed all of her spiritual energy. What happened? Zhao Yanyu had no choice but to abandon her breakthrough, her eyes filled with fury. Chen Xinglian, guarding outside, sensed something unusual and exclaimed in shock, did so much spiritual energy just vanish in an instant? Who is this great master breaking through? Zhao Ruyuan and the clan elders all hurried over, their faces changing dramatically. As the head of the family, Zhao Ruyuan, possessing the highest cultivation, understood what the speed of this dissipating spiritual energy meant. His eyes reflected a hint of terror. I have seen elders from the Star Cloud Pavilion cultivate, but their rate of absorbing spiritual energy was not even a tenth of what is happening now. After calming himself, he cupped his hands and shouted, "May I ask which senior is breaking through in our Zhao family? Our Zhao family is unworthy, willing to protect the law for the esteemed senior." His voice echoed loudly, yet no response came for a long time. Disrupted in her foundation establishment attempt, Zhao Yanyu heard her parents' calls and then realized that an unimaginable powerhouse was breaking through near the Zhao family. Her heart trembled, and she hurriedly suppressed her anger, speaking with reverence, "Father, who could this be?" "Shu." Zhao Ruyuan, filled with reverence, quickly gestured for silence. "Do not ask. Do not be curious. Do not investigate. Since this senior does not wish to reveal themselves, it means they do not want to be disturbed. It is best for us to pretend we do not know." Zhao Ruyuan forcibly dispersed the Zhao family members and forbade them from leaving their rooms. All the family members were on edge, fearing they would disturb the senior and incur their wrath. Until dawn broke, the commotion of the spiritual energy being absorbed vanished, allowing them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, in the woodshed, Zhou Qingyu halted his cultivation. His eyes held a hidden brilliance, indicating he had signs of cultivation progress. Upon self-examination, even he, who once was extraordinarily strong, was taken aback. 3 layers of qi refinement? As he cultivated through the 8th turn, he remembered that breaking through the 3rd layer of qi training took him a full 3 days. This time, he broke through the 3rd layer of qi training overnight? He was starting to believe the old man's words a bit. The 9th transformation, compared to the first 8, was like the difference between heaven and earth. "You broke through?" Zhao Yinshu, with her face covered in gauze, revealed 2 black and white eyes, curiously examining him. Even though she had no cultivation, she could clearly feel an additional layer of something around Zhou Qingyu. "Didn't I say I needed to beat your brother badly? How could I do that without a breakthrough?" Zhou Qingyu teased. Zhao Yinshu's small mouth opened in surprise. She had heard that breakthroughs were very difficult. Each layer required months, even up to a year, of hard work. Even her sister, Zhao Yanyu, with her top-tier spiritual root, took a whole month to break through the 1st layer of qi training. However, Zhou Qingyu might have been cultivating for a long time before coming to the Zhao family. He just happened to break through last night. Thinking about this, she pondered for a moment and opened the bedding on the bed, revealing a hidden compartment under the floorboard. Inside, there were 3 slightly yellowed medicine bottles. "This is the qi liquid my dad secretly gave me, take it." Zhou Qingyu was momentarily speechless. After all, Zhao Ruyuan still had a bit of fatherly conscience, secretly taking care of his daughter. He then asked, "Why don't you use it yourself? The qi liquid can speed up your cultivation, it might even help you break through the 1st layer of qi training. With cultivation, your situation would greatly improve." Zhao Yinshu smiled bitterly. "If I use it and accidentally break through, my stepmother will guess that my dad secretly helped me, and then she will trouble him again. So it's better for you to use it." Zhou Qingyu was momentarily speechless. What good luck to encounter such a kind girl. He took the medicine bottle and took a look, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "It's already expired." The qi liquid showed faint red foam, a sign that the medicine had expired. "Ah, Zhao Yinshu held the medicine bottle with a pained expression, eyes full of reluctance. This is what my father took so long to give me. Seeing her about to cry, Zhou Qingyu laughed and patted her head. Silly girl, it's just qi liquid, and it's the lowest grade. I'll find a way to get you 3 bottles of something better. Zhao Yinshu sniffed and looked at him in surprise. You can refine elixirs too? Unlike ordinary medicine used by mortals, elixirs used by cultivators are not something just anyone can refine. Because the spiritual energy contained in natural treasures often comes with a lot of harmful impurities. It requires powerful soul strength to forcibly separate the impurities. And alchemists are even scarcer than top-tier spiritual roots like Zhao Yinyu's. They are born with stronger than normal soul power, able to easily refine natural treasures. In the entire Qingdi city, there was only one apprentice alchemist. I can barely manage. Zhou Qingyu had self-destructed his cultivation 8 times, but his soul power had never dissipated, far beyond the ordinary. He just hadn't been certified by the Dan Pavilion, so he couldn't be considered a real alchemist. But refining a few bottles of qi liquid was a piece of cake for him. After instructing Zhao Yinshu not to go out, he went alone to Wanbao Pavilion. Looking at the empty Wanbao Pavilion, his mouth twitched for a moment. Are they worried about exposing me, so they ran away overnight? I was hoping to get some materials and help reduce your president's sentence. With no other choice, he had to rely on himself for survival. After a bit of inquiry, he went to Lianyun Mountain 30 miles outside Qingdi City. This mountain was rich in spiritual energy, the main ingredient for the qi liquid, and the growing place for Wanyu grass. However, after climbing several peaks, he found not a single plant. All he found were some rhizomes that had already been picked by others. Someone got here first. Zhou Qingyu sighed lightly. Just then, an angry cry came, "Let go! You let go of me!" Following that, a mad, sinister laugh echoed. Yell all you want, scream until your throat breaks, no one will hear you. Zhou Qingyu's mouth curled into a slight smile. Such a ridiculous thing has happened to me. He didn't even think, just turned and left. He accidentally stepped on a broken branch, making a creaking sound, and the woman let out a joyful sound. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Zhou Qingyu replied with an emotionless expression. No one, you continue. He didn't believe that in the deep mountains and forests, he would encounter the classic hero saving the beauty scenario. Chapter 7. Do you understand the importance of cherishing beauty? The cultivation world is full of deceit and trickery. There are many deceitful and treacherous people, setting traps to deceive naive newcomers into falling into their schemes. His cultivation was still low, and he couldn't tell if the other party was genuine or fake. There was no reason to take such a risk. His response left both the girl and the man silent. After a long while, the girl hurriedly said, My father is the head of the #1 alchemy family in Qingdi City, Du Zhengyang. If you save me, my father will certainly thank you greatly. Zhou Qingyu pretended not to hear and quickened his pace to leave. The girl was anxious, mistakenly thinking that Zhou Qingyu didn't believe her, and said, I also collected many herbs. If you save me, I'll give them all to you. Oh? Zhou Qingyu stopped walking. It didn't sound like the girl was lying. Indeed, there were many herbs in this mountain, with signs of being picked by someone. He turned back, following the small path to a ravine. There, he saw a beautiful girl in a pink dress, being pinned down by a young man in fine clothes. Her chest was torn open, revealing a large expanse of glaring white. Long eyelashes trembled with tears. Her delicate face, full of fear, showed a look of relief upon seeing Zhou Qingyu. Young master, save me. Zhou Qingyu shifted his gaze to the young man in fine clothes, his hands clasped in his sleeves, and said coldly, Not leaving yet? The young man in fine clothes was 8 feet tall, his exposed upper body muscular and powerful, his hawk-like eyes coldly staring at Zhou Qingyu. Don't meddle. Otherwise, you'll die. As he spoke, he released his aura at the 3rd level of Qi training. Zhou Qingyu slightly squinted his eyes, scanning the surroundings and noticing the girl's herb basket. Inside, there were many moon-watching herbs. He looked back at the young man in fine clothes and showed a faint smile. I'll take care of it. Humph. You're looking for death. The young man, enraged at having his good deed interrupted, jumped out of the ravine, clenched his right fist, and let out a burst of spiritual energy. 7-inch fist. The girl cried out, Young master, be careful. This is the yellow-level intermediate martial technique of the Zheng family. Its power is immense. Before she could finish, the punch came straight at him. Zhou Qingyu casually moved his feet, the punch brushed past his arm and slammed into a pine tree as thick as a man's arm. With a loud crashing sound, the pine tree was instantly broken. If it had hit a person, it would have surely resulted in death. Seeing how vicious the young man's attack was, Zhou Qingyu's eyes also turned cold. Taking advantage of the opponent's spent strength, he channeled his spiritual energy and swept his leg out. The angle of the kick was tricky, and the timing was precise. The young man in fine clothes was slightly startled and quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Smack! With a muffled thud, the young man was sent stumbling backward several steps, almost falling into the ravine, his arms burning with intense pain. Third level of Qi training? The young man looked at Zhou Qingyu in surprise. With the same cultivation level, it was not easy to kill the other. This good deed might not be completed today. You dare interfere with the Zheng family's business? Fine, I'll remember you. The young man reluctantly stared at the girl he almost had in his grasp, then left in hatred. Zhou Qingyu couldn't be bothered to chase him. He calmly jumped down into the ravine and walked toward the girl. The girl mistakenly thought Zhou Qingyu was coming to help her up, and hurriedly covered her torn clothes, extending a hand. But Zhou Qingyu bypassed her directly and went to the herb basket, starting to pick through it. This moon-watching herb looks good. There are also supplementary herbs, quite complete. Why did you pick some poisonous Ian grass? This can kill someone. Why did you put the fruitless tree in metal? It will lose its medicinal power. Why are all these herbs mixed together? Mixing them together will produce a deadly poison. Oh, what herbs did you gather? Most of the basket is wasted. The girl's forehead throbbed with veins, and for some reason, she felt a strong urge to hit someone. A very strong urge. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Biting her silver teeth, she said, "I'm sorry, I picked these. I let you down. Gu Changyue, apologize to you. Is that okay?" Zhou Qingyu scoffed. "I kindly pointed out to you, and you don't even appreciate it." He picked out a few untainted moonlight herbs and auxiliary materials, saying, "As promised, I'll take these." After speaking, he stood up, ready to leave. Gu Changyue was stunned. "You're just leaving like this? What if Shang Duo comes back? Then you can just call for someone else to save you." Zhou Qingyu said expressionlessly. Gu Changyue was furious but couldn't retort. Because his words sounded somewhat reasonable. "Forget it, I won't argue with him." Gu Changyue snorted in her heart, pointing to her right leg. "I hurt my leg, can you protect me for a while? Once my leg is better and I get down the mountain, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Zhou Qingyu then noticed that Gu Changyue's right ankle was red and swollen, probably injured while resisting Zheng Duo. He frowned slightly. What a hassle. But leaving her alone in the deep mountains wouldn't sit well with him. Okay. He sat down, took out the moonlight herbs and auxiliary materials, and straightforwardly began to prepare the vitality liquid. Meanwhile, Gu Changyue pulled out a medicine bottle, poured some powder to apply on her ankle, and skillfully bandaged her wound before looking at Zhou Qingyu. "What is your name? Are you from Qingdi City? I don't think I've seen you before. Thank you for earlier. If it weren't for you, I would have been defiled. Can you say something? This is quite impolite. You are really being very rude. I'm getting angry. I really am going to get angry." Seeing Zhou Qingyu focused on his herbs without looking up, Gu Changyue sighed. Forget it. Talking to a mute is exhausting. At that moment, Zhou Qingyu, who had cleaned the herbs, placed them in a hollow in a stone. Then he used his soul power to force out the impurities, bit by bit. The slightly yellow moonlight herb began to seep layers of gray mist from its leaf surface, drifting away with the wind. When it was completely processed, the moonlight herb became crystal clear, resembling an ice sculpture. This left Gu Changyue in a daze. What are you doing? Soon, she became angry again. Because Zhou Qingyu completely ignored her, engrossed in refining one herb after another. When the sky gradually darkened, he finally finished refining. Then, in a specific order, he crushed the moonlight herbs and various auxiliary materials, mixing their juices together. Using spiritual energy to ignite a flame, he began to roast it on the spot. Waves of steam rose gently. Do you have any small jade bottles? Give me 10, and I'll give you a bottle of medicine later. Zhou Qingyu said immediately. Gu Changyue rolled her eyes at him. I thought you were mute. Complaints aside, she still took out 10 small jade bottles. Here, take them. They aren't valuable, so no need to return the medicine. Our Gu family is the first alchemy family in Qingdi City. What kind of medicine do we not have? Why would we be rare for yours? Yet the herbs you're using are specifically for refining vitality liquid. Are you also refining vitality liquid? Zhou Qingyu didn't say much. He took the small jade bottles and absorbed the steam without a trace. The steam met the cold walls of the jade bottles and formed droplets. As the droplets accumulated, it wasn't long before the small jade bottles filled with transparent liquid. He followed the same method, and before it got completely dark, he successfully produced 10 bottles. Gu Changyue increasingly felt that something was wrong. No, the vitality liquid my father makes is light yellow. How did you create a transparent one? Oh no. You wasted all the herbs. If my father knew that you wasted the herbs like this, he would definitely spit on you to death. Chapter 8, Superb Vitality Liquid. Wasting herbs? Turning good herbs into low-grade vitality liquid. Is your leg better? Can you walk? Zhou Qingyu lazily explained, looking at the sky that was about to darken, and couldn't help but furrow her brows as she asked. In this deep mountain forest, who knows what fierce beasts are hiding? If they don't leave soon, they might face danger. Gu Chanyue tried to take a few steps but limped as she did. But she also knew they couldn't stay here any longer, so she gritted her teeth and said, let's go. Zhou Qingyu helplessly shook her head, and with a soft call from Gu Chanyue, she scooped her up in a princess carry and swiftly walked down the mountain on the forest trail. Gu Chanyue's pretty face flushed as she smelled the breath so close and heard the strong heartbeat. Looking at the handsome face that was further accentuated by the twilight, her face turned even redder. Unable to help but whisper softly, this guy may have a strange personality, but he's actually quite nice. 1 hour later. The sky was extremely dark, and unknown beast roars echoed in the deep mountains behind them. Fortunately, they had already reached the official road at the bottom of the mountain. Not far away, a series of fire dragons rushed towards them, accompanied by calls of Chanyue. My dad has come to find me! Gu Chanyue exclaimed joyfully. Not hearing Zhou Qingyu's response, she looked up and saw Zhou Qingyu's face slightly pale, her clothes drenched with sweat. Even a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi training would find it quite strenuous to run in the mountain forest carrying an adult for an hour. Gu Chanyue stuck out her tongue and hurriedly jumped down, saying, thank you so much today. When my dad comes, I will definitely have him give you 10 or 8 bottles of the newly refined low-grade Qi liquid. Zhou Qingyu said flatly, no need, I can't use those. Saying this, she took out a bottle of Qi liquid she had refined herself and stuffed it into her palm. The one I promised you, farewell. Without waiting for Gu's people to arrive, she leaped away, brushing past Gu's entourage. On the lead horse was a middle-aged man in a robe adorned with stars and moons. He hurriedly jumped off the horse and ran to Gu Chanyue, scolding, Chanyue, you scared us to death. Who told you to go into the deep mountains alone to collect herbs? Gu Chanyue's eyes turned red with grievance as she said, it was Zheng Duo who tricked me into going, saying there was a rare herb in the mountain that could cure you. I didn't expect he would. The middle-aged man was no other than the renowned figure in Qingdi City, an alchemist apprentice, Gu Zhengyang. Only then did he notice his daughter was disheveled, and his expression changed abruptly, that brute. Gu Chanyue shook her head, fortunately, I met that gentleman earlier, he scared Zheng Duo away and brought me down the mountain, or else I would never see you again. The gentleman from earlier? Gu Zhengyang hurriedly turned to look, but the night was vast, and his figure had long disappeared. What is his surname? What is his name? Where does he live? Saving my daughter Gu Zhengyang's life is like saving half of mine. I must thank him properly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chanyue pouted, don't mention it. This guy is so infuriating. No matter how I ask, he won't say. Also, I promised to let you thank him with Qi liquid, and he said he couldn't use it. Clearly, he looks down on it. Humph. Gu Zhengyang was both amused and exasperated. In Qingdi City, there was actually someone who looked down on his Qi liquid? Suddenly, he noticed Gu Chanyue holding a small jade bottle in her palm. The intuition of an alchemist told him that the transparent liquid in the jade bottle was unusual. Chanyue, what is this? Upon hearing this, Gu Chanyue became even angrier, it's his own refined Qi liquid. Just look at how he refined it, wasting the precious moonlight grass I worked hard to collect. He even had the nerve to give it to me, doesn't he fear poisoning me to the ground? Oh? Gu Zhengyang curiously took it, opened the cap, and gently sniffed it. Immediately, his face changed dramatically, and his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Dad, are you okay? Gu Chanyue was startled, don't scare me, is this potion really poisonous? But Gu Zhengyang's eyes widened, and he urgently said, quick! Quick, catch up to that boy. Gu Chanyue's heart sank. Oh no! Is father trying to get revenge on him? He has been kind to me. Without thinking, she grabbed Gu Zhengyang's sleeve and begged, Father, please let it go, he was just curious, he only wanted to try making the vitality liquid. Don't argue with him, just let him off this time. Gu Zhengyang, helpless, said with a wry smile, what am I? How dare I argue with a Dan master? Ha? Gu Chanyue was confused, her eyes filled with bewilderment, a Dan master? Him? Father, you've got it wrong, isn't he just a fool who plays around? The vitality liquid turned out clear. A Dan master, what a noble position that is. And they are usually respected elders, far from someone like Zhou Qingyu. Gu Zhengyang pointed at the vitality liquid in his palm, his face full of excitement. Do you know why it's clear? Because it's the best vitality liquid. Ha? Gu Chanyue was stunned, her mouth wide open, her eyes round and wide. Zhou Qingyu casually gave himself the best vitality liquid. She swallowed hard and asked, "Father, can you make the best?" Gu Zhangyang sighed bitterly, "Don't say that your father is just a Dan Master apprentice. Even my teacher, a one-star certified Dan Master from the Dan Pavilion, could never make it. As far as I know, only a 3-star Grand Dan Master could make the best vitality liquid." Grand Dan Master? Gu Chanyue sucked in a breath of cold air. Who did she just meet? Soon after, the clan members returned, disgruntled. "Master, we couldn't find him." In the middle of the night, with hands outstretched, it was impossible to see. Finding Zhou Qingyu was nearly impossible. "Ah. Changyue, you've missed the chance to befriend a Grand Dan Master." Gu Zhanyang sighed deeply. "If you had earned his favor, your future achievements would surpass mine. You know, the Dan Master at Xingyun Pavilion is only a 2-star. But he had vanished. Such Grand Dan Masters are always unpredictable. Meeting one is already a great opportunity. To meet another one, how difficult is that? Forget it, our Gu family doesn't have that kind of luck. Let's head back and rest. The day after tomorrow is Miss Zhao's wedding, we need to prepare some gifts. Old Master Zhao once did us a favor, his granddaughter is marrying, so we should go and congratulate them." Gu Changyue clicked her tongue. Zhao Yingqi's face is ruined like that, and someone still dares to marry her? Most likely someone trying to attach themselves to the Zhao family, a kept boy. She compared the young Grand Dan Master Zhou Qingyu in her mind, and couldn't help but sigh. Both are men, but why is the difference so big? Chapter 9, with husband here, everything is at ease. When they returned to the Zhao family, it was already late at night. Zhou Qingyu quietly returned to the firewood room, thinking that Zhao Yingqi must have already gone to sleep. But she was there, wearing thin clothes, waiting at the door, holding her frail body, shivering in the night wind. From far away, seeing Zhou Qingyu return, her eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, choking with emotion. "You finally came back, I thought you." Zhou Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then realized that this little girl had been waiting for him. Feeling her cold body, he couldn't help but scold her with a pained heart. "Fool, what could have happened to me? But you, if you catch a cold, it would be troublesome." Zhao Yingqi wiped away her tears, frightened, and said, "Today, Zhao Qingyang returned. He went crazy, searching for you everywhere. When he couldn't find you in the mansion, he took people outside to search for you. No wonder she was so worried." Zhou Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then he should be grateful he didn't find me." Both of them were at the 3rd level of qi refining, but Zhao Qingyan, a new and immature practitioner, was no match for him. Moreover, he had successfully made the best vitality liquid. Taking advantage of the fact that the Zhao family had not yet woken up, he quickly sat cross-legged on the bed and swallowed a bottle of vitality liquid. The powerful medicinal effects provided a massive amount of spiritual energy, causing his cultivation to rapidly increase. An hour later, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. In the past, when cultivating the 9 turns indestructible scripture, every turn reaching the 4th level of qi training would bring a matching martial skill. No one knows what the martial skill of the 9th turn is. He quickly took out the 9 turns indestructible scripture and flipped to the chapter on the 9th turn. He saw that aside from the 1st level whale swallowing, all the other pages were blank. He effortlessly released the 4th level of qi training. The scripture responded, and the blank pages gradually revealed text, showing a martial skill. Mysterious class high-level skill, 7 stars breaking. Zhou Qingyu was slightly surprised. With his experience, high-level mysterious skills were already insignificant to him. However, the 7 stars breaking surprised him greatly. This was once the renowned skill of the Heavenly Court's ruler, the Seven Night Lord, in his youth. With a set of 7 stars breaking, he defeated countless extraordinary talents, becoming invincible in his era. Since his fall, this set of 7 stars breaking had been lost. Now, it appeared in the 9 turns indestructible scripture, leaving Zhou Qingyu both astonished and extremely curious. How powerful could this once invincible martial skill be? He carefully pondered the skill, and relying on years of training, he quickly grasped its essence. Compress the spiritual power to the extreme, then suddenly explode, achieving maximum effect? Indeed, there are very few similar methods of utilizing spiritual power. Let's try it. With great interest, he began to practice on the spot. The spiritual power within his dantian gathered towards his fist, but he kept it concealed, continuing to draw more spiritual power to his fist. The meridians near his fist were very narrow. As more and more spiritual power gathered, it continuously compressed within the narrow meridians. Gradually, Zhou Qingyu felt a tearing pain around his fists. This was the limit of what his meridians could endure. Without any hesitation, he lowered his stance slightly and suddenly swung his fist, unleashing the compressed spiritual power. Bang! A fist-sized hole was blasted through the wooden wall of the shed, which was 10 feet away. Zhao Yingqin was stunned, saying, "You can release spiritual power? Isn't that something only someone at the foundation establishment stage can do?" Zhou Qingyu also showed a hint of surprise, murmuring in disbelief, "So strong?" No wonder the Seven-Night Lord became famous in battle back then. Looking at Zhao Yingxin's shocked expression, he softly explained, "This isn't releasing spiritual power, it's the fist wind." With the explosion of spiritual power, this punch's force increased several times, creating a powerful fist wind. And because his meridians were weak, and the spiritual power he could endure was limited, he had only demonstrated the power of one star breaking. When his physique strengthened, and his meridians improved, allowing him to endure more spiritual power, he would successively unlock 2-star breaking, 3-star breaking, and finally 7-star breaking. In terms of power alone, this was the strongest high-level mysterious skill Zhou Qingyu had ever encountered. It was very suitable for his early-stage cultivation. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached quickly. "You dog! Do you dare to come back? Get out here!" The angry shout made Zhao Yingxin panic. "Not good, it's Zhao Qingyang. He has discovered you returned." Zhou Qingyu withdrew his spiritual power and with a sly smile said, "That's fine, saves me the trouble of looking for him." He pushed open the door and looked up. A tall young man in a brocade robe, with a fierce expression, brandished a black iron rod and rushed to the front of the shed. Beside him was Wang Hu, whose face was covered in medicinal patches, glaring fiercely at Zhou Qingyu. "You dog! We've caught you. Our young master will teach you how to behave in the Zhao family." Behind him were several guards holding weapons, watching Zhou Qingyu with mockery. Who doesn't know that Zhao Qingyang is protective of his own? Hitting his guards is like hitting his own face. Zhou Qingyu glanced at Wang Hu and said, "Oh, looks like a defeated dog has summoned its kind?" The implication was that Zhao Qingyang and his group were all dogs. This made Zhao Qingyang, who was already fierce, so angry that he laughed. "I think you are tired of living. First, I'll smash your mouth." Just as he was about to make a move, Zhao Yengu hurriedly arrived and timely shouted at them, "Stop!" Zhao Yenyun would not allow Zhou Qingyu to be harmed. At least, before the grand wedding, not a single hair on his body could fall. "Sister, why do you favor an outsider?" Zhao Qingyang said discontentedly. Zhao Yenyun gave him a gentle glance, immediately making him shut his mouth in fear. However, Zhao Qingyang was still her own brother, and the future head of the Zhao family. She couldn't bear to see him wronged, so she said to Zhou Qingyu, "I already know the whole story. You unjustly beat my brother's personal guard, you were in the wrong first. Considering you are about to get married, just apologize and let it go." "Unjustly? In the wrong first?" Zhou Qingyu chuckled lightly. Was it right to watch his woman be bullied and remain indifferent? "Sorry, if you want to let it go, I don't." Zhou Qingyu crossed his arms and spoke calmly. "Ha!" Zhao Yenyun was stunned, thinking she heard wrong. If she hadn't been holding her brother back, Zhou Qingyu would have already had a leg broken. Not only did he not appreciate her kindness, but he also pressed further? She couldn't help but coldly say, "What? Do you still want to overdo it?" Beside her, Zhao Qingyang was completely furious. "Sister, what is there to say to this fool? Beat him until he begs for mercy, then he will know his place." Saying this, he picked up an iron rod and rushed over. At the same time, Zhao Yingxu, standing behind Zhou Qingyu, bit her lip and grabbed a broom from outside, aiming it at Zhao Qingyang, speaking in the softest tone, yet with the hardest words. "Don't you dare hit my husband." Zhao Qingyang became even angrier. This thing he had once beaten and scolded until she trembled dared to fight back? "You filthy creature, you haven't been beaten for 3 days and dared to attack me?" Without a second thought, he swung the iron rod at her. He even deliberately used his spiritual power, wanting to teach her a harsh lesson. But unexpectedly, as they clashed, Zhao Qingyang was knocked back by the spiritual energy within the broom. The bamboo-woven broom hit Zhao Qingyang's face hard, leaving deep blood marks. Zhao Qingyang was stunned. The guards beside him were also stunned. Zhao Yenyun, who was watching coldly, was even more stunned. She looked at Zhou Qingyu, who was hugging Zhao Yingxu with one hand and holding her hand with the other, shocked. You have cultivation?" Moreover, it was far beyond her brother's level. Wasn't he useless? Chapter 10, Zhao Yenyun was envious. Zhao Yingxu was also dumbfounded. She turned her head incredulously to look at Zhou Qingyu. If she remembered correctly, he had just broken through the day before yesterday. In just 2 short days, he surpassed Zhao Qingyang, who was at the 3rd level of qi refining. "You were so brave just now protecting your husband." Zhou Qingyu teased her in her ear, causing her face to flush red. Her body instantly went soft, her little hand being held by Zhou Qingyu without restraint. "Today, your husband will teach you a set of dog-beating stick techniques, so that when you encounter a bad dog bullying you in the future, you can strike without hesitation." As he finished speaking, he raised the broom again to strike at Zhao Qingyang. Zhao Qingyang's face was hot as he roared in anger. "You took advantage of my carelessness to launch a sneak attack, really thinking you are something?" Tiger Fist. He used his qi refining 3rd level cultivation, launching Zhao family's yellow grade low-level martial skill. A pair of fists carried a heavy fist wind, fiercely smashing toward the broom coming at him. Bang! However, this fierce punch was easily smacked away by the broom, and the dirty broom hit him, knocking him flat on the ground. Following this, a flurry of broom strikes came down, mercilessly beating the fallen dog. Zhao Qingyang rolled like a dog, howling in pain. How could he, just a teenager, endure such beating? In a short while, he began to cry, "Sister, quickly save me, sister." Zhao Yenyun could no longer watch, coldly saying, "Enough." Zhou Qingyu ignored Zhao Yenyun, his eyes only on Zhao Yinshu, asking, "Do you feel relieved?" Was it just relief? Zhao Yinshu even felt a sense of pride. She never expected that after being bullied by Zhao Qingyang for so many years, she would one day be able to wield the broom and strike back. And moreover, she made him cry. Most of the grievances from years have faded away, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's enough, stop it now." If Zhao Qingyang gets hurt, her stepmother will definitely not let her go. Thus, Zhou Qingyu put away the broom and said, "Zhao young master, if you want to bully my Inchi again, you should first consider how fragile you are. Can you withstand a few hits from the broom?" Dirty and covered in mud, Zhao Qingyang got up, wiped his tears, and hid behind Zhao Yengu. With resentment in his eyes, he glared at Zhou Qingyu, saying, "Sister, quickly break his legs, break his legs." However, Zhao Yengu remained motionless for a long time. He looked up and found Zhao Yengu staring at Zhao Yinchi, her expression somewhat complex. She had never looked up to this sister before. A life of ugliness, a life of sorrow, a life of being oppressed. But at this moment, she was tightly held in the embrace of a domineering man. He blocked the wind for her, shielded her from the rain. All these were things Zhao Yengu had never experienced. A hint of envy began to grow in her heart. What complicated her feelings was that this man was one she had given to her sister. "Sister, what are you dazed for? Even if you don't teach that surname Zhou a lesson, this ugly freak has to be severely punished. How dare he lay a hand on me? Is there no family rule?" Zhao Qingyan's angry shout brought her back to her senses. "Yes, sister is just an ugly freak. What's there to envy? Alright, it's your lack of skill, not my fault." Zhao Yengu glared at Zhao Qingyang and said, "Now, come back with me." Zhao Qingyang was extremely reluctant, huffing, "Surname Zhou. Tomorrow is your wedding day, many distinguished guests will come to witness it. You marry the ugliest woman in the city, let's see how you can hold your head high." "The ugliest?" Zhou Qingyu smiled faintly and said, "That may not be the case." After 2 days of recovery, Zhao Yinchi's face had undergone a dramatic change. Not that she could be said to be beautiful, but at least she wouldn't be ugly. Zhao Yinchi lowered her head in self-doubt, the light in her eyes gradually extinguishing. Thinking of facing so many people's gazes tomorrow, she couldn't help but feel panic. "Don't worry, tomorrow you will break free from your cocoon and be reborn." Zhou Qingyu gently patted her head with a warm smile. Daylight passed quickly. When night fell, an unexpected person quietly arrived at the door of the woodshed. It was no one else but Zhao Ruyuan. "Dad?" Zhao Yinchi looked at the person knocking on the door with some surprise. Zhao Ruyuan walked into the room. He looked at the dilapidated woodshed, the simple bedroom that couldn't be simpler. A deep sense of guilt crossed his eyes. "Zhou Xianzi, I heard you defeated Qingyang this morning." Zhao Ruyuan patted Zhou Qingyu's shoulder. He wasn't angry that his son was bullied, instead, he showed a trace of relief and sighed, "I misjudged you. With Yinchi marrying you, I can rest assured." Saying this, he took out a brocade box, inside containing 1,000 taels of silver notes and 2 bottles of slightly yellow lower-grade vitality liquid. Zhou Qingyu looked surprised. "Uncle? What is this?" Zhao Ruyuan said, "Yinchi is my daughter, how can she marry into poverty? Take these with you tomorrow, consider it my daughter's dowry. Don't let others laugh at her." Zhou Qingyu felt a trace of relief. Finally, Zhao Ruyuan still had a bit of conscience. Zhao Yinchi, however, reddened her eyes and said softly, "Dad, this will only cause you trouble. If the stepmother found out, it would only lead to endless quarrels, making it hard for him to find peace." Zhao Ruyuan held her hand in shame, saying, "I'm useless, letting you suffer for over 10 years, I'm sorry for your mother's last request. But Dad, I..." Tears fell silently from Zhao Yinchi's eyes, choked up as she said, "Dad, don't say anymore, daughter understands. Our Zhao family has to rely on the maternal family of your stepmother, you, as the head of the family, have many helplessness. Daughter does not blame you." Hearing his daughter speak so understandingly, Zhao Ruyuan's old eyes also moistened. He tightly held Zhao Yinchi's hand and said, "When your sister goes to Xingyun Pavilion, I will hand the family over to your brother, shedding the heavy burden and accompanying you, making up for the grievances you have suffered for years." "Dad!" The father and daughter embraced each other and cried. Zhou Qingyu was genuinely happy for Zhao Yinchi, because her marriage finally received a sincere blessing. However, to Zhou Qingyu, those silver notes and the lower-grade vitality liquid seemed still too shabby. How could his wife, Zhou Qingyu, be looked down upon? The next day, the street where the Zhao residence is located was filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. One by one, invited guests rode on tall horses or sat in large sedan chairs, gathering at the Zhao residence. Head of the Gu family, with his precious daughter Gu Qingyue, comes to congratulate. The shout from the doorman startled everyone in the Zhao family. Zhao Ruyuan led the clan elders, while Chen Xinglian brought Zhao Yenyun and Zhao Qingyang, all rushing to the front door to welcome them personally. The head of the Gu family has arrived, our Zhao residence is truly honored, Zhao Ruyuan said with a radiant face. The Gu family is the most distinguished noble family in Qingdi City, if it weren't for the friendship Zhao's old man had with the Gu family back in the day. The Zhao family could never reach such a prominent lineage. Today, him bringing his daughter to personally congratulate them must make many families envious. Gu Zhangyang clasped his hands and smiled, "Congratulations, head of the family, on getting a fine son-in-law." But Gu Changyue swept her gaze among those who came to welcome her, saying, "Where is the groom? Let me see what he looks like." She was very curious about how someone could lower themselves to marry a woman like Zhao Yingxu and cling to the Zhao family. Chapter 11, The groom is actually you. Zhao Ruyuan suddenly felt embarrassed. The other Zhao family members also didn't look proud at all. Zhao Yingxu was ugly, and everyone had a spectator's attitude towards her getting married. Zhou Qingyu came to marry with empty hands, far too shabby to appreciate. It's hard for everyone not to think that the Zhao family has gained a pretty boy. From today onward, this marriage might become a laughingstock for the whole city. Changyue, don't be rude. Gu Zhangyang warned. Gu Changyue snorted but felt even more disdain for the groom. It's all right, Miss Gu wants to see the groom, so I'll take her there. The one who spoke up was Zhao Qingyang. He gazed at Gu Changyue with sparkling eyes. With a flawless face, as delicate as a carved jade, her slender figure in a pink dress made Zhao Qingyang's heart race. Zhao Ruyuan's expression changed, and he shot a fierce glare at Zhao Qingyang, scaring him so much that he hurriedly withdrew his hot gaze. Gu Changyue is still an unmarried girl. Doesn't he know to avoid suspicion? He quickly apologized to Gu Zhangyang, "My son is being rude, please forgive me." Gu Zhangyang merely smiled and led Gu Changyue into the Zhao residence. With a daughter as stunning as a national beauty, pure and virtuous, there are countless young talents who admire her. Zhao Qingyang, whose reputation isn't great and whose family background is not impressive, pursuing his daughter is out of the question, not to mention he isn't good enough, his daughter wouldn't even consider him. He knows just how high his daughter's standards are. There's no one in the entire Qingdi city who could catch her eye. Only that young noble from a few days ago could make her heart stir, but sadly, he has already disappeared. In the back courtyard. The woodshed. Under Qin Xinglian's arrangement, a few simple decorations were put up at the door and windows to serve as the wedding room. Inside the room, Zhou Qingyu was peeling off Zhao Yingxu's veil layer by layer. She felt both excited and a bit nervous. Did it really heal? What if it's uglier? Thinking about the upcoming wedding ceremony, under the gaze of all the distinguished guests of the city, her breath quickened with anxiety. Zhou Qingyu said confidently, "We'll know soon." He also looked forward to what Zhao Yingxu would look like once her face was completely healed. Zhao Ruyuan is handsome, and Zhao Yenyun must have inherited his bloodline to have such a stunning appearance. As Zhao Ruyuan's biological daughter, Zhao Yingxu shouldn't be too far off, right? Very quickly, the last layer of the veil was pulled away. Just as he was about to focus and take a closer look, Zhao Yingxu covered her face with both hands and said shyly, "Don't look. I must be very ugly. Can I see you after the wedding? I'm scared." Hearing the tremor in her voice, Zhou Qingyu did not force her to remove her hands. But his face revealed a strange expression. Although she covered it quickly, he still caught a fleeting glimpse of her true face. It seemed very beautiful. No way. Could this little girl actually be a great beauty? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but doubt whether he had seen it wrong just now. He stared at Zhao Yingxin's face, wanting to see through it completely. Unfortunately, at that moment outside the door, the young servants urged them on. "Miss, young master, the auspicious time is approaching. The head of the family wants you to get ready to go to the main hall." Taking advantage of Zhou Qingyu's attention being diverted, Zhao Yingxin quickly covered herself with a red veil and urged, "Let's go." Zhou Qingyu felt an itch in his heart, and could only hold her hand as they left the wedding room. Zhao Yingxin's grip was tight, her nails almost digging into Zhou Qingyu's hand. "Fool." Zhou Qingyu looked at her with a hint of tenderness, gently patting her hand, silently saying, "Today, you will amaze everyone." Zhao family Great Hall. The guests were everywhere. With a loud shout from the host, "The auspicious time has arrived, please bring in the bride and groom." At the entrance, a couple entered hand in hand, walking slowly. The man was handsome and graceful, with an extraordinary presence. Wearing a well-tailored groom's outfit, he appeared tall and majestic, with a strong aura. The woman was graceful and charming, her figure enchanting, and her red veil swayed slightly as she walked. The red attire was like a painting, her figure slender and captivating. If it were not for already knowing the ugly face beneath the veil, it would be hard not to wonder what kind of face would match such an outstanding figure. The distinguished guests couldn't help but whisper to each other. What a waste of such a beautiful face, it would be so easy to marry a decent daughter from a respectable family. Why marry such an ugly monster? He really is a pretty boy, to eat Zhao family's soft food, he dares to marry such an ugly woman. Little tiger, remember, you must never learn from him, got it? It would shame our ancestors. The whispers of the people present, though quiet, couldn't be hidden from Zhao Ruyuan. His face turned rather awkward. Although he had anticipated today's scene, hearing the piercing gossip still felt like a needle stabbing his heart. But the arrow was already at the string, they had to grit their teeth and hold the wedding. At that time, bored out of her mind, Gu Changyue was lounging on a chair, playing with an orange and squinting at the groom, commenting. Good build, decent aura, somewhat handsome face, reminds me of that, wait. She suddenly sat up straight, her eyes gradually narrowing. Excitedly pulling on Gu Zhangyang's sleeve, Dad, it's him, it's him. Gu Zhangyang had noticed long ago and was also excited, his beard shaking, saying, I didn't expect that the son-in-law of the Zhao family would be him. What merit does the Zhao family have to cling to such a great person? Zhou Qingyu was a third-grade alchemist. Even the master of the Xingyun pavilion would have to show some respect to such a heavenly dragon. With him marrying into the Zhao family, isn't it close to the Zhao family's rise to wealth? But Gu Changyue quickly realized a bizarre question. Dad, why did he marry Zhao Yingxin? Why give up a talented and beautiful Zhao Yanyu and marry an ugly monster? Gu Zhangyang couldn't help but lament deeply. Yeah. Better to marry you. Sigh. Can't figure it out. Hearing this, Gu Changyue's face turned slightly red. She, who usually disliked marriage, surprisingly felt no disgust. It's just a pity that Zhou Qingyu was about to bow to the hall. She had no chance left. At this moment, the host sang out loudly. The newlyweds bow to heaven and earth. They bow to the ancestors. Zhou Qingyu held Zhao Yingxin's hand and bowed to heaven and earth in order. And kneeled to Zhao Ruyuan and Chen Qinglian. The host's voice became even louder, the couple faced each other. As the ceremony concluded, it was the moment they officially became husband and wife. But just then, a commotion erupted outside, and an old man with white hair rushed in, supported by two maidservants. From a distance, he shouted angrily, Zhao Ruyuan. Who allowed you to marry my Zhao family's legitimate daughter to a commoner? Hearing this, Lai Nu Zhao Ruyuan quickly stood up to greet him, surprised, Elder? Why are you here? In front of him was the clan elder, Zhao Tinghua, whose seniority was even higher than the old master. He usually lives in the countryside, enjoying his old age. Never interfere with the matters of the clan. Today is just a junior's wedding, how could he possibly come here? If I don't come, will you sell the Zhao family? Zhao Tinghua grabbed his cane and struck Zhao Ruyuan hard once. Zhao Ruyuan didn't dare to dodge, taking the hit, he hurriedly explained, Elder, this marriage was arranged by my father, how could I dare to disobey? I don't care who arranged it. Zhao Tinghua glared angrily at Zhou Qingyu. Look at him. He has no family background, no cultivation. Why should he marry my Zhao family's legitimate daughter? This marriage. I do not agree. What? The first one to react was Gu Zhanyang. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing joy. The Zhao family is going to abandon a 3-star great alchemist? Is it Gu family's opportunity? Chapter 12, Luxurious Betrothal Gifts. In the crowd, Zhao Qingyang sneered. Zhao Tinghua suddenly appearing was, of course, his scheme. The purpose was to embarrass Zhou Qingyu in front of all the city's dignitaries. He shouted at the top of his lungs, yes, marrying my sister empty-handed, does he think my Zhao family is a vegetable garden, that my Zhao family's legitimate daughter can be picked like a vegetable? The crowd erupted. There were murmurs everywhere. He's actually marrying Zhao family's legitimate daughter empty-handed? No way. Is Zhao family's daughter really that worthless? Although Zhao Yinxian is ugly, her status as Zhao family's legitimate daughter is undeniable. Marrying her like this, isn't it demeaning? Fortunately, there are wise ones in the Zhao family who stopped this marriage in time, or else Zhao family's reputation would be completely ruined. Before the wedding even began, the Zhao family was saddled with a shameful reputation. Zhao Ruyuan panicked and immediately shouted, who said Zhou Qingyu came without betrothal gifts? Isn't the ceremony unfinished? Nephew, take out your betrothal gift for everyone to see, so they know you truly wish to marry my daughter. He secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he had given Zhou Qingyu some money beforehand, although it was not very substantial, it was at least enough to gloss over things. Zhou Qingyu nodded and took out a brocade box. He presented it to Zhao Ruyuan with both hands and said, "Father-in-law, I'm lacking in talent. I prepared a small gift to marry Yin, please accept it." Zhao Ruyuan hadn't even had time to take it. It was snatched by Zhao Tinghua, who laughed angrily. "What betrothal gift? This is clearly something you took from the Zhao family treasury for this kid. 1,000 taels of silver notes, 2 bottles of energy liquid. Do you really think I wouldn't know?" "What?" Zhao Ruyuan was stunned, then quickly understood what was going on and glared fiercely at Zhao Qingyang. He had opened the treasury yesterday to take items, and only Zhao Qingyang had been present. Today it was all his doing. But now it's come to this, he had nothing to say. He could only darken his face and remain silent. Zhao Tinghua, however, was not willing to let it go, angrily smashing the brocade box on the ground, shouting, "Taking Zhao family's things to give as a betrothal gift to an outsider. Zhao Ruyuan, how could you do this? If this wedding goes through today, the ancestors of the Zhao family will jump out of their graves." Just as Zhao Tinghua was spitting and scolding joyfully, the expressions of the people around gradually became strange. Pairs of eyes focused on the shattered brocade box. Inside the box rolled out a manual and a bottle of clear liquid. It was not silver notes and low-grade energy liquid. Zhao Ruyuan also noticed and was momentarily stunned. What he had given Zhou Qingyu was clearly not these things. He picked up the vial, looking puzzled. "Nephew, what is this?" Zhou Qingyu said calmly, "As I just mentioned, my betrothal gifts, I hope my father-in-law likes them." "Is that so?" Zhao Ruyuan looked at the vial to confirm what it was, but Zhao Tinghua snatched it away. He cast a sideways glance at Zhou Qingyu, his face filled with shame and anger. He felt Zhou Qingyu was deliberately embarrassing him. A low-quality thing, what good medicine could it give? Just garbage. He raised his old hand, ready to smash it on the ground. Gu Zhengyang's eyelids twitched, he spoke menacingly, "Zhao Tinghua. The top-grade energy liquid, if your Zhao family doesn't want it, just give it to me." He had spent his whole life refining medicine. The most cherished is also medicine. Especially this kind of supreme treasure. I cannot bear to see anyone wasted in front of me. What? The guests' faces changed dramatically. Supreme vitality liquid? It is said that one bottle can elevate a chi practitioner by a rank, a divine medicine? As far as I know, the best vitality liquid from the Nebula Pavilion is only of upper-level quality. This gift is too valuable. With the Zhao family's status, they are not qualified to accept it. Zhao family head, my son family is willing to buy this bottle of supreme vitality liquid for 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold just to buy supreme vitality liquid? Dream on. My Chen family wants to secure it for 20,000 gold, can the Zhao family head let it go? Our Yun family offers 100,000 gold, we sincerely ask the Zhao family head to sell it to us for the sake of our family's friendship. In Qi training realm, every layer is as difficult as ascending to the sky. It requires astronomical resources to successfully break through. Right now, a bottle of supreme vitality liquid could elevate a person by 1 rank, and no price would be too high. Supreme vitality liquid? Zhao Ruyuan was extremely shocked, hurriedly snatching it back from Zhao Tinghua, taking a loving look again and again, saying, "Good, good, good. Honored son-in-law, you have surprised me too much." His face turned red with joy. All previous gloom vanished in an instant. Zhou Qingyu has truly brought him honor. But Zhao Tinghua felt his face burn with shame. Zhou Qingyu not only came with empty hands but also presented such a precious gift. He was unwilling. He glared at the useless martial arts manual on the ground, snorting, "A bottle of vitality liquid, my Zhao family doesn't lack it. Take this useless martial arts manual away. You, a mere lowly commoner, are not worthy to show off your inferior martial arts in front of my Zhao family." This point, the guests could not refute. Every family that could stand firm in Qingdi City possessed powerful ancestral martial arts. The Zhao family's town country martial art, for Beast Fist, is a renowned medium yellow level technique, ranking well in Qingdi City. Zhou Qingyu's gift was feared to be insignificant. The Zhao family would surely not cherish it. With the surprise of the supreme vitality liquid, Zhao Ruyuan no longer cared about the martial arts. Even if it was insignificant, he would joyfully accept it. Thus, with a nonchalant attitude, he casually flipped it open. However, upon looking at it, he seemed to see a ghost. He jumped directly up from his chair, shocked, he slapped the table and exclaimed, "Yellow-level high-tier martial arts, Sky Injury Fist." What? Yellow-level high-tier martial arts? Wow! All the guests abruptly stood up, gathering around and looking closely. That's right. That's right. This advanced cultivation method is definitely a yellow-level high-tier martial arts. In Qingdi City, the highest martial arts are only yellow-level high-tier. Only the 4 major noble families possess them. The Zhao family has also obtained one. With this martial art, at least 10 years, at most several decades, the Zhao family will rise among the noble families. The Zhao family has turned their fate around. Zhao Ruyuan was startled by their fervent gazes. Hastily closing the martial arts manual, hiding it in his bosom, he solemnly said, "Dear guests, I ask you to restrain yourselves." Then, he looked at Zhou Qingyu with immense joy. He never expected Zhou Qingyu would prepare such a shocking gift. He glanced at Zhao Tinghua, whose face was gloomy, and proudly declared, "Now, is there anyone who doubts my Zhao family's son-in-law?" Doubt? The guests were so jealous that they were grinding their teeth. Countless powerful families in Qingdi City, but who received such a stunning gift when marrying off a daughter that elevates the family fortune? Yet the Zhao family stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Why is such a good son-in-law not from their family? Looking at their expressions, Zhao Ruyuan raised his eyebrows, waved his large sleeve, and laughed heartily. "Let the wedding continue." The host, filled with excitement, shouted loudly. The couple bows to each other. Zhou Qingyu smiled calmly, taking Zhao Yingxin's hand. The two bowed to each other. Ceremony complete, marriage established. From this moment on, their fates were intertwined. Zhao Qingyang's face turned extremely ugly, wanting to embarrass Zhou Qingyu, but instead, Zhou Qingyu ended up shining bright. He could not bear it. Absolutely could not bear it. Taking advantage of Zhao Yingxin's bowing, malice rose from his heart, and he suddenly rushed over. A red veil was lifted off Zhao Yingxi. A cold laugh filled with resentment. "Zhou Qingyu, how much water have you got in your brain? You actually offered such a generous betrothal gift for an ugly freak. Let all the distinguished guests in the city properly admire your wife's hideous face." But as he laughed, Zhao Qingyang could no longer keep smiling. Because beneath the red veil was not that familiar ugly face. Instead, there was a Chapter 13, the stunning face that captivated time. A stranger's face. Yes, a face he had never seen before. Skin as white as snow, features exquisite beyond compare, as if the most skilled sculptor had carefully carved it from a piece of white jade. Not a flaw in sight, not a single imperfection. A true work of art. So beautiful it took one's breath away, so mesmerizing one could not escape. Zhao Qingyang had seen countless beauties in his life, but he believed the most beautiful woman was his own sister, Jia Yenyun. But today, that thought shattered. The stranger before him was a mesmerizing beauty far more beautiful than his sister Zhao Yenyun. No adjectives could describe her stunning appearance. Zhao Ruyuan and Chen Qinglian were also mesmerized, staring blankly at this unbelievably beautiful bride. Their eyes revealed deep astonishment. Who is she? How can she be so beautiful? The guests were equally captivated, all eyes fixed on the bride, not daring to blink for a moment. In the crowd, Zhao Yenyun also froze. She prided herself on her beauty, believing no one in Qingdi City could match her. But in front of this extremely beautiful girl, she felt a sense of shame. She was simply too beautiful. Her beauty stirred jealousy within Zhao Yenyun, who couldn't help but ask with hostility, "Who are you? Today is my sister's wedding to Zhou Qingyu, why are you causing trouble?" Zhao Yingxi was at a loss. The red veil should have been lifted only after the nuptial chamber was entered. Being revealed in front of all the city's distinguished guests was completely unexpected. Listening to her sister's scolding, she almost cried, saying, "It's me, Zhao Yingxi. Sister, don't you recognize me anymore?" She turned to Zhou Qingyu, fearfully asking, "Am I uglier? Aren't they recognizing me?" At this moment, her heart sank to despair. Zhou Qingyu also stared blankly for a moment. Gazing at this stunning beauty, he swallowed hard. My goodness. This is too beautiful, right? Is this really that ugly girl? He even began to doubt if he had mistakenly taken someone else's bride. Hearing her anxious questions, Zhou Qingyu finally came to his senses. He lifted her chin, examining her stunning face, and smiled while taking out a mirror. "Take a look yourself." Zhao Yingxi's eyes trembled as she looked into the mirror. A face so beautiful it amazed even herself appeared in the reflection. She was momentarily in a daze. Is this me? She stared into the mirror again and again, confirming that this heavenly beauty was indeed herself, as silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Her face was healed. The shadow that had weighed on her heart for 18 years vanished in this moment. And the one who helped her was none other than this accidental husband. He was like a ray of sunshine piercing through the clouds, allowing her to see the light again. She couldn't help herself and jumped into Zhou Qingyu's arms. Overjoyed and crying, she said, thank you for healing my face." Zhou Qingyu smiled charmfully and said, "So what should you call me?" Zhao Yingxi shyly lowered her head, but Zhou Qingyu lifted her chin to meet his gaze, making her feel immensely embarrassed. In a soft voice, she said, "Husband." Zhou Qingyu wrapped his arms around her waist and laughed heartily, announcing to everyone, "Thanks to all esteemed guests for witnessing. And a special thank you to my parents-in-law for allowing me to marry such a beautiful wife. If it weren't for Chen Qinglian suggesting a substitute bride, he would have missed out on such a treasure." Zhao Yenyun stared blankly at Zhao Yingxi. This stunning beauty, who made even her feel inferior, was actually the ugly sister she had always looked down upon? This is impossible. Impossible. At this moment, the sound of guests' gasps filled the air. It turns out that the older sister is even more beautiful than the younger sister. No wonder young Master Zhou chose to marry Zhao Yinxin instead of Zhao Yenyun, even offering such an outrageous bride price. The Zhao family has given birth to a good daughter. With such a fine son-in-law, the Zhao family will soar to new heights. Although Zhao Yenyun is also excellent, unfortunately, her contributions to the Zhao family pale in comparison to her sister Zhao Yinxin's. Of course. A yellow-grade high-level cultivation method directly enhances the family luck. Zhao Yenyun hasn't even begun her journey with the Xingyun Pavilion yet, there's no comparison at all. Every word, every sentence felt like needles stabbing into Zhao Yenyun's heart. Everything today should have belonged to her. It was she who gave it up for her sister. She couldn't help but cast a blameful glance at Chen Xinglian. Why let her sister take her place in marriage? Otherwise, why would she be so embarrassed? Chen Xinglian also felt regret. A good opportunity had fallen to that little schemer Zhao Yinxin. Otherwise, today should have been her daughter's day to shine. But she was not in a hurry. Smiling calmly, she said, "Everyone, while today's gathering is lively, I have good news to announce. Elder Wu will personally visit Qingdi City in 3 days to grace our Zhao family." What? Upon hearing this, all the guests were shocked. No way? Elder Wu is one of the top 3 influential elders of the Xingyun Pavilion. He actually deigns to visit the Zhao family? It should be Zhao Yenyun who took the initiative to meet Elder Wu. How could it be Elder Wu who came to visit the Zhao family first? Haven't you heard? Zhao Yenyun has comprehended the sword intent. If Elder Wu doesn't come soon, she will be snatched away by other forces. What? Comprehended the sword intent? Hiss. This is a realm that many powerful figures never reach in their lifetime. Ah. In the end, it still depends on younger sister Zhao Yenyun. The bride price Zhao Yinxin received only raises the Zhao family's fortune a bit. But Zhao Yenyun can lift the entire family to new heights and become a legendary family. Zhao Yenyun showed a look of surprise. She had already sent someone to inform Elder Wu about her comprehension of sword intent. But he only replied with a simple letter, giving her a few compliments and nothing more. Why suddenly does he want to personally come to the Zhao family? Though a bit confused, the guests' discussions lifted her spirits. So what if her sister healed her face and became more beautiful? In this world, strength is ultimately what's valued. Zhou Qingyu could only offer her sister a bit of bride price. In his lifetime, he could never give her a chance to enter the Xingyun Pavilion. Realizing that she had felt a moment of regret earlier, she couldn't help but blame herself. Zhao Yenyun, oh Zhao Yenyun, your vision is too narrow. Your stage should be in the Xingyun Pavilion, in a place much farther away. To feel any emotion over a man destined to remain in Qingdi City his whole life does not befit your status. Muttering to herself, she held her head high and left the hall. She looked back at Zhou Qingyu and Zhao Yinxin, shaking her head slightly. 3 days later, it will be the most glorious moment for the Zhao family. And at that time, the focus of everyone's attention will be Zhao Yenyun. After the wedding ceremony was complete, the guests took their seats to dine. Zhou Qingyu raised his glass to toast one by one, and the noble guests politely returned the gesture. When he arrived in front of Gu Zhangyang and his daughter, Gu Changyue sarcastically said, "Oh, who is this groom? He looks so familiar." She still held a grudge against Zhou Qingyu for hiding his identity. Zhou Qingyu smiled wryly, "Miss Gu, it's been a while." But Gu Zhangyang was startled and scolded, "Changyue, mind your manners." This man in front of him was a 3-star alchemist. He quickly forced a smile and said, "My daughter's behavior is inappropriate. I apologize for letting young Master Zhou see this." "Congratulations, young Master Zhou, on your happy marriage." Zhou Qingyu chuckled and raised his glass in response. Just when the banquet was lively and cheerful, suddenly, a bloodied servant barged in, his face pale, and exclaimed, "Not good. Not good. Zheng Duo has brought the officials to raid the house." Chapter 14? A fool at the master's gate. What? The guests were taken aback, dropping their bowls and chopsticks, their faces pale with fear. Zheng Duo's father is the vice-mayor of Qingdi City, overseeing 3,000 warriors. In these years, several families that opposed the Zheng family have been flattened by them. Among them, there are many stronger than the Zhao family. Of course, the most panicked was Zhao Ruyuan. Startled, he quickly stood up and hurried out of the hall. He saw a cold-eyed, extraordinary young man lead hundreds of warriors into the Zhao family, blocking every exit. "Master Zhang, is there a misunderstanding here?" Zhao Ruyuan said anxiously, "Our Zhao family has always conducted business honestly and has never violated the city's rules." Zheng Duo casually threw a long knife engraved with the character Zhao to the ground. "You recognize whose this is, right?" Zhao Ruyuan picked it up and examined it closely, uneasily saying, "This is a steel knife forged by our Zhao family." "Is there a problem?" Zheng Duo sneered, "Do you know where this was found?" Lianyun Fort. At this, the guests gasped in shock. They all rose from their seats, distancing themselves from the Zhao family. Lianyun Fort? How dare the Zhao family supply weapons to Lianyun Fort? Lianyun Fort is the biggest den of bandits near Qingdi City, and the authorities have repeatedly failed to eradicate them. The city lord issued an order prohibiting supplies to Lianyun Fort, especially weapons. Those who are discovered face execution. The Zhao family is courting death. How could they commit such a family-exterminating crime? Zhao Ruyuan was horrified, urging, "Master Zhang, someone must be framing our Zhao family. If we had 100 lives, we still wouldn't dare collude with the bandits." Zhang Duo coldly snorted, "Just ask your precious son Zhao Qingyang, and you'll know if it's a setup." Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes turned towards the trembling Zhao Qingyang hiding in the crowd. His face was pale as he stammered, I didn't. Seeing his expression, Zhao Ruyuan's heart sank, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He knew his son too well. In a fit of rage, he slapped his son across the face, shouting, "Unfilial son, what have you done?" Zhang Duo smiled mockingly, "Oh, nothing much. Just accumulated a huge gambling debt outside. To pay off his debt, he secretly took weapons from the forging house and sold them at a high price to Lianyun Fort." "What?" Zhao Ruyuan glared at Chen Xinglian, shouting, "Isn't the forging house under your control? How could this beast steal weapons?" Then he realized and furiously yelled, "Did you condone this?" At this moment, Chen Xinglian panicked, saying, I just wanted him to take it to pay his debts. I didn't know he would sell it to Lianyun Fort." Confirming it was indeed their doing, Zhao Ruyuan was so furious that he felt dizzy. You. Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He had tolerated Chen Xinglian everywhere, even enduring his little daughter being mistreated. He thought he could trade that for his wife's family's powerful support. In the end, what he got was disaster for the Zhao family. Who wouldn't be furious beyond measure? Zhang Duo smiled disdainfully, greedily gazing at the enormous Zhao residence. Swallowing the Zhao residence would only make the Zhang family's power grow stronger. Come on. Capture all the Zhao family members. The fierce officials behaved like wolves and tigers, ruthlessly capturing the Zhao family's kin at the command. Those who complied were kicked to the ground. Those who resisted were beaten mercilessly. Elder Zhao Tinghua, relying on his seniority, tried to assert his age, but was slapped away by the officials and stomped on the ground, crying out for mercy in pain. In an instant, the Zhao family was plunged into hell. An officer spotted Zhao Yinxian and rushed towards her, but before he could get close, he was blown away by a gust of wind. Zhou Qingyu, hands behind her back, coldly surveyed the chaotic scene. "This nice wedding, turned into this mess by you all, you truly deserve to die." Her icy voice carried an inexplicable killing intent, making people feel a shudder as if facing an iron-faced monarch. Zheng Duo also noticed. Then he looked at Zhou Qingyu, who was dressed as a new groom. "Is it you?" He immediately recognized that Zhou Qingyu was the one who ruined his good deed. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. What a narrow road for enemies. Since you have become the Zhao family's son-in-law, you are also a part of the Zhao family. Arrest him. The officials immediately swarmed over. Zhou Qingyu was calm and unafraid. They were just a group of Qi training level 1 and 2 warriors. It was just right for him to fully unleash 7 Starbreak and practice his skills. But suddenly, Zhao Yingxiu stood in front of him, trying to use her slender little body to shield Zhou Qingyu from the storm. Her appearance also caught Zheng Duo's attention, and his eyes instantly burst with intense amazement, his breathing quickening. He had played with women all his life, but had never seen one so beautiful. Even the one he had coveted for a long time, Gu Changyue, could not compare in beauty to the bride before him. "Do not hurt the bride, she is mine tonight," Zheng Duo said with burning eyes. The officials understood and laughed sinisterly as they bypassed her to attack Zhou Qingyu. At that moment, a stern shout shook the entire mansion. "Banish!" The guests shook and automatically made way. Gu Zhangyang, dressed in a star and moonlight, stepped out with an angry face. "Zheng Duo, who gave you the right to command the officials? Do you have a command from the city lord?" Seeing the newcomer, Zheng Duo's face showed shame. Hearing the question, his complexion changed drastically. The city lord was away, how could he have the city lord's order? And privately mobilizing soldiers was a crime even more serious than colluding with bandits. He argued, the Zhao family colludes with bandits, the evidence is conclusive. Even if the city lord knows, he won't say anything. Gu Zhangyang snorted, but there still needs to be a command from the city lord. What are you to command the officials? Get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll report you to the city lord, and let's see if the Zhang family protects you, or upholds justice and saves the clan. Zheng Duo was filled with anger. He was so close to capturing the Zhao family and this breathtaking beauty. Yet Gu Zhangyang came out to obstruct him. He reluctantly said, I have evidence that Zhao Qingyang colludes with bandits. In 3 days, I will expose Zhao family to the city lord, and they cannot escape a death sentence. He greedily gazed at Zhao Yingshu. Without capturing this unparalleled beauty, he would not die in peace. But I give the Zhao family a chance. Before the city lord returns, I want this woman to accompany me. Otherwise, the Zhao family should prepare for extermination. After threatening harshly, he raised his hand, withdraw. Over 100 officials, with regret on their faces, put down the Zhao family's treasures and women they had just seized, discontentedly returning to formation. Zheng Duo took one last greedy glance at Zhao Yingshu before turning to leave. Wait. At this moment, Zhou Qingyu coldly said, You ruined my wedding and think you can just leave? Who gave you the confidence? Chapter 15, Wedding Night. Zheng Duo turned back contemptuously, What can you do to us? Zhou Qingyu folded his hands behind his back and stepped down the stairs. His eyes glinted coldly, You all get out, crawling. After speaking, he leaped into the group of officials. Having cultivated for countless years, always alongside earthly heroes and giants, his combat experience is second to none. Every part of his body was a weapon. Each punch, kick, elbow, and knee was a fierce attack. In an instant, several officials were taken down, lying on the ground wailing. Zheng Duo's face hardened, he shouted, Dare to rebel. Kill him. More officials viciously rushed over, encircling him tightly like swarms of locusts. Gu Zhangyang watched in horror, even a Qi training level 5 master would struggle to withstand so many officials. But Zhou Qingyu did not seek help, so he didn't dare to stop him. He could only watch Zhou Qingyu being besieged. Unexpectedly, one scream after another echoed. As soon as Zhou Qingyu made a move, he was like a fighting machine, flawless in his technique. Hundreds of officials were knocked down at a visible speed, unable to rise. Soon, only the outermost officials remained. Looking at the god of war like Zhou Qingyu, they screamed in fright and ran back. Zhou Qingyu kicked up a long stick, chasing after them and knocking them down one after another. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the Zhao family's courtyard was filled with rivers of blood. More than 100 soldiers lay on the ground, bloodied and howling in pain. This scene shocked Zheng Duo. It also filled him with deep resentment, and he shouted, A bunch of useless trash. Can't even defeat someone at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. With a snort of anger, he stepped forward and charged towards Zhou Qingyu like a bolt of lightning. 7-inch fist. At the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, combined with the 7-inch fist known as the best punch in Qingdi City, many at the 4th level of Qi cultivation couldn't withstand it. How could Zhou Qingyu, who was only at the 3rd level, handle it? Gu Zhangyang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Zhou Qingyu might be in trouble. Gu Changyue's heart also rose to her throat, knowing that Zhou Qingyu had only fought Zheng Duo to a standstill before. But that was because Zheng Duo had his reservations. If they truly fought for their lives, Zhou Qingyu, without any techniques, would not stand a chance at the same level. However, Zhou Qingyu dropped the stick and stood coldly in place, showing no intention of using his techniques. You don't use techniques? Zheng Duo was slightly startled. Zhou Qingyu said indifferently, Do I need techniques to deal with you? Zheng Duo became furious, Arrogant fool, die. His fierce punches slammed towards Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu merely raised his fist lightly and swung it out with force. Bang! Zheng Duo flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the rockery, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were wide with horror, and he exclaimed, You broke through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation? Just the other day on Lingyun Mountain, he was only at the 3rd level. The members of the Zhao family were equally shocked. Zhao Yinyun's pupils contracted sharply, looking at Zhou Qingyu in disbelief. It turned out that he had been holding back his cultivation. In 3 days, he had broken through not just 3 levels, but a whole 4. Zhou Qingyu stood in place, looking coldly at all the injured soldiers, saying, Are you not going to crawl out? The soldiers looked at him with awe, and one by one, they gritted their teeth and crawled out of the Zhao family's gate. Zheng Duo got up, wanting to yell something. Zhou Qingyu said nothing and swung the stick at his leg. Zheng Duo felt a sharp pain in his legs and couldn't stand anymore. He was dragged out of the Zhao family's gate by a few loyal soldiers. Zheng Duo's eyes were blood-red with anger as he hissed, Zhou Qingyu. You wait. I swear I will get your wife. Absolutely. Zhou Qingyu's gaze narrowed, a killing intent swirling around him. If it weren't for the fact that killing him would bring trouble to Zhao Yingxin, Zheng Duo would already be a dead man. But now, not killing him doesn't mean he will spare him when the chance arises. A grand and tumultuous wedding ended in an unexpected way. Zhou Qingyu turned and approached Gu Zhangyang, cupping his hands in thanks. Thank you, Gu family head, for your righteous words. If you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to speak up. Among all the guests, only the head of the Gu family voiced his support. It's a good opportunity to lift him up a little. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhengyang was overjoyed. A promise from a 3-star alchemist, how precious was that? It is no exaggeration to say that the Gu family could lessen their struggles by several decades. He was extremely grateful for having made the right choice. Not long after, the guests gradually dispersed. Zhao Ruyuan was treated and slowly woke up. Hearing that the Zhao family had temporarily turned from worry to peace, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Where is the betrothal gift?" he asked Chen Xinglian. Chen Xinglian warned, "What do you want?" "This is for Yan Yun. It contains a top-quality primal energy liquid. She will definitely break through to the foundation establishment realm. And that high-level yellow technique book is for Qingyang. Bring it here." Zhao Ruyuan glared at her coldly, shouting, "I told you to bring it here." Chen Xinglian was startled by him. It was the first time in so many years that Zhao Ruyuan had shouted at her. Thinking about how she and Zhao Qingyang had almost ruined the Zhao family, she nervously handed it over. Zhao Ruyuan forcefully snatched it, turning to look at Zhou Qingyu with a gentle gaze, admonishing, "In the future, don't bring out any good things. Do you understand? Wealth should not be displayed. It's easy to be remembered by people." Zhou Qingyu touched his nose. This cheap father-in-law is quite decent. He nodded and said, "I understand." Seeing that he could take the advice, Zhao Ruyuan nodded in satisfaction and stuffed the top-quality vitality liquid and martial arts manual back into Zhou Qingyu's arms. "Take them back. You and Inchi should leave far away, find a place where no one knows you, sell them for money, and then live peacefully." But Chen Xinglian was anxious. "No. Zhao Inchi cannot leave. If she leaves, our Zhao family will be annihilated." Zhao Ruyuan shouted in anger, "What heinous crimes you and your son have committed, do you want Inchi to bear it for you? Who is Zheng Duo? You can't not know, right? How many girls have been ruined, disabled, or driven mad by him? If you let Inchi accompany him, isn't that pushing her into a fire pit?" Their mother and son harmed the family, leaving Zhao Ruyuan heartbroken. He was unwilling to protect them as he had in the past. At this moment, he truly looked like a real family leader, not allowing any arguments. "Inchi, pack your things immediately and leave with Zhou Qingyu." Zhou Qingyu looked at Zhao Inchi, but she bit her red lip tightly, unwilling to leave. After all, he is her biological father, how can she bear to leave him to his doom? Zhou Qingyu sighed slightly and said, "Father-in-law, can't we just destroy the evidence? The so-called evidence is the weapons Zhao Qingyang sold to Lianyun Fort. If we destroy the weapons, isn't that the end of the matter?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruyuan looked bitter. "I just got angry and injured my internal organs. My strength is less than 50%. Lianyun Fort is situated on a cliff, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Even the officials and soldiers can't do anything. Unless one has unparalleled skills to climb and sneak in. But among all martial arts, agility techniques are the rarest. There are no agility techniques in the entire Qingdi city, and breaking into Lianyun Fort is harder than ascending to the heavens." Zhou Qingyu inquired carefully about the situation of Lianyun Fort. He just learned that there was only one foundation cultivator stationed at Lianyun Fort, while the rest were ordinary warriors below the 5th layer of Qi. However, Lianyun Fort was built on a cliff, making it very difficult to assault, which is why they have been so carefree until now. After a brief thought, he said, "Let me come up with a solution. Is agility really that rare? He has plenty of it." Chapter 16, Zhou Qingyu's Frustration. Nightfall. In the backyard. Zhao Ruyuan, against the opinions of others, tidied up the best room for them, making it a new home. Red windows and joyful candles. In red clothes, Zhao Inchi squatted in front of Zhou Qingyu with an apologetic face, gently patting his leg and softly saying, "Husband, I'm sorry. You married me but brought so much trouble." Zhou Qingyu looked at her charming face, feeling a flame rising in his stomach, and pulled her slender waist into his embrace. "Then how do you plan to compensate me?" Zhao Inchi's face gradually turned hot. "Today is their wedding night, what comes next? Do they still need to say it?" She stiffened, nervously stammering, Let's drink a little wine first." Looking at her breathtakingly bashful face, Zhou Qingyu couldn't hold back a laugh. "What wine? Let's get straight to the point." Amid Zhao Inchi's surprise, Zhou Qingyu picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. As the bed curtain fell, their clothes were thrown off one by one. Outside the window, birds were chirping and insects were humming, while inside the room, the spring breeze sang. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyu exclaimed, "What the hell? You have a congenital constitution?" Along with a hint of panic, Zhou Qingyu hurriedly picked up his clothes and put them on. He pulled back the bed curtain, and by the candlelight, he looked closely at Zhao Inchi, who was glowing in a fiery red all over. It was as if a flame was inside her body, making her figure look extraordinarily transparent. "Husband, what happened to me? I feel so hot." Zhao Inchi said hoarsely, even her eyes seemed to have flames rising. Zhou Qingyu stared at her body, his complexion changing repeatedly.
It's the Fire Phoenix spirit body. It'll be fine soon, he said with a low voice. Indeed, not long after, Zhao Yingqi's complexion returned to normal. She hid under the quilt, only her two eyes exposed, looking shy. What is the Fire Phoenix spirit body?
Just as the two were entwined in deep affection, about to enter the most important moment, suddenly, he felt a wave of heat surging through his body.
Zhou Qingyu took a heavy sip of wine and said, the Fire Phoenix spirit body is a rare innate constitution. The last owner of the Fire Phoenix spirit body was the Ninexian Phoenix Emperor.
Those with this constitution cannot be close to men before their full potential is realized, otherwise, their spirit body will collapse.
Zhao Yingxin's face turned even redder.
She could sense that Zhou Qingyu, forced to stop, was not in a good mood, and shyly said, "It's okay, if you want to, then take it."
What Fire Phoenix spirit body?
I don't understand, I only know that you are my husband, and I should make you happy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyu felt ashamed, and the flames in his belly subsided. He gently stroked her head and said, "Silly, how can I ruin your life for a night of pleasure?
This is the Fire Phoenix spirit body. Countless exceptional female emperors envy it.
Since you have been favored by heaven and earth, and possess this spirit body, your husband should help you." He thought Zhao Yingxin was an ordinary girl, and accompanying her for 100 years wouldn't be a waste of their marriage. But she had this rare spirit root from heaven and earth, he would help her soar high. Zhao Yingxin had no longing for being an empress, in her eyes and heart, there was only the groom before her.
She nodded and said, I'll listen to my husband.
Zhou Qingyu smiled and touched her smooth face, suddenly realizing, no wonder you have innate fetal poison on your face. The Fire Phoenix spirit body is very domineering and can harm the host's body, your innate fetal poison must have come from it. Your stepmother has no eyes and handed such a treasure to me.
Come on, husband will teach you how to cultivate.
He took out a nameless technique book and patiently explained and guided her in her cultivation. Then he swallowed a precious spirit liquid.
The next day, at dawn.
Ah! I broke through. I've broken through to the first level of Qi training.
A surprised scream broke the dawn. I actually broke through to the first level of Qi training overnight? My sister took 3 days and nights to succeed. Zhao Yingxin exclaimed in joy.
Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but click his tongue, as expected of the Fire Phoenix spirit body, you are almost catching up to my 9th rebirth.
Even he couldn't help but feel envious. His hard-earned 9th rebirth was the reason for today's speed in cultivation. But the Fire Phoenix spirit body is born with the speed he had during his 8th rebirth. Truly, comparison makes one angry. This nameless technique, you must practice diligently, and drink this precious spirit liquid on time. Zhou Qingyu instructed. Zhao Yingxin was a bit puzzled as to why the technique had no name. But since it was given by Zhou Qingyu, she wouldn't ask anything, just obediently cultivate. Then, Zhou Qingyu left the Zhao residence. He arrived at the Black Wind Valley in the suburbs. Due to its unique terrain, this place experiences strong winds year-round. In the deepest part, both humans and animals can be blown away, it is a life-death zone. But for Zhou Qingyu, it was undoubtedly the best place to practice body techniques. Of course, sometimes there are warriors who cultivate their bodies, using the strong winds to toughen themselves. As soon as he arrived, he faintly heard voices in the Black Wind Valley. "Young lord, please take it slow, a fall could cause trouble." It was the voice of Zheng Duo. Unlike his usual arrogance, his attitude now could almost be described as flattering. "I like to cultivate alone, keep your distance from me," the young lord said coldly. Yes, if young lord has any instructions, just speak up." Zhou Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. What a pity. Although he encountered Zheng Duo, there was still that young lord beside him. Otherwise, he could have dealt with the root of Zheng Duo's obsession with Yingxin. Never mind, let's practice body techniques first. He weighed the options and decided the most suitable body technique for his current level was the Golden Light Escape from the Golden-Winged ancestor of the Monster Clan. It is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. When the lower level reaches perfection, one can climb walls and walk on cliffs as if on flat ground. When the middle level reaches perfection, one can be as light as a swallow and walk on waves to cross rivers. When the upper level reaches perfection, transforming spiritual power into wings, gliding briefly. To attack Lianyun Fort, one only needs to perfect the first level of cultivation and walk on walls. Thinking silently about the method of cultivation, he tried in the fierce winds of the outer layer. The powerful wind made walking quite difficult for him. But after operating the Golden Light Escape, an invisible aura was released around his body, cancelling out a large amount of wind. No wonder the Golden Wing ancestor knelt and begged me to accept it, there really is something to it. Zhou Qingyu was slightly delighted, and after half a day's practice, he became more and more skilled. Gradually feeling that the fierce winds here were not enough to temper his body technique, he leaped deeper into the Black Wind Valley. At this moment,
Zheng Duo clung to the stone wall, preventing himself from being blown away.
Watching the young city lord, firmly planted against the astonishing wind, tempering his physique, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement.
The city lord family's diamond technique is indeed extraordinary, able to withstand such fierce wind.
Just at this moment,
out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a flash of black against the wind. The young city lord, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring in shock at the shadow that flashed past him.
City lord, what is that?
Zheng Duo asked with wide eyes. But the young city lord had a look of shock and said, that is not something.
It is a person.
What? Zheng Duo couldn't believe it. We are already in the middle of Black Wind Valley.
Your father is the city lord, known as the strongest in Qingdi City, a foundation building late-stage existence. How could he move this fast? Chapter 17, Guiding the Young City Lord. The shock on the young city lord's face lingered. That person just now, do you see him walking?
He is flying close to the ground. Either he is far stronger than my father, or he possesses an extremely advanced body technique.
Zheng Duo felt a deep shock inside. Body techniques are one of the rarest skills in the world today.
Even the lowest level ones are hard to obtain for a fortune.
In the vast Qingdi city, there isn't even a single warrior proficient in body techniques.
The young city lord tried to chase after him, but the furious winds here had already reached his limit, making each step extremely difficult, making it unrealistic to catch up to that mysterious person. What a pity, the opportunity is right in front of me, yet I can't grasp it. The young city lord sighed silently. If he could get to know him, his father would surely be very happy. Filled with regret, he trained in the fierce winds until dusk. Once again performing the diamond technique, the young city lord sighed heavily. My father was indeed right, there is a crucial piece of content missing between the third and fourth layers of our family's diamond technique. No matter how much I cultivate, I cannot break through to the fourth layer. This was already his 100th time coming to Black Wind Valley, trying to break through to the fourth layer of the diamond technique. Without exception, today was also a failure. Perhaps I should have listened to my father and switched to other body tempering methods.
He wore a hint of disappointment as he prepared to leave.
Suddenly, a shout rang out from within Black Wind Valley, be careful outside. Before the young city lord could process it, a stone the size of a fist was swept by the wind and came crashing toward him. Caught off guard, it struck his chest. Hiss! His strong physique was sent flying back by the impact. Just as he was about to be swept away by the winds, a figure rushed over as if flying off the ground. When he was about to be carried away, he was pulled down just in time. The one who came was Zhou Qingyu. He looked at the young city lord's chest, seeing it was only a superficial injury, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily you practiced your physique, otherwise it could have been fatal. Just now, while practicing in Black Wind Valley, he had accidentally stepped on a broken piece of stone. The fierce wind inside had instantly blown the stone away. With such wind that could blow people into the sky, that stone was like a weapon. Despite warning, it was still unavoidable that someone got hurt. Fortunately, it was this young man who practiced his physique that got hit. The young city lord rubbed his chest, looking in surprise at Zhou Qingyu. A face so youthful that he couldn't help but freeze. Who are you? He could not connect the person in front of him, who was even smaller than himself, with the mysterious individual cultivating inside the Black Wind Valley. Zhou Qingyu determined that his injuries were not too serious, so he felt relieved and said, I'm sorry about earlier. I can tell you are full of energy, but your aura seems a bit disordered. You must be stuck at a bottleneck in your physical training, right? The young city lord showed a hint of vigilance and said, thank you for your concern, but please leave if there is nothing else. The Vajra scripture is the highest secret skill of the city lord's lineage, and it is not shown easily to others. This person is likely trying to pry into his martial arts. Zhou Qingyu only asked about his difficulties to offer some guidance and compensate for his earlier mistake. Hearing this, the young lord did not want to dwell on it and said to himself, there are not many warriors who practice physical training, but only a handful truly achieve results. The reason lies in the fact that most physical training methods emphasize the body but lack the cultivation of the soul. You have strengthened your body to a certain extent but lack the aspect of soul, thus creating this bottleneck. It should be due to the martial art you are practicing. If you don't have any other opportunities, it will be hard for you to advance. The young city lord frowned deeply. He had never heard such reasoning before. He began to suspect Zhou Qingyu's ulterior motives, watching him with doubt in his eyes. Zhou Qingyu noticed what he was thinking, shook his head, and said, I will teach you a technique called turtle breath refining the soul method. It will help your physical training. He casually picked up a stone, carved a seal on the stone wall, and left gracefully. Looking at the densely packed characters on the stone wall, the young city lord curled his lips. Is there someone in Qingdi City trying to advise me on practicing the Vajra scripture? Does he not know that I, Yi Yunfei, am a genius in physical training? People from the Xingyun Pavilion have said I am a promising talent in body refining, but I just need a little more spark.
Otherwise, I could have joined Xingyun Pavilion like Zhao Yenyun. This person is quite full of himself, leaving behind a broken technique and thinking he can guide me? Despite his disdainful words, curiosity drove him to read on. However, he regretted that decision as soon as he started reading. Once he looked, Yi Yunfei became entranced. The body is a boat, the soul is the paddle, one inside, one outside, one yin, one yang, born endlessly, cycling ceaselessly, ultimately forming the world. A flicker of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. So this is what physical training is? He had a sense of awakening as if a light bulb had gone on. Past training seemed muddled and merely recited without any true understanding of the essence of physical training. Now, this technique explained everything clearly. He focused intently and continued reading. Then, following what the technique said, he refined his body once again. When night fell, he felt his veins twisting on the surface of his skin, as beads of sweat mixed with gray impurities began to seep out from his pores. With a roar, his internal energy surged, shaking off all the sweat and impurities in an instant. He felt instantly relieved, his spirit radiant, and joy beamed on his face. I broke through the 4th level of the Vajra scripture. I did it! The bottleneck my father struggled with for a lifetime, I have broken through. He laughed out loud with excitement. When he noticed the technique on the stone wall out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized that the youth he encountered earlier was definitely a talented master. He had just gifted him a life-changing revelation. Senior! He slapped his forehead and rushed out to find Zhou Qingyu, filled with regret. I actually doubted that such a master was a fraud. What a foolish brain I have! He wished he could slap himself in front of the master to apologize. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyu walked out of the Black Wind Valley. This time, he had only practiced the first layer of Golden Light Escape halfway. He would need to refine it once more tomorrow to achieve completeness. Zhou Qingyu? Suddenly, Zheng Duo's voice rang out. Zhou Qingyu turned his head to look and immediately narrowed his eyes, quietly observing his surroundings. He. What, are you afraid I will ambush you? Zheng Duo jumped down from the carriage, teasingly saying, you really give yourself too much credit. Would I need to ambush you to deal with you? Let me tell you the truth. I came here today to accompany Lord Yi Shaochang for his training. With my relationship with him, he has already helped me settle the private troop movements. Lord Yi Shaochang? The one who was just training his physique? Zhou Qingyu slightly nodded, a cold light flickering in his eyes, contemplating whether to take the opportunity to kill Zheng Duo. But Zheng Duo was completely unaware, still teasing, so, you must make sure your wife thinks it through. Is she here to accompany me or to bring the whole family to their doom? Ha ha ha. Tap tap tap. Sudden footsteps approached, and Yi Yunfei rushed out, tumbling in the raging wind. Zhou Qingyu shook his head slightly. There would be no opportunity to act today, he stepped into the night. When Yi Yunfei arrived, he could no longer find Zhou Qingyu's shadow. He had heard the two talking from a distance, and Zhang Duo still wore a smile, causing him to express surprise. Zhang Duo? Do you know this person? Chapter 18, No Allowing Wife to Lack Vision. Zhang Duo said in a mocking tone, know him? Of course. He's quite impressive. The new son-in-law of the Zhao family, Zhou Qingyu. Recalling how Zhou Qingyu had beaten him out of the Zhao family, hatred surged in his heart like waves. But Yi Yunfei didn't catch the sarcasm. Showing deep envy, he thought it incredible that Zhang Duo could befriend such a formidable expert. He secretly worried that he had previously looked down on Zhang Duo too much. So, he softened his attitude, putting an arm around Zhang Duo's shoulders, and said, Brother Zhang, from today onward, we are brothers. From now on in Qingdi City, whoever goes against you is going against me, Yi Yunfei. The sudden friendliness caught Zheng Duo by surprise. This person before him was the young city lord, the future ruler of Qingdi City. He had always treated Zheng Duo with indifference. What had changed now? But no matter what, this was a fantastic stroke of luck. Hadn't his father always said that he was idle and up to no good? Now, how could he criticize him? The next day, Zhou Qingyu came to Heifeng Valley once again. Yi Yunfei anxiously paced at the entrance of the valley, and upon seeing Zhou Qingyu from afar, he excitedly rushed over, bowing and saying, Junior Yi Yunfei, respectful greetings to Senior Zhou. Zhou Qingyu silently nodded and stepped into the depths of Heifeng Valley. Senior, thank you for your teachings, I am deeply grateful. Yi Yunfei grew increasingly respectful, showing no trace of resentment despite Zhou Qingyu's indifference. My family has a spiritual milk yao pond, which can only be filled every 3 years. If Senior does not mind, please visit the yao pond for cultivation, as a repayment for your guidance. Oh? Zhou Qingyu was surprised. In the past, the spiritual milk yao pond would not have caught his eye. But in a wild place like Qingdi City, it certainly was a top-tier resource. The spiritual milk contains extremely pure spiritual energy. If the resulting spiritual liquid is rich enough, it can help break through several levels. For Zhou Qingyu, at his current level, the benefits were immense. He slightly nodded, eyeing Yi Yunfei, and remarked, "Not bad, you broke through a level of body refining yesterday, right? However, there are still shortcomings. Follow me." Yi Yunfei understood, the senior wanted to continue guiding him. This thrilled him, as he silently thought, the senior must be willing to guide me again because of my relationship with Zheng Duo. Little did he know, Zhou Qingyu merely sought the Yi family's spiritual milk cow pond. Not wishing to owe a favor, he chose to offer guidance once more. Arriving at the stone wall that carved the martial arts techniques, Zhou Qingyu began to explain with his hands clasped behind his back. Comparing his understanding, Yi Yunfei was shocked to discover how rudimentary his grasp of the technique had been. After listening to Zhou Qingyu's instruction, he felt as if enlightenment had struck, his eyes shining brightly. Unable to suppress his admiration, he bowed, "The senior's guidance is a great kindness that I will never forget." Zhou Qingyu nodded, "Train well." With that, he stepped into the depths of Heifeng Valley, continuing to refine the golden light escape. At nightfall, he moved through the terrifying wind as if walking on level ground. No matter how fiercely the hurricane roared and battered against him, it couldn't affect him at all. First layer. Zhou Qingyu let out a slight sigh. Leaping over roofs and walls, breaking into Lianyun Fortress from a 1,000-foot cliff is enough. But my strength still lacks a bit. To be safe, it's best to raise my cultivation and the 7 stars break to the next level. He left Black Wind Valley. He found Yi Yunfei standing outside the valley, filled with excitement. Seeing Zhou Qingyu, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Senior, please allow me to bow in gratitude for your kindness in recreating my life." Zhou Qingyu glanced around and noticed, "You have broken through to a new level, right?" Yi Yunfei nodded repeatedly, "I am unworthy, but with the guidance of the senior, I successfully broke through to the 5th layer of the diamond technique. This technique comes from the Nebula Pavilion. It is said that few in the pavilion have practiced it to the 5th layer. None of my Yi family for 3 generations have ever reached this level. I will always remember your guidance, senior. Please do not forget, 2 days from now at the Spirit Milkyao Pool, I will host a feast in your honor. Still 2 days until it opens? Then I can only drink some superior vitality liquid to see if I can break through to the current realm." Returning to the Zhao family. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Zhao Yinshu softly crying at the table. Upon hearing the sound, she hurriedly wiped away her tears, biting her lip, wanting to speak but stopping short. "Who bullied you?" Zhou Qingyu asked with a slight frown. Zhao Yinshu shook her head, saying, "No one bullied me. It's because I am useless and cannot protect your technique. This afternoon, while you were away and my father was bedridden, my stepmother joined forces with the elders of the clan to force me to hand over the Heavenly Wound Fist. They said this technique is wasted on me and should be given to my younger sister. So that's what happened." Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, wiping her tear-streaked face and saying, "What's the big deal about a yellow-tier advanced technique? If they treat it like a treasure, then let them have it. That technique is worth little more than toilet paper in the Heavenly Abyss God prison. If the Zhao family wants to treat it as a treasure, let them take it." Zhao Yinshu stamped her foot. "What do you mean, what's the big deal? That is a yellow-tier advanced technique, unique in Qingdi City. How can you not care?" "Oh? You mean to say I'm wasteful? Little girl, now you're even educating me?" Zhou Qingyu said with a straight face. Zhao Yinshu realized her tone and quickly lowered her head. "I'm sorry, I am just anxious." Zhou Qingyu smiled and pulled her into his arms. "Silly girl. You are Zhou Qingyu's wife. I won't allow you to be short-sighted like them, treating a yellow-tier advanced technique as a treasure. If you want to cultivate, you must cultivate the best. Like the unnamed technique I taught you. Come on, let's continue tonight." Under his guidance, Zhao Yinshu once again sat cross-legged to practice. Zhou Qingyu also took a bottle of superior vitality liquid and activated the whale swallowing of the 9 turns indestructible scripture. Time gradually passed. By dawn, Zhao Yinshu was as happy as a child, her eyes sparkling. "I have broken through to the 2nd layer of qi refining, thank you, husband." She never dreamed that one day her cultivation would be so smooth. Zhou Qingyu said, "Tomorrow the elders from Nebula Pavilion will come. Try to break through another level, and see if you can catch their eye." Although Zhou Qingyu could guide her cultivation, the resources of Nebula Pavilion were still richer. To fully develop her Fire Phoenix spiritual body, it would be best for Zhao Yinshu to enter Nebula Pavilion. Zhao Yinshu stuck out her tongue and shook her head. "Nebula Pavilion? That is a place my younger sister is qualified to go, how could I dare to think about it?" Zhou Qingyu chuckled, "Wherever my wife goes, is where the blessings are." He rubbed his forehead, knowing he should have instructed Bajio Dao to take a trip to Nebula Pavilion. Get a sub-pavilion master position for his wife or something. Next, it's time to advance the 7 stars break to the next level. However, 7 stars break is a bit special. Enhancing to the next level requires physical strength, otherwise, the meridians can't withstand the compression of spiritual power.
He recalled many body tempering methods, and the most effective one was a medicinal bath. Alright, I need to make a trip to the Gu family and also refine a few bottles of superior vitality liquid. He hurriedly left the Zhao family and arrived at the door of the Gu family. But from afar, he heard Zhang Duo's mocking voice. How about it, old man? When you were bullying me at the Zhao family, did you expect this would happen now? As he focused his eyes, he saw Gu Zhengyang lying on the ground with a dark face, barely breathing. Beside him, Gu Qianyue was on her knees, crying, pitifully pleading, Zhengyang master, please have mercy and give my father the medicine. Zhang Duo held a bottle of green potion, smirking coldly. You two never dreamed that this special medicine for brain diseases was all bought up by me over several years. Now there isn't a single bottle on the market, only I can save you. He squatted down and pinched Gu Qianyue's smooth chin, teasingly asking, so, how are you going to beg me? His gaze slowly moved down from Gu Qianyue's chin. A snowy white neck, with collarbones faintly visible. Gu Zhengyang gritted his teeth, struggling to speak, Qianyue, don't worry about me. He has spent years on this just to achieve today. His goal is not just you, but our entire Gu family. Despite the pain, Gu Zhengyang still analyzed Zhang Duo's wolfish ambitions. Zhang Duo laughed coldly, not hiding his intentions. Gu Qianyue, your father is right. I not only want to devour you but the entire Gu family. Of course, you can refuse, but the price is watching your father die. Gu Qianyue wept bitterly, her heart in agony. She knew the family was more important, but her father's painful expression made it impossible for her to harden her heart. She cried, I agree to do anything you want. Zhang Duo's eyes burned with desire, saying, then strip, I want you now. Strip now? Gu Qianyue felt humiliation flooding her heart, tears streaming uncontrollably. At this moment, she desperately hoped someone would save her. But reality was reality. In reality, it was only the survival of the fittest. The Gu family made a careless mistake, falling into Zhang Duo's trap, grasping their lifeline. She could only allow herself to be slaughtered. If you don't strip now, your father may go toxic, and then the medicine in my hands might not work. Zhang Duo greedily eyed Gu Qianyue. This pure and lovely little beauty had been on his mind for a long time. Unfortunately, she had always been tightly guarded by Gu Zhengyang, and he never had the chance to act. Today, he could finally play with her to his heart's content. Gu Qianyue's heart tightened as she clutched the silk cord at her waist and slowly began to untie it, her face filled with humiliation. Just as her pink skirt was about to fall, Zhou Qingyu walked in with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. There's that fly again. Gu Qianyue's spirit jolted. She hurried to tie her silk cord back up and joyfully ran to him, throwing herself into his arms and crying out, Brother Zhou. This scene nearly made Zhang Duo grind his teeth in frustration. Last time, just when he was about to succeed, Zhou Qingyu had jumped out and messed up his plans. And here he was again today. Zhou Qingyu, you can't afford to meddle in this business. Zhang Duo said coldly. Gu Zhengyang's brain disease can only be cured by the medicine in my hands. If you want to save Gu Zhengyang, you must beg me. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, saying, why beg? Can't I just take it? After all, your strength is not as good as mine. Zhang Duo was momentarily speechless. He quickly stepped back a few paces, raised the medicine bottle high, and shouted, if you dare to come closer, I'll smash it on the ground. Swish! Zhou Qingyu vanished without a sound, using the golden light escape. The two were only about 20 meters apart. In the blink of an eye, he reached Zhang Duo with lightning speed. Zhang Duo was startled by this speed and hurriedly threw the medicine bottle to the ground. But it was still too late. Zhou Qingyu deftly caught the bottle with one hand and said lightly, there, I just took it. After saying that, he casually tossed it to Gu Qianyue. Save him. Gu Qianyue was overjoyed and quickly fed the green medicine to Gu Zhengyang. This medicine was truly miraculous. It made Gu Zhengyang's complexion quickly return to normal. Before long, with Gu Qianyue's support, he wobbly stood up. He hurriedly gave a deep bow to Zhou Qingyu. Zhou young master, I am eternally grateful for your saving grace. If Zhou Qingyu hadn't arrived in time, his daughter would have surely been harmed. The Gu family's business would also have been taken away. What's worse, after succeeding, Zhang Duo would have made things worse, waiting for Gu Zhengyang to fall ill and die, to eliminate future troubles. This kindness could be said to have saved the entire Gu family. Zhou Qingyu casually waved his hand. It was just a small effort. Seeing that the situation he had carefully arranged for several years was suddenly resolved by Zhou Qingyu, Zhang Duo felt a deep hatred in his heart. Zhou, can you steal one bottle of medicine and steal a second one? Zhang Duo snorted in anger. I have bought up all the medicine on the market. Gu Zhengyang's illness occurs once every 3 days. If I can't find the medicine within 3 days, he will fall ill and die again. Upon hearing this, the joy that had just filled Gu Qianyue quickly vanished. Heavy worries weighed on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe.
Zhou Qingyu's assistance today was only a temporary relief. If they couldn't find new medicine, today's situation would surely happen again. Gu Zhangyang shouted sternly, 3 days, enough for me to secure the Gu family. Zheng family, don't think about stealing even a bit of wealth from the Gu family. Hearing this, Zheng Duo burst into laughter. Gu Zhangyang, no need for threats. Your Gu family has only a daughter left in your generation. If you go, can she support the Gu family alone? At that time, won't other forces swallow her until there's nothing left? And your daughter may very well be eradicated by them. Rather than that, it would be better to hand your daughter and your wealth to me. At least I won't throw her away until I get bored with her. Gu Zhangyang was furious, but the anger couldn't find its way out of his mouth. Because Zheng Duo was right. Gu Qianyue couldn't concoct pills, more so, under his protection, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. Once he was dead, she wouldn't be able to safeguard the Gu family, nor could she protect herself. Gu Qianyue wiped her tears and said, Father, I will definitely find a way to get new medicine. Even though the medicine on the market was sold out, finding a skilled doctor to regain the recipe shouldn't be impossible, right? Gu Zhangyang smiled wryly. His daughter was too naive. Zheng Duo had meticulously laid out his plans for years, how could he leave such a large flaw? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zheng Duo laughed even more proudly. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. Not only have I bought up this type of medicine, but the skilled Dr. Jiang who can concoct this medicine has also joined the Zhang family. Without my approval, he won't concoct medicine for you. Gu Zhangyang smiled bitterly. In other words, if he wanted to live, he had to obey Zheng Duo's arrangements. If instructed to hand over his daughter, he had to do it. If told to surrender the Gu family's assets, he had to do that too. Even if he had to crawl and act like a dog to survive, he could only be a dog. Zheng Duo laughed maliciously, so, Gu family head, do you want to live, or do you want to die? Now it was Gu Zhengyang's turn to make a difficult choice. If he died, it would all be over, but who would protect his daughter? But if he lived, he would become Zheng Duo's dog, obediently at his command. In the internal struggle, Zhou Qingyu, holding the empty medicine bottle to his nose, sniffed it and then grimaced. I thought it was some miraculous medicine, but it turns out to be the simplest calming liquid. No wonder it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Chapter 20? Breaking the prescription. Zheng Duo's pupils constricted, and surprise washed over his face. He quickly hid the odd expression and scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? This is the ancestral secret recipe of Dr. Jiang, a special medicine for brain diseases, unique to this family, there is no other. You don't need to undermine Dr. Jiang to show off in front of the Gu family. Gu Zhangyang also had an awkward expression. He clasped his hands and said, Zhou young master, Dr. Jiang is well known. His special medicine has saved many people suffering from brain diseases. My life was also saved by his special medicine. Underestimating special medicine like this will make Dr. Jiang unhappy. Although Zhou Qingyu was a third-tier great alchemist. Alchemy and medicine are two fields. Zhou Qingyu may not understand medicine. However, Jiang Shindi's medical skills are unmatched in Qingdi City. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, took out paper and pen, wrote a list, and handed it to Gu Qianyue. Does your home have these herbs? Alchemy and herbs have some common ground. Besides, the items on the list are all common materials, they shouldn't be too rare, the Gu family should have them. Gu Qianyue glanced quickly and nodded, we have them all, I'll go fetch a set. Soon, she brought a set of herbs according to the dosage. With anticipation, she asked, Brother Zhou, are you preparing to concoct some medicine? Zhou Qingyu nodded slightly, your father's brain illness is most likely related to years of using soul power to refine vitality liquid. Soul injuries are hard to treat, I will simply concoct some calming liquid to address the urgent need first. Once I have enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I can prepare the herbs for a cure. What? Gu Zhangyang could hardly believe, young Master Zhou, do you mean to concoct Jiang Shindi's special medicine? But how is that possible? The formula for the special medicine is Jiang Shindi's top secret. There have been those who offered vast sums, only to be sternly refused by Jiang Shindi, who proclaimed he would rather take it to the grave than sell it to outsiders. Many skilled herbalists have tried to deduce the formula through the finished product. Yet, decades have passed, and no one has succeeded. Zhou Qingyu just caught a whiff and wants to analyze Jiang Shindi's ancestral formula? That seems far-fetched. Zheng Duo laughed heartily, instructing the servant beside him, quickly invite Jiang Shindi over. Isn't he very tired and out of spirits today? Let him come see, there's something clueless trying to mimic his formula, let him have a good laugh. The servant understood, chuckling as he dashed off. Gu Zhangyang raised his hand, wanting to stop but it was already too late. He sighed helplessly, well, now I'm going to offend Jiang Shindi. Analyzing his medicine and doing well, that's one thing. But if it fails, it would undoubtedly be making a joke of his ancestral prescription, it would be surprising if he didn't get angry. Young Master Zhou, let it go, my old life isn't worth your worry. However, Gu Changyue had an inexplicable confidence in Zhou Qingyu and said, Father, give young Master Zhou a chance. I believe he won't let you down. Having been saved twice, Gu Changyue developed a sense of reliance on Zhou Qingyu. It felt like with this man around, no matter how tough things got, he could handle it. Gu Zhangyang sighed, Changyue, you are still young, you don't understand the difference between alchemy and medicine. Unfortunately, Gu Changyue didn't listen to him, squatting on the ground helping Zhou Qingyu sort out herbs and grind medicine. Not long after, Zhou Qingyu slowly brewed the prepared medicine in a small furnace. Soon, a bright red medicine soup appeared in the pot. This was a world apart from the green special medicine. Zheng Duo mocked, oh? Trying to mimic Jiang Shindi's ancestral medicine? Don't kill the Gu family head. Gu Zhangyang also shook his head speechlessly. He said it, alchemy and medicine are two different things. He acknowledged Zhou Qingyu's amazing alchemy skills, but in medicine, he was clearly at the apprentice level. Then, a faint medicinal smell wafted out. The strong scent made even Gu Changyue waver a little. The medicine juice in those green bottles was fragrant and rich. Gu Zhangyang was even more speechless, rethinking that tough choice. What was more important, his daughter or his own future reputation? Half an hour later. With the flames extinguished, only a thin layer of light brown liquid remained in the pot. The medicinal smell became even more pungent. Gu Changyue's little face was filled with disappointment. She had always hoped that a miracle would happen by the end. But unfortunately, it did not. Zhou Qingyu calmly poured the concentrated soup carefully into 10 small jade bottles. Then he placed them in a cool corner where the sunlight wouldn't reach. It's done, once the medicine cools down, it can be taken. He clapped his hands to remove the residue. Noting that the time was not late, he stated his reason for coming today, Gu family head. I need some materials for medicinal baths, quite rare, only you have them. I can trade something for them. Gu Zhangyang suddenly realized, this was the purpose of Zhou Qingyu's preparation of the calming liquid. He smiled wryly and said, if young Master Zhou wanted materials, he should have said so. A 3-star great alchemist willing to request materials from the Gu family is showing respect. Even if Zhou Qingyu remains detached, he is still willing to provide materials for free. There was really no need to waste time like this. And indirectly offend Dr. Jiang. Whatever materials you need, just tell Changyue, she will prepare them for you. Gu Zhangyang cupped his hands. Zhou Qingyu nodded and straightforwardly listed the materials he needed. In addition to the medicinal bath materials, there were also materials for refining vitality liquid. Gu Changyue immediately fetched them for him. Receiving the materials, Zhou Qingyu did not waste any time and turned to return to the Zhao family. Once he refined the top-grade vitality liquid, he would send a few bottles to offset the cost of the materials. He had not left for long. A simple horse-drawn carriage stopped at the door of the Gu family. With the assistance of a servant from the Zhang family, a stooped and wrinkled elderly man hobbled to the Gu family, leaning on a cane. Gu Zhangyang's expression changed. Dr. Jiang really came. He hurriedly urged, Changyue, quickly throw away those bottles of calming liquid, don't let Dr. Jiang see. Then he immediately ran to the door, personally supporting Dr. Jiang, repeatedly apologizing. Dr. Jiang, I'm truly sorry. My friend is not knowledgeable and did not mean to insult your calming liquid. Dr. Jiang's expression was emotionless, lightly snorting, there are countless people analyzing my prescription, have I ever cared? But, to treat my ancestral prescription as a joke, I certainly cannot let it go. Where is he? Let him come out. Old man wants to ask him why he did this. Clearly, the servant had embellished the story in front of Dr. Jiang. Gu Zhangyang felt bitter, they had indeed offended the man. He helplessly said, he has already left. Then what about the medicine he prepared? I want to see what miraculous medicine he concocted. Dr. Jiang insisted. Gu Zhangyang silently thanked his luck, fortunately Changyue had already thrown them away. Otherwise, seeing those strange calming liquids, Dr. Jiang would likely have become furious on the spot. But unexpectedly, Zheng Duo, with a fake smile, brought a few bottles of the calming liquid snatched from Gu Changyue to Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang, take a look, what kind of confusing stuff did that Zhou guy concoct? He doesn't respect your ancestral prescription at all. Gu Zhangyang was furious. Zheng Duo was afraid of chaos. With Dr. Zhang's status, if he got angry, the whole Zhao family would have to come to apologize. However, what froze the expressions of Zheng Duo and Gu Zhangyang was. Upon seeing the medicine bottles, Dr. Zhang's old, murky eyes suddenly widened. He snatched a bottle of calming liquid and inspected it carefully, showing a trace of horror in his eyes, exclaiming, impossible, impossible. It makes no sense. Chapter 21? Dr. Zhang's shock. Zheng Duo was stunned for a moment, unable to comprehend Dr. Zhang's behavior. In astonishment, he asked, Dr. Jiang, did this medicine turn into poison? Is that why you're so shocked? That's right, only Zhou Qingyu could turn a good calming liquid into poison. He couldn't help but revel in it. For Dr. Jiang to behave so absurdly, it was clear Zhou Qingyu had concocted something ridiculous. Gu Zhengyang was also filled with regret. If he had known, he should have done everything he could to stop Zhou Qingyu from preparing the medicine. Now it has become a big trouble. Get ready to face Dr. Jiang's anger. Who knew? Dr. Jiang shot a glance at Zheng Duo, sternly reprimanding, shut up. Ignorant child, what do you understand? Such an excellent calming liquid, in your mouth, has become poison? The whole Gu family fell into a dead silence. Zheng Duo was stupefied. Gu Zhengyan's eyes widened. Even Gu Changyue, who looked gloomy from a distance, had her mouth open. She looked at the few bottles of calming liquid in her hand that she hadn't had time to throw away, unable to believe. Dr. Jiang, are you saying this is calming liquid? Why is it completely different from yours? Jiang Shini stared at the calming liquid in his hand, showing an expression of awe, and revealed a secret. In fact, the recipe for my family's inherited calming liquid was destroyed in a great fire. Our ancestors tried many times and barely restored a new recipe for the calming liquid, which is the green version today. But its effectiveness is more than twice worse than the original version. Everyone was dumbfounded. It turned out that the special drug effect passed down in the Jiang family was a watered-down version. Jiang Shini's voice suddenly became excited as he raised the bottle of brown calming liquid, saying with enthusiasm, I never expected that someone has restored the original version of the calming liquid. This is the real calming liquid. His words shocked everyone in attendance as if struck by lightning. What they mistakenly thought was a failed product turned out to be the true calming liquid. Who is this person? Quickly tell me, I will go visit him. Jiang Shini said excitedly. Gu Zhenyang came back to his senses. He immediately explained the grudge between Zhang Duo and Zhou Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shini's face turned pale with anger as he tore up the contract with the Zhang family on the spot. A blind family, how could they deserve to cooperate with me? From today onwards, I, Jiang Zhenghe, have nothing to do with the Zhang family. After finishing his words, he left angrily. Zheng Duo never expected that by forcing the Gu family, he would end up causing the family to lose Jiang Shini. When he returned, he would inevitably face questions from the family. What scared him even more was Gu Zhengyang's chilling killing intent. Young Master Zhang, just now when you threatened me and my daughter, you were quite impressive. With the genuine calming liquid refined by Zhou Qingyu, was there still a need to be restrained by Zheng Duo? Zheng Duo dared not linger anymore. He shrank his neck and hurriedly took his servants away. Dad! You're finally saved. Gu Changyue excitedly hugged Gu Zhengyang. After so many years, her father's illness finally showed some hope. Gu Zhengyang rubbed his forehead and sighed, young Master Zhou has saved you twice and saved our family, how can we repay such a great kindness? The weight of gratitude felt like a mountain, putting immense pressure on Gu Zhengyang. Looking at his 18-year-old daughter, who was beautiful, Gu Zhengyang's heart stirred. Changyue, if you were to marry young Master Zhou as a concubine, would you be willing? After thinking it over, having his daughter marry Zhou Qingyu not only repays the favor but also allows the Gu family to be at ease. It was a win-win situation. Gu Changyue was taken by surprise, her fair face turning red instantly. She retorted, Dad, what are you talking about? Young Master Zhou has such a beautiful wife, how could he possibly be interested in me? She shyly looked down at her toes, her mind drifting to Zhou Qingyu's figure and the times he helped her in the Gu family. Marrying into a wealthy family was something she was entirely against. However, marrying Zhou Qingyu as a concubine surprisingly didn't repel her, she even felt a little expectation. Gu Zhengyang noticed his daughter's thoughts and smiled with relief. As long as you don't oppose it, Dad will find a way. Isn't the Zhao family in trouble with colluding with bandits? If I sneak into Lianyun Fortress and retrieve that batch of weapons, wouldn't I be solving Zhao's troubles? Saving young Master Zhou's wife from trouble? At that time, when Zhou Qingyu remembers my kindness, I can bring this matter up, and he won't be able to refuse. Gu Changyue's face turned even redder as she covered her face and shyly ran away. Speaking of Zhou Qingyu. Upon returning to his room, he immediately started a medicinal bath without saying a word. The powerful medicinal effect stimulated his skin, making Zhou Qingyu feel as if he had smeared chili on himself. It was fiery hot. But he endured it and operated his technique to absorb the medicinal power. This medicinal power entered his body through the pores, refining every part of his body, including the meridians. By noon, the medicinal liquid no longer irritated his skin, indicating that the medicinal power had been fully absorbed. He then began to practice 7 stars break in the bath barrel. Half a day passed, and as night began to fall, the water in the bath barrel suddenly boiled as if it had been heated, bubbling violently, before suddenly exploding, shattering the bath barrel. The water was splashing everywhere. It also revealed Zhou Qingyu's body, which had gained muscle, especially visible veins on his arms. The second move of 7 stars break. Zhou Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. With his level 5 chi training, dealing with the bandits of Lianyun Fort was effortless. At this moment, Zhao Yingxin returned, looking very heavy-hearted. What happened? Zhou Qingyu asked as he put on his clothes. Zhao Yingxin said weakly. Zheng Duo came by. He seemed very angry, smashing many things on the spot and issuing an ultimatum. If we don't provide an answer before dawn tomorrow, he will report our collusion with Lianyun Fort to the city lord. Zhou Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed Zheng Duo had suffered a setback in the Gu family and came here to regain his face. However, if he thought he could use this to threaten Zhao Yingxin, he would be disappointed. You go to sleep first, I'll step out for a bit. Zhou Qingyu instructed, then left the Zhao family with his hands behind his back and headed to Duantian Mountain, 50 miles away. This was a towering mountain, towering 100 feet high. There was only one winding path leading to the mountaintop. It had the imposing force of a single man guarding the pass against thousands. After checking the terrain, Zhou Qingyu said, no wonder the government has failed several times in clearing out this place. With this kind of terrain, no matter how many people come, it won't help. He went to the back of the mountain peak, and a sheer cliff that seemed to pierce the sky came into view. In this high place, no expert would dare to climb except for Zhou Qingyu. He jumped into the air, rising 3 feet high, then stepped on a protruding stone and leaped upward again. What seemed like a 100-foot high cliff was easily scaled by Zhou Qingyu in just a short while. At the top of the mountain, a simple big camp came into view. He faintly heard the bandits in the camp talking. Brothers, let's work hard tonight, patrol closely, no flies are to be let up the mountain. Young Master Zhang said as long as we can help him get Zhao Yingxin, we can play with her until we're tired. I heard she healed her face, a stunning beauty like a goddess. He. Just as the bandits were laughing lewdly, a chilling voice suddenly came from the roof. I initially wanted to destroy the weapons and be done with it, but now, I've changed my mind. You all must die. Chapter 22, not a single one left alive. Crash. The roof suddenly collapsed. A figure of a young man in white came crashing down, landing on the head of one of the grinning bandits. With immense force, that bandit didn't even let out a groan before his neck went limp, collapsing onto the table. The remaining bandits scattered in a panic, looking at Zhou Qingyu with astonishment. Who are you? How did you get up here? Today, Lianyun Fort had tighter guards than ever, so there was no reason someone could sneak into the camp silently. Zhou Qingyu looked down at them, as if staring at a bunch of ants. Go ask King Yin. After saying that, he leaped towards the nearest bandit. That bandit, with a level 3 chi training realm, roared in anger, seeking death. He mobilized his spiritual power and threw 2 powerful punches at Zhou Qingyu. But in just one exchange, he spit blood and was sent flying, crashing into a protruding beam and dying instantly. After killing 2 men, the bandit's fury was completely ignited. Good. How dare you act wildly in my Lianyun Fort? Brothers, let's go together. A dozen bandits of levels 3 and 4 of chi training rushed forward fiercely. Zhou Qingyu snorted coldly and unleashed the spiritual power of Tianran Wusui, using 7 stars break. With one punch, he shattered a bandit's skull. With one kick, he smashed a bandit's chest. With a heavy shoulder, he crashed into a bandit's heart. What seemed like overwhelming numbers of bandits perished in an instant under Zhou Qingyu's lethal attacks. The immense commotion finally caught the attention of the experts in the camp. A bearded bandit exuding level 6 chi training power led 8 level 5 little brothers over. Upon seeing the numerous corpses, he was both shocked and furious. You killed my brothers. I won't spare you, you scoundrel, the bearded bandit yelled angrily. The first to charge over. Oh. Besides that mysterious leader, there is actually someone at the 6th level of chi training. It seems the intelligence was wrong. Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise, at the 4th level of chi training, I might not be able to handle my opponent. Shadowless leg. The bearded bandit rushed over, executing a sweeping kick in midair. Not only was his realm impressive, but he also possessed a medium-level yellow-grade martial art. Even if the government soldiers reached the mountaintop, they might not be able to take him down. However, he was unlucky to run into Zhou Qingyu. Facing the swift kick, Zhou Qingyu did not dodge or evade, instead unleashing the second break. Powerful spiritual energy surged into his fist. As he punched out, the compressed energy erupted instantly. Bang! It sounded like fireworks exploding, as this punch, carrying a fierce fist wind, collided with the bandit's kick. But this wasn't over. From Zhou Qingyu's fist, a second, even more powerful spiritual energy erupted again. This was the second break. 2 explosions, each stronger than the last. Crack! The bearded bandit's leg bone was shattered on the spot. Ah! Hiss! The bandit gasped in excruciating pain, his eyes wide with fear. He finally realized he had encountered a tough opponent. He immediately shouted to his 8 little brothers behind him, "Everyone, together. Don't give him the chance to pick us off one by one." I must say, capable of being the deputy fortress master, he had some skills. He knew how to limit a strong enemy's attacks at this moment. The impenetrable human wave tactic was the best option. Unfortunately, Zhou Qingyu would not give them the chance to become dumplings. He immediately cast the golden light escape, resembling a ghost, and swiftly approached a bandit, launching a full-force attack. With 2 bursts of spiritual energy, he shattered the bandit's heart. Then, moving left and right. Each strike meant taking a bandit's life. In the blink of an eye, only 2 bandits remained. Seeing Zhou Qingyu's ferocity, they were so frightened that they screamed and fled, completely disregarding the deputy fortress master. The deputy fortress master, limping, looked on in horror at his fallen brothers. Each one was killed with a single strike. Clean and efficient, without any hesitation. It was clear that this person not only had a high level but also had powerful martial arts, and he was extremely experienced in killing. "Brothers, may I ask if there is some misunderstanding between us?" The deputy fortress master swallowed, retreating on his injured leg. "We are all people of the Jianghu, everything can be negotiated." Zhou Qingyu followed him, pacing to the outside of the camp. He soon noticed there were several cages in the yard. Inside, many women were imprisoned, their bodies barely covered, with marks of abuse all over. Many had suffered torment for years, driven to madness. In some corners, there were corpses of poor people being devoured by the bandits' guard dogs. His eyes turned icy as he shook his head, saying, "There is no misunderstanding between us." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and struck the deputy fortress master hard on the forehead. Puff! With lingering unwillingness in his eyes, the deputy fortress master shouted, "Our fortress master will not let you go, will not let you go." Thud! With a heavy thud, his massive body crashed to the ground. Zhou Qingyu's killing intent did not fade as he searched through the camp inside and out, killing every bandit with a single punch. The notorious Lianyun fortress echoed with screams throughout the endless night. As the sun rose, Zhou Qingyu was covered in blood. Confirming that not a single bandit was left alive, he finally made his way to the treasure vault. Here, a dazzling array of loot from the bandits was piled up, including weapons from the Zhao family. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyu noticed a black box carelessly thrown in a corner. A transparent silk thread peeked out of the box. "Ha! Could this silk be?" He picked up the box, opened it, and found a long silk thread curled up inside. Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but be surprised. Panlong silk? This item was even more precious than the treasure of the Wanbao Pavilion. A priceless treasure, even more precious than the jade dew from the netherworld. It is not only extraordinarily tough, but also unbreakable by divine weapons. Moreover, it is incredibly sharp. To confirm it was intact, Zhou Qingyu picked up a treasured sword forged by the Zhao family. Then he wrapped it with the coiling dragon silk and pulled gently. Creak! The treasured sword broke in response. The break was neat and smooth, without a single burr. It truly is perfect coiling dragon silk. Zhou Qingyu was overjoyed. This was far more useful than divine weapons. With some refining, it could become a magical weapon for conquering enemies. Never would he have imagined that clearing out an inconspicuous bandit lair would lead to such a shocking discovery. Fortunately, these bandits did not recognize its worth and did not ruin it. After securing the coiling dragon silk, Zhou Qingyu set fire to the treasure vault, the stockade, and other places, burning them all down. In the end, he released the kidnapped women and descended the mountain with them. Not long after, Gu Zhengyang led a group of powerful clan members to the mountaintop. Looking at the pile of ashes that was Lianyun Fortress and the countless corpses, he was left in shock. At that moment, he discovered the corpse of the deputy fortress master and approached to investigate, feeling a slight numbness on his scalp. One strike to kill, quick, precise, and ruthless, this is the work of an extremely experienced master. Gu Zhengyang was quite taken aback. The most terrifying part is, he doesn't seem to have come up the normal way, but climbed up the cliffs like a shadow. When did such a master appear in Qingdi City? Unbeknownst to him, the master he spoke of had already returned to the Zhao family. A loud and arrogant voice echoed in the Zhao family. "Zhao family, I see you are unwilling to give up until the Yellow River is crossed. As long as I crush the signal ball, my people will immediately submit the evidence to the city lord. By then, just wait to be trampled by thousands of troops." Chapter 23, Zhou Qingyu's Fury. Zhao Ruyuan sat on the main seat, his face pale. Looking at Zheng Duo who was yelling in front of him, he felt powerless and could only blame Zhao Yunxi. "Did I not tell you to leave? Now you can't even go if you want to." Chen Xinglian and the entire clan turned their eyes on Zhao Yunxi. "Zhao Yunxi, what are you hesitating for? Why don't you hurry and follow young Master Zhang? Otherwise, our Zhao family will be destroyed because of you." Chen Xinglian looked at Zhao Yunxi, whose beauty surpassed that of her own daughter, feeling as if she was pricked all over, uncomfortable inside and out. She wished Zhao Yunqi would disappear from the Zhao family immediately and never return. Hearing this, Zhao Ruyuan was furious. Shut up. How dare you bring that up? Do you not know why our Zhao family has fallen to this point?
A group of clan members who had been in cahoots already began to speak out. Master, Jing Yang is still a child, unaware of the treachery of human hearts. It's normal for her to make some mistakes. But Zhao Yunqi is the elder sister, she should understand the importance of the big picture. If she still considers herself a Zhao family member, she should serve young Master Zhang well. Chen Qinglian joined in. Yes, young Master Zhang is the son of the deputy city lord, with a noble status unmatched by Zhou Qingyu by 100-fold? How many women wish to be favored by him, yet have no qualification? If you can catch his eye, that is your luck. Crash. Zhao Ruyuan slammed the table hard, but out of excessive force, it caused an internal injury, and he began to cough, unable to speak. Chen Qinglian rolled her eyes and gave the order. All right, I'm making the decision. Young Master Zhang, please take Zhao Yunqi back with you. Play however you want, don't be polite with us. Having long expected this scene, Zheng Duo's eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhao Yunqi. Ever since she gained her cultivation, her complexion had improved, glowing with radiance. She looked even more beautiful than on the day of her wedding. Zheng Duo looked dry-mouthed and laughed heartily. Zhao Yunqi, did you hear? Your clan members all agree, no one objects. Zhao Yunqi's body trembled, her eyes filled with helplessness. One side was her family, the other her loyalty to Zhou Qingyu. How could she choose? But just then, a powerful and resonant voice swept in. They agree? What do they count for? Who gave you the right to decide my wife's fate? Zhou Qingyu strode in with long steps. Each step brought a gust of wind, carrying a fierce momentum, directly storming into the hall. An elderly member of the Zhao family, who had just spoken, frowned and said, Zhou Qingyu, this is our Zhao family's private matter, it's not your place to interfere. Leave. Without saying a word, Zhou Qingyu walked over and slapped him across the face. Smack. Were you the one who just said Zhao Qinyang was still young? When he was gambling and in debt, did you think he was young? Now that he needs someone to clean up his mess, you say he's young? Another elder, furious, slammed the table and said, impudent. You are disrespectful to your elders. Smack. Zhou Qingyu turned and landed a powerful slap that knocked the old man's teeth out. Do you even deserve to be an elder? You degrade your own female kin to curry favor with outsiders? At this moment, Chen Qinglian screamed furiously, Zhou Qingyu. Know your place. Who allowed you to act recklessly in our Zhao family? Get lost. You get out of here. Zhou Qingyu glared in anger and coldly said, the one who should leave is you. He strode forward. A figure in blue blocked his path, it was Zhao Yenyun. She coldly stared at Zhou Qingyu. What, do you even want to hit my mother? Chen Qinglian, hiding behind her daughter, became even more arrogant, shouting, look at this. Look at this. What a blind wolf have we Zhao family found. You don't even respect me as the matriarch. Today, if he doesn't leave the Zhao family, I will. Zhao Yenyun frowned. She also thought it was a bit excessive for everyone to force her sister to be humiliated by Zheng Duo. Her mother's words were also ill-timed. But this is her own mother, and she couldn't allow anyone to hit her. Just as she was thinking this, her vision suddenly blurred. Zhou Qingyu displayed a ghostly speed, instantly bypassing her and coming to Chen Qinglian's face. The previously intimidating Chen Qinglian now shrank back in fear, screaming, Why you, don't come over. Zhou Qingyu said nothing, grabbing her by the neck. In a fit of rage, he delivered a slap to her face. Smack. Chen Qinglian's left cheek immediately bore a bright red handprint. Wretched woman. You want my wife to accompany other men and call it fortune. Why don't you let your own daughter enjoy this fortune? Smack. Zhou Qingyu was still not satisfied and slapped again. Poor parenting, you deserve this. Smack. Moral corruption, you deserve this. Smack. Bullying the weak, you deserve this. 4 consecutive slaps left Chen Qinglian spitting blood, her hair disheveled, and her cheeks even more swollen. Regaining her senses, Zhao Yenyun couldn't help but shout angrily, Zhou Qingyu. I'll fight you. She unleashed her 9th level of qi cultivation and rushed at Zhou Qingyu with her sword. The scene instantly became chaotic. At this critical moment, Zhao Ruyuan suddenly shouted, Everyone, stop. When is it, and you still have time for internal conflict? Cough, 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 cough. His shout froze the entire room. Zhao Yenyun could only glare at Zhou Qingyu, filled with resentment, before quickly going to check Chen Qinglian's injuries. Fortunately, there was nothing serious. It was just that her pride took a big hit. As the matriarch, being slapped like this in front of the whole clan was a heavy blow.
This made Chen Qinglian, used to being domineering, feel utterly defeated. Zhou Qingyu. I will never let you go. Chen Qinglian gritted her teeth and shouted. Zhou Qingyu scoffed, wretched woman, if you dare to set your sights on my wife again, it won't be just 4 slaps. He then came to Zhao Yinshu, pulling her into an embrace. Coldly surveying the Zhao family members. I warn you, the Zhao family can perish, but not a single hair on my wife's head can be harmed. The Zhao family members were exceedingly furious. If it weren't for Zhao Ruyuan's anger, they all would have rushed to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Zheng Duo's face turned as dark as thunder. This is the 3rd time. Zhou Qingyu, you repeatedly challenge my patience and seek your own death. Good. I'll fulfill your wish. He snorted angrily and smashed the iron ball in his hand to the ground. The iron ball shattered on impact, and a stream of yellow smoke swiftly shot up to the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the Zhao family members turned pale, utterly white. Chen Qinglian was so anxious she jumped up and shouted, Zhou Qingyu. You have doomed our Zhao family. You've killed us. The clan members seemed to be facing the end of the world, some cursed, some cried, and some ran away. The scene was completely out of control, a chaotic mess. Zheng Duo's eyes burned with a fierce glare as he sneered, Zhou Qingyu. You are the son-in-law of the Zhao family, you can't escape. When you get locked up, I will take good care of your wife. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Smack. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyu flew over and slapped him away. Zheng Duo crashed heavily to the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth, but continued to laugh maniacally, ha ha, hit me, hit me. The harder you hit, the more I will cherish your wife. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Zheng Duo's panic-stricken henchman rushed in, his face filled with fear. Not good, young master, something huge has happened. Zheng Duo saw it was him and immediately scolded him angrily, what are you doing back here? Weren't you supposed to see the smoke signal and take the evidence to the Lord's manor? Chapter 24, The Star Cloud Pavilion has arrived. Zheng Duo couldn't make sense of it. This servant usually handled matters smartly, but how did he stumble at such a critical moment? Young master, something has happened, the servant said in a panicked tone. I just received news that Lianyun Fortress has been destroyed. What? The shocking news was like a thunderclap, shaking Zheng Duo to his core. Totally destroyed? That was Lianyun Fortress, a 100-year-old den of bandits that even the government's thousands of troops found hard to breach. The servant repeatedly confirmed, yes. Apart from the fortress master, everyone in the mountains has died. And the entire Lianyun Fortress was also burned to ashes, not a single remnant left. So, does that mean all the weapons Zhao Qingyang sold to Lianyun Fortress were also gone? The conversation between the two sparked a renewed hope in the Zhao family, erupting into cries of joy. Zhao Ruyuan excitedly clasped his hands and said, Heaven bless, our Zhao family has survived this calamity. Zhao Yingxin was also ecstatic. With sparkling eyes, she exclaimed, Husband, did you hear? Lianyun Fortress is gone, our Zhao family is saved. Truly blessed by the heavens. Zhou Qingyu pinched her cheek with annoyance, what are you thanking the heavens for? You should be thanking your husband. After working hard all night, the benefits were all taken by the heavens. What kind of logic is this? You make it sound like you destroyed Lianyun Fortress yourself. Zhao Yanyu blared at him coldly. Zhou Qingyu couldn't be bothered to argue with her, yes, it was the heavens that opened their eyes and destroyed Lianyun Fortress, is that enough? Zhao Yanyu felt choked. Of course, she didn't believe that it was the heavens at work or that Lianyun Fortress got what it deserved. Lianyun Fortress was such a formidable place, easy to defend and hard to attack. Unless an exceptionally skilled master broke in, it was impossible to take it down. But if there were such a master in Qingdi City, how could they have allowed Lianyun Fortress to exist for all these years? Suddenly, Zhao Yanyu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Father, could it be that the senior who broke through in our Zhao family is secretly protecting us? After thinking it over, only this mysterious senior could accomplish the feat of annihilating all the bandits of Lianyun Fortress. Zhao Ruyuan paused momentarily, then his eyes widened in realization. He thought the same as Zhao Yanyu, apart from the senior, no one else could do this. He hurriedly stood up with a forced smile, cupping his hands toward the sky, Senior, is it you? On behalf of the Zhao family, I thank you for your great kindness. He knelt down first, and the other family members quickly followed suit, kneeling down in gratitude. Only Zhou Qingyu had his hands behind his back. Looking around, it seemed as if the entire Zhao family was kneeling before Zhou Qingyu. Zhao Yanyu noticed this and became angry, Zhou Qingyu. Are you trying to offend the senior? The senior is none other than myself, Zhou Qingyu thought. Zhou Qingyu replied, everyone get up, if the senior wanted to show himself, he would have done so long ago. Everyone thought about it, realizing that kneeling was meaningless, and they all stood up. However, their hearts were still restless. An elder of the clan raised a huge question, why did the senior help us?
There is no love or hate without reason, nor inexplicable closeness in the world.
Many clan members fell into deep thought.
Zhao Ruyuan calmly said, there is only one possibility, this senior must have acted to help us because of an important member of our clan. Our Zhao family is not considered a top-tier family in Qingdi City, so naturally, we are nothing in the eyes of this senior. Therefore, his actions are not for profit, but likely out of some favor.
Upon hearing this,
everyone thought briefly before they all stared intently at Zhao Yenyun.
Chen Xinglian was taken aback, then suddenly clapped her thigh in excitement. That's right. Besides our Yenyun, who else is worthy of that senior's protection?
You have to know, Yenyun is not only about to become a true disciple of Xingyun Pavilion, but she has also comprehended sword intent. That senior, eager to nurture talent, must have acted to protect her.
With this explanation, everyone became more convinced.
They all cast grateful glances.
Our Zhao family relies on Yenyun.
Yenyun, you are our Zhao family's hope.
Our Zhao family must thank you.
Seeing her sister Zhao Yenyun being adored like a star by the clan members, Zhao Yinxia showed a look of relief. Husband, my sister is truly loved by our clan.
Zhou Qingyu teased, aren't you envious? Zhao Yinxia blinked in confusion and replied, why should I be envious?
She is my sister, with such talent, and is under the protection of a senior.
I should be happy for her, right? What kind of heart is it that can endure so much unfairness in the world yet remain kind?
Zhou Qingyu felt even more affection, pulling her into his arms and whispering in her ear, let me tell you a secret.
That senior actually acted for you.
Zhao Yinxia was momentarily stunned, but she thought Zhou Qingyu was just comforting her, and smiled bitterly, I don't have such good fortune.
Zhou Qingyu smiled slightly.
Little girl, you have great fortune indeed. And this fortune is yours because your sister does not want it.
Suddenly, Zhou Qingyu noticed Zheng Duo sneaking away quietly.
Without looking back, he kicked a broken stone and sent it flying toward him.
This kick used 8 points of strength.
With a piercing scream, Zheng Duo's arm was punctured by the stone, creating a bloody hole, and his bone shattered inside.
Ah! My hand!
Zheng Duo turned angrily, but met Zhou Qingyu's indifferent gaze. The coldness in his eyes felt like falling into an ice cave, making him unable to shiver slightly.
Young Master Zhang, what are you still planning to threaten our Zhao family with? Zhou Qingyu did not hide his killing intent. To occupy Zhao Yinxia, he was even willing to collude with the bandits of Lianyun Fortress.
Thinking of the citizens who had suffered and those poor women trampled upon, Zhou Qingyu's killing intent grew even stronger.
Zhao Ruyuan also showed deep hatred in his eyes.
After being bedridden for several days, he had unraveled many doubts and increasingly believed that the calamity that befell the Zhao family was designed by Zheng Duo.
From Zhao Qinyang's gambling debts to selling weapons to bandits, all could be the work of Zheng Duo's planning.
Zheng Duo, today it won't be so easy for you to leave the Zhao family's door. Xiaoyu, just act without hesitation, I will take care of everything. With that said, those Zhao family members who wanted to persuade Zhou Qingyu to make peace could only stand by and watch. Zheng Duo instantly realized the situation was dire.
He turned and tried to run. But how could he outrun Zhou Qingyu?
In just a few moves, Zhou Qingyu caught up and struck him on the back. With the explosive power of 2 streams of energy, it instantly surged within him, threatening to shatter his heart.
Just at this moment,
a figure in yellow, brandishing a sword, charged in. As the sword swept toward Zhou Qingyu, a palm caught Zheng Duo and resolved the imminent explosion of energy within him with powerful spiritual force. In the end, one stream of energy was neutralized. Only one stream exploded, causing Zheng Duo to spit blood, but it did not kill him. Zhou Qingyu narrowly dodged the sword, his cold gaze fixed on the newcomer. The previous sword strike seemed only to have pushed him back, but had he not evaded in time, he would have definitely been injured or even lost his head. The attack was incredibly fierce. Just as everyone was surprised.
Who is this sudden person in yellow? Zhao Yenyun exclaimed with excitement, Brother Tian? Why are you here? Where is Elder Wu? The newcomer was nobody else but Tian Yizhou, the second disciple of Elder Wu.
The Zhao family members immediately became extremely agitated.
The people from the Xingyun Pavilion have finally arrived.
The Zhao family, Zhao Yenyun, is about to have her most glorious moment.
Chapter 25, whose stage is it after all?
Tian Yizhou put down Zheng Duo and checked him, relieved to find he only had internal injuries and no life-threatening danger.
He looked towards the rushing Zhao Yenyun.
Her stunning beauty made his heart race. When Zhao Yenyun was tested and found to have excellent potential, Tian Yizhou had come in place of his master to confirm it. At that time, he was dazzled by her beauty when he saw Zhao Yenyun. Now seeing her again, he felt she was even more stunning than before.
Sister Zhao, I hope you are well. Tian Yizhou smiled and explained, Master has also come to the Qingdi city and is currently at the city lord's mansion.
Everyone felt a bit puzzled by this. Elder Wu came all the way to Qingdi city, wasn't it to accept Zhao Yenyun as a disciple?
Why did he go to the city lord's mansion first?
Noticing everyone's confusion, Tian Ijo spoke enviously. Master might plan to accept the city lord's son, Yi Yunfei, as an ordinary disciple.
So he went to evaluate him at the city lord's mansion first. What? This casual answer shocked everyone present. Yi Yunfei has caught Elder Wu's eye?
I know Yi Yunfei, he's a hard-working kid, unlike other rich young masters who only know how to play around, but with his potential, it seems he wouldn't meet the Xingyun Pavilion standards? The most shocked was Zheng Duo. Because he alone knew, the current Yi Yunfei had changed drastically. He had already cultivated the Vajra Sutra to the 5th level. He showed impressive talent in body tempering. And his transformation came from the guidance of a mysterious person in the Black Wind Valley. This made him gasp in astonishment and mutter, "Who is that mysterious person? Just a little guidance can send someone to the Xingyun Pavilion?" At the same time, he revealed immense jealousy, but why couldn't that mysterious person guide me? I was in Black Wind Valley too. Am I Zhang Duo that terrible? Zhao Yenyun was also quite surprised. In her memory, even though Yi Yunfei was outstanding among the peers in Qingdi City, he was far from being chosen by Elder Wu. Who would have thought he could also become her fellow disciple? However, he could only be an ordinary disciple. Yet she, Zhao Yenyun, was a confirmed true disciple. Thinking of this, Zhao Yenyun felt a bit proud and warmly said, "Brother Tian, please take a seat, I will brew tea for you." Tian Ijo waved his hand and said sternly, "Master will arrive soon. I came here in advance to remind you all to prepare for the welcome." Zhao Ruyuan quickly said, "Lord Tian, rest assured, our Zhao family has been waiting for this day and is well prepared. Quick, bring out the prepared spirit tea and spirit fruits, set up the tables and chairs in the hall, and clean the yard again." The entire Zhao family immediately got busy. Soon after, platters of rare spirit fruits, which many Zhao family members had never eaten, were placed on the table. Boxes of precious spirit tea that even Zhao Ruyuan couldn't bear to drink were neatly arranged. The tables and chairs in the hall were all refreshed. Outside, it was clean, spotless. For Elder Wu, a great figure, the Zhao family spared no effort in giving the most grand reception. Zhao Yenyun asked, "Brother, what do you think?" Tian Ijo looked around and nodded slightly, "Not bad." Suddenly, he saw Zhou Qingyu and frowned slightly. "However, some people need to be cleared out. Master does not like those who are unsavory. Like that one." He pointed directly at Zhou Qingyu, "Get him out." Zhao Ruyuan's expression changed slightly, but, seeing Zhang Duo beside him, he had no choice but to walk up to Zhou Qingyu and gently pat his shoulder. "Little you should go back to your room for now." As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice. "Tian Ijo is Zhang Duo's cousin. You just injured Zhang Duo, he holds a grudge." Zhou Qingyu suddenly understood. No wonder this person was so ruthless, he was there for Zhang Duo. Am I not good enough? What is Zhang Duo? A maggot in a toilet? But Zhou Qingyu was not someone who would easily back down. She coldly questioned. Hearing this, Zhang Duo sneered, "You are still not convinced after I said you are not good enough? Get out. In this place, only someone of my status can stay. What are you, a son-in-law? You think you deserve to be here?" Zhou Qingyu cast him a glance, dismissing him with contempt. Without giving Tian Ijo any face, she said, "Zhang Duo slanders the Zhao family and wants to exterminate them all. Does he have Zhao Yenyu or Elder Wu's true disciple in his eyes? This is slapping Elder Wu's face. I am protecting Elder Wu's reputation, yet you want to drive me away, while keeping the person who disrespects him as a guest. Tian Ijo, you really are Elder Wu's close and considerate disciple." Hearing this, Tian Ijo was shocked and glared fiercely at Zheng Duo. He knew the Zheng family was greedy, swallowing up many families' businesses. But with Zhao Yenyu around, how could they dare to touch the Zhao family? They truly did not take the Xingyun Pavilion seriously. They also did not take Elder Wu lightly. If someone reveals this matter to Elder Wu later, it would surely be a big trouble for the Zheng family. "You get out too," he sternly scolded Zheng Duo. Zheng Duo, who was just feeling pleased, suddenly turned pale. He was still thinking about how to shine in front of Elder Wu. What if Elder Wu took a liking to him? But thanks to Zhou Qingyu, he no longer had the chance. "Zhou Qingyu. You wait." After ruining his good fortune multiple times, he had grown to hate Zhou Qingyu to the bone. Tian Ijo looked at Zhou Qingyu with a more unfriendly gaze, arguing, "A son-in-law has no right to be here." Zhou Qingyu shrugged indifferently, "I don't care. What's so special about an elder? As if he's a big shot." After speaking, he turned away with his hands behind his back. Isn't Elder Wu considered a big shot? Tian Ijo laughed angrily. Country bumpkins love to mistake ignorance for courage. Take your wife with you. She has no right to stay here either. He was very worried that someone might reveal Zheng Duo's actions in anger. So he simply wanted to drive Zhou Qingyu and those related away.
Hearing this, Zhao Ruyuan quickly said, Lord Tian, can my eldest daughter stay? As a father, he naturally had selfish motives. Hoping his daughter could gain Elder Wu's favor, and if she were lucky enough to join the Xingyun Pavilion, he would be completely relieved. Tian Yizhou's face hardened. If my master does not like it, can you take responsibility? This. If Elder Wu is unhappy, wouldn't it bring trouble to Zhao Yanyu? Zhao Ruyuan looked at Zhao Yanyu and found that she indeed showed a hint of worry. Weighing the pros and cons, he could only endure the pain in his heart and sighed, Inshi, you should go back too. Zhao Yinshu nodded with relief and hurried to catch up with Zhou Qingyu. Okay, Dad. She had never expected to gain Elder Wu's favor and was very concerned about Zhou Qingyu's feelings. At this moment, Tian Yizhou noticed that Zhao Yinshu was actually very beautiful. Compared to Zhao Yanyu, she was much prettier. This left Tian Yizhou stunned. What a shame, a flower placed on cow dung. After a while, Tian Yizhou returned to his senses and jealously snorted. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Yi Jifeng and his son Yi Yunfei respectfully escorted a middle-aged man in a blue robe with a calm expression to the door. Elder Wu, I've prepared lunch. Would you please eat before leaving? Yi Jifeng pleaded. Elder Wu shook his head, no need. I am under the orders of the sect master to go to the Zhao family quickly to collect that female disciple. Coming to your city lord's mansion has already gone against the sect master's orders. Yi Jifeng did not quite understand. Elder Wu, weren't you already set on Zhao Yanyu as an inner disciple? Since it's already predetermined, why the hurry? Elder Wu, however, with a profound meaning, said, who told you I came for Zhao Yanyun? After speaking, he vanished, leaving Yi Jifeng and Yi Yunfei, father and son, in a fog. Not for Zhao Yanyun? Then who is it for? Chapter 26, Did you drive Zhao Yingqi away? In the Zhao family's main hall. While Elder Wu had not yet arrived, Zhao Yanyun showcased her 9th level of qi refinement to Tian Yizhou. This left Tian Yizhou utterly amazed. Last month when I saw you, you were only at the 8th level of qi refinement. In just a month, you've broken through to the 9th level? As expected of someone favored by the master, junior sister's talent is truly enviable. Tian Yizhou was genuinely envious. It took him half a year to break through to the 9th level, but Zhao Yanyun needed only a month. Once Zhao Yanyun enters the Xingyun Pavilion, with abundant resources and Elder Wu's true teachings, she will probably break through to the foundation establishment stage soon, catching up to his level. The admiration in Tian Yizhou's heart was extinguished by his shame. He could imagine how much attention a girl like Zhao Yanyun, blessed with such amazing talent and stunning beauty, would attract from the young elites. A regular disciple like him simply was not worthy. However, though he felt unworthy, there were others who were even more unworthy. Junior sister, it's right to reject Zhou Qingyu's marriage proposal. Tian Yizhou was already aware of the matter between Zhou Qingyu and Zhao Yanyun. Imagining Zhou Qingyu with the marriage contract being rejected by Zhao Yanyun, he felt a little better inside. This kind of ordinary person destined for mediocrity is simply not worthy of you. Besides dragging you down, he can't be of any help. To show the difference between himself and Zhou Qingyu and to draw closer to her, Tian Yizhou painfully took out a bottle of high-quality vitality liquid and solemnly presented it to Zhao Yanyun. As a congratulatory gift for you joining the sect, senior brother wishes you well in advance. Zhao Yanyun exclaimed in surprise, high-quality vitality liquid? Thank you, senior brother, thank you. For the first time, she felt the power of the resources in the Xingyun Pavilion, and couldn't help but think of Zhou Qingyu's betrothal gift, that bottle of supreme vitality liquid. Zhou Qingyu, oh Zhou Qingyu, you only have one bottle of supreme vitality liquid. But from now on, I will have endless high-quality vitality liquid. Rejecting you, I did not make a mistake. The last bit of envy she felt toward her sister quickly dissipated. Little did she know. In the new house, Zhou Qingyu casually placed the 10 bottles of supreme vitality liquid he had just concocted in front of Zhao Yingqi. Hurry and drink. Zhao Yingqi frowned and said, I still have 3 bottles under my bed. I don't need so much. Zhou Qingyu also looked a bit helpless. It seems I made too much. Then just toss them under the bed, just make sure they don't expire. Zhao Yingqi smiled bitterly and could only drink 1 bottle first, then put the excess under the bed. After several days of cultivation, Zhao Yingqi no longer needed Zhou Qingyu to guide her and could practice that unnamed technique by herself. At this moment, with the help of the supreme vitality liquid and the accumulation from the past 2 days, an hour later, fine sweat beaded on her forehead, and strands of spiritual power were released outward. Surprisingly, she reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Zhao Yingqi not only did not feel happy but instead had some worries. Husband, what exactly is this unnamed technique you gave me? The speed of cultivation is too fast, I'm a little scared. In just 4 days, she broke through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. This speed was 10 times stronger than her remarkably talented sister. When her sister Zhao Yanyun broke through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, it took her a full 2 months. Yet she only needed 4 days. Zhou Qingyu was left speechless. Is there really someone who was afraid of cultivating too quickly? Only his silly wife would think this way. Just focus on your cultivation, your husband won't harm you. When Zhao Yingxi heard this, she gently leaned on his back, rubbing his shoulders and softly said, "Of course not. The best for me in this world is only my husband. I just feel a little guilty." Zhou Qingyu practiced while asking in surprise, "Guilty about what?" Zhao Yingxi lowered her head, her eyes revealing some unease. "Of course, I feel guilty for my sister. What you gave me originally belonged to my sister. With her talent, along with your help, she could have been even more outstanding. But now, all of it has been taken by me. How about this, let's give this unnamed technique and the top-grade energy liquid to my sister." If it were another woman saying these words, Zhou Qingyu would find her very hypocritical. But Zhao Yingxi truly felt guilty in her heart. He stopped practicing, held her on his lap, and comforted her. "Everyone has their own fate. Your sister refused me, it is her own decision and also her own destiny. If you respect your sister, then please respect her fate as well. Do you understand?" Zhao Yingxi leaned in his arms, though she still felt some guilt. It was much better. Obedient like a small cat, she nodded gently. I understand, husband." Zhou Qingyu nodded and said, "Since the Xingyun Pavilion won't give you opportunities, then I will work a little harder and provide better resources for you. As long as I am here, your future will be full of infinite possibilities." At the same time, the Zhao family suddenly became lively. A figure in a deep blue robe, with hands behind his back, stepped into the Zhao family hall. Tian Yizhou was the first to salute. "Master." Zhao Ruyuan, Chen Xinglian, and the elders of the clan all greeted him excitedly, bowing and saluting. "Greetings, Elder Wu." Zhao Yangyun was even more excited, her face flushed as she carefully observed this future master. Tall and elegant, refined and transcendent. With a calm and composed aura, and peaceful, deep starry eyes. Carrying an ancient bronze sword on his back, dressed in a simple, wide-sleeved robe. Everything perfectly matched her fantasy of a master. With anxiety and excitement, she stepped forward and bowed. "I am Zhao Yangyun, greetings, Elder Wu." "Oh?" Elder Wu looked at Zhao Yangyun and couldn't help but smile. "Not bad, you've broken through to the 9th level of Qi training and even comprehended sword intent. You struck gold this time." Zhao Yangyun had heard countless compliments, but Elder Wu's praise made her extremely happy. However, when she looked up, she found that Elder Wu's attention was not on her. Instead, he was scanning the Zhao family members, seemingly looking for someone. She quickly introduced, "Elder Wu, these two are my parents, this is my younger brother Zhao Qingyang, and these are." She introduced them one by one, while Elder Wu initially nodded thoughtfully. But as he listened, his brow subtly furrowed. He vividly remembered. The pavilion master, covered in blood yet full of excitement, had found him and urged him to hurry to the Zhao family in Qingdi city to take Zhao Yingxi, the eldest daughter of the family, as a disciple. But, why was this person missing? He couldn't help but interrupt Zhao Yangyun's introduction, asking, "Is everyone from your clan present here?" This question left Zhao Yangyun stunned, hesitating. "My sister Zhao Yingxi and brother-in-law Zhou Qingyu haven't come." Upon hearing this, Elder Wu felt relieved. It seems he didn't make a mistake. A deep smile appeared on his face. "Why is Zhao Yingxi not here?" This. Zhao Yangyun didn't dare to answer and turned her gaze to Tian Yizhou. Tian Yizhou was also taken aback, never expecting the master would inquire about a nameless girl. In front of so many Zhao family members, he dared not deceive, bowing and saying, replying to the master. "That Zhou Qingyu is not a decent person, and I feel his wife isn't much better. To avoid staining your eyes, master, I've sent them away." Sent away? The pavilion master personally requested to take in the female disciple but sent them away? Elder Wu's face instantly froze. Tian Yizhou lowered his head, unaware of Elder Wu's expression. Still trying to defend his actions, he said, "Master, it's not that I slander them. They really are not good people." Suddenly, he could not continue. Because Elder Wu's robe swelled, an icy momentum shook the roof, causing the tiles to tremble. He looked up and finally realized that Elder Wu's expression was terrifyingly grim. Before he could even ask a question, he was slapped across the face by Elder Wu. Rebellious disciple. Elder Wu reprimanded, "Who allowed you to be so clever and drive someone away? Get out. I do not have such a foolish disciple like you." The sect leader personally said that this female disciple would be the greatest opportunity for Xingyun sect in hundreds of years. How could his foolish disciple drive away this opportunity? When this news returns to Xingyun sect, the sect leader will surely be furious and dismiss him from his elder position. Tian Yizhou was slapped and completely clueless as to why, so he didn't dare to ask and quickly nodded, yes, I will leave." He bent over and backed away from the Zhao family. Meanwhile, the rest of the Zhao family didn't dare to breathe. Elder Wu's angry presence was so terrifying that they felt it hard to breathe. Zhao Ruoyuan reacted and was delighted, saying, "Quick, why aren't you calling Zhao Yinxie out?" Not long after, Zhao Yinxie returned, looking bewildered, with Zhou Qingyu following her. He was somewhat shocked, wondering why this top 3 powerful elder of Xingyun sect knew of Zhao Yinxie's existence. This humble girl Zhao Yinxie greets Elder Wu. Confirming that this girl before him was indeed the one he had been searching for day and night, Elder Wu finally felt relieved. Only then did he begin to seriously examine her. But aside from her stunning beauty, there seemed to be nothing special about her. She was at the 3rd level of qi refining, had a slightly timid demeanor, and came from an ordinary family. He found it hard to understand why the sect leader valued her so much. However, remembering the strange scene where the sect leader was gravely injured yet exhilarated, he speculated that there must be some important secret about this girl. It's just that the sect leader had not told him. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Yinxie, do you wish to be my disciple and join Xingyun sect? Elder Wu said with a gentle smile. What? The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. Elder Wu personally came to the Zhao family. Ignoring the exceptionally talented Zhao Yengu, he chose the obscure Zhao Yinxie as his disciple first? Zhao Ruoyuan was completely bewildered. Of course, he hoped for his eldest daughter to also gain Elder Wu's favor, but that was just a minuscule hope. Now, Elder Wu's first words were to take in a disciple, making him doubt whether he was dreaming. Zhao Yengu was also stunned, looking at her rather satisfying master, then at her sister whom she had never looked up to, momentarily unable to tell whether this was a dream or an illusion. Not to mention the outsiders. Even Zhao Yinxie herself was frozen in place. If it weren't for Elder Wu calling out her name, she would doubt if she had been mistaken for her younger sister Zhao Yengu. The sudden offer of apprenticeship left Zhao Yinxie at a loss and she unconsciously leaned closer to Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and vaguely guessed that something must have happened in Xingyun sect. Could it be that guy Ba Jiu Dao told something to the folks at Xingyun sect? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. With a clearer idea in mind, Zhou Qingyu said, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to pay your respects to your master?" Zhao Yinxie found it difficult to accept this sudden opportunity. She didn't even know how to pay respect to her master, so she simply performed a simple courtesy. Disciple Zhao Yinxie pays respect to her master. Zhao Ruoyuan was horrified. The person before him was a powerful elder of Xingyun sect. To pay respect to him, shouldn't it be 3 bows and 9 kowtows? How could it be so casual? He quickly said, "Yinxie, you mustn't be rude. First serve a cup of tea to your master, then kneel and properly pay your respects." Elder Wu, however, smiled and waved his hand, no need for such formalities. He helped Zhao Yinxie up and said with great satisfaction, "I am the master of Qitian Peak of Xingyun sect, named Wu Qingtan. From now on, you are my first true disciple. Above you, there are 2 senior brothers who are ordinary level disciples. I hope you will join my sect, diligently cultivate, and bring glory to Xingyun sect." The Zhao family was once again shocked. True disciple. She was actually taken as a true disciple. Everyone thought Elder Wu was just whimsically accepting an ordinary disciple. Who knew he was actually accepting Zhao Yinxian as a true disciple? This huge honor shouldn't have belonged to Zhao Yenyun, right? Zhao Yinxian was also taken aback, stuttering, "Wu. Master, I don't deserve to be a true disciple, I'm not talented. You should take my sister as a true disciple instead." Elder Wu then turned to Zhao Yenyun, smiled gently, and said, "Zhao Yenyun, aren't you going to pay your respects?" Zhao Yenyun finally came back to her senses from the shock and kneeled before Wu Qingtan. She held the spiritual tea in her hands, personally serving it to Wu Qingtan to drink. Wu Qingtan, unlike earlier, did not dismiss this as unnecessary formalities. When Zhao Yenyun had knelt and bowed 3 times, he nodded with satisfaction, "Good, from today, you are my 4th disciple. Above you, there is 1 true disciple sister, 2 ordinary disciple brothers, and you are the 4th disciple. I hope you will practice diligently and bring glory to the Starry Cloud sect." Zhao Yenyun listened to every word. Once Wu Qingtan finished speaking, she felt confused and asked, "Master, may I ask what level of disciple I belong to?" Wu Qingtan naturally replied, "You are, of course, an ordinary disciple. Each elder can only have 1 true disciple. Since your sister is a true disciple, you can only be an ordinary disciple. However, your talent is comparable to a true disciple, and I will treat you as such in your training." Zhao Yenyun could no longer hear what he was saying. She felt the world spinning, everything collapsing. What she cared about wasn't the resources of a true disciple, but this unique glory. This was her proud halo, her most worthy accomplishment. But what just happened? The title of true disciple that was clearly designated for her was actually given to her sister Zhao Yinxian. The Zhao Yinxian who not long ago was an eyesore, someone to be looked down upon. The Zhao Yinxian who was bullied even by the servants like a poor creature. The Zhao Yinxian who had no talent for cultivation and would be a useless person for life. Why would such an extraordinary talent like her lose to someone like that? Why? Her mentality shattered, she unwillingly questioned, Master, I refuse to accept this. Why is my sister a true disciple while I am just an ordinary disciple? Clearly, I am better than her in everything. Wu Qingtan's face turned stern with authority. But recalling that he had initially designated her as a true disciple, only to go back on his word, he spoke softly, calm down, don't compare yourself with Yinxian. There are some aspects in which you cannot compare to her. That aspect was, of course, the secret that Zhao Yinxian held. Unfortunately, Zhao Yenyun wouldn't understand. She clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, Master. I refuse to accept this. I want to compare with my sister. Compare in what way? Wu Qingtan's eyes lit up, now intrigued. Zhao Yenyun glared fiercely at Zhao Yinxian and said, let's compare talents. Talent was Zhao Yenyun's greatest pride. It was also Zhao Yinxian's most inferior field. Chapter 28, The Movement of the Bronze Measurement Tool. Comparing talents? Wu Qingtan checked Zhao Yinxian's cultivation level at the third stage of qi refining and couldn't help but sigh. The sisters' talents were worlds apart, this was evident. Was there any point in comparing? Just as he was about to wave his hand to refuse, Zhou Qingyu suddenly said, Elder Wu, my wife has only practiced for a very short time, just 4 days. Wu Qingtan narrowed his eyes, standing up abruptly, are you sure? In just 4 days, she broke through to the third stage of qi refining? He had seen countless prodigies in the Starry Cloud sect over the years. Yet he had never seen, nor even heard of, anyone who could break through to the third stage of qi refining in just 4 days. Zhou Qingyu smiled and nodded, Elder Wu, won't you just check? This completely piqued Wu Qingtan's interest. He took out a bronze measuring tool and inserted it into the ground, saying, this object is a tool for measuring talent. According to the scale, it is divided into 5 levels, low level, middle level, high level, top level, and limitless. You just need to infuse spiritual energy into the bronze measuring tool, and it will automatically detect your qualifications and feedback the brilliance in the corresponding qualification area. Zhao Yenyun stood up, confidently walking to the bronze ruler, saying, let me go first. Taking a deep breath, she infused her palm with spiritual power and slapped it on the bronze ruler. This comparison was related to the status of the true disciple and concerned her honor. She must win. Must win. Soon, a red glow was released from the top of the bronze ruler. Wu Qingtan nodded in satisfaction, top-tier qualification. Moreover, you have comprehended sword intent at such a young age. If you continue to practice diligently, your achievements will surely surpass mine. The praise made Zhao Yenyun regain her confidence. That's right, not only does she have top-tier qualifications, but she also suddenly comprehended sword intent. What does Zhao Yinqing have? Sister, it's your turn. Zhao Yenyun fixed her gaze on her. Zhao Yinqing, feeling anxious, was even struggling to breathe, saying, husband, I can't do it, let's just forget it, let my sister be the true disciple. She had no courage to compete with Zhao Yenyun at all. Her sister was a genius among women, what was she? How could she compare with her? Wouldn't that be embarrassing and make her the joke of others? Zhou Qingyu comforted her, it's okay, don't worry about winning or losing, just consider it a test of your own qualifications. Thus, Zhao Yinqing reluctantly approached the bronze ruler. Looking at the faint red glow still remaining at the top of the bronze ruler, her confidence dwindled even further. What are you still dazed for? If you're afraid to compare, then step down and let my daughter have the true disciple position. Chen Qinglian glared at Zhao Yinqing with resentment. At that moment, she regretted not getting rid of Zhao Yinqing, allowing her to steal the spotlight that should belong to her daughter. At the same time, she couldn't comprehend why Zhao Yinqing had undergone such a tremendous change in just a few days. It was just a marriage, why could she suddenly take away what belonged to her daughter overnight? What on earth had happened? This intimidation made Zhao Yinqing want to cry. Trembling, she pressed her small hand on the bronze ruler and randomly infused a bit of spiritual power. She just wanted to quickly end today's gathering and stay close to Zhou Qingyu, as that would give her a sense of security. The moment she touched it, the entire Zhao family was watching the bronze ruler. Zhao Ruyuan looked on with anticipation, but not too much. After all, Zhao Yinqing's qualifications had been tested a long time ago, and she was even lower than the basic level. Forcing her to compare with Zhao Yenyun truly was self-degrading. Zhao Yenyun crossed her arms, staring intently at the bronze ruler, saying, I don't believe her qualifications can be higher than mine. After all, anything above that would be the legendary limitless spiritual roots. How could such roots possibly arise from her? Zhao Qingyang also defended his older sister, spitting in disdain, Sister, you are overestimating her. Her mother was merely a servant in our household, how could she give birth to a descendant with limitless spiritual roots? Wu Qingtan frowned, casting a warning glance at them. Yet in his heart, he didn't believe Zhao Yingqing could possess limitless spiritual roots either. The so-called limitless spiritual roots meant that the bronze ruler couldn't detect that type of root. That was a terrifying trait that could only happen by luck among the descendants of extraordinary powers, 1 in a billion. Since the establishment of the Xingyun Pavilion, there had never been a disciple with limitless spiritual roots. In the small Qingdi city, it was even less likely. If she could have a decent qualification, I would be satisfied, at least that could barely shut Zhao Yunyun's mouth. But after a long while, the bronze ruler showed no signs of movement. Wu Qingtan's face notably darkened. Could it be that she doesn't even have low-tier qualifications? The Zhao family members all showed expressions of unsurprising disbelief. In the previous multiple tests, the best Zhao Yingqing could rank was low-tier, at other times, no level could even be detected. Chen Qinglian sneered, "Does she even deserve to fight my daughter for the position of true disciple?" Zhao Yenyun looked at Wu Qingtan with a face full of grievance, as if asking him for an explanation. Right beside Wu Qingtan, Zhou Qingyu suddenly spoke up. "Elder Wu, please give my wife a bit more time." Zhou Qingyu's expression was calm. The Fire Phoenix spirit body, even within the boundless spirit root, was among the top-tier existences. How could it be detected easily by ordinary magic tools? Previously, the Zhao family had failed to detect it multiple times because the testing time was insufficient. Before the bronze measuring device could yield results, the test had already ended. Chen Qinglian disdainfully said, "Is it really necessary to waste everyone's time? 18 years have passed, and what have we seen? What is the point of dragging this out for a moment longer?" Zhao Qingying scoffed, "Surname Zhou, don't we know her better than you do? If she truly had ability, why would she end up marrying a useless person like you?" Zhao Yenyu's face was also cold. She felt Zhou Qingyu was stalling, intentionally hindering her from obtaining the position of true disciple that belonged to her. "Zhou Qingyu, do you still not see the truth?" She coldly said, "With my talent and understanding, it's only natural for me to refuse to marry you. Why do you still cling to this, trying to make things difficult for me? There's no need, really. You and my sister should just enjoy a simple life together, that's your best destiny. You have no right to compete with me, and you can't afford to either. Do you understand?" Zhou Qingyu glanced at her and then calmly withdrew his gaze. Clinging to this? Perhaps, she was overestimating her importance in Zhou Qingyu's heart. If it weren't for her being Zhao Yingxiu's sister, he wouldn't even give her a second glance. Wu Qingtan also shot a significant glance at Zhou Qingyu and slowly said, "Indeed, there's really no need. This bronze measuring device is very sensitive, it can provide results faster than ordinary detection tools. If there are still no results after so long, it only means that Yingxiu's qualifications aren't even of the lower class. Alright, Yingxiu, it's time to step back." Zhao Yingxiu lowered her head, her face full of dejection. She had known this result long ago. However, just as her palm was about to leave the bronze measuring device, suddenly, the bronze measuring device shook violently. In the end of the bronze measuring device, that vast area without a scale. That represented the sacred area of the boundless spirit root, which actually burst forth with dazzling red light. Vaguely, a phoenix circled and danced in the red glow. Crack! The teacup in Zhao Ruyuan's hand silently fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The scalding tea splashed onto his thigh, yet he felt not a trace of pain. His eyes were captivated by the red light, unable to pull away. Clang! Wu Qingtan, who was sitting confidently, suddenly stood up. Surprised beyond belief, he momentarily lost control of his spirit power, directly shattering the chair beneath him. His eyes widened, his expression filled with horror as he gasped, "Boundless spirit root! I actually saw the boundless spirit root!" The 4 characters boundless spirit root struck like heavy hammers on the hearts of everyone in the Zhao family. It sent tremors through their very souls. Chen Qinglian was dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before her. Impossible, this can't be. How could that child born out of wedlock be better than my daughter? She grabbed her hair, frantically tousling it, unable to accept the reality. Zhao Yenyu gazed dazedly at the fiery red flame, engulfed in the greatest defeat of her life. The sister she had looked down on was actually the legendary boundless spirit root. The true prodigy of the Zhao family was not her, but her sister. Zhou Qingyu smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around the stunned Zhao Yingxiu's shoulder, saying, "I told you my wife would be noticed by the Star Cloud Pavilion, right?" Zhao Yingxiu just regained her senses, tightly biting her bright red lips. Her qualifications were actually stronger than her sister's. Overjoyed, she felt more gratitude and turned to look at the man so close before her. In front of everyone, she gently rose to her tiptoes, overflowing with emotion. He kissed Zhou Qingyu once, and in those beautiful peach blossom eyes, autumn waves rippled. "Thank you, my husband." She blushed, shy and excited, "You healed my face, you taught me how to cultivate, and you discovered my talent." A thread of genuine happiness blossomed on her face. In her heart, on her face, there was thick sweetness. "To meet you in this life is my greatest fortune." And this scene stunned Zhao Yenyun even more. So it was Zhou Qingyu who healed her face. Her cultivation of the third level of qi refinement was also taught by Zhou Qingyu. And the recent talent assessment was also successfully done because Zhou Qingyu delayed the time. It was Zhou Qingyu who changed Zhao Yinxu's fate, allowing her to step over Zhao Yenyun and take away everything that belonged to her. What Zhao Yenyun couldn't accept even more was that Zhou Qingyu was the one she pushed to her sister. The world spun for a moment, and Zhao Yenyun suddenly went dark before fainting. But even so, no one cared about her. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Zhao Yinxu. Wu Qingtan was so excited that he couldn't control himself, thinking with wild joy, no wonder the pavilion master said she is the greatest opportunity for the Starry Cloud Pavilion in 100 years, so that's it. Cultivating a person with the infinite spiritual root, how can the Starry Cloud Pavilion not dominate the 8 domains in the future? He quickly said, Yinxu, hurry and follow me back to the Starry Cloud Pavilion. As your master, I want to devote all my efforts to cultivate you. He couldn't wait to bring Zhao Yinxu back. With such talent, once it spreads, other forces would surely tear their faces apart to come and fight for the territory of the Starry Cloud Pavilion. Zhao Yinxu hesitated immediately. Yinxu, what are you hesitating for? Zhao Ruyuan was so anxious that he wished to answer for Zhao Yinxu. Such extraordinary talent, if she went to the Starry Cloud Pavilion, would definitely receive the best resources and have an immeasurable future. Zhao Yinxu looked at Zhou Qingyu, then at Wu Qingtan, but in the end, she shook her head and said, Master, I don't want to leave my husband. Compared to cultivation, she wanted to stay by Zhou Qingyu's side more. This made Wu Qingtan frown deeply. If it were an ordinary disciple, he would scold a few times and be done with it, but this was the infinite spiritual root. He was afraid to hold it in his mouth or break it in his hands. He could only helplessly look at Zhou Qingyu and found he was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, which made him greatly disappointed. How could such an ordinary person be worthy of the infinite spiritual root? He wasn't even qualified to step into the door of the Starry Cloud Pavilion. You are Yinxu's husband, right? Then I will make an exception and give you a chance to enter the Starry Cloud Pavilion. He pointed at the bronze ruler. You should also test your own talent. If it reaches the lower level, I will reluctantly accept you as a disciple. What? This made the Zhao family members' eyes turn red. The entry requirement for the Starry Cloud Pavilion was a minimum of middle-level talent, and there was also the need to see if any elders were willing to accept. Wu Qingtan, for Zhao Yinxu's sake, had actually lowered the conditions by an entire level. What a huge advantage this is. Ah! We miscalculated. How could we marry the infinite spiritual root to him? He got a free ride. The Zhao family members sighed. Zhao Ruyuan, however, was overjoyed. Although the Zhao family members all looked down on Zhou Qingyu. But when his own daughter was the ugliest, most despised, it was Zhou Qingyu who stood by her side and treated her sincerely. For this point alone, no matter how unworthy Zhou Qingyu was in comparison, Zhao Ruyuan accepted him as his son-in-law. Xiaoyu, keep it up. You can enter the Starry Cloud Pavilion together and take good care of Yinxu. Hearing the encouragement from his father-in-law, Zhou Qingyu was amused and helpless. When he dispersed his power, he also released his talent. Otherwise, how could so many prodigies suddenly emerge in this continent? They absorbed his talent. Now he needed to cultivate the 9 Revolutions Immortal Sutra to gradually restore his talent. At present, he had only cultivated for a few days, and his talent was far from restored. Wu Qingtan urged, quickly go test it. If you have lower-level talent, you can go to the Starry Cloud Pavilion with Yinxu and I. Reluctantly, Zhou Qingyu could only come to the bronze ruler. As expected, the bronze ruler remained motionless. Wu Qingtan's expression darkened. There are no lower levels? With your situation, even looking at Yinxi's face, I cannot take you to the Star Cloud Pavilion. Filled with hope, Zhao Yinxi's heart suddenly sank, saying, then I won't go either. This made Wu Qingtan feel troubled, saying, how about this, I will give you another opportunity. This time I will only take Zhao Yinxi back. Half a month later, I will come back to the Azure Emperor City and bring Zhao Yanyu and Yi Yunfei back. At that time, if you can break through to the 8th layer of Qi practice, I will personally take you back to the Star Cloud Pavilion. Half a month, going from 5th layer of Qi practice to the 8th layer? Zhao Yanyu couldn't even do it. Isn't this just clearly a trick to lure Zhao Yinxi to the Star Cloud Pavilion? Zhao Yinxi also realized it and shook her head, wanting to refuse to go back with Elder Wu. But Zhou Qingyu said without hesitation, sure, no problem. Ha! Wu Qingtan showed a surprised look. Such a straightforward attitude made him feel like his conditions were too easy. But this is going from the 5th layer of Qi practice to the 8th within half a month. Zhou Qingyu rubbed Zhao Yinxi's head, go to the Star Cloud Pavilion and wait for me, I will be there in half a month. Zhao Yinxi grabbed her arm, shaking her head like a rattledrum, no. What if you can't come? Zhou Qingyu chuckled, others may not know, but don't you understand your husband's abilities? Be good, now that your aptitude has been revealed, staying in Azure Emperor City is very unsafe. If a powerful bad person comes, not only will he hurt you, but he will also hurt your father. Hearing this, Zhao Yingxi struggled for a long time before slowly letting go of Zhou Qingyu, tears in her eyes, saying, "Then you must come to find me. I will be scared alone." Zhou Qingyu felt a pang in her heart and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely arrive." Elder Wu slightly nodded at Zhou Qingyu, then quickly took Zhao Yingxi away. Zhou Qingyu sent them all the way to the gate of the Zhao family, watching as Zhao Yingxi turned back 3 times before disappearing from her sight. She felt a sense of loss in her heart. In just a few days, she had begun to like this kind-hearted and innocent girl. "Ha, Zhou Qingyu, isn't it all for nothing?" A disagreeable voice entered her ears. Zhou Qingyu turned her head to see it was Zheng Duo. "What's wrong, staying here to be beaten?" Zhou Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly. Zheng Duo's hands were tucked into his sleeves, laughing loudly. "You have no chance now, because I will soon enter the Star Cloud Pavilion. Then, you can just watch outside the pavilion as I continue to pursue your wife." "Oh?" Zhou Qingyu showed a look of surprise. "Star Cloud Pavilion? You?" Zheng Duo, with a smug expression, said, "Do you know how Yi Yunfei entered the Star Cloud Pavilion?" A mysterious senior guided him. Zhou Qingyu scratched her nose. "A mysterious senior? Isn't that referring to me?" Zhou Qingyu leisurely rested her hands behind her back, saying, "So what? What does that senior have to do with you?" Zheng Duo bragged, "Wait, that senior is about to go to the mayor's house to enter seclusion in the stalactite spirit pool. Yi Yunfei specifically invited me to join and asserted that the senior would certainly guide me with more care." It turned out that after he left, Yi Yunfei found him to express his gratitude. He said without him, Zheng Duo would not be where he was today. He must come to observe the senior's cultivation later, and said the senior would definitely be happier to see him and would guide him well. Having gotten such a huge opportunity, Zheng Duo didn't first tell his family but came to show off to Zhou Qingyu. Learning that Zhao Yingxi was taken to the Star Cloud Pavilion, Zhou Qingyu could only stay in Azure Emperor City, feeling even more proud. "Oh. I almost forgot until you mentioned it." Zhou Qingyu slapped her forehead, recalling that Yi Yunfei had mentioned the stalactite spirit liquid would indeed be open today. Busy with cultivation and tidying up Lianyun Fortress these past 2 days, she had forgotten about it. "Thank you for the reminder, or else I would have missed it." Zhou Qingyu smiled as he patted his shoulder and walked away without hesitation, leaving Zheng Duo in a state of confusion. "Thank me? Thank me for going to the Nebula Pavilion to take care of his wife? Ha!" With a cold smile, Zheng Duo hurried towards the Lord's residence. At the Lord's residence, Zhou Qingyu, who arrived first, received a warm welcome from Yi Yunfei and his father, Yi Jifeng. Yi Jifeng regarded the young Zhou Qingyu without the slightest hint of neglect. He clasped his hands and knelt down, bowing his head. "Yi, thank young Master Zhou." This grand gesture startled Zhou Qingyu, and he stepped aside, saying, "Why does the Lord act so respectfully?" Yi Yunfei's selection by Elder Wu was due to his hard work and cultivation. I have only given a bit of guidance. If anyone should kneel in thanks, it should be Yi Yunfei. There's no reason for a father like Yi Jifeng to kneel in thanks. Yet Yi Jifeng bowed again and said, "I, Yi, represent the 40,000 citizens of Qingdi City, to thank young Master Zhou for eradicating the bandits of Lianyun Fort, restoring peace to everyone." Zhou Qingyu understood then. As the city lord, Yi Jifeng had already analyzed how the bandits of Lianyun Fort were completely wiped out. Combining Zhou Qingyu's exceptional skills learned in Haifeng Valley, it was easy to know who the attacker was. It was just a casual act. "Get up." Zhou Qingyu casually waved his hand. Yi Jifeng got up and once again cupped his hands, saying, "After this incident, the Lord of Lianyun Fort will take 10 years to regain his power." When the Lord was mentioned, Zhou Qingyu became a bit concerned. He had wiped out all of the man's subordinates, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be revenge. Where is he now? Yi Jifeng's eyes grew serious. "He is near Qingdi City." Upon hearing that Lianyun Fort was wiped out, he hurried back overnight and killed several of our guards. When I rushed over, he had already escaped. The opponent was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ordinary warriors were like lambs awaiting slaughter before him. As the city lord, Yi Jifeng couldn't patrol all day. This was a problem. If he found out it was Zhou Qingyu, he would probably start seeking revenge against Zhou Qingyu and the Zhao family. As for the other members of the Zhao family, if he struck, Zhou Qingyu wouldn't care. He was only worried that he would harm Zhao Ruyuan. If anything happened to Zhao Ruyuan, Zhao Yingxin wouldn't be able to handle it. I will quickly increase my strength and find an opportunity to defeat him. Zhou Qingyu spoke calmly. Yi Jifeng felt a chill in his heart. Foundation establishment cultivators are not something cheap practicing warriors can compare to. They not only have abundant spiritual power but also can release it outward. They can injure others from a distance, incredibly powerful. Zhou Qingyu casually said he would defeat the other party? Was he overly confident in his own skills or blindly confident?
He couldn't help but remind him, young Master Zhou, the Lord of Lianyun Fort is called Hu Lianshan, once a crime-ridden genius of Qingdi City. To evade capture, he shattered into the Tower of Power. He's also a ruthless character, managing to survive on the supplies of those who entered the tower for 10 years. During that time, he must have encountered some fortuitous events, and when he emerged, he was already at the Foundation establishment level and burst out of Qingdi City, gathering forces to create the current Lianyun Fort.
Zhou Qingyu showed a hint of confusion. Tower of Power? Ha!
Seeing that Zhou Qingyu didn't even know about the Tower of Power, Yi Jifeng was taken aback and said, the Tower of Power is something every city on the continent has. The creator is unknown, and it is divided into 10 levels, each guarded by a mechanical puppet.
Defeating the puppet can earn rewards and allow entry to the next level.
Only cultivators above the 5th level of Qi practicing are qualified to enter. So far, the best record is reaching the 6th level and obtaining a 4 elements pill.
Zhou Qingyu's eyes sparkled.
The 4 elements pill is a medicinal pill for breaking through to Foundation establishment, more reliable than spiritual energy liquids. He secretly nodded and asked in detail about the Tower of Power.
Not long after, the steward came to report, Lord, the stalactite spiritual liquid has been fully collected.
Yi Jifeng hurriedly said, young Master Zhou, please. Under the guidance of his father and son, Zhou Qingyu arrived in the backyard, in a closed large hall. From a distance, the intense fragrance in the air could be smelled. At this moment, the door of the hall was already open, and Yi Jifeng clasped his hands and said, we will wait outside for young Master Zhou's breakthrough.
Zhou Qingyu nodded and entered the hall, closing the door behind him. Almost at the same time, Zheng Duo rushed over. Brother Zhang, where have you been?
The senior just entered.
Yi Yunfei lamented.
Hearing the sound of the door just closing, Zheng Duo couldn't help but stamp his foot in regret. In his heart, he felt angry. Zhou Qingyu,
you have delayed my opportunity again.
If he had known, he should have invited the senior for guidance first, then gone to show off to Zhou Qingyu.
Yi Yunfei comforted, it's okay. Wait for the senior to come out after breaking through. You can ask for his guidance then.
Zheng Duo nodded vigorously, standing immobile outside the hall. It wasn't long before he began to hear the sounds of cultivation from inside. Inside the hall, the spiritual energy seemed to be boiling and gathering crazily.
Even the spiritual energy in the courtyard was quickly pouring inside. He was taken aback and asked, what kind of technique is the senior practicing? It's so powerful? Yi Jifeng's eyes shone with amazement as he exclaimed, we foundation building practitioners do not create such a big commotion when absorbing spiritual energy. Yi Yunfei swallowed hard and said, the senior is extraordinary, of course. I wonder how many levels he can break through.
Our Yi family has had this spiritual pool for several generations. The best time was when someone broke through from the 5th to the 7th level of Qi refining, shocking the entire city.
Could the senior also break through 2 levels?
Hearing this, Yi Jifeng shook his head slightly. That may be very difficult.
The stalactite has been used for many years, and the spiritual energy inside is far less than before.
If he can successfully break through 1 level, that would be quite remarkable.
2 levels would be as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Just as the words left his mouth, suddenly, the spiritual energy inside shook violently, emanating a presence of Qi refining at the 6th level.
Yi Jifeng gasped in disbelief. He broke through. How is that possible? He's only been inside for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and he directly breaks through 1 level? What kind of amazing technique is he practicing?
Zheng Duo was also stunned, having never seen such a powerful cultivation method. If I could get a little guidance from the senior, stepping into the Star Cloud Pavilion would be a piece of cake. He was incredibly excited, thinking about how to win the senior's favor when they meet. Chapter 31, Zheng Duo's world collapses.
In the hall,
Zhou Qingyu sat in the milky spiritual pool, satisfiedly murmuring, although the stalactites underground have been developed by the Yi family for many years, and the spiritual energy is far less than before, it's still not bad. The Yi family absorbs the stalactite spiritual liquid, wasting most of the spiritual energy, but my 9 Transformations Immortal Sutra can fully utilize all the spiritual energy within. With the same resources and a superior technique, he could absorb more spiritual energy. As he gulped, not a trace of spiritual energy from the liquid escaped, all was absorbed into his body. Thus, the entire pool of spiritual liquid, the Yi family members hardly broke through even 1 level. But for Zhou Qingyu, that was not the case. He closed his eyes and continued to use the technique.
An hour later, a rushing sound like a torrent erupted from within his body. The sound was so loud that it even reached the outside. Yi Jifeng was astonished. He broke through the 2nd level? How is that possible?
Yi Yunfei also couldn't believe it. I barely broke through 1 level with all my effort.
Zheng Duo gasped in shock. His eyes gleamed with heat. City Lord, it must be a mysterious level technique to have such an effect, right? Yi Jifeng's heart raced. A mysterious level technique?
Such a technique would be extremely top-notch in the Star Cloud Pavilion. He took a deep breath and said, "It can only be a mysterious level technique, otherwise, it cannot explain why he can break through twice. Prepare to welcome the senior when he comes out." A smile broke on his face. Letting Zhou Qingyu break through 2 levels in a row, the Yi family should be quite satisfied with this gift for him, right?
Zheng Duo tidied his clothes, anxiously waiting.
However, the Grand Hall door showed no sign of opening. Because Zhou Qingyu's training had not yet stopped.
2 hours later,
as the spirit pond water beneath him became clear and transparent, without a trace of spiritual energy, Zhou Qingyu also stopped his training. His body shook, and a sound of roaring waves echoed around him. Outside the hall, Yi Jifeng was shocked and gasped.
Breakthrough of 3 levels? How is this possible?
Yi Jifeng even doubted whether Zhou Qingyu had discovered some hidden treasure in the spirit pond that the Yi family had overlooked, allowing him to break through 3 levels. But, the Yi family had used the spirit pond for over 100 years, they knew every grain of sand inside it. It made no sense that they were unaware while Zhou Qingyu discovered it in just one visit.
There could only be one explanation. Yi Jifeng inhaled sharply and said, "Yunfei, later come with me to bow to the elder. We, the Yi family, have encountered an extraordinary person."
At first, he merely thought Zhou Qingyu happened to know some body refining techniques and helped his son, always referring to him as young Master Zhou. Deep down, he regarded Zhou Qingyu as a junior, just like his son. But now, he referred to him as an elder.
Yi Yunfei was astonished and said, "Father? You want to kneel? Isn't that inappropriate?" The dignified city lord kneeling to welcome a junior out of seclusion, was this not against protocol?
Yi Jifeng was shocked and said, "I was fortunate to witness the training of the master of the Star Cloud Pavilion. But his mental skills are nowhere near as high as the elders. What he trained in could very well be an earth-level mental skill. What kind of background could a person with such skills have? I dare not even guess.
All we can do is treat him with utmost respect, without a trace of neglect." Earth level? Yi Yunfei gasped again, unable to believe his ears.
In a place with only a medium-level yellow skill like Azure Emperor City,
Earth level was akin to a myth.
It was a supreme secret that they lacked even the courage to covet. Thinking of how he once questioned Zhou Qingyu for secretly learning the Yi family's diamond technique, and recalling his once unfriendly attitude, Yi Yunfei broke into a cold sweat.
He almost became the sinner of the Yi family.
Zheng Duo felt his scalp tingle.
Earth level skill?
What kind of power could a person who practiced such a skill come from? He couldn't even imagine.
No wonder he casually pointed the young city lord into the Star Cloud Pavilion. Then, Zheng Duo became excited. "If he were to guide me with care, I'm afraid I wouldn't just be a regular disciple, but a true disciple as well?"
Upon realizing this, Zheng Duo became even more humble.
Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei looked at Zheng Duo with deep envy.
Patting him on the shoulder, he sincerely said, "Brother Zhang, if you achieve great success in the future, don't forget our Yi family." With that, Yi Jifeng also astonishingly patted Zheng Duo's shoulder, speaking gently and courteously, "From today on, your Zhang family and my Yi family will be bound as one. Your Zhang family's rise will also bring prosperity to my Yi family."
How about it? Zheng Duo was instantly overwhelmed and shocked.
The implication was that the Yi family was lowering themselves to form an alliance with the Zhang family.
This was an incredible joy.
But he didn't understand why the Yi family would think this elder would care about him.
Confused, he couldn't help but voice his doubts. "City Lord, young City Lord, you are joking, I have never met the elder, he might not even guide me." Yi Yunfei frowned. This didn't make sense. Wasn't Zheng Duo talking with Zhou Qingyu outside Black Wind Valley on that day?
Looking at how they conversed, they should be quite familiar with each other. Moreover, Zheng Duo had laughed heartily at that moment, appearing unusually close.
How could Zheng Duo claim he had never met Zhou Qingyu? Was he misunderstanding something?
Just as Yi Yunfei was about to ask in detail, the Grand Hall door rumbled.
Zhou Qingyu was coming out of seclusion.
Yi Jifeng's body shook, hurriedly pressing down on Yi Yunfei's shoulder, and the father and son knelt down together.
Zheng Duo also trembled and quickly knelt down.
The three lowered their heads. They did not dare to size up Zhou Qingyu carelessly, shouting in unison.
"We welcome the senior out of seclusion." "Ha!" Zhou Qingyu was surprised. Why were the Yi family father and son so respectful all of a sudden? Moreover, wasn't Zheng Duo the one kneeling here?
He showed a hint of disgust. He stepped forward to stand in front of the three. The three of them did not dare to look up, barely breathing, only daring to stare at Zhou Qingyu's feet. But as they looked, Zheng Duo showed a hint of surprise.
"These shoes, why do they look somewhat familiar?" Yi Jifeng took a deep breath and said, "The younger generation has been blind, not knowing the greatness in front of me.
I apologize for my previous negligence, please forgive me, senior." Yi Yunfei was even more terrified, saying, "Senior, I was disrespectful that day, and I hope you can forgive me."
Zhou Qingyu chuckled silently.
It turned out that his consecutive breakthroughs to 3 levels led them to guess that he possessed powerful techniques and thus deduced his extraordinary identity. Though they had only scratched the surface, it was enough to show that the father and son were exceptionally wise.
Zhou Qingyu smiled lightly and said, "Get up. I won't use your spirit pool for nothing.
I will give you a basic body refining method at the mystic level."
Hiss.
Yi Jifeng's pupils shook violently, a wave of ecstatic delight rising in his heart.
He immediately kowtowed repeatedly, "Thank you, senior. Thank you for your great kindness."
A mystic level technique. This is actually a mystic level technique.
Their Yi family was about to soar.
Zheng Duo was also immensely shocked, his whole body trembling in nervousness.
What level of unparalleled expert is this? A casual gesture results in a mystic level technique?
He raised his head tremblingly, displaying a meek and flattering expression.
"Senior, I am Zheng Duo. However..."
His words came to a sudden halt. A face that left him feeling like the sky was collapsing appeared before him.
Zhou Qingyu?
Zheng Duo was confused, puzzled, and bewildered.
This mysterious senior was actually the Zhou Qingyu he had always looked down upon?
He simply could not reconcile Zhou Qingyu with the esteemed figure in his mind. Clearly one was in the sky, while the other was underground. He even wondered if he had fallen asleep and was having a nightmare.
But Zhou Qingyu's words made him feel like falling into an ice cellar. "Aren't you the one who wanted my guidance to go to Xingyun Pavilion, young Master Zhang?"
Zhou Qingyu watched him with interest, a chilling coldness radiating from his eyes. Even though Zhao Yingqiu went to Xingyun Pavilion, this person was still thinking about her. From the fate of the criminals in the Tianyuan Divine Prison, he had concluded one principle. Cutting the grass must also remove the roots. Yi Jifeng had not yet noticed Zhou Qingyu's expression and was green with envy in his heart.
Zheng Duo really knows Zhou Qingyu. So he laughed and said, "Senior, just now, our Yi family formed an alliance with the Zhang family.
You can rest assured, from now on, if the Zhang family encounters difficulties, our Yi family will protect you to the death."
Zhou Qingyu looked at Yi Jifeng indifferently and coldly said, "Is that so? Are you sure you want to protect Zheng Duo?"
Only at this moment did Yi Jifeng sense that the tone was not quite right. He looked up at Zhou Qingyu's face and felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly realizing something was off.
He cautiously said, "Senior, you and young Master Zhang are..." He wanted to probe their relationship. Could it be that they were not very familiar with each other?
What struck Yi Jifeng like a thunderbolt was Zhou Qingyu's indifferent reply.
"Zheng Duo wants to take my wife. And I want to kill him. That is our relationship." He looked at Yi Jifeng and said, "You just said you would protect him to the death?" The shocking turn of events left Yi Jifeng and Yi Yunfei in utter disbelief. Zheng Duo actually dared to covet the wife of the senior? And he was still forming an alliance with him, wanting to protect him?
Thinking of this, Yi Jifeng felt like he could slap himself to death.
He hurriedly kowtowed heavily, panicking, "And no. Senior. We misunderstood, it was a misunderstanding."
Yi Yunfei was even more frightened, his face turning pale. "It was my foolishness, seeing the two of you talking and laughing outside the valley that day. I mistakenly thought your relationship was good.
I really didn't know he had the audacity to try to take your wife."
As he spoke, the father and son were fiercely slapping their own faces. Despair felt like the sky was collapsing in his heart. Connecting with Zheng Duo was meant to further climb up to the big figure, Zhou Qingyu.
Unexpectedly, Zheng Duo was not some heavenly vine.
Instead, he was a bottomless cliff, about to step into nothingness.
"Since that's the case, I killed Zheng Duo in the city lord's mansion. You have no objections, right?" Zhou Qingyu said calmly.
Yi Jifeng panicked, How dare? Then he realized and said, No, that dog Zheng Duo dared to have ill intentions towards your wife. Such a filthy thing doesn't deserve your personal intervention.
I will execute him for you, to prevent your hands from getting dirty." Zhou Qingyu indeed disliked getting involved with something like Zheng Duo, so he gave a nod.
Yi Jifeng felt as if a great mercy had been granted to him.
Knowing this was Zhou Qingyu giving him a chance to redeem himself, how could he hesitate? He immediately let the killing intent roll, glaring at Zheng Duo and shouting, "Beast! You bully good women on ordinary days, and now you dare to harm the elder's wife. Just to slap to kill you would be too easy."
Zheng Duo was terrified to the core. He mournfully clutched Zhou Qingyu's trousers and begged, "Elder Zhou, I didn't recognize the greatness of Mount Tai, please spare me."
Bang!
Yi Jifeng had already brought down a palm filled with rage, shattering his heart from behind.
Pu!
Zheng Duo opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, releasing an excruciating groan. This palm made him wish he were dead. "I'll spare you a breath, roll back and tell your Zhang family to get out of Qingdi City, and never come back." Several servants nervously lifted him and threw him at the Zhang family's doorstep.
After doing all this, Yi Jifeng cautiously inquired, "Elder, is this method acceptable?"
Zhou Qingyu nodded and picked up a branch to write a low-level cultivation method for body refinement on the ground. Yi Jifeng was so excited he knelt again. "Thank you for your great kindness, Elder."
Zhou Qingyu said, "Train well, protect the land and settle the people." After finishing, he left. Yet Yi Jifeng remained kneeling, unable to stand for a long time.
After a long silence, he said, "Yunfei, carve this sentence onto the first page of the Yi family genealogy. Always remind the descendants of the Yi family to remember the elders' teachings."
Yi Yunfei nodded heavily, "Yes, father." Speaking of the Zhang family.
At this moment, chaos naturally ensued.
Move. Move everything that can be moved, leave tonight.
The head of the Zhang family didn't even have the heart to care about the near-death Zheng duo, just wished to quickly take his clan away from Qingdi City. Tianizhou's face was dark, clenching his fists and saying, "If only I were a true disciple. If I were a true disciple, a city lord would have to listen."
Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary disciple. Yi Jifeng might not take him seriously.
At this moment, on the stretcher, Zhang Duo painfully said, "Cousin, you should leave too, don't stay in Qingdi City."
Thinking of Zhou Qingyu's terrifying identity, Zhang Duo was worried that Tianizhou would unwittingly run into Zhou Qingyu one day. Tianizhou grimaced, "Where can I go? My master punished me to reflect in Qingdi City for half a month before leaving.
If I make another mistake, I will be expelled from the sect. It's all that Zhou bastard's fault, knowing his wife has extraordinary talent but deliberately hiding it, causing my master to punish me." Thinking of this, hatred surged within him. Zhang Duo, however, widened his eyes in terror. What he feared most had come. He used his last bit of life and coughed, "And no, don't provoke Zhou Qingyu, he is.
Exhausting his last breath.
His eyes were wide open in death, ultimately unable to reveal Zhou Qingyu's true identity.
Tianizhou checked his breath and said, "Rest in peace, don't worry about me. You can't provoke Zhou Qingyu, doesn't mean I can't. He's just someone living off his wife's fame. Watch, I won't let him join the Xingyun Pavilion." At this moment,
the head of the Zhang family urged, "Tianizhou, you should leave too, our Zhang family is facing great trouble."
Tianizhou replied, "You all go, just in time my mother arranged a blind date for me, the other party is from the Gu family of Qingdi City, I should go take a look."
Ever since seeing Zhao Yenyun, he had developed feelings.
"I am very resistant to this blind date.
After witnessing Zhao Yenyun's astonishing talent and realizing I am unworthy, I can only settle for second best. Fortunately, the girl from the Gu family is said to be extraordinarily beautiful, a great beauty of Qingdi City.
As a disciple of the Nebula Pavilion, she would likely take the initiative to come to my bed, right?
Just in time to stay in Qingdi City for half a month, having a woman to play with is not bad at all."
At the same time,
Zhou Qingyu, who has continuously broken through several levels, prepares to go to the Tower of Warriors to solidify his foundation through combat. Passing by the Gu family, he suddenly remembers that he took a lot of materials from them last time and plans to use a batch of top-quality vitality liquid to repay the debt.
Upon arriving at the door, he hears Gu Changyue's furious shout. I'm not going. Whoever wants a blind date can go." Zhou Qingyu is surprised and laughs, "Are you getting married?" Suddenly encountering Zhou Qingyu, Gu Changyue's delicate face turns slightly red.
Gu Zhangyang also catches up and, seeing Zhou Qingyu, feels very complicated. He had planned to eliminate the bandits of Lianyun Fortress to pave the way for his youngest daughter's marriage to Zhou Qingyu, but did not expect someone to get there first. Moreover, his wife made an unauthorized decision and arranged a blind date for Gu Changyue. The other party is from the Nebula Pavilion, whether good or bad, he feels uncertain.
Seeing Zhou Qingyu, he is moved and says, "Young Master Zhou, could you come to my Gu family tomorrow?
A son of an old friend wants to come to our house for a blind date with Changyue.
You are well informed, could you help us evaluate this person?"
Why should I care about your family's blind date?" He initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Gu Changyue crying with tears like pear blossoms, clearly resisting, he had no choice but to say, "Alright, I will help you check this person. If he is a good man, then fine, if not, please don't make things difficult for Changyue."
Gu Zhangyang was overjoyed.
He firmly believes in the judgment of a 3-star great alchemist.
Chapter 33, The Tower of Warriors. Gu Changyue feels a little relieved.
Wiping her tears, she frowns and whispers, "Brother Zhou, no matter if he is good or not, you must say he is not."
"I don't want to get married." Zhou Qingyu laughs and says, "Men should marry, and women should marry. If he is excellent and someone you like, wouldn't it be fine to marry him?"
After saying that, he waves his hand and leaves. Gu Changyue, however, watches Zhou Qingyu's figure, her eyes filled with a faint bitterness.
"Having met you, who else could possibly enter my heart?" The Tower of Warriors.
It is located on the outskirts of the city and stands 10 stories high.
At the entrance, there is an unknown white-haired old man guarding it. Name, he asks without raising his eyelids.
Zhou Qingyu glances at the nearby crystal stone monument, which displays the rankings. He is shocked to see Zhao Yinyun's name, ranked 19th, having passed the 4th challenge. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Qingyu says, "You." He is here just to obtain a 4-symbol pill. Rank is not important, so there is no need to use his real name. The old man with white hair is not surprised, takes out a registration book, and writes down the name Young Master Yu, then says, "This tower only allows those 19 years old and under to challenge. If you exceed the age, you will be automatically ejected. Go on." Zhou Qingyu nods and steps inside. Seeing him walk lightly, without any serious demeanor, the old man shakes his head, another one of those guys who will just play around in the first layer. Even in the first layer, the puppets are quite powerful. He has seen too many young men who thought too highly of themselves and were immediately ejected. Zhou Qingyu barely steps into the first layer. A powerful stick wind suddenly slams down from above. Although he appears relaxed, in reality, his muscles are tensed, already prepared. He operates the golden light escape and easily evades the incoming stick. At the same time, he also sees that the one attacking is a simple wooden figure. It is covered in wooden sticks, and as it moves, dozens of sticks come slamming from different angles. In an instant, the whole area is filled with shadows of sticks. Interesting, Zhou Qingyu is slightly surprised. The puppet in the first layer is not simple, so what will the puppets behind be like? He was a bit curious. Without hesitation, he struck with his hand, and the fist force from the 7 stars burst easily pierced through the wooden puppet. With a crash, the puppet fell to the ground. From its abdomen, a key rolled out. Looking at the end of the stairs, there was an iron door sealed with a lock, and Zhou Qingyu understood. He picked up the key and opened the second iron door. At the same time, the old guard with white hair looked slightly surprised. Oh. He actually didn't get knocked out by a single hit? But he probably won't hold on for long. At this moment, a pair of man and woman walked over. The man was Tianyi Zhou. The woman was Zhao Yenyun. "Junior sister, you're not in good shape right now. Rashly challenging the Tower of Strawn will probably be dangerous," Tianyi Zhou advised. Zhao Yenyun, feeling lost, tightened her grip on the green sword and murmured, "Don't mind me, I can't calm down except through fighting." As long as she stopped, her mind filled with humiliation. Her position as a true disciple was stolen. Her top-notch talent, which she was proud of, was crushed to pieces by the boundless spirit roots. All her pride was gone. Only through continuous fighting could she forget everything. She came in front of the old guard and said, "Zhao Yenyun, challenge the Tower of Strawn." After speaking, she entered with her sword. The old guard's face showed intense anticipation. Last time Zhao Yenyun challenged the 4th level, she was at the 8th layer of Qi refining, and now she has advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refining. She should be able to pass the 5th level, right? As soon as Zhao Yenyun entered, she faced the same attack. She skillfully wrestled for a few moves and easily defeated it. At this moment, she realized there was also a broken puppet on the ground. Looking again at the door above, it was already open. Oh? Is someone ahead of me? She curiously chased after it and immediately encountered the puppet attack of the 2nd level. It was a puppet that could spit fire, and its lethality was enormous. Zhao Yenyun cautiously dodged and jumped, using her agile posture and powerful cultivation. After dozens of moves, she finally managed to chop it down. Just like the 1st level, there was another broken puppet on the ground. The door to the 3rd level was also open. A master has come. Zhao Yenyun was a bit curious about who it was. When she stepped into the 3rd level, she encountered a puppet that spit sand, which was very tricky to deal with. After exhausting hundreds of moves, she was drenched in fragrant sweat before defeating it. Seeing that the door to the 4th level was also open, Zhao Yenyun's expression turned serious. It seems the opponent is at least at the 7th layer of Qi refining. However, when she painstakingly defeated the puppet of the 4th level, she astonishingly found that the door to the 5th level was still open. Could it be he is a warrior at the 8th layer of Qi refining? Zhao Yenyun exclaimed in surprise. At that time, she herself was at the 8th layer of Qi refining, which allowed her to reach the 5th level before being defeated. But he should find it very difficult to pass the 5th level. The puppets there are even more dangerous, Zhao Yenyun recalled. The puppets of the 5th level were those that spewed toxic smoke. Even with a gas mask, it was hard to last long. To pass, one had to conclude the battle quickly. This time, she prepared and donned a mask before charging in. What met her eyes was a broken puppet and the open door leading to the 6th level. What? He has already passed the 5th level? Zhao Yenyun was stunned. Just at that moment, a puppet in the shape of a leopard, enveloped in colorful poisonous smoke, suddenly pounced out diagonally. With one claw, it left a scratch on her chest. In pain, Zhao Yenyun reacted quickly and began to fight back. But the leopard was extremely agile, and with blood on her chest, the toxic smoke seeped through the wound, quickly entering her bloodstream, making her head dizzy and unsteady. She realized she was in danger. But when she tried to retreat, she found that her vision was blurred under the influence of the toxic smoke, and she could no longer see the path clearly. Yet the leopard suddenly pounced, seizing the opportunity to launch a deadly strike against Zhao Yenyun. Its sharp claws. He fiercely grabbed toward his neck. By the time Zhao Yenyun noticed, she didn't even have time to react. Her heart skipped a beat, and her mind instantly flashed through her entire life. She knew that she was going to die unexpectedly here. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Well, it's fine. Dying this way is okay. At least, she wouldn't have to bear the shame throughout her life. But at that moment, a tall figure wearing a mask came down from the 6th floor. He noticed Zhao Yenyun was in danger, and with a push of his toes, he swiftly rushed toward her along the wall, as if flying. Just as the leopard was about to tear her throat open, a punch landed on the leopard's body. Bang bang. 2 muffled sounds echoed, and the leopard was shattered by the immense power. Zhao Yenyun's pupils contracted sharply. The puppet on the 5th floor was instantly killed with a single blow? What kind of strength is this? But the poison smoke made her consciousness foggy, and everything went black as she collapsed. Before she lost consciousness, she felt that she hadn't fallen to the ground. Instead, she fell onto a strong chest. When she woke up again, she found herself on the 6th floor. A tiger-shaped puppet, already shattered, lay on the ground. And she herself was lying on the ground. She felt a coldness in her chest, sat up, and looked down. Her face changed dramatically. She saw that her chest was uncovered, and the wounds on her chest had been smeared with ointment. In an instant, her face turned red. Without asking, she knew what had happened while she was unconscious. Finally awake? You've been unconscious for a day and a night. Zhou Qingyu, still wearing a mask, stood with his back to her, saying indifferently. Zhao Yenyun's mask had not been removed. Confirming that it was a man who saved her, her face turned even redder, but she still thanked him. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Because of the mask's obstruction, Zhou Qingyu's voice had changed. She could only tell that Zhou Qingyu's voice belonged to a young man, but she couldn't recognize who it was. Similarly, Zhou Qingyu couldn't tell who he had saved. He calmly said, "It was just a small effort. You are not blaming me for undressing you, so that's already good enough." He thought she would blame him or ask him to take responsibility. Zhao Yenyun blushed and said, "Sir, you are just saving my life. How could I blame you?" "Oh?" Zhou Qingyu looked at her in surprise. This woman is quite reasonable. She's much better than that proud woman, Zhao Yenyun. Since you're fine, then let's go. Zhou Qingyu stood up and walked towards the exit. Zhao Yenyun looked at the key that had rolled out from the tiger puppet's stomach, leading to the 7th floor, and said in surprise, "Sir, won't you try challenging the 7th floor?" Only by unlocking the 7th floor would the Tower of the Strong acknowledge that the challenger had passed the 6th stage. So far, the highest record in the Tower of the Strong was the 6th stage. Zhou Qingyu just needed to take the key and open the door. Even if he didn't enter the 7th floor, he would be considered to have passed the 6th stage, setting a new record. This would definitely be a sensational event in the city, a huge honor. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, "I've already gotten what I wanted." He shook a jade bottle in his hand, inside which was a 4 symbols pill. Zhao Yenyun anxiously asked, "But what about your ranking?" "It's just a false name. What's the use of it?" Zhou Qingyu said calmly. With that, he disappeared at the end of the stairs. Zhao Yenyun stood frozen, astonished. Is there really such an outstanding person in the world, someone who is low-key and doesn't care for fame and fortune at the same age? Thinking of how she had fainted in anger over the false title of a true disciple, she felt extremely ashamed. She looked in the direction Zhou Qingyu had left and couldn't help but feel admiration. We are the same age, but not only do I fall far behind him in strength, even my heart and mind can't compare. She quickly ran after him, looking at his tall back, her heart racing. "Sir, may I ask if we will have the chance to spar together?" This was the first time in her life she had actively invited a man. Zhou Qingyu thought this woman was polite and smiled lightly. "It depends on fate." Looking at the mask beneath her, he continued walking. The obviously lost eyes, Zhou Qingyu thought for a moment, took out the jade bottle and tossed it to her. Zhao Yenyu hurriedly caught it, looking at the elixir inside wrapped in 4 colorful ribbons, and couldn't help but exclaim, "For symbols pill? Young master, what is this?" Zhou Qingyu said, "You should be stuck at the 9th level of Qi training, right? It's a gift for you." Although he received a reward for reaching the 6th level, Zhou Qingyu was very disappointed. This 4 symbols pill was just the lowest grade, with limited effects. Although it could help him break through the foundation establishment realm, it couldn't take him further. It would be better for him to spend more time gathering materials to refine a top-grade one. Throwing this away would be a waste, so he decided to give it to her instead.
After saying this, he waved his hand and left gracefully. Zhao Yanyu, however, held the four symbols pill, lost in a daze. The four symbols pill. This was indeed the four symbols pill. Even in the Nebula Pavilion, only extremely outstanding disciples qualified to receive this reward. In the outside world, it was a priceless rare treasure that one couldn't even buy. Did he just give it to her like this? An unprecedented joy surged in her heart, and she watched Zhou Qingyu's elegant figure as he walked away, her colorful eyes sparkling. When she left the Tower of Strong, Zhou Qingyu's figure had already disappeared. She turned her head to look at the stone tablet. In the list of those who cleared the 5th level, she saw a new name. Young Master Yu. Zhao Yanyu murmured softly, and his tall figure floated in her heart. Waves of strange emotions lingered in her heart. At this moment, Tian Yizhou walked over. He sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought something happened to you. Zhao Yanyu had been gone for a whole day and night, making him very worried. There was indeed a bit of trouble, but someone saved me. Zhao Yanyu honestly recounted what happened in the tower. Of course, she omitted the part where she was injured in the chest and had her clothes undone by young Master Yu for treatment. Tian Yizhou recalled the man who had just come out and frowned. Junior sister, you sure you were unconscious for a day and night? He didn't do anything to you? Thinking of Zhao Yanyu being cared for by an unknown man in a state of unconsciousness for a day and night made him feel as uncomfortable as if he swallowed a fly. Zhao Yanyu immediately frowned. Does she not know if there was an invasion or not? Looking at Tian Yizhou's small-minded assumptions about a gentleman, she felt a surge of disgust. In comparison, Zhou Qingyu's upright image became even more prominent. Senior brother, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go back first. Zhao Yanyu said coldly. Back at the Zhao family. Not long after entering the house, she saw Zhao Ruyuan teaching Zhou Qingyu. In the Qi training realm, if you want to advance quickly, in addition to resources, real combat with others is essential. You should do your best and focus on sparring with me. Zhou Qingyu was both amused and helpless. He had just returned when Zhao Ruyuan pulled him to the courtyard, saying he wanted to help him enter the Nebula Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Qingyu had already successfully broken through to the 8th level of Qi training. In order not to disappoint Zhao Ruyuan's kindness, he could only suppress his realm to the 5th level of Qi training, pretending to learn from him in the sparring. With the realm suppressed, his moves naturally became sluggish and less fluid. Zhao Yanyu rolled her eyes at Zhou Qingyu, clumsy and awkward, and you still want to enter the Nebula Pavilion? It's obvious you aren't taking it seriously. Dad, you rest aside. I will teach him. Oh? Zhao Ruyuan looked surprised. How did his daughter seem like a different person after going out? Shouldn't she hate Zhou Qingyu? Why does it seem like she suddenly understood? Without saying much, Zhao Yanyu drew her sword and rushed up, sparring with Zhou Qingyu for dozens of rounds, patiently pointing out his shortcomings. Zhou Qingyu looked at her with a strange expression. Could this woman have taken the wrong medicine? She usually wouldn't even look at him, and today she's so kind to point out his errors? Zhao Yanyu put away her sword and said calmly, You helped my sister, it's only right for me to guide you. I hope a miracle happens to you, so you can enter the Nebula Pavilion and continue taking care of my sister. Zhou Qingyu's expression became even stranger. How does it feel like she has been reborn? Zhao Ruyuan also looked as if he had seen a ghost, touching her forehead and asking, Yan Yun, what happened to you today? Zhao Yanyun smiled lightly, and the image of Gongziyu, with his otherworldly charm, flashed in her mind. I met someone who made me feel inferior, someone who made me decide to strive hard to catch up. Seeing her expression and tone, Zhou Qingyu thoughtfully said, Congratulations, father-in-law, your little daughter has someone she likes. It's not long before another son-in-law will be added. The sudden words instantly made Zhao Yanyun's face flush with embarrassment. She angrily huffed, Zhou Qingyu. You are still as annoying as ever. She ran off in a huff. As she ran, she complained, If only you had 1/10 of Gongziyu's looks, then I would have married you back then. Thinking of Gongziyu, she couldn't help but take out that 4-symbol pills. Holding it in her hand and looking at it again and again, she just couldn't bear to use it. The next day, Zhou Qingyu looked at the 5 empty bottles of top-notch essence liquid in front of him, smiling bitterly. The puppets on the first 6 floors of the Tower of Strong Ones are still not strong enough. Yesterday's battle did not condense the spiritual power well. He tried to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining, but alas, the 5 bottles of top-notch essence liquid only allowed him to reach the perfect completion of the 8th level of Qi refining. If there's a chance, I must visit the Tower of Strong Ones again and battle the puppets on the top 4 floors, breaking through in combat. However, today would not be that day. He had to visit the Gu family to help them with their matters. He wondered what kind of person the suitor was. How was his talent? What was his character like? Zhou Qingyu thought that the most important thing was character. If he had good character, that would be fine. If not, no matter what, Zhou Qingyu would sever their fate together. Chapter 35? Taking pride in shamelessness. Soon after, Zhou Qingyu left the Zhao family and hurried to the Gu family. Passing by a group of martial artists setting up stalls, his peripheral vision suddenly caught something familiar. Looking over, he found a down-and-out middle-aged martial artist with several precious materials collected from the mountains in front of him. Among them was a huge black root that looked like a baby. The main material of the 4-symbol pills, ghost baby root? Zhou Qingyu was shocked. This item grew in extremely dark abysses and was rare in number. He thought such a remote small city like Qingdi City wouldn't have it. How much is this? Zhou Qingyu asked. The down-and-out martial artist uncertainly raised a finger. 1,000 taels of silver. Only 1,000? He clearly didn't know what this was. 100,000 taels of silver, I'll buy it. Zhou Qingyu gave him the remaining 3 bottles of top-notch essence liquid. Seeing him so down and out, Zhou Qingyu didn't want to take advantage of him. The 3 bottles of top-notch essence liquid were worth much more than 100,000 taels. The martial artist recognized that this was essence liquid, and it was of very high quality, immediately showing a grateful expression. Thank you, young master, thank you. Zhou Qingyu handed him the essence liquid and bent down to pick up the root. But at that moment, a sword flew toward him. It was heading straight for the root. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyu noticed in time, quickly grabbing the root. Just barely moving his hand away, the sword brushed against Zhou Qingyu's hand and pinned itself to the ground. My thing, put it down. A domineering voice came. Zhou Qingyu turned his head and saw it was Zheng Duo's cousin, Tian Yizhou. This person did not leave a good impression on Zhou Qingyu. Twice, he acted ruthlessly and was filled with hostility toward Zhou Qingyu. Are you deaf? Who allowed you to touch my things? Tian Yizhou strode forward, raising his hand to give Zhou Qingyu a slap, wanting to establish his authority. Zhou Qingyu lightly frowned. He didn't even bother to use his movement technique, he just tilted his neck to dodge, and then slapped his hand on the back of Tian Yizhou's hand. Clap. A crisp sound echoed, and Tian Yizhou's hand was slapped away. The back of his hand immediately turned red, causing Tian Yizhou to hiss in pain. He looked at Zhou Qingyu with some surprise, himself being at the first level of foundation building, having gone through the baptism of foundation building breakthroughs, his physique was much stronger than those in the qi refining stage. Yet, Zhou Qingyu actually managed to make him feel pain. Dare to lay a hand on me? Looking for death, are you? Tian Yizhou shouted angrily. Zhou Qingyu calmly replied, then you can give it a try. It just so happened that he was looking for a worthy opponent to fight with. Although Tian Yizhou was at the first stage of foundation building, he had practiced 2 top-tier techniques, Golden Light Escape and 7-Star Break. In a real contest, he might not have an advantage over Zhou Qingyu. Filled with rage, Tian Yizhou was about to strike. But the warnings from his master unconsciously surfaced in his mind. He remained in Qingdi City for reflection. During this time, if he continued to cause trouble and his master found out, he might truly be stuck here forever, unable to return to Xingyun Pavilion. Creak. He couldn't help but clench his fists, glaring fiercely at Zhou Qingyu. I give you a chance to ask for my forgiveness. Give me the ghost infant root. If I let today's incident slide, it would be as if it never happened. Zhou Qingyu leisurely replied, then you might as well consider it to have happened. After all, you can't do anything to me. You. Tian Yizhou was furious. As a disciple of Xingyun Pavilion, who would not give him face when he arrived in Qingdi City? Yet Zhou Qingyu dared to oppose him. If it weren't for his master's warning, he would have surely beaten him half to death and taught him a lesson. Fine. Let's compete fairly. This ghost infant root will go to whoever offers the highest price. Tian Yizhou huffed. He had already discovered the ghost infant root long ago. He thought that since few people recognized this item, he would wait until the vendor couldn't sell it and buy it at a lower price. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qingyu saw through it and took it first. Zhou Qingyu replied with a straight face, I've already bought it, why should I compete fairly with you? After speaking, he continued to stroll around. Let's see if he could find any other good items. Suddenly, he really spotted some decent materials at a stall not far away. Among them was a tooth from an unknown beast, as long as his index finger, completely white, resembling jade. His heart stirred. This was excellent for making a vessel for the spiral dragon silk. The spiral dragon silk discovered in Lianyun Fort was incredibly sharp. If used, one could not touch it with bare hands, or with the slightest force, they might cut off their own fingers. So, a hard item that could withstand the cutting of the spiral dragon silk was needed, polished into something that could carry the silk. This tooth, belonging to a magical beast, was the legendary monster's tooth. Extremely tough, it was perfect for making a vessel. However, just as he was about to reach for it, Tian Yizhou called out to the vendor first, I'll buy that tooth, try to sell it to someone else. He exuded the aura of foundation building, scaring the vendor into trembling. With eyes wide in fear, the vendor looked at Tianijo as he approached the stall. Elder, this is a monster's tooth, do you want it? Tianijo casually tossed down 100 taels of silver and stuffed the tooth into his pocket. Seeing the 100 taels, the vendor panicked and pleaded, Elder, that won't do. I bought this from a hunter for 1,000 taels. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 1,000, I won't lose or gain anything. Your 100 taels will hurt me severely. His 1,000 taels were borrowed from many sources. He thought he could sell it for a high price of 10,000 taels and make a good profit. But now it was being almost forcibly bought by Tianijo. Where would he go to repay that 1,000 taels? Slap. Tianijo slapped the vendor hard, scolding, Tianijo, want your things, that's giving you face. Still dare to bargain with me? You can forget about that 100 taels. He snatched back the tossed silver note and arrogantly pushed through the crowd, shouting, What are you looking at? Everyone, get lost. Zhou Qingyu frowned and said coldly, Is this how Xingyun Pavilion teaches its disciples? It's one thing to fight among warriors. The vendor before him was obviously a poor person without any cultivation, yet he shamelessly robbed someone else's things. Tianijo smiled coldly, What business is it of yours? What if I forcibly take it? What can you do to me? Bite me? Let me tell you, the thing's here. I will grab whatever you like. If you don't accept it, you can kneel down and beg me. Don't bully people. I've seen shamelessness, but never such brazen shamelessness. Zhou Qingyu couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person and said indifferently, Be careful of attracting some powerful person and leaving a bad impression. At that time, you won't have the chance to regret. Hearing this, Tianijo became even more brazen, laughing heartily, If I meet a powerful person, I will definitely be polite. But look around, does it seem like there are any powerful people here? Oh. Are you talking about yourself? Eating off your wife's soft rice, trying to sneak into the Star Cloud Pavilion? Ha ha ha. Unreasonable. Zhou Qingyu didn't want to say another word to him and left, heading to the Gu family. He increasingly felt that the character of the person set up for a blind date today was more important than their strength. If Gu Changyue met someone like Tianijo, it would truly be falling into a pit of fire. Chapter 36 Tianijo's Blind Date. Zhou Qingyu arrived at the Gu family. Naturally, he was treated with great respect, especially by Gu Changyue. She held a cup of spirit tea, pleasingly said, Brother Zhou, please help me. I don't want to get married, I really don't want to. No matter how the other person is, you must say they are not good, okay? Gu Zhangyang stood by, snorting impatiently, Don't be rude. Behind Gu Zhangyang was a plump woman. Though her figure was bulky, she had some of Gu Changyue's grace. She was naturally Gu Changyue's mother, Sun Shuiqin, the mistress of the Gu family. Young Master Zhou, the guest this time is a disciple of the Star Cloud Pavilion, a person of high status. I fought hard to secure him as a match for Changyue. Please do not embarrass him. Sun Shuiqin smiled lightly, her tone calm. Zhou Qingyu understood Sun Shuiqin's meaning. She hoped he wouldn't ruin her daughter's marriage. Gu Zhangyan caught the hint and quickly shot a glare at Sun Shuiqin, saying, Young Master Zhou, you just need to give a fair evaluation. Do not worry about the others. Hearing this, Sun Shuiqin gave Zhou Qingyu a glance, her expression revealing a hint of concealed displeasure. Clearly, she had strong opinions about Zhou Qingyu overseeing her daughter's blind date. Out of respect for Gu Zhangyang, she begrudgingly held back. Zhou Qingyu touched his nose. The daughter was unwilling to succeed in the blind date at all. But as a mother, she was determined to make it happen. So all he could do was give a fair evaluation, he didn't want to help anyone. At this moment, a loud voice outside sang, Young Master Tian is here. Led by the housekeeper, Tianijo entered the main hall with a bright smile, holding 2 boxes of gifts, politely saying, Greetings, Uncle Gu, Auntie Gu. Gu Zhangyang slightly nodded. However, Sun Shuiqin immediately smiled warmly, happily receiving the gifts, her eyes glittering as she looked him up and down. At such a young age, you are already a disciple of the Star Cloud Pavilion, a dragon among men, truly a dragon among men. Tianijo humbly replied, Auntie praises me. Then he took out a small gift and presented it to Gu Changyue. You must be Changyue, right? He observed Gu Changyue, her exquisite porcelain-like features, snow-white skin, and captivating figure made Tianijo greatly amazed. He thought his mother was lying to him about how beautiful Gu Changyue was. Seeing her in person, he realized the description was not exaggerated at all. Her looks were not at all inferior to Zhao Yenyun. Thinking about having this little beauty to warm his bed for the past half-month, he felt that staying in the Qing Emperor's city was not for reflection, but simply for enjoyment. Gu Changyue would not give him any face, snorting through her nose and turning her head away. Impatiently, she said, I'm not interested in you, please leave. Hearing this, Sun Shuiqin scolded, Nonsense. No manners at all.
Turning to Tian Ijo, she smiled cheerfully. She is my only daughter, spoiled, so please don't take offense.
Tian Ijo smiled. The less Gu Changyue liked him, the more he wanted to win her over. This way, it would feel more fulfilling to conquer her. It's all right, he chuckled, preparing to take back the gift. At this moment, Zhou Qingyu noticed that this small gift was none other than the monster tooth that Tian Ijo had just snatched earlier. You are willing to give this as a gift? Tian Ijo listened to the familiar voice and couldn't help but look up in shock. In his eyes, the figure of Zhou Qingyu immediately reflected back, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Gu Zhangyang didn't say outright, he just came to assess him. He could only say, he is a friend of Changyue, came here to have some fun. Sun Shuiqin shot a blaming glare at Gu Zhangyang. Look, you've invited someone to oversee things, making Tian Ijo unhappy, right?
She smoothed things over and said, Young Master Tian, you and Changyue are on a blind date, so don't mind him.
How could Tian Ijo not mind? Today was clearly his blind date with Gu Changyue. On another level, it was also the marriage alliance between the Tian family and the Gu family. What does it mean for an outsider to confidently sit here? But the next moment, Tian Ijo's face turned pale.
Gu Changyue heard Zhou Qingyu's words, her eyes turned, and suddenly, she snatched the gift away. Then, without even looking at what it was, she turned and smiled brightly, presenting it to Zhou Qingyu.
Brother Zhou, do you like it? Then I'll give it to you.
This scene made Sun Shuiqin so angry that she shouted, Changyue,
you are going too far. Gu Changyue didn't take it seriously and said, it was originally given to me by Tian Ijo. Since it's mine, I can deal with it however I want. Right? Brother Zhou? A precious item fell into Zhou Qingyu's hands, how could he say it was not good? I'll accept Chanyue's good intentions. Zhou Qingyu smiled and, in front of Tian Ijo, tucked the beast's tooth into his embrace.
At the same time, he didn't forget to say, thank you, Brother Tian, for helping me buy it. This scene made Tian Ijo so angry he could have crushed his own teeth. He had worked hard to snatch this treasure, and in just one turn, it was in Zhou Qingyu's hands. This felt worse than being killed. Seeing the atmosphere not right, Gu Zhangyang hurriedly said, Ahem, young Master Tian, please take a seat, servant, serve tea. Only then did it diffuse the tension with a mixture of hitting and resolving. Sun Shuiqin shot Zhou Qingyu an unhappy glance but didn't dare to say more about it. Instead, she turned to ask Tian Ijo. For example, about his life, training, connections, and so on. Tian Ijo could only bear the resentment and started chatting with them. I am held in high regard under Elder Wu. This time my master came to Qingdi City on an urgent mission, and he only brought me along. My father is also very assured of me, he never worries that I will go wild outside and cause trouble. I have already been selected as a key training personnel for the Starcloud Pavilion, I believe soon. As the conversation deepened, Sun Shuiqin became more and more delighted. Looking at Tian Ijo, her gaze seemed to be that of seeing a son-in-law. Gu Zhangyang's eyes also shined with pleasure. The image of a rising star in the Starcloud Pavilion appeared in the minds of the couple. Brother Zhou, what should we do? Gu Changyue had a worried look. At first, he didn't take Tian Ijo seriously. But hearing his self-introduction, he couldn't help but feel anxious. With such excellent conditions, no parent could refuse. Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but curl his lips. If Tian Ijo was really as outstanding as he said, would Wu Qingtan dare to publicly slap him as a lesson? He feared that he often made many mistakes, and Wu Qingtan could no longer tolerate him, right? They chatted for 2 hours. Gu Zhangyang was very satisfied, his eyes full of smiles. However, he did not forget to ask Zhou Qingyu, young Master Zhou, what do you think of young Master Tian? He stroked his beard and truly couldn't think of any reason for Zhou Qingyu to deny him. Sun Shuiqin also had no worries and said, young Master Zhou, just speak the truth. Such a perfect person, even with Gu Changyue's hint, Zhou Qingyu probably couldn't pick out any faults. Tian Ijo was surprised. He thought he was almost certain to succeed in the blind date. Why would Gu Zhangyang and his wife want to ask Zhou Qingyu for his opinion? He had an uneasy feeling and pointed at Zhou Qingyu, saying, Uncle, what exactly is he doing here? Chapter 37, Zhou Qingyu's Suggestion. At this moment, Gu Zhangyang could no longer hide the truth. He could only clasp his hands in apology and say, to be honest, I have invited young Master Zhou to oversee this. For today's blind date, we will listen to young Master Zhou's opinion. Thunder rumbled. It felt like a flash of lightning had struck, as Tian Ijo could hardly believe, Zhou Qingyu is the one overseeing this? Gu Zhangyang hurriedly said, young Master Tian, please do not take offense. Young Master Zhou's insight is exceptional, having seen countless people. You are so outstanding, I believe he already has a good impression. Then, he smiled and bowed slightly to Zhou Qingyu, young Master Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Qingyu looked at Tian Ijo with a half-smile, half-serious expression. The latter's eyelids twitched violently. He never imagined that the Zhou Qingyu he had offended would decide his success or failure in the blind date.
As long as Zhou Qingyu shook his head, today's blind date would definitely fail. He couldn't help but threaten, "Zhou Qingyu, you better be fair in your judgment. Otherwise, he would tear Zhou Qingyu apart."
Gu Changyue had already successfully ignited the fire in his belly. And now, he could almost taste victory. If it was sabotaged, he would have thoughts of murder.
Zhou Qingyu shrugged and said, "Since I was invited here, I will surely provide a fair opinion."
He pointed at the sky.
Gu Zhangyang followed his finger with a puzzled expression. "What does young Master Zhou mean?" Sun Shuichen interjected eagerly, "What else could it mean?" "It means young Master Tian is a true dragon from the heavens." Gu Changyue also looked despondent, feeling like the end of the world was approaching.
"But who would have thought," Zhou Qingyu slowly said, "what I mean is.
Tian Zhou, roll as far away as you can, you'd better roll to the edge of the sky. Such a lowly person is not worthy of Changyue?"
"Ha!" Gu Changyue gasped and then let out a joyful cheer.
"Dad, Mom. Did you hear that?"
Brother Zhou told him to get lost. Saying this, she jumped into Zhou Qingyu's arms and joyfully said, "Thank you, Brother Zhou.
I knew you wouldn't let me marry." Gu Zhanyang was stunned. Such an outstanding person, Zhou Qingyu actually told him to roll?
Sun Shuichen also froze for a moment before hastily shouting, "Changyue,
you are not allowed to disturb young master's judgment."
With a cold face, she reiterated, "Young Master Zhou, I hope you can be objective and not let Changyue influence you.
This concerns my daughter's happiness."
Elder Wu's most valued disciple from Xingyun Pavilion. Their Gu family could connect with such a son-in-law that was several generations worth of good fortune. How could they easily give it up? Zhou Qingyu remained expressionless. "Precisely because I want to think of your daughter's lifelong happiness, I want him to roll away. My opinion is very objective. You all promised me before that you would follow my suggestion, that is why I came to oversee things. Now, I have given my opinion, please drive him away and never let him step into the Gu family's door again." Gu Zhangyang still felt extremely reluctant.
Such a good son-in-law, where would he find another one?
But thinking that Zhou Qingyu was someone he had shamelessly invited to oversee this, he could only reluctantly say, "Young Master Tian, I regret to inform you that young Master Zhou believes you are not suitable to be our Gu family's son-in-law."
Crack! Tian Zhou angrily went crazy, using force under his feet, shattering several pieces of bluestone bricks, and roared, "Why?" Sun Shuichen felt immense injustice for Tian Zhou and said, "Sir, how can you be so foolish? Our Gu family has such a dragon among men as a son-in-law, how can we worry about the family's fortune not thriving? This is a matter of family prosperity, how can you let an outsider decide?"
"I don't care, I am set on young Master Tian as my son-in-law. If you dare listen to an outsider, I will die to show you." Seeing her unreasonable behavior, Gu Zhangyang felt a headache coming on. He secretly regretted inviting Zhou Qingyu. Had he known Tian Zhou was so outstanding, would he still need Zhou Qingyu to oversee? He was really creating trouble for himself. But just then, a servant rushed in, looking panicked, and said, "Sir, it's not good, someone is at our gate committing suicide to collect debts." At this joyful occasion of a blind date, such an incident suddenly arose, making Gu Zhangyang frown. Who is he?
"We, the Gu family, owe him nothing.
The Gu family has never mistreated others, nor have they oppressed the good.
Why does he suddenly come to the Gu family's door to commit suicide and demand debt?"
The housekeeper quickly said, "He hasn't had any dealings with our Gu family."
"Humph." Gu Zhanyang angrily slapped the table. "What nonsense is this? There are rightful debts, and the creditor has a face, so why is he making a scene at our Gu family's door? Get him out of here." The housekeeper hurriedly responded and was about to leave. However, Zhou Qingyu faintly guessed something and said, "Gu family head, why not ask him first about his grievance? Otherwise, if he comes to the Gu mansion to make a scene and commit suicide again, people will think that the Gu family really owes debts." Gu Zhangyang thought about it and found it reasonable, saying, "Bring him in." Soon, a worn-out middle-aged man with a bloodied neck was brought in. Upon entering the hall and seeing Tian Zhou, he immediately cried and knelt on the floor. "Master Tian, I finally found you.
Please have mercy and return the beast's teeth to me.
Otherwise, I will be forced to death by the creditors." Gu Zhangyang was stunned, and Sun Shuichen was also stunned. It turns out he was here to demand debt from Tian Zhou.
Tian Zhou never expected this guy would chase him to his matchmaking event. The good image he had painstakingly built was about to be destroyed. "I don't know you, don't slander me, get out." As he said this, he kicked the man while, turning to Gu Zhangyang, he said, "Uncle, he is slandering me, you must not believe the words of such a lowly person. A desperate person who struggles to survive would not risk his life to slander a foundational stage master?" The truth was clear in Gu Zhangyang's mind. Sun Shuichen was not foolish, her face turned pale.
A dignified disciple of the Xingyun Pavilion was actually robbing items from a fallen person? Such character. Gu Changyue felt extreme disgust. Zhou Qingyu looked at the desperate warrior risking his life inside, taking out the gift and unpacking it, revealing the teeth inside. Is this what you're looking for? The desperate warrior looked over and immediately knocked his head to the ground, saying, "Young master, please return it to me, I sold it just to pay my debt." Zhou Qingyu held the teeth and said, "Get up, I bought these teeth, your asking price was 10,000 silver, right?" He casually took out some banknotes, without checking how much, and stuffed them into the warrior's arms. "Take it." Gu Zhangyang was astonished, those banknotes must be over 100,000. Even the Gu family would be reluctant to give away so much. Gu Changyue's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhou Qingyu's figure, her heart racing. This was the man of her dreams. Not only powerful and capable but also a first-rate character. In contrast, Tian Yizhou made her feel a strong sense of nausea. "Thank you, master, thank you for your generosity." The desperate warrior was tearfully grateful and knocked his head in thanks to Zhou Qingyu before leaving with tears. Tian Yizhou was furious. "Zhou Qingyu, what are you pretending to be a good person for?" Bang! Gu Zhangyang slammed his palm on the table, huffing, "Young Master Tian, this is the Gu family, and you are not allowed to be rude to my family's benefactor. The matchmaking ends here. As for your Tian family's matter, we will give a proper explanation. Please leave." Tian Yizhou was burning with anger and wanted to explode, but he was pulled by Sun Shuiqin, who whispered, "Young Master Tian, come with me." She took Tian Yizhou outside the mansion, still regarding him as a good son-in-law. Who can be without faults? I still think you are the right match for Changyue. She secretly glanced around to ensure no one was watching and said, "You wait in the backyard, I will trick Changyue out so you can be alone together. I believe that with some interaction, Changyue will understand your character and will come to like you." Hearing this, Tian Yizhou's heart blossomed with joy. He secretly laughed coldly, "Zhou Qingyu, you never expected this, right? No matter how you obstruct, you cannot stop me from picking this delicate flower, Gu Changyue." Ha ha ha. Chapter 38, Attitude Reversal. In the Gu family backyard. Gu Zhangyang gratefully clasped his hands, "Thanks to young Master Zhou for keeping watch this time. Otherwise, my little girl would have been sent into the mouth of a tiger." Zhou Qingyu waved his hand, saying, "Since I promised you. Naturally, it must be kept in check. By the way, I need some materials. Could the head of the Gu family provide them? There will definitely be a reward afterwards." He wrote out a list. Gu Zhangyang took a glance and recognized it, exclaiming, "For symbol pill? Young Master Zhou, are you planning to refine the 4-symbol pill? This item is only available at the Starry Cloud Pavilion. It's nearly impossible to find one in the outside world. If even one were to fall into circulation, it would surely be at a sky-high price. To say that the entire wealth of the Gu family might not be able to buy a 4-symbol pill is no exaggeration. Because, this is a top-quality pill that only a 3-star alchemist can successfully refine. Even the Starry Cloud Pavilion lacks the ability to refine it. It requires spending heavily to buy one from an extremely distant place. Right now, Zhou Qingyu actually wants to refine the 4-symbol pill. This means, my speculation is correct, Zhou Qingyu is indeed a 3-star alchemist. What's wrong? Is there a lack of materials? Zhou Qingyu already had the ghost infant root, the rest should be easy to find. Yes. Of course there are. Gu Zhangyang excitedly said, "I'll prepare them for you right away." Soon, all the materials were laid out in front of Zhou Qingyu, but Gu Zhangyang rubbed his hands together and asked, "Can I help in any way?" Zhou Qingyu looked speechless. "Why are you more excited than me?" Gu Zhangyang awkwardly dropped his hands and said, "To witness the birth of a 4-symbol pill is an honor of a lifetime for an apprentice alchemist like me." Fine. Zhou Qingyu began to sort out the materials. At this moment, Sun Shuiqin returned, slightly bashful as she tugged at Gu Changyue's arm. "Changyue, come here for a moment. Mother needs you to accompany me out." Gu Changyue responded with a no and followed Sun Shuiqin outside. Although Zhou Qingyu was sorting materials, he also caught Sun Shuiqin's discreet gaze. His gut told him that the matter Sun Shuiqin mentioned was probably not a good thing. "Wait. I need Changyue to assist me in refining pills. If there's something, let's handle it later," he said. Gu Zhangyang immediately pulled Gu Changyue back, glancing sideways at Sun Shuiqin. What could be more important than observing pill refining? Sun Shuiqin opened her mouth, but that little wicked thought in her heart, she dared not say out loud. She could only keep complaining. What's so great about refining pills? You've been refining them your whole life. You don't care about your daughter's lifelong matter, only trusting an outsider. I become someone who doesn't belong anywhere. She chattered on with complaints. Zhou Qingyu's ears were nearly buzzing. Fortunately, the 4-symbol pill isn't a complex pill, and the required time isn't too long. He used his powerful soul strength to drive out the impurities within the ghost infant root. The pitch-black ghost infant root transformed into a gem-like glow.
Then he ground it into powder and mixed it with the other refined auxiliary materials. Next, he placed everything into a pill furnace, using his sole strength to control the powder inside for fusion, shaping, and temperature maintenance. An hour later, as the pill furnace opened, a faint fragrance like lilies wafted out. 3 pills, alternating in black and white and the size of eyeballs, lay peacefully inside. This is the top-quality 4-symbol pill. Gu Zhangyang erupted with a startled exclamation. A 3-star alchemist can only refine a low-quality 4-symbol pill. The top-quality 4-symbol pill requires at least a 5-star alchemist to accomplish. Hiss. He felt a rush of excitement pour over him, gazing at Zhou Qingyu, feeling a compelling urge to kneel down and worship this existence. Sun Shuichen, although not very knowledgeable about pills, had been influenced enough to know that any top-quality pill is not a simple item. Unable to help herself, she glanced at Zhou Qingyu and softly asked, "Old Gu, is this top-quality 4-symbol pill very powerful?" Gu Zhangyang trembled as he replied, "Of course it's powerful, one can buy us 10 Gu families." Ah! Sun Shuichen gasped at the revelation. Then Gu Zhangyang added, "But the most impressive thing is the person who refined the top-quality 4-symbol pill. At least a 5-star alchemy master. The master of Xingyun Pavilion would bow down and call him senior." Hiss. Sun Shuichen gasped repeatedly. At this moment, seeing Zhou Qingyu, where was there even a tiny bit of complaint? What was left was only fear, deep, deep fear. Zhou Qingyu, however, took out 3 jade bottles for himself, filled them up, and tossed one to Gu Zhangyang. "Keep this for Changyue to use when she breaks through to the foundational stage later." Gu Zhangyang hurried to catch it, fearing that he would accidentally drop it and break it, and said in panic, "No, no, no, this item is so precious, we can't accept it." Sun Shuichen was equally shocked and said, "Lord Zhou, please don't embarrass us." Zhou Qingyu pouted, took it back, and stuffed it into Gu Changyue's arms. "Then you keep it well." The couple was startled and hurriedly scolded, "Changyue, quickly return it to young Master Zhou." Gu Changyue pouted her little mouth, tucked the jade bottle into her pocket, and huffed, "This is from Brother Zhou, why should I listen to you?" "Right, Brother Zhou?" "Ha ha." Zhou Qingyu laughed and pinched her cheek, "You." What he liked most was Gu Changyue's playful and genuine nature. There were not so many rules, it was easy to get along. "Since you have something good, I'll give you more," Zhou Qingyu said. Gu Changyue's eyes lit up as she grabbed his hand and said, "Really? Then I want you to teach me how to cultivate right now. I also want to enter Xingyun Pavilion like Sister Zhao Yingxie." Zhou Qingyu was just about to visit the Tower of Warriors again to spar with the puppets above. "By the way, it wouldn't hurt to guide Gu Changyue as well." "Okay, then follow me." "Oi!" Gu Changyue immediately hooked her arm around Zhou Qingyu's and bounced along, "Let's take the back door and be quick." Gu Zhangyang and Sun Shuichen watched the two leave so intimately and couldn't help but exchange glances. "Old Gu, I finally understand why the Gu family has been thriving in your hands these years." Sun Shuichen lamented, "Because you really have good taste. Our Changyue developing a good relationship with Lord Zhou is better than marrying any talented person. In the future, I'll leave our daughter's marriage to you, I won't interfere." Gu Zhangyang could not help but exhale a long breath. Sun Shuichen had a strong personality and always pointed fingers at how Gu Zhangyang did things. She had never submitted to him in her life. Now, however, she was completely convinced. Suddenly, Sun Shuichen seemed to remember something, her expression changed, and she said, "Not good. Tian Yizhou is still outside. He better not come out and interrupt the world between her daughter and Zhou Qingyu." Thinking of this, she hurriedly ran outside. From a distance, she saw Gu Changyue linking arms with Zhou Qingyu, walking in the bustling market. Tian Yizhou clearly saw this and furiously chased after them. Just as he was about to catch up, Sun Shuichen arrived in time and pulled him away. Seeing Sun Shuichen protectively standing by him, Tian Yizhou angrily said, "Aunt, look at what that surnamed Zhou is doing. He's actually flirting with Changyue. This is outrageous." Unexpectedly, Sun Shuichen stared at him intently. Chapter 39? Chen Xinglian's worry. Staring for a long time, Sun Shuichen's expression was indifferent, and her tone was cold. "Tian Yizhou, young Master Zhou is right. You are not worthy of our Changyue. I hope you keep your distance from my daughter in the future, don't let both families lose face, understand?" "Ha?" Tian Yizhou looked at Sun Shuichen in disbelief. It has only been a short while, how could she seem like a completely different person? Just now, she had been full of flattery towards him. Now, her gaze was filled with disdain. What happened in such a short time? "If you understand, go away, and don't think about my daughter again." Sun Shuichen disdainfully walked past him, secretly protecting Gu Changyue and Zhou Qingyu. She wouldn't allow Tian Yizhou to cause trouble. Such a stark contrast in treatment left Tian Yizhou both confused and frustrated. "How could I let a useless person ride on my head?"
Tian Ijo clenched his fists tightly. Gu family, you're slapping my Tian family in the face. My Tian family has endlessly given benefits to your daughter. What can Zhou Qingyu offer? Just wait for my Tuan family to seek retribution. Let my father ask you face to face, how is my Tuan family inferior to a waste? As Zhou Qingyu spoke, he arrived at the Tower of the Strong. Seeing him, the old man with white hair immediately perked up. Are you here to break the record today? Coincidentally, your female companion is here too. Zhou Qingyu was surprised. The girl who was injured last time? She took that 4 symbols pill. She must have broken through to the foundation establishment stage by now, right? Gu Changyue immediately looked at him suspiciously. Big brother Zhou, what female companion? I don't know anything about it. Zhou Qingyu replied impatiently. Adult matters should not concern children. Hearing this, Gu Changyue could not help but lower her head to look at her decent figure. Although she was still 16 and not fully mature, she definitely had some feminine charm, right? How could she be called a child? This is really intolerable. This young lady can't stand for it. She bared her teeth, showing 2 little fangs, and suddenly accelerated to catch up with Zhou Qingyu, sticking out her chest and bumping into his back. Zhou Qingyu immediately felt 2 warm, elastic bumps and turned in surprise to look. Gu Changyue proudly tilted her snowy neck, snorting, see? You underestimated me. Zhou Qingyu was a bit speechless. This little girl really isn't afraid of causing trouble. Since the wedding night failure, he had been holding back his wicked fire. Then, the two entered the Tower of the Strong. That puppet covered in the shadow of sticks reappeared, and it didn't take long for Gu Changyue to scream in panic, crying in no time. It's bullying me. Woo woo. Gu Changyue squatted on the ground, covering her forehead with lumps and crying like a wrong child. Zhou Qingyu found it both funny and infuriating. He casually smashed the attacking puppet and said, your talent is actually pretty good, you just lack some powerful techniques. At such a young age and still so willful and playful, she had reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, which showed her good aptitude. From today on, train well here, and I'll teach you 2 sets of high-level Shan level mind and attack techniques. Saying this, he immediately wrote down 2 martial arts techniques. This way, it could be seen as cancelling out the favor from when Gu Zhengyang stood up during the wedding disturbance. High-level Shan level? Gu Changyue's 2 crystal-like little ears perked up, and her big eyes curiously looked at the techniques, questioning, you better not be lying to me, I'm very smart. The highest level of techniques in Qingdi City is only mid-level Huang level. High-level Xian level might not even be available in the Nebula Pavilion. However, upon seeing them, Gu Changyue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. It really was high-level Xian level. She jumped up 3 meters in excitement and dove into Zhou Qingyu's arms. Big brother Zhou, you are so good to me. Feeling her warmth in his arms, Zhou Qingyu quickly pushed her away, his face stern. Train well here, if you keep playing around, I'll take back the techniques. Gu Changyue laughed cheerfully. Only a fool would let go of such a good opportunity. When I have mastered them, I will boast to my parents. Let's see if they still say I'm so careless. Zhou Qingyu was speechless. Others trained to become stronger. She only wanted to show off to her parents. Alright, train hard. Then, Zhou Qingyu ascended to the 2nd floor. Facing the approaching puppet, he deliberately suppressed his realm, attempting to fight it as much as possible to refine his inner spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the puppets on the first 5 floors were too weak. Even when lowering his realm, he couldn't block a few moves. Before long, he reached the 6th floor. Standing at the staircase entrance, he vaguely heard voices of conversation. On the 6th floor, Zhao Yanyu was panting and sitting by the shattered pieces of a fierce tiger puppet. Her body was covered in blood, with several gaping wounds. But her face was full of joy as she pulled out a bottle of 4 symbols pill from the puppet's belly, along with another one that Zhou Qingyu had sent. The smile on her face grew wider. Next to her was Chen Xinglian, who accompanied her, also wearing a gas mask. Seeing her daughter foolishly smiling at the bottle of the 4 symbols pill given by someone else, she was furious. Are you stupid? You clearly ate that 4 symbols pill, you could have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Why go through life and death just to obtain another one yourself? Zhao Yanyu carefully held the 4 symbols pill given by Zhou Qingyu and softly said, once eaten, it will be gone. She couldn't help but recall scenes from yesterday, feeling a sense of loss deep in her heart. She wondered if she would ever see him again in the future. Chen Xinglian was filled with anger and poked her forehead, saying, your father said you have someone you like, but I didn't believe it. What kind of man in a place like Qingdi City is worthy of you? I never thought you would actually fall in love. She anxiously said, silly girl. You are a daughter of heaven, your future husband should be from a faraway place. How can you settle for this? Zhao Yanyu blushed and argued, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just very grateful that he saved my life, that's all. Besides that, I have no other feelings. Chen Xinglian understood all too well. How could she not understand a young girl's heart?
A girl's affection doesn't always require everlasting companionship, sometimes a word, an action, or even a fleeting silhouette can stir feelings. However, after raising her daughter for so many years, how could she bear for her to develop feelings for an ordinary man? Just as she firmly rejected her daughter marrying the useless Zhou Qingyu. Today, she also had to decisively cut off their connection. I don't care what feelings you have for him. But you two are not allowed to meet from now on. If he shows up, don't blame your mother for speaking harshly to him. Zhao Yanyu sighed in distress. However, she didn't even know if she would ever encounter him again. Her mother wanting to cause trouble for him might not even get a chance. At that moment, there was a movement at the stairway. The mother and daughter looked over and saw Zhou Qingyu coming up wearing a mask. With his clothing and figure, Zhao Yanyu recognized him at a glance, exclaiming, "Young Master Yu." As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Because Chun Xinglian was right beside her. Upon learning that the man before her was the one who had stirred her daughter's feelings, Chun Xinglian immediately scrutinized him and said, "It seems he's not as strong as my daughter." At that moment, a fierce tiger puppet detected Zhou Qingyu's intrusion and roared as it pounced over. However, Zhou Qingyu suddenly dodged and effortlessly smashed it with a punch. It crashed heavily right in front of Chen Xinglian. Still too weak. Zhou Qingyu shook his head, picked up the key from the tiger's belly, unlocked the passage to the 7th level, and stepped inside, leaving Chen Xinglian in a daze. The fierce tiger that had caused her daughter to risk her life was destroyed by this man with a single punch? Zhao Yanyu gazed at Zhou Qingyu's back with admiration. I wonder if he can clear the 7th level. Upon hearing this, Chun Xinglian frowned and said, the 6th level is nothing. The 7th level of the Tower of Champions is the true dividing line. Throughout history, no matter how talented one is, they stop at the 7th level. The latest record on the stone tablet is still the 6th level. Zhao Yanyu also looked curious. She wondered if he could pass the 7th level. But while mother and daughter were still discussing, a mighty voice echoed throughout the Tower of Champions. Young Master Yu has cleared the 7th level. Reward, 1 high-grade yellow level technique. Both mother and daughter showed a look of astonishment. Zhao Yanyu's eyes sparkled. I knew he could definitely break the record. Chen Xinglian was utterly amazed and finally realized that her daughter's affection was not without reason. This young Master Yu was indeed quite outstanding. But thinking of her daughter's top-tier spirit root, she gritted her teeth and said, he is only a notable figure in Qingdi City. Within your grandfather's family, breaking through the 7th level is just the beginning, not even considered a genius. Zhao Yanyu pursed her lips. What her mother said was actually not wrong. After all, her grandfather's family was. At that moment, the Tower of Champions spoke again. Young Master Yu has cleared the 8th level. Reward, 1 low-grade foundation building pill. Zhao Yanyu was taken aback. He defeated the 8th level puppet so quickly? She suddenly felt a huge gap. As a 9th level chi practitioner, she struggled against the 6th level puppet, yet he had effortlessly defeated the 7th and the puppet of the 8th layer. Biting her silver teeth, she immediately sat cross-legged and tossed the 4 symbols pill into her mouth. I also want to catch up with him. Zhao Yenyun immediately began to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Chen Xilian also took a slight breath. In fact, she had only spoken half of what she wanted to say. Her maternal family's clan had indeed only entered the 7th layer. However, breaking through in an instant is definitely a standard of excellence and talent. What's more, he had also instantaneously broken through the 8th layer, which is the strength possessed by only a very few talented individuals in her maternal family. Who exactly is he? When did Qingdi City have such an extremely outstanding genius? Chen Xilian looked at her daughter, then looked up in the direction above her head. For a moment, she hesitated about whether to continue to stop them. This person named Gengzi Yu is indeed a rare genius. At the same time, Zhou Qingyu was battling the humanoid puppet of the 9th layer. He was covered in metallic luster, with a robust figure, yet his movements were very agile. Most impressive was that he actually understood martial arts techniques. Oh! This puppet is interesting. Zhou Qingyu exclaimed. Such a puppet is not something that can be made casually, only high-ranking puppet masters can successfully create them. Unexpectedly, there was one in the Tower of Strength of a small, remote city. Feeling the puppet's power was not inferior to his own, Zhou Qingyu felt joyful instead of worried. This was exactly the kind of evenly matched outcome he wanted. So, he unleashed all his strength to fight against it. Half a day passed. Zhou Qingyu was drenched in sweat, his muscles ached all over, and he had no strength left to move. Yet, the harvest was enormous. After a fierce battle, the spiritual energy inside him completely solidified. He forced himself to sit up, operate the 9 revolutions indestructible scripture, without even drinking any vitality liquid, and after an hour, he successfully broke through the barrier, reaching the 9th level of chi training.
Once I cultivate to perfection, I can begin to break through to foundation establishment. Zhou Qingyu murmured. He glanced at the humanoid puppet on the ground, twisted out of shape by his strikes. He couldn't help but wonder what the puppets of the last layer and the 10th layer would be like. Taking the key from the chest of the humanoid puppet, he opened the 10th layer. At the moment of stepping inside, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The guardian of the 10th layer was actually not a puppet, but a living giant python. It coiled around a beast egg radiating astonishing spiritual power, the egg sparkling in a myriad of colors, exuding a sacred aura. A divine beast egg? Feeling that sacred aura, Zhou Qingyu thought he must have sensed it wrong. Upon closer observation, it really was. How is this possible? He let out a low gasp. Divine beasts had long been extinct from the realms for countless years, even if a few miraculously survived, they were extraordinarily rare. This small tower of strength actually had a divine beast egg? Who set up the Tower of Strength? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but feel curious. At this moment, the giant python sensed Zhou Qingyu entering and immediately emitted a fierce aura. Its massive body rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. Foundation establishment 3rd layer? Zhou Qingyu exclaimed in surprise. Without any hesitation, he decisively exited the 10th layer. With his current cultivation, it would be very difficult to deal with a demon beast at the foundation establishment 3rd layer. Once he breaks through to foundation establishment, perhaps he could fight back. At that time, after half a day's cultivation, finally, in a delicate cry, Zhao Yenyun nurtured a small spring inside her dantian. The spring eye is appearing, foundation establishment successful. Zhao Yenyun was extremely excited, raising her hand for a punch, the spiritual power bursting forth from her body. The external release of spiritual power was the ability granted by the foundation establishment. Chen Qilian also showed an excited expression. If your grandfather knew, he would definitely praise your talent. In his family, to break through to foundation establishment at such a young age is also a rare talent. Suddenly, she thought of Gongziyu. Glimpsing up, she said, it seems the 8th layer is his limit. With you, he still falls a bit short. But just then, that voice appeared again. Gongziyu has broken through the 9th layer and obtained 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills. What? Chen Xinglian inhaled sharply. He passed the 9th level? Her eyes were filled with shock. In her family's lineage, only the current young master could pass the 9th level. He was called the first genius in the family in 200 years. This young master unexpectedly, is such a proud talent? At that moment, suddenly, footsteps echoed from downstairs. It was a girl in pink, wearing a gas mask, who climbed up, gasping for breath. The fierce tiger puppet on the 6th level activated immediately, roaring and pouncing forward. The pink-clad girl gritted her teeth and said, "Taste my 1,000 falling finger." Her fingers danced, instantly unleashing a remarkable finger technique, striking the tiger and creating several holes in it. After just 10 exchanges, the pink-clad girl easily defeated the tiger puppet. Chen Xinglian and Zhao Yenyu's pupils shrank in unison. High-level Xian class technique? Both gasped in disbelief. This was the supreme technique qualified for the master of the Xingyun Pavilion to cultivate. Who is this girl? Why have 2 such terrifying geniuses appeared in Qingdi City one after another? At this moment, Zhou Qingyu came down with his hands behind his back, and Gu Changyue immediately boasted, "I have mastered it, look. She performed a set of 1,000 falling fingers. Zhou Qingyu showed a glimmer of appreciation. Not bad, you've mastered high-level Xian class techniques so quickly, your comprehension is impressive. Gu Changyue proudly said, "Of course, this is the technique you gave me, so I practiced hard." What? Chen Xinglian looked at Zhou Qingyu in shock. What kind of person gives away a high-level Xian class technique so easily? She breathed quickly, gazing at Zhou Qingyu with shining eyes. Pulling Zhao Yenyu's arm, she spoke urgently in a low voice, "Yenyu. Mother was wrong. This person is truly your destined match." Chapter 41? To speak frankly, Chen Xinglian went from resolutely opposing to wholeheartedly supporting. In just half a day's time. But Zhao Yenyu went from a hopeful gaze to bittersweet desolation. "Mother, don't talk nonsense." She looked at the scene of Gu Changyue intimately linking her arm with Zhou Qingyu, feeling unspeakable disappointment in her heart. Recalling that she was reluctant to take the 4 symbols pill he gave her. She would rather face great danger to obtain it herself. She felt like nothing more than a clown. A hint of self-mockery surged in her heart. What am I fantasizing about? Such an excellent person surely wouldn't be alone. At this moment, Gu Changyue finally noticed Zhao Yenyu. Though she couldn't see her face clearly, her astonishing figure made her feel jealous, indicating her appearance couldn't be too far off. "She is the woman who accompanied you yesterday, right?" Gu Changyue provocatively leaned closer to Zhou Qingyu and said, "Brother Zhou is mine, no stealing."
Zhao Yinyu's heart felt increasingly dim, her eyes lowered as she sighed silently.
Stop messing around. Zhou Qingyu pushed her away impatiently, saying, if your parents find out, they will scold you. Zhao Yanyu, catching the implication, asked in surprise, she is your friend, Zhou Qingyu replied. Zhao Yanyu's eyes sparkled again. Only, she no longer knew what to say.
Meanwhile, Chen Qinglian looked more and more pleased at Zhou Qingyu, as if looking at a potential son-in-law. She smiled and said, young Master Zhou, you and my daughter have both just broken through. Why don't you spar with each other to enhance your skills?
That was indeed a good idea. For a qi refining 9th level to quickly reach perfection, balanced combat was necessary.
And the woman before him had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. But, having only reached foundation establishment, she likely wouldn't be his opponent. After a brief pause, he took out 2 books of techniques and handed them to her. These are 2 middle-level Xian class techniques. You should practice first, then spar with me.
What? Zhao Yanyu was astonished, middle-level Xian class? Even true disciples of the Xingyun Pavilion might not reach middle-level Xian class techniques.
This young Master Zhou casually gifted her middle-level Xian class.
No, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Zhao Yanyu hurriedly said. However, Chen Qinglian's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Hastily took down 2 books of techniques and said, thank you, young Master Zhou, thank you, young Master Zhou. Then poked Zhao Yanyu's forehead and shouted softly, are you silly?
If your cultivation doesn't improve, how can you have the chance to continue being with him?
Zhao Yanyu's pretty face blushed, awkwardly said, alright then. So, for the time that followed, Zhou Qingyu sat cross-legged to cultivate, while guiding the 2 women. With his personal guidance, the 2 quickly made progress. Just a day later, Zhao Yanyu improved enough to start sparring with Zhou Qingyu. 2 days later, she could already exchange blows with Zhou Qingyu.
Zhou Qingyu finally enjoyed a pleasant and vigorous fight.
After a whole day, they were both exhausted but had gained a lot. Zhou Qingyu successfully advanced his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement. Zhao Yanyu completely stabilized her foundation, her strength not inferior to those whose foundations had been solid for many years. As for Gu Changyue, under the powerful heart methods and Zhou Qingyu's personal guidance, her cultivation also rose to the 5th level of qi refinement. In just a few days, she surged from the 2nd level of qi refinement to the 5th level.
Such speed was unheard of even in Qingdi City. Zhou Qingyu pondered, having reached the perfect 9th level of qi refinement, should he break through to the foundation establishment level here? However, beneath the Tower of the Strong, a white-haired elder's voice reminded him. You have stayed here for several days, it's time to come out. With no choice, Zhou Qingyu had to go downstairs with them. Zhao Yanyu looked at Zhou Qingyu reluctantly and suddenly remembered something, reminding him, by the way, I heard that the Lord of Lianyun Fortress has sneaked into Qingdi City. He's vicious, if you encounter him, be sure to be careful. Oh? Hulwan Mountain broke into Qingdi City.
This person was a knife hanging over his heart, as long as he wasn't removed, he could find no peace.
Thank you for the reminder.
Zhou Qingyu clasped his hands in thanks, preparing to send Gu Changyue home first, and then plan further. However, upon arriving at the Gu residence, he found something was off. An incredibly luxurious beast cart was parked at the Gu family's entrance, surrounded by dozens of powerful warrior guards waiting solemnly.
Gu Changyue asked in confusion, this is the black armored guards of the Tian family leader, could it be that the Tian family leader has come over from the neighboring city? Realizing something was wrong, she quickly ran inside, lifting her skirt. Zhou Qingyu also felt worried for Gu Zhenyan's safety, so he followed her inside. Fortunately, there was no chaos in the house, but the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat heavy. Gu Zhenyang. My son Tian Ezhou is a remarkable talent.
He is willing to court your daughter due to the long-standing friendship between our 2 families.
But what have you done? How could you belittle my son?
If you don't give us an explanation today, my Tian family won't let this go.
The Tian family head, Tian Wait, slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding.
Gu Zhengyang rubbed his temple, not expecting a matchmaking affair to escalate into a situation where the Tian family came in force.
The Tian family was the top prominent family from the neighboring city.
Their status was higher than the Gu family, and their clan was thriving, with many strong figures. If the 2 families were to clash, the Gu family would suffer greatly.
Brother Tian, please calm down, how did my son belittle yours?
Gu Zhengyang raised his hands in surrender, my daughter is shallow in virtue and felt unworthy of your son, hence she declined gracefully.
The suggestion of belittlement should not be taken seriously. Bang. Tian Ezhou slammed the table, glaring angrily, stop pretending. If it's a matchmaking, why invite a third-rate scum to evaluate me? What is he? A live-in son-in-law from the Zhao family, a useless person, allowing him to determine the success or failure of the match, isn't that belittling me? This. Gu Zhenyang didn't know how to respond. However, Sun Shuichen was quite protective of Zhou Qingyu, strongly saying, "Young Master Tian, watch your words. Young Master Zhou is respected by everyone in my Gu family and is also my daughter's beloved. I won't allow you to insult him like this." Tian Yizhou couldn't believe it. "Your daughter's beloved? Don't you know he is already the son-in-law of the Zhao family? His wife is Zhao Yinhui?" Sun Shuichen responded calmly, "So what? In this world, isn't it normal for strong men to have several wives and concubines? Without going far, don't the ones present, Gu Zhangyang and Tian Huatang, each have their own concubines?" Tian Yizhou was furious upon hearing this, pointing at Sun Shuichen and shouting, "Old woman! You would rather marry your daughter off to someone else as a concubine than betroth her to me? Is there anything more insulting than this?" Tian Huatang was even angrier, shouting, "Gu Zhangyang! To insult my Tian family like this, we are irreconcilable with your Gu family." This was going to completely tear the mask off. Suddenly, a calm yet powerful voice came from behind. "Speaking the truth, is that considered an insult?" Zhou Qingyu walked in, hands behind his back, as if strolling in a park. Seeing him return, Gu Zhangyang and Sun Shuichen immediately stood up and approached him respectfully, saying, "Young Master Zhou, what brings you here? Please, take a seat." Gu Zhangyang directly gave up the seat of the family head to Zhou Qingyu. Sun Shuichen took out her treasured top-grade spirit tea and personally poured it for him, her face filled with smiles. "Young Master Zhou, please enjoy the tea." This scene made Tian Huatang's blood pressure surge. He, the dignified head of the Tian family, was personally visiting, yet Gu Zhangyang had never shown such courtesy to him. What does this young man, Zhou Qingyu, count as? How could he have more face than himself? Gu Zhangyang! You are going too far. Tian Huatang slammed the table in anger and roared. "It's one thing to humiliate my son, but to humiliate me as well? If I don't get an explanation today, I won't let this go." Gu Zhangyang and Sun Shuichen felt quite helpless. What could the Tian family compare to Zhou Qingyu? He was a 5-star alchemy master. The Tian family couldn't even match one of his fingers, how could they dare to compare in treatment? However, they couldn't expose Zhou Qingyu's identity. They could only listen to Tian Huatang venting his anger. "So noisy." Zhou Qingyu dug in his ears and said, "Could you please be a bit quieter? Don't be like your son, buzzing around like a fly." Upon hearing this, Tian Huatang was so angry that his hair stood on end, and spiritual power surged around him. Tian Yizhou was even more furious, shouting, "You useless thing, who are you calling a fly?" Zhou Qingyu smirked, "Who else could it be but you? First, you circle around Zhao Yangu to no avail, then you circle around Gu Changyue. Not satisfied after being thrown out, you called me over to continue pestering. Isn't that just a fly?" Put. Gu Changyue chuckled upon hearing this. To be honest, that description fits pretty well. Gu Zhangyang showed a hint of surprise. So he pursued Zhao Yangu before? After failing, he set his sights on my daughter? Sun Shuichen's face turned red and pale repeatedly. She stared fiercely at Tian Huatang. "Good. Your son was rejected by someone else, so he came to look for my Changyue? I even regarded your wife as a friend, only to find out she wanted to harm my daughter. From today on, my Gu family and Tian family are completely severed. Never to interact again." Tian Huatang was disdainful, snorting, "So what? My son is a genius, how many women line up hoping for my son's favor but never get the chance? I gave your Gu family a huge favor, only for the chance of matchmaking. And look at you, not cherishing it, instead letting my son suffer such humiliation." Gu Zhangyang was quite furious. "What do you mean giving them a chance? Does the Tian family see our Gu family as a brothel? Just come and go as they please?" He slammed the table and shouted, "I'm truly grateful to young Master Zhou for being our guardian. Otherwise, my daughter would have been ruined by your degenerate son." Sun Shuichen secretly felt guilty, thankful that she hadn't let her daughter trick away to be alone with Tian Yizhou. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Zhou Qingyu gently sipped from the teacup and said casually, "A genius who was publicly slapped? Or the genius thrown out of Qingdi City, not allowed to return to Xingyun Pavilion? A genius like that, don't bother to show off. Aren't you ashamed?" This struck Tian Yizhou right at his weakness. He was furious and yelled repeatedly, "Zhou Qingyu! You want to compare skills with me?" Feeling his foundation building cultivation level, Zhou Qingyu chuckled and said, "Forget it. There's no desire to fight you at all." Also at the foundation building level, the young woman on the Tower of Power had to practice a mid-level mysterious technique under his guidance to even have a chance to fight him with all her strength. A normal disciple like Tian Yizhou in the Xingyun Pavilion would be lucky to have a high-level yellow technique. Their strength is simply not on the same level as his. Enough already! Tian Huaiting could no longer tolerate it, stood up, and shouted, "You are just a live-in son-in-law of the Zhao family. What right do you have to look down on my son, to look down on my Tian family? Then, he glared at Gu Zhangyang. I thought you were a wise man, otherwise you wouldn't have brought the Gu family to such heights on your own. But now it seems you are just a foolish man who cannot see. You actually ignore a man like my son, a dragon among men, and instead support a so-called useless person. His gaze passed over Gu Zhangyang, Sun Shuiqin, and Zhou Qingyu in turn. His voice grew increasingly cold. Today, I come for the honor of the Tian family. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Crash. The black armored guards outside kicked open the door of the Gu family, surging in like a black wave, surrounding the living room tightly. They held weapons, exuding a murderous intent. They only waited for Tian Huiting's order to strike against the people of the Gu family and Zhou Qingyu. Gu Zhangyang showed a look of panic and shouted in a deep voice, Tian Huiting. Do you want to start a war between the two cities? As a family from the neighboring city, leading troops into Qingdi City, do you know what huge consequences this will bring? This action would undoubtedly lead to hatred between the two cities. In the end, it could very well cause a conflict. Tian Huiting sneered, your Gu family thinks too highly of yourselves. I'm not afraid to tell you a secret, the young lord of Qingdi City has already gotten engaged to my daughter. In other words, he is my future son-in-law. Tell me, whose side will he be on? It turns out, ever since learning that Yi Yunfei was accepted as a disciple by Elder Wu of the Xingyun Pavilion, the Tian family quickly rushed to discuss a marriage alliance with them. Both sides were very happy and thus, the engagement was set. This matter had not yet been made public, so Gu Zhangyang and his wife were completely unaware. Gu Zhangyang was greatly shocked and said, I don't believe it. Tian Huiting chuckled, I knew you would think this way, so I already brought the person over. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a rapid sound of hoofbeats came from outside. Yi Yunfei rushed in with a troubled expression, and upon learning that Tian Huiting led people into the Gu family, he was in a very awkward position. On one hand, the Gu family was a prominent clan in Qingdi City, monopolizing the market for energy liquid. On the other hand, the Tian family was a family linked by marriage to the Yi family. With hesitation, he arrived at the main hall. Seeing that it was truly him, Gu Zhangyang and Sun Shuiqin felt a pang in their hearts, sensing a heavy feeling that something bad was about to happen. The Gu family was bound to face a great trouble today. In contrast, Tian Huiting had a proud expression and said, Son-in-law, you're here? Ezhou, speak to your future brother-in-law about how the Gu family has mistreated you. Tian Ezhou grinned viciously, then exaggerated how the Gu family had let a useless person deny himself. At first, upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei was infuriated. Isn't this bullying? He coldly looked at Gu Zhangyang and said, Gu family master, you are being a bit too much. If you don't want your daughter to go on a blind date, you should have just refused from the start. Why must you insult others so? You should apologize to Tian Ezhou immediately, and I can help mediate a bit. The dignified head of the family, apologizing to a junior? Moreover, they were not in the wrong at all. But if they did not do so, today's matter would surely end badly for the Gu family. While he was in inner turmoil, Zhou Qingyu, gently sipping from her teacup, slowly spoke, sending out a faint voice. Yi Yunfei, I give you a chance to speak again. Upon hearing this, Tian Huiting was infuriated with laughter. You worthless thing! Has the Gu family praised you a few times and made you think you're some kind of celestial being? How dare you speak to the young lord of Qingdi City like that? Tian Ezhou's face showed anger. He turned to Yi Yunfei and said, Brother-in-law, did you see that? How arrogant can this person be? He thinks he's something special, pointing at me and giving orders. He doesn't even regard you, this young lord, as worthy. You wait here, I'll slap him a few times to vent your anger. Gu Zhangyang and Sun Shuiqin were also greatly alarmed by Zhou Qingyu's tone. Unless his identity was exposed, Zhou Qingyu's words would undoubtedly offend Yi Yunfei to death. But who would have thought? When Yi Yunfei saw Zhou Qingyu, it was like seeing a ghost. He never expected that the one the Gu family invited to oversee was none other than Zhou Qingyu. If someone else came to oversee, it would be normal for the Tian family to feel insulted. After all, Tian Ezhou was indeed quite exceptional. But having Zhou Qingyu oversee, was it really a humiliation for the Tian family? It was simply giving the Tian family a great honor. This was a person who practiced a highly esteemed cultivation method, with an extremely revered status in a powerful family. A casual gift from him could dramatically change the fate of the Yi family. How could the Tian family feel wronged? Seeing Tian Ezhou about to step up and teach Zhou Qingyu a lesson, Yi Yunfei was frightened. He quickly shouted, Come back! Tian Ezhou was taken aback, looking at Yi Yunfei with confusion, saying, Brother-in-law, what? Are you worried about being labeled as bullying the weak? Don't be afraid, this kind of worthless dog thinks he can teach a lesson to many. After speaking, he was about to step forward again. Yi Yunfei was scared out of his wits, completely disregarding their family ties. He raised his hand and swung a punch, hitting Tian Ijo in the back. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to the ground, landing hard. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Tian Ijo was furious. But Yi Yunfei completely ignored him and hurriedly approached Zhou Qingyu. Seeing Zhou's tea was gone, he quickly poured hot water, filled it up, and respectfully said, "Sir." Realizing that there were many people around and it was not suitable to reveal his identity, he temporarily changed his wording and said, "Young Master Zhou, how come you are here?" Zhou Qingyu replied indifferently, "Shan Yue is my friend. When I saw someone threatening with soldiers, I came to take a look." "You just said that the Gu family head should apologize to Tian Ijo?" Yi Yunfei shivered, almost spilling the hot water pot in his hands. He hurriedly said, No, the Gu family is your friend, how could I dare ask the Gu family to apologize?" Then, he turned around and shot a fierce glare at Tian Ijo, shouting, "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the Gu family head?" "What?" Tian Ijo thought he heard wrong. He pointed at his own nose and said, "You want me to apologize to the Gu family?" Did he get it wrong? It was obviously the Gu family who humiliated him, yet he was being asked to apologize? Tian Huatang also looked incredulous. "Son-in-law, what do you mean?" Yi Yunfei glanced at him, then surveyed the surrounding black-armored soldiers, directly giving the order. Also, all black-armored soldiers must leave Qingdi City immediately and must not stay within the city. Otherwise, it will be considered an act of war. Upon hearing this, the 500 black-armored soldiers were shocked. They could not bear such a crime. Before Tian Huatang could give the order, they all hurriedly filed out, leaving Qingdi City. Gu Zhangyang let out a long sigh of relief. The family crisis was temporarily resolved. He didn't want to further offend Tian Ijo, so he took a step back and said, "No need to apologize, let this matter be forgotten, and from now on, let both sides not pursue the matter further." After thinking, he looked over at Zhou Qingyu for guidance. Zhou Qingyu had a blank expression. Meaning, the Gu family head could decide for himself. But Gu Zhangyang wanted to make peace. Tian Ijo was not having it, snorting heavily and saying, "Brother-in-law, we invited you to uphold justice, yet you are siding with him. Is it because this Zhou has a very good relationship with you that you are so biased?" Yi Yunfei wanted to tell this fool. The Zhou Qingyu in front of you was definitely a being that your Tian family could not provoke. The further away you stay, the better. But alas, he could not explain, and could only speak forcefully. "Tian Ijo. Did you hear that? Master Gu is generous and has let you off, why don't you hurry and leave?" He had risked everything to save his future father-in-law's family. But they were determined to push him to his limit. Tian Huading was furious, saying, "Yunfei, you completely treat us like outsiders. I think it's better to let your father come and settle this." One of his confidants immediately ran to the city lord's mansion and brought Lord Yi Jifeng over. "Brother Yi, this child Yunfei has no idea of priorities." Seeing him, Tian Huading complained, saying, "You need to teach him properly, or I'll be very worried about the future of your Yi family." Yi Jifeng was confused. Suddenly, he saw Zhou Qingyu and his pupils contracted, so he calmly asked about what had happened. Although Tian Huading exaggerated, Yi Jifeng already had an understanding in his heart. But Gu Zhangyang and Sun Shuiqin were scared to death. They had actually summoned the city lord. The two dared not sit still. They hurriedly stood respectfully in front of Yi Jifeng, explaining, "Lord, please let me explain, the situation is actually." Yet Yi Jifeng waved his hand and said sternly, "Yunfei, come here." Yi Yunfei quickly approached, lowering his head in front of Yi Jifeng. Tian Ijo and Tian Huading revealed satisfied expressions. Finally, Yi Jifeng was sensible. Soon, he would properly teach Yi Yunfei a lesson. "Yunfei, you did well. You didn't disappoint your father." Yi Jifeng smiled as he patted Yunfei's shoulder, looking very pleased. Gu Zhangyang was stunned. Tian Ijo and Tian Huading were even more taken aback. "Brother Yi, treating your son like this is like killing him," Tian Huading reminded dissatisfiedly. Yi Jifeng's face sank, huffing, "This is something you should say to your son. Don't stir up trouble when there's no need, there are too many people in this world that your Tian family cannot provoke." Such rude words infuriated Tian Huading. "Yi Jifeng, what do you mean?" Yi Jifeng took out a marriage contract, which was exactly between Yi Yunfei and Tian family's daughter. He tore it apart in front of everyone, declaring, "From now on, the Yi family and the Tian family have nothing to do with each other." What? Tian Huading's pupils contracted sharply. The Yi family actually broke the engagement and severed the alliance between the two families? All of this, just for Zhou Qingyu? He shouted in extreme frustration, "You two are crazy, insane. What's so great about this Zhou Qingyu that makes you both protect her so?" Zhou Qingyu glanced at the teacup again, finished his tea, and sighed in annoyance. "You two are really loud. As if Tian Ijo and Gu Changyue could give her anything after being together." Tian Ijo proudly proclaimed, "You know nothing about my Tian family.
If she marries me, she will be able to practice our Tian family's advanced yellow-level techniques and receive my father's guidance, the strongest in the city. In at most a year, she could break through to the 4th layer of Qi training.
Upon hearing this, Gu Zhengyang and Sun Shuiqin felt an unavoidable regret. The Tian family indeed had that kind of ability.
If it weren't for Tian Yizhou's poor character, perhaps it would be possible to let them succeed.
Is that all?
Zhou Qingyu rolled her eyes. I thought you could give Changyue something worthwhile after all this talk. Changyue, tell them what you gained by being with me for a few days.
Gu Changyue had long been displeased with them.
She shot them a sideways glance and walked into the center of the living room, gradually releasing her spiritual energy.
Tian Yizhou sneered, just a few days, what change could there be?
At best, you might level up to the 2nd layer of Qi training, that's all.
Tian Huading also snorted dismissively, a leech who can't even feed himself, what good could he provide you?
Gu Zhanyang and his wife sighed lightly. Given enough time, they believed Gu Changyue would show remarkable changes.
But just a few days, could she really undergo a transformation? However,
when Gu Changyue fully unleashed her spiritual energy, time seemed to freeze suddenly. Everyone stood there, dazed, motionless.
Chapter 44, Gu Changyue's concubine. 5th layer of Qi training?
Gu Zhangyang rubbed his eyes, doubting his own senses. When it was confirmed that she had truly broken through to the 5th level of Qi training, he rushed over, gripping Gu Changyue's shoulders, and stared at her in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my god, a miracle!"
It really is a miracle.
Sun Shuiqin was even more excited, pulling her into a tight embrace, crying tears of joy, "Changyue! You actually broke through to the 5th level of Qi training.
How did you do it?"
Gu Changyue's talent was not high, and the Gu family focused on pill refining, lacking powerful martial arts inheritance. Thus, Gu Changyue's cultivation had always been a heavy burden on their hearts. They thought she would remain like this for her whole life. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, she had broken through to the 5th level of Qi training.
Gu Changyue proudly lifted her little head, saying, "What else could it be? Of course, it was Brother Zhou who helped me. He is amazing.
With just a few moves, he helped me reach the 5th level of Qi training." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Tian Yizhou. "That guy wanted me to marry him, and it took him a whole year just to help me reach the 4th level of Qi training, and he was so proud of it. Brother Zhou only treats me as a friend, and within just a few days, I broke through to the 5th level of Qi training. If I had married him, maybe I would have already become a peerless expert by now."
The huge contrast left Tian Huading and Tian Yizhou in disbelief. Yi Yunfei sighed, the Tian family's self-righteous foundation is actually nothing in front of young Master Zhou.
Yi Jifeng timely added, "So, do you still think young Master Zhou's involvement is an insult to your Tian family?" The Tian family mistakenly thought they were humiliated by seeking revenge, which was truly self-inflicted shame.
Tian Huading, furious and embarrassed, shouted, "What are you proud of?
Mr. Zhou, don't forget, whether you can enter the Star Cloud Pavilion depends on Elder Wu. Unfortunately, Elder Wu and I were once disciples of the same sect. I will suggest to him that my son test your cultivation.
If my son is not satisfied, you won't be able to enter the Star Cloud Pavilion. I also want you to taste the feeling of being humiliated."
After this angry roar, he dragged Tian Yizhou away in a fit of rage from the Gu family.
Zhou Qingyu touched his nose, testing me with Tian Yizhou?
He better raise his power quickly, otherwise, he can't last 3 moves against me. A huge crisis quietly resolved itself. Gu Zhangyang felt Zhou Qingyu's mysterious power growing stronger. He looked at Gu Changyue, gritted his teeth, and gathered his courage to say, "Young Master Zhou, what do you think of my daughter?"
Zhou Qingyu answered without hesitation, "Very good, lively and cute, innocent and straightforward, what's wrong?"
Gu Zhangyang took a deep breath and said, "If young Master Zhou does not mind, please take my daughter as a concubine."
Ah! Zhou Qingyu was stunned. He was taken aback by the sudden request. He had just gotten married and was already being asked to take a concubine?
Gu Zhangyang slightly gritted his teeth, knelt on one knee, and said, "Young Master Zhou, our Gu family is thin in numbers, and when my wife and I pass away after 100 years, no one will take care of Changyue. And she is innocent and kind, I fear she may encounter harm. I implore you, take her as a concubine, even if it's just for a name." Sun Shuiqin also bowed, "Young Master Zhou, I beg you. If you agree, we will give all the Gu family's assets to you." Zhou Qingyu helped both of them up. "I am not an old-fashioned person, I quite like Gu Changyue. However, she is still young and inexperienced. If she commits to being my concubine now, if she finds someone she likes in the future, wouldn't that ruin her life?" When the elderly couple was extremely disappointed, Zhou Qingyu added, "Let her stay by my side for a while first. At that time, she can choose to stay or leave freely." Upon hearing this, the couple was overjoyed. They quickly pulled Gu Changyue in front of Zhou Qingyu and said, "Changyue, did you hear? From now on, stay by young Master Zhou's side, and be obedient to him, do you understand?"
Gu Chanyue rarely turned red, scrunching her cute little nose. Do I still need you to remind me? If he tries to chase me away, I won't leave. Who would let go of such a powerful, willing to help her increase her strength, and very handsome husband? Yi Jifeng, witnessing this scene, patted Yi Yunfei's shoulder with a complex expression. Ah. If you were a daughter, it would be great. Yi Yunfei replied helplessly, I'm really sorry, father, for not being able to be a daughter. To be able to become family with Zhou Qingyu is a tremendous fortune. Unfortunately, Gu Chanyue and Zhou Qingyu are fated to be together. Others can't envy this. City Lord. City Lord. Something bad has happened. Hu Wanshan has kidnapped the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ruyuan. He threatened that before dark, he must hand over Zhou Qingyu from Lianyun Fortress, otherwise, he will kill him. What? Zhou Qingyu's face changed. He had always worried that his actions would be discovered by Hu Wanshan, leading to Zhao family's revenge. He never expected everything to come true. Where is he? Zhou Qingyu asked sharply. The soldier reporting said, on a small island in Taiping Lake. There are no boats there, we can't get there in a short time. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qingyu used his golden light escape, instantly leaving. So fast. The city lord's mansion was shocked, even failing to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Then, a hint of sympathy appeared. Why did Hu Wanshan kidnap anyone, but specifically chose Zhou Daren's father-in-law? He has terrorized for 18 years, this time, the king of hell is going to collect him. Taiping Lake. Many martial artists gathered by the shore, having heard the news. The city lord's mansion has issued a decree, whoever brings back the head of Lianyun Fortress's lord can go to the exclusive auction house of Xingyun Pavilion to receive a spirit pill that breaks through the Foundation Establishment realm. As far as I know, the Foundation Establishment pill at Xingyun Pavilion is not something any disciple can consume. Of course, just look at how much loss Lianyun Fortress has caused Qingdi City in recent years, a generous reward is normal. But the lake has no boats, getting there is a challenge. Splash. At that moment, an anxious figure jumped into the lake, desperately swimming toward the island in the center. It's Zhao Yenyun. Silly girl. The island is about 10 miles from the shore. Even if she is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, she will be exhausted by the time she reaches the island, just giving her head to the lord of Lianyun Fortress. If it were me, I probably wouldn't wait either, because her father has been kidnapped. How could Zhao Yenyun not know the worries behind her? But she had no choice. Hu Wanshan was brutal and cruel, her father faced danger with every second he was kidnapped. Even if it meant death, she had to rush over. Dad, wait for me. With a heart set on dying, Zhao Yenyun swam with all her might. She regretted not coming back from the Tower of the Stronger sooner. If she had returned earlier, maybe she could have protected her father in time. She also thought of Zhou Qingyu. A bitter smile rose in her heart. After 18 years, she had just found her beloved, only to possibly bid farewell forever. At this moment, a shocking shout suddenly came from behind her. She turned her head and revealed a look of horror. What she saw was a figure stepping on the waves. She could hardly believe her eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man standing with his hands behind his back. He wore a jade crown and elegant clothes, his body tall and slender. His posture was ethereal and graceful, walking on the waves like an immortal. Such a sight, never seen before, left even those on the shore in awe. Even she in the water was mesmerized. Isn't this the wave walking described in stories? Could it be that there really is someone in this world who can do it? When she clearly saw his face covered by a gas mask, Zhao Yenyun was even more shocked. Young master you? Chapter 45, Kill Hu Wanshan. Zhou Qingyu, who had already seen the movement in the water, also looked over. To his surprise, it was Zhao Yenyun. He lightly furrowed his brows. Considering she was also trying to save Zhao Ruyuan, he changed direction and swiftly glided past her, pulling her waist and lifting her from the water. Zhao Yenyun let out a surprised cry, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Her wet, alluring body pressed against Zhou Qingyu's chest. Feeling the warmth from his chest, Zhao Yenyun's pretty face instantly turned red, her body stiffening and unable to move, stammering, Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master? Zhou Qingyu then remembered that on the way, he had casually put on the gas mask. Thus, Zhao Yenyun did not recognize him. Stay away from this person, he may be skilled in poison. Zhou Qingyu reminded her. Zhao Ruyuan was a solid one-layer foundational cultivator. Although his cultivation was weaker than Hulan Shan's, it was not enough for him to be easily captured by Hulan Shan in Qingdi City and taken out of the city to the island in the lake. The only explanation was that Zhao Ruyuan had lost his power to resist. Therefore, it was very likely that he had been poisoned. Thus, he put on a gas mask, just in case. Zhao Yenguan's mind was in a mess. She obediently nodded, then said, No, I want to go with you. That is my father, how can I stand by and do nothing? Zhou Qingyu impatiently said, then do as you wish. They walked on the waves. Zhou Qingyu successfully stepped onto the small island in the lake without touching the water. As soon as she landed, Zhao Yanguan noticed a series of footprints leading to the heart of the island. Her face brightened, and she immediately followed the footprints. What are you doing? Zhou Qingyu scolded lightly. Zhao Yanguan was puzzled. Of course, I'm following the footprints to find Hulun Shan. Zhou Qingyu snorted lightly. Hulun Shan has survived many attacks, do you think it's just luck? Such clear footprints were obviously left intentionally to lure pursuers into a trap. Saying this, he picked up a handful of stones and threw them at the footprints. The stones landed near the footprints and then shot out deadly crossbow arrows from the sand. Zhao Yanguan was drenched in cold sweat. If she had walked over just now, wouldn't she have been pierced by several crossbow arrows? Her face turned pale, and she whispered, "Thank you, young master." As she spoke, she prepared to bypass the footprints and continue forward. What are you doing again? Zhou Qingyu scolded again. Zhao Yanguan shivered. After being reprimanded repeatedly, she felt a bit flustered and said, I'm coming onto the island from another direction. Zhou Qingyu irritably responded, and then? Zhao Yanguan replied, then of course, I will look for my father. Zhou Qingyu pointed to the relatively large island. Where will you look? Zhao Yanguan anxiously said, but should we just wait here? Exactly. Zhou Qingyu casually took off his outer garment and tossed it where the footprints were. Looking around, he said, a qualified hunter will check the trap at the first sign of movement. I believe Hulun Shan will not disappoint me. As he spoke, he firmly grasped Zhao Yanguan's shoulder and climbed to the top of a towering tree nearby. Hide well, and wait for Hulun Shan to appear. Zhao Yanguan felt that she was so naive in front of young Master Yu, like a little girl. She obediently moved a large tree leaf to cover herself. However, the tree crown was small, and she had to press closely against Zhou Qingyu. Through their thin clothes, feeling Zhou Qingyu's body heat, she felt her heart race. So much so that she didn't even notice a head peeking out from the nearby pile of rocks. Get ready. Only when Zhou Qingyu whispered in her ear did she become alert. Scanning the surroundings, she finally saw the commotion in the pile of rocks. She was secretly astonished. It was true that young Master Yu had hit the nail on the head. That cunning bandit leader Hulun Shan was completely manipulated by Zhou Qingyu. Cautious Hulun Shan observed his surroundings and then cautiously crawled over. He was a white-haired old man, covered in scars, with a sinister glare and very agile movements. Without a doubt, he was Hulun Shan, the master who established Lianyun Fort 100 years ago. From a distance, he first took out a crossbow arrow and shot it at the corpse lying in the footprints, to guard against any tricks or ambushes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yanguan felt a chill in her heart. So vigilant. She questioned herself, if she had to face this cunning old fox alone, it was likely to end badly. As an arrow was shot, Hulun Shan also sensed something was off. Because there was no blood oozing from that corpse. He quickly realized he had been tricked and crouched down to prepare to escape. However, Zhou Qingyu had been waiting for a long time, now is the time. He jumped down, and the suppressed spiritual power erupted one after another. 2-star break. Hulun Shan's heart sank, and he quickly twisted his body, throwing a punch to counter Zhou Qingyu's suppressed spiritual power. New line. The first explosion erupted instantly. Line end. New line. In an instant, Huan Shan's fists were jolted to the point of numbness and pain. Line end. New line. He realized the danger and quickly withdrew his fists, narrowly avoiding the second explosion. Line end. New line. Quite vigilant. Line end. New line. Zhou Qingyu said in surprise. Line end. New line. At the same time, Zhao Yanyun decisively jumped down from the tree, her long sword stabbing down from above. Line end. New line. Huan Shan raised his hand and shot an arrow, forcing Zhao Yanyun to block the crossbow bolt with her sword, which gave Huan Shan an opening. Line end. New line. He leaped into the air, swinging his fists and fiercely striking towards her face. Line end. New line. Dare to be distracted when facing me? Line end. New line. Zhou Qingyu said indifferently, and somehow a beast's tooth appeared in his hand, wrapped in invisible threads. Line end. New line. With a flick of his wrist, the threads dispersed into the wind. Line end. New line. At the same time, Zhou Qingyu used golden light escape, flying at an unbelievable speed, and struck his palm towards his forehead. Line end. New line. Huan Shan was greatly shocked. Body technique? Line end. New line. Then his eyes burst into flames, and he growled, so it was you who killed my subordinates when you climbed the Lianyun Fort? Line end. New line. Zhou Qingyu said calmly, if by subordinates you mean those beasts, then indeed, it was me. Line end. New line. Huan Shan's hatred surged, and he decisively gave up on Zhao Yanyun, instead pulling out his crossbow, aiming it at Zhou Qingyu, and roared a new line, then go to hell and pay for it. Line end. New line. It turned out, Huan Shan, already over 100 years old, had no desire to live ever since Lianyun Fort was destroyed. Line end. New line, he only wanted to find the culprit and perish together with them, line end. New line, Jia Yanyan cried out with eyes wide in fear, watch out. Line end. New line, however, it was already too late, line end. New line, Hulwan Shan, unafraid of death, pulled the trigger, line end. New line, but somehow, his fingers had no strength at all, line end. New line, he couldn't even feel his entire hand anymore, line end. New line, looking closely, Hulwan Shan was shocked to find that his wrist had been severed cleanly at the root, line end. New line, the hand holding the crossbow silently fell from the wrist, line end. New line, leaving behind a wound as smooth as a mirror, line end. New line, ah. As the pain hit, Hulwan Shan finally let out a roar of agony, line end. New line, but suddenly, he realized he couldn't make a sound anymore, line end. New line, an invisible thread had, without him knowing, wrapped around his neck and cut deep into the flesh, line end. New line, chapter 46, Zhao Yenyun's heart leaned. New line, Zhou Qingyu held the beast tooth in one hand and said calmly, where is Zhao Ruyuan? Line end. New line, Hulwan Shan glared at Zhou Qingyu, then grinned cruelly and spat a mouthful of blood at him, line end. New line, Zhou Qingyu waved his sleeve without expression, flinging the blood right back into Hulwan Shan's face, line end. New line then, with a casual tug of the thread, line end. New line, Hulwan Shan's neck was sliced like tofu, line end. New line, a large head fell into the sand, line end. New line, seeing this scene, Zhao Yenyun gasped in shock, line end. New line, Hulwan Shan, second level of the Foundation establishment stage, a bandit leader with rich battle experience, line end. New line was taken down by Gong Ziyu in just a few moves, line end. New line, only now did she realize that during the sparring in the Tower of the Throne, Gong Ziyu hadn't even used his full strength, line end. New line, otherwise, in just a few rounds, her own neck might have been snapped, line end. New line, after finishing him, Zhou Qingyu squatted down and took the coiling dragon thread from Hulwan Shan's corpse, line end. New line, this item, on its first use, already showed impressive power, line end. New line, once the tooth was refined into a proper medium, it would be even more effective, line end. New line, what is this? Line end. New line, suddenly, Zhou Qingyu saw a half-exposed black token in his chest pocket, line end. New line, he took it out and saw a fierce black tiger printed on the front, and the name Hulwan Shan on the back, line end. New line, this doesn't look like a token from Lianyun Fort. Line end. New line, Zhou Qingyu muttered, then tossed the token into his hand, line end. New line, Jia Yenyun rushed over and said, Gongzi, let me help you too. Line end. New line, she also searched Hulwan Shan's body and suddenly found a small black pouch at his waist, line end. New line, what is this? Line end. New line, she opened the pouch, and a light purple powder was blown out by the wind, line end. New line, Zhou Qingyu looked up and his expression changed, quick, throw it away. Line end. New line, though Zhao Yenyun reacted quickly and threw it away without hesitation, line end. New line, the light purple powder still blew onto her face, and also landed on Zhou Qingyu's anti-poison mask, line end. Young master, what is this powder? She wiped her face, feeling uneasy. Zhou Qingyu touched his gas mask and found powder on it too, his face instantly darkened, damn. He is indeed cunning and shrewd. He knew someone might wear a gas mask as a precaution, so he prepared this. The gas mask cannot stop this. In other words, he was also affected. It seemed to respond to his words. Zhou Qingyu gradually felt a heat all over his body. Looking at Zhao Yenyu, her face had turned completely red without him noticing. She tugged at her collar, constantly fanning herself. Why am I so hot? Zhou Qingyu dared not let the effects of the drug continue, pulling Zhao Yenyu into the sea. He then sat cross-legged and said, recite the clear heart initial saint technique with me. This was a technique to keep one's heart pure, allowing a person to enter a state of selflessness. Only in this way could one resist the body's instinctual desires. He recited it very skillfully, and indeed, his mind gradually became selfless. However, Zhao Yenyu beside him couldn't do it. After stumbling through a section, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, unable to stop herself from leaning towards Zhou Qingyu. Her eyes gradually became blurred, completely out of control. And Zhou Qingyu, who had entered meditation, was suddenly interrupted by her touch. Wild instincts invaded his heart. He immediately began to gasp for breath, like a beast, pressing Zhao Yenyu underneath him, tearing her clothes apart, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin. Just as he was about to release himself, his strong mental power gave him a moment of clarity. Zhao Yenyu's delicate beauty made him unable to resist. But the good and evil in his heart made him bear with it and suppress it. After struggling for a long time, Zhou Qingyu still chose to stay true to himself. Although Zhao Yenyu didn't get along well with him and had once called off the engagement, she wasn't fundamentally bad. He couldn't ruin her entire life just for himself. Therefore, he raised his hand and decisively knocked Zhao Yenyu unconscious. Then he sat beside her, silently reciting the clear heart initial saint technique. An hour later. As his restless feelings faded, Zhou Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, gently exhaling, finally, it's over. The effect of the drug acted quickly and faded quickly. Suddenly, he felt a gaze watching him. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Yanyu had changed into a new outfit, sitting not far away, quietly looking at him. Noticing Zhou Qingyu's gaze, she hurriedly looked away. But her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Although she had been in a daze earlier, she remembered everything that had happened. "Go find my father," Zhao Yanyu said, blushing. Zhou Qingyu felt a bit awkward, both understood each other's silent message and acted as if nothing had happened. They hid among the chaotic stones of Huanshan and found a cave. Inside, they indeed found Zhao Ruyan, who was tied up. Zhou Qingyu carefully and thoroughly checked him. He found several hidden weapons. If he had approached carelessly, he might have been caught off guard. Zhao Yanyu was furious, this wicked bandit leader. Even after death, he wants to harm others. We'll take his head for the bounty later. The two saved Zhao Ruyan and went to the seaside. At that moment, the officials finally found a ship and rushed over with their men. "You killed the bandits of Huanshan? Who did it?" "Come with me to claim the reward," a vice-general exclaimed excitedly. As Zhou Qingyu was about to speak, Zhao Yanyu interjected, "It was this young master who did it. Can I claim it on his behalf?" Facing the confusion of the others, Zhao Yanyu bit her rosy lips, lowering her head and said, "Young master, where will you be tomorrow?" Zhou Qingyu thought for a moment about the beast egg on the 10th floor and replied, "Tower of Strongest." Zhao Yanyu said, "Tomorrow, I will go to the Tower of Strongest to bring you the bounty. Also, there's something I want to tell you." Zhou Qingyu wondered what could not be said now. But before he could ask, Zhao Yanyu, her face flushed with embarrassment, ran onto the ship and shut herself in the cabin, refusing to come out. Zhou Qingyu scratched his head, "Is she crazy?" When he returned to the Zhao family, he took a shower and changed into a martial robe. Just practicing martial arts in the yard. Suddenly, Zhao Yenyun ran over. She had also changed into a new outfit. Unlike her usual cool tones, today she deliberately wore a beautiful light pink dress. Without much adornment, she had only applied a little makeup. She ran over like a butterfly in spring, full of vitality. "What? Are you going to meet your crush?" Zhou Qingyu joked, thinking she would glare back at him like usual. Unexpectedly, today was different. Her pretty face turned slightly red as she nodded, "Ha?" Zhou Qingyu was stunned. Zhao Yenyun really has a crush? He felt a bit dissatisfied in his heart. This woman even looked down on him and rejected their engagement. Her pride must be sky high. Who could make her fall for them? Shoo! Don't tell my father yet, let me confirm that young man's feelings first. Zhao Yenyun didn't know why, but this news, she hadn't told anyone, yet she would tell the Zhou Qingyu she once disliked. Zhou Qingyu touched his nose. "You didn't come just to tell me this, did you?" Zhao Yenyun then remembered what she wanted to say, and said, "Elder Wu will come tomorrow, get ready, you must make him satisfied. That way you can enter the Nebula Pavilion and protect my sister." Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but look at Zhao Yenyun with new eyes. "Look at you, it's like you become a different person. When she took your true disciple status, you fainted on the spot." Hearing this painful past, Zhao Yenyun rolled her eyes and stomped her delicate foot, saying, "You idiot! Still so unlikable. Serves you right for me rejecting the engagement." Humph. She angrily walked away, and before exiting the yard, she turned her head back and said, "You better perform well tomorrow. I hope we can both enter the Nebula Pavilion." Zhou Qingyu watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl isn't actually that bad. Too bad our fate has come to an end. Chapter 47, Wu Qingtan arrives again. The next day, Wu Qingtan arrived again in Qingdi City. A group of renowned figures in the city, upon hearing the news, brought their children to welcome him. They all hoped to replicate Yi Yunfei's miracle and leap into disciples of the Nebula Pavilion. Wu Qingtan was also curious to take another look. After all, Qingdi City had given him great surprise. After Zhao Yingshu returned to the sect, she was personally received by the pavilion master. To ensure that Wu Qingtan could cultivate Zhao Yingshu well, the pavilion master even raised the treatment for the entire Qitian peak, making the other peaks envious. In a great mood, he didn't mind giving the young people of Qingdi City a bit more opportunity. Unfortunately, a glance around, all he saw were mediocre individuals. None could catch his fancy. At this moment, Gu Zhanyang also brought Gu Changyue to greet him. Seeing Wu Qingtan, who was about to leave in disappointment, Gu Changyue's eyes rolled, and she playfully jumped out, Senior, I heard you need an obedient disciple? Do I look like one?" Having spent too long in the strictly governed Nebula Pavilion, he was used to the disciples bowing respectfully to him. Suddenly, a lively and cheeky girl popping out caught him off guard, and he couldn't help but smile. "Little girl, the threshold of the Nebula Pavilion is very high. Glancing at her cultivation, he found she was only at the 5th level of chi training, and chuckled, only the 5th level of chi training, you still have to train. Seeing he wasn't angry, Gu Changyue grinned, don't look at my low cultivation, I'm very talented. I don't train much, but when I do, my level skyrockets. Don't believe me? I can show you right here. Saying this, she began to circulate a high-level mysterious technique in front of everyone. At first, Wu Qingtan found it amusing, but as he felt the surrounding spiritual energy change, he slowly stopped smiling. High-level mysterious technique? He was taken aback. Such a technique could only be cultivated by the pavilion master of the Nebula Pavilion. As the peak master, he could only cultivate at the middle level of mysterious techniques. Little girl, where did your skill come from? Wu Qingtan asked in shock. Gu Changyue certainly wouldn't foolishly sell Zhou Qingyu out, scratching her head and saying, I was playing in the Tower of the Strong, when suddenly a big brother walked over, saying I look like his unknown little wife, and he tossed me a manual, 2 manuals. What? Meeting a random passerby, and he gives me high-level mysterious manuals, even 2? What kind of incredible opportunity is this? Looking again at Gu Changyue's face, clever and lovely, lively and agile, indeed very pleasing. Such a person often attracts good fortune, with overflowing luck while cultivating. After a slight pause, he made his decision, alright, this disciple, I accept. Anyway, she has high-level mysterious heart methods, even if there are no major opportunities in the future, just relying on these 2 manuals, her future achievements will not embarrass him. Thank you, master. Gu Changyue jumped up 3 feet high in joy. Wu Qingtan smiled and said, you go home and prepare well, wait for me at the East City Gate before dusk. I still need to test a person. Thinking of Zhou Qingyu, Wu Qingtan felt a headache. With such low-level spiritual roots, how could one qualify to enter the Nebula Pavilion? But Zhao Yingxi asked him 3 times a day. His head was about to split open. At that time, I made a promise, to take him away after breaking through the 8th level of chi refining. Now he's probably still stuck at the 5th level of chi refining, right? He whispered to himself and walked to the Zhao family. He found Tian Yizhou had been waiting there long. Have you reflected well? Wu Qingtan frowned and asked. Tian Yizhou showed a look of serious fear, reporting to master, the disciple knows his mistake. Wu Qingtan's brows relaxed and advised, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heaven. Always maintain a humble and low-key attitude. Bullying others, how do you know the other party is weaker than you? What if you kick an iron plate? By then, it will be too late to regret. Tian Yizhou was dismissive in his heart. If Zhou Qingyu revealed Zhao Yingxi's special identity, would he really make them both roll away? It was all Zhou Qingyu's fault for hiding it. At this time, Tian Yizhou's father patted him on the back of his head, why aren't you thanking Elder Wu for his teachings? Only then did Wu Qingtan notice that Tian Huading was also nearby. Seen your brother? Wu Qingtan showed a pleasant expression. Tian Huading answered respectfully, the younger generation cannot bear the title of senior brother. The two had studied under the same master in the same martial arts hall in their early years, but Wu Qingtan's talent outshone, whereas Tian Huading was slightly inferior. The two statuses became what they are today, vastly different. Tian Yizhou being able to apprentice under Wu Qingtan actually had this relationship involved. Wu Qingtan laughed heartily, senior brother, don't be strangers. Let's find a place to have a drink and catch up. But now, I need to personally test a young man. Senior brother might as well come with me, and after it's done, we'll go, how about it? Tian Huading's eyes flashed, I'll follow your arrangement, senior brother. Soon. Wu Qingtan's arrival caused a sensation throughout the Zhao family. Zhao Ruyuan led the clan members rushing over, of course, everyone knew that Zhou Qingyu was the focus today. Seeing Zhou Qingyu again, Wu Qingtan still could not accept it from the bottom of his heart, that Zhao Yingxi's husband was such an ordinary man. No matter what, he cannot allow Zhou Qingyu to enter the Nebula Pavilion. Believing that once the two are separated for a long time, Zhao Yingxi will slowly forget him, in the end, they will part ways, right? Zhou Qingyu, how has your cultivation been in the past half-month? Wu Qingtan held the teacup and asked lightly. Zhou Qingyu nodded, it's okay, not as fast as expected. If it weren't for the matter with Zhao Ruyuan, he would have already broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Wu Qingtan misunderstood that Zhou Qingyu hadn't reached the promised 8th level of chi refining. Feeling slightly happy, he consoled, haste makes waste. Cultivating is not a bad thing to take it slowly. So, you are giving up on entering the Nebula Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruyuan quickly clasped his hands and said, Elder Wu, little Yu has been practicing very diligently recently, going out early and returning late. In half a month, I've hardly seen him. Please grant him some more time, he will surely not disappoint you. Zhao Yengu also couldn't help but plead, Master, please give him another chance. My sister needs him to take care of her. Tian Yizhou could no longer hold back. With a long face, he sarcastically said, "The Nebula Pavilion does not raise idle people." Everyone got in by begging, "The Nebula Pavilion is already finished." Wu Qingtan slightly nodded. He sighed sincerely, although Ijo's words are harsh, they are indeed the truth. Zhou Qingyu did not reach the agreed level, it's very difficult for me to take him into the sect. He slowly stood up and said, "Zhao Yengu, get ready, gather at the East City Gate before dusk." After saying that, he was about to go drink and reminisce with Tian Huateng. "Elder Wu, please wait." Zhou Qingyu looked surprised, "When did I say that I hadn't reached the agreed level?" Everyone in the room displayed a look of confusion. Could it be that Zhou Qingyu really broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement? Wu Qingtan was equally astonished. "In half a month, you broke through from the 5th level to the 8th level of qi refinement? Show me." This kind of speed, not to mention the Nebula Pavilion, even the entire continent had never seen it before. Tian Huateng glared at Zhou Qingyu with resentment, his eyes filled with fiery vengeance. "Elder Wu, do you really believe such nonsense? Whether it is true or false, let my son try and find out." Wu Qingtan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Ijo, you can spar with him. Remember to hold back. The level is judged by the spiritual power emitted from a person's body. If he possesses treasures, it may interfere with the judgment. But sparring is hard to fake." Tian Ijo was waiting for this day. He sneered as he walked forward and said, "Zhou Qingyu, you can only enter the Nebula Pavilion after passing my test." He really wanted to ask Zhou Qingyu, "Do you regret it? Now, your fate is in my hands. If I go easy on you, Zhou Qingyu will have a little hope. If I don't go easy, you will stay in Qingdi City for life." And he had no intention of going easy. He intended to take this opportunity to beat Zhou Qingyu down like a dead dog, to repay his grudge against the Gu family. Chapter 48, One Move to End It. Zhou Qingyu clasped his hands in his sleeves and calmly said, "You want to test me? I'm afraid you're not qualified." He was speaking the truth. However, it sounded particularly harsh to Tian Ijo's ears. "Ha ha ha. What a huge joke. I am a proud disciple of the Nebula Pavilion and a martial artist at the Foundation establishment stage. Don't I have the qualifications to test you?" Tian Ijo clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Just tell me, how many moves do you want me to let you take? Don't be greedy and ask for hundreds of moves. 10 moves or so is still acceptable." Zhou Qingyu slightly shook his head. He calmly said, "Underestimating the opponent, being rash, arrogant and complacent, makes it hard to achieve greatness." This echoed Wu Qingtan's past words, which stabbed Tian Ijo's heart. With his fists tightly clenched, he shouted, "Less talk. Attack! Let me show you the demeanor of a disciple of the Nebula Pavilion." Zhao Ruyuan felt heavy in heart. Given the enmity between the two, how could Tian Ijo let this opportunity slip? I fear that not only will he not let Zhou Qingyu pass, but he will also take the opportunity to strike hard. Zhao Yengu sighed lightly, "It's already over. Qi refinement and foundation establishment are two different levels of power, with a chasm in between, hard to cross. At most 3 moves, and we will see the outcome." Wu Qingtan was slightly impatient. "Let's begin." Delaying it further would serve no purpose. The result was already determined. Zhou Qingyu felt helpless and walked forward leisurely, saying, "All right." As his words fell, he took 3 steps in 2 strides, charging forward with thunderous speed and unleashed a dual star strike. Tian Ijo laughed heartily, "Is that it? What if I let you 10 moves?" He casually raised his arm, positioning it in front of his chest to block, wanting to casually deflect the attack. However, when Zhou Qingyu's fist struck his arm, his expression changed drastically. A burst of explosive spiritual power fiercely surged into his arm. Before he could react, an even greater surge of spiritual power erupted. Crack! There was a crisp sound of breaking, as Tian Ijo's arm bone was brutally shattered. The intense impact knocked him back repeatedly, causing him to sit right down on Tian Huateng. "Oh, Zhou!" Tian Huateng was startled and quickly supported him. Looking at his arm bent at a 90-degree angle, he was utterly shocked. At this moment, the intense pain finally struck. Tian Ijo let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah! My hand! My hand!" The entire Zhao family hall was filled with shocked gazes directed at Zhou Qingyu. Zhao Yenyu was so astonished that her teacup fell to the ground. He actually managed to break Tian Ijo's arm? Someone exclaimed in surprise, clapping their thigh, "This kid always surprises me." Wu Qingtan also wore a face of shock, unable to help but reassess Zhou Qingyu. When he discovered Zhou Qingyu's realm, even he was taken aback, saying, "Perfected 9th layer of Qi training? No way, wasn't it just half a month ago that you were at the 5th layer of Qi training?" Not only did he break through the 8th layer of Qi training, but he also successfully reached the perfected 9th layer. This progress was incredible. Zhou Qingyu replied expressionlessly, I encountered a bit of good fortune. Then he looked at Tianizhou, saying, I told you, you have no right to test me. Why don't you just listen? Tian Wei was furious, shouting, you little beast, you struck from the shadows. Zhou Qingyu gazed at him indifferently, why don't you say that your son is abusing his power? I don't care. You broke my son's arm, you must take responsibility. Tian Wei fumed. Zhou Qingyu shrugged. He turned to Wu Qingtan and said, Master, can you help mediate? Hearing Master, Wu Qingtan felt he could no longer stand by and watch. He had promised that if Zhou Qingyu broke through to the 8th layer of Qi training in half a month, he would make an exception to let him join the sect. However, Zhou Qingyu's talent was truly too low. This breakthrough was merely a stroke of luck. He might never have the chance to reach the foundation building stage in this lifetime. Taking him as a disciple could very well be a burden. But he had said it beforehand. After pondering for a while, he sighed, I am not satisfied with your talent, I cannot accept you as a disciple. I can only take you into the sect and see which elder is willing to take you. If anyone does, you will be a formal disciple of the Starry Cloud Pavilion. If not, I will arrange a servant-disciple position for you. How about that? He thought Zhou Qingyu would complain about his untrustworthiness. To his surprise, Zhou Qingyu readily agreed, then I will thank Elder Wu in advance. For Zhou Qingyu, as long as he could enter the Starry Cloud Pavilion and be with Zhao Inxiu, that was enough. As for which elder he would become a disciple of. Did he really need an elder to teach him? It should be a matter of seeing which elder would have the good fortune to take him in as a disciple. Then Zhou Qingyu smiled at Tian Wei and said, Did you hear that? I am now a person of the Starry Cloud Pavilion. Will you repeat what you just said? Tian Wei gnashed his teeth in anger, snarling, Even if you go, you will just be a servant disciple. When my son's injury heals, you will see. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, who looks good definitely remains uncertain. Wu Qingtan was too lazy to listen to their water battle, waving his hand to interrupt, Zhou Qingyu, you also go and prepare, we will gather at the East City Gate before dusk. Zhou Qingyu nodded and returned to his new room. He took out a Supreme Four Symbols pill and swallowed it in one bite. The powerful medicinal effect immediately caused his perfected 9th layer of Qi training to surge upward. When it reached the limit of the Qi training realm and could no longer rise, his dantian suddenly burst open with a loud bang. The Qi energy, having nowhere to go, immediately gathered at the opening, condensing into liquid Qi and gradually forming a water pool. This is the core of the foundation building realm, the foundation spring. All the power of the foundation building realm originates from this. However, what he consumed was a Supreme Four Symbols pill, and its effect is not limited to just breaking through realms. His cultivation continued to rise rapidly. Ultimately, just as the medicinal effect was about to wear off, he successfully broke through to the 2nd level of foundation building. Feeling the abundant spiritual power, Zhou Qingyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, finally returned to the threshold of being a martial artist. In the world of martial artists, foundation building is the threshold, only then can one truly be called a martial artist. From here on, there would be greater space for development. Looking at the sky, it was already noon. Zhou Qingyu stood up and said, It's time to go to the Tower of Strong Individuals and see what's going on with that divine beast egg. Soon, he arrived at the Tower of Strong Individuals, registered, and immediately entered to challenge the trials. Before long, Zhao Yenyun also arrived. This time, she did not wear a mask, holding in her hand a reward from the Lord's mansion, a letter of recommendation. She wore a pink skirt, her face adorned with a serene smile. Beside her, Chen Xinglian looked at her with blessing, Yenyun, have you really made up your mind? Zhao Yenyun held the letter of recommendation, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She nodded deeply, I believe he is my destined prince. If I miss this chance, I might never have another opportunity in my life. So, today, I must confess my heart. Yesterday's experience made her heart completely flutter. Clearly, young Master Yu could have harmed her, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Previously, young Master Yu's mystery, power, generosity, and open-mindedness had all attracted her. In every way, he fit her perfect fantasy of a future husband. But, she wondered about his character. Until yesterday, she completely confirmed that young Master Yu was a person who was perfect inside and out. In this life, she would not marry anyone but him. Chapter 49, Zhao Yenyun's Confession. Chen Xinglian nodded, this person is indeed very outstanding. But for you to confess first may diminish your dignity as a young lady. After all, Zhao Yenyun was still a lady. Furthermore, she was exceptionally talented. It should have been young Master Yu to express his feelings first. At this moment, a change occurred in the Tower of the Strong. The 1st to 7th floors lit up one after another, indicating he had cleared them. So fast. Zhao Yenyun exclaimed. On the previous 7 floors, Zhou Qingyu climbed them as if climbing stairs, without any pause. Even on the 7th floor, he lingered only for a moment before it lit up. Moments later, the 8th floor lit up, cleared. 10 moments later, the 9th floor lit up, cleared. Zhao Yanyon looked forward. Mother, young Master Yu has entered the 10th floor. Since the Tower of the Strong was established, no one has ever successfully cleared the 10th floor. Chen Qinglian was astonished. Even in your grandfather's Tower of the Strong, no one has cleared it. Those who have entered the 10th floor said it is several times harder than the 9th floor. Unless one has the top talent on the continent, there is no chance. The top talent on the continent? Zhao Yenyun sighed silently. It seemed young Master Yu might fail. But regardless of success or failure, young Master Yu's excellence remained unmatched. After all, the best record from Lonely Boat City was clearing the 6th floor. Yet young Master Yu, with his own strength, had refreshed the record to the 9th floor. Inside the tower, Zhou Qingyu stepped onto the 10th floor, where the patterned giant python immediately noticed him, raising its eyes, flicking its scarlet tongue, coldly staring at him. Foundation building at the 3rd layer? Zhou Qingyu stretched out his muscles, revealing some fighting spirit. It's been a while since I had a serious battle. With a whoosh, he took the initiative, unleashing his golden light escape, rushing toward the giant python with the fastest speed. Hiss! The giant python was furious. Zhou Qingyu's fearlessness and proactive attack undoubtedly provoked it. Its massive body moved quickly. The long snake tail swung through the air, fiercely sweeping, precisely hitting the rapidly moving Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu was slightly surprised inside. What a keen beast! He fully exerted his speed, yet it managed to track his path and intercept him accurately. A tremendous force struck his arm, causing a knife-like pain. In a clash of strength, whoever retreats first loses. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain and decisively unleashed 2-star burst. With 2 successive bursts of spiritual energy, the giant python was hurt. It did not retreat but became even more ferocious. Opening its massive mouth, it sprayed a jet of black venom toward Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu had long been prepared. With a sweep of his sleeves, a wave of spiritual energy surged out, clearing the incoming venom away. The venom hit the ground, immediately corroding holes into the blue stone floor, hissing with white smoke. If it splashed onto a person, their skin would surely rot in flesh decay. Let me show you some colors. Zhou Qingyu flung out countless threads, floating towards different directions. The giant python sensed the danger and quickly shrank back. Zhou Qingyu took the opportunity to get close, delivering a 2-star burst to its abdomen, causing 2 internal explosions that knocked off a large chunk of its scales. Expose the bloody flesh. The giant python cried out in pain, swinging its massive tail even more fiercely, striking. Every time it missed, large chunks of the blue stone bricks shattered. Zhou Qingyu also seized the opportunity to counterattack. Man and snake fought fiercely in the 10th level of the tower, an intense and unresolved battle. It was unclear how long they had been fighting. Zhou Qingyu was panting deeply, drenched in sweat, with powerful heat rising as white smoke emanated from his body. His body was bruised, with several bones aching unbearably. But the giant python was not much better. Its enormous body no longer had many intact scales. It struggled to lift its head, too afraid to continue attacking. The 2 sides stalemated for a moment, and Zhou Qingyu pointed to the divine beast egg, saying, "Give it to me, and I'll spare you." The giant python immediately became enraged, letting out a sharp hiss, and with its massive body, it charged forward. Zhou Qingyu, exhausted, used the last of his strength to execute the 2-star break. Bang, bang! 2 dull thuds echoed as the giant python's abdomen was finally pierced by a bloody hole. But the python's immense strength sent Zhou Qingyu flying, crashing violently into the wall, leaving a shattered human-shaped impression. Zhou Qingyu slid down the wall, leaving a streak of glaring red blood on the surface. Hiss! The giant python emitted a triumphant hiss, viciously taking advantage of Zhou Qingyu's weakness, aiming for his life. It used its massive head, slamming toward him. But just as the vicious snake head was inches away from Zhou Qingyu, suddenly, a vertical bloodline appeared in the middle of the snake's forehead. Immediately, the snake's head split in 2, passing by Zhou Qingyu's sides. Both halves of the snake's head displayed expressions of agony. The massive snake body twisted violently, struggling, thrashing. As time passed, it slowly ceased moving, eventually lying still. Zhou Qingyu, leaning against the wall, struggled to rise, retrieving the threads embedded in the snake's head, and patted it, saying, "You're still not a match for humans." After hundreds of exchanges, he had already set up the threads in various corners of the tower. He had just been waiting for the right moment to lure the giant snake to charge. He arrived at the snake's vital spot, dug out a yellow bead, which was unmistakably a demon beast's core. This item was worth quite a bit of money. Then, Zhou Qingyu looked at the divine beast egg. He had almost lost his life for this divine beast egg. Approaching the egg, Zhou Qingyu examined it carefully. The inside of the beast egg shimmered, emitting a divine and peaceful aura. It was indeed a divine beast egg. I just don't know whether this divine beast egg is dead or alive. The reason for his worry was that divine beasts had long since vanished, and even if there were occasionally surviving divine beast eggs, they would have certainly gone through changes in the world. The chance of it being dead was 99%. With a mindset of giving it a try, he pressed his hand against the divine beast egg. For a while, the divine beast egg remained completely silent, without any movement. As expected, it's a dead egg, all for nothing. Zhou Qingyu wiped the blood from his face, speaking helplessly. But just as he was about to retract his hand, a faint pulse suddenly appeared in his palm. His pupils shrank. There's still a life force? Just extremely weak? He carefully picked up the divine beast egg, sensing for a long time and confirming there was indeed a life force. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. What kind of divine luck is this? To actually come across a living divine beast egg? Those guys in the Heavenly Abyss prison will be so envious they'll pop their eyes out. Zhou Qingyu laughed loudly. He laughed for a long time, then carefully stored the beast egg away. When I get to the Starcloud Pavilion, I'll find some top-tier herbs and treasures to see if I can boost its life force and help it hatch as soon as possible. After resting for an hour, tidying himself up a bit, Zhou Qingyu went downstairs, fully loaded and ready to return. The old man guarding the tower below seemed to sense something, his old eyes widening as he exclaimed, "He passed the 10th level. He passed it. I can finally go back to the outer world to report my duties. I'm free." No one paid attention to his strange words. Everyone was shocked, staring at the shining 10th floor. Chen Xinglian gasped, He cleared the 10th floor? What level of genius is he? Daughter, don't miss out on such a prodigy. She now wholly supports her daughter to confess first. Such a person, if they don't secure him first, will be snatched away by others. Zhao Yenyu's heart raced nervously like a deer. Her small hand tightly clutched the recommendation letter, watching the exit. At that moment, that familiar figure walked out. Young master. Zhao Yenyu's heart raced, her breathing erratic, stepping forward anxiously. Seeing her, Zhou Qingyu paused for a moment. Then he remembered that Zhao Yenyu had asked him about his plans for today yesterday. It was he who told Zhao Yenyu that he would challenge the 10th floor. What's the matter? Zhou Qingyu asked. He recalled that Zhao Yenyu said she had something to tell him today. Zhao Yenyu lifted her dreamy eyes, her bright red lips moving, her voice like a mosquito. Where are you going? I want to go with you. Zhou Qingyu gradually widened his eyes. He couldn't have heard wrong, right? Is this a confession? Is there some mistake? Zhao Yenyu likes him? He stood still, while the silence stretched on. Zhao Yenyu's cheeks turned bright red. Gathering her courage, she spoke even more directly. Young master, I like you. Ah. Zhou Qingyu found it utterly absurd. The girl who once rejected him and later looked down on him, Zhao Yenyu, is actually confessing to him? Wait. How do you know I am young master Zhou Qingyu asked, astonished. Only a few people who had met him in the Tower of Power knew his name. Zhao Yenyu then remembered she hadn't shown her identity to young master Yu. So, she took out that gas mask and also the black soul pill that young master Yu had given her. Wearing the mask, Zhao Yenyu said, It's me. Boom. Zhou Qingyu took 2 steps back, as if he had seen a ghost. The girl he had met twice in the Tower of Power was actually Zhao Yenyu? The first time he saved her. The second time he taught her a medium-level profound technique. The girl he thought was so remarkable was actually Zhao Yenyu herself. Zhao Yenyu was completely unaware of his surprise and sincerely said, Once, I was headstrong, hurting my sister and a boy who was innocent and wanted to marry me. Once, I was petty, jealous that the boy gave my sister many things I didn't have. Once, I was proud, believing I was the most radiant woman in the world. But when I met you, I realized how annoying my past self was. Zhao Yenyu's face showed a hint of shame as she revealed her true feelings. Thank you for changing my past. I think, I have fallen for you. Her voice trembled as she said, although, we may never have a result. Even after we part today, we may never meet again. But, I still want to tell you. In Lonely Boat City, in the Tower of Power, there was a girl who once liked you. She really just came to confess. A confession without asking for any result. Zhou Qingyu's mood was complex. The girl before him should have been his wife. But why did he make that choice back then? He was silent for a long time, slightly nodding, understood. Such an answer made Zhao Yenyu's heart suddenly feel empty. The other party does not like her. Although she had already known it would be this result. But why, when the truth came, did it hurt so much? Like being tipped over by a rat's tail into a vinegar jar, or like a cold, sharp knife plunged into her chest. Both sour and painful. Her tears couldn't stop swirling in her eyes, and she handed over the recommendation letter she had clutched tightly for a long time. This is the reward from the city lord's mansion. Zhou Qingyu silently accepted it, feeling uncomfortable inside. Not wanting to stay in such an atmosphere any longer, he decisively turned and said, "Goodbye." Watching his departing back, Zhao Yanyu felt even sadder. She knew. Perhaps this time is a permanent farewell. She wiped her tears and gathered her courage, saying, "Can I see your true face? At least in the future, if we meet in the crowd, I won't miss you again." Alas! Zhou Qingyu felt it necessary to cut off this feeling in her heart. Otherwise, this unfinished love would become a haunting curse in her heart, ultimately affecting her cultivation. "You have already missed it." He sighed softly. Zhao Yenyun stared blankly, her misty eyes looking at the gentleman Yu, who was gradually removing his gas mask. A face that was so familiar, so clear, appeared before her eyes. Zhou Qingyu? Zhao Yenyun felt the world spinning around her. That carefree and generous silhouette. That man who saved her twice, deeply etched in her heart. That gentleman with a kind heart, who couldn't bear to hurt others. The one she believed was her destined prince. Unexpectedly, he was her fiancé whom she had broken off the engagement with at the very beginning. She fell in love with the man she had once abandoned. What a great irony this was! At this moment, she felt that the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her. A joke that she could not bear. No! This isn't real. This isn't real. Zhao Yenyun looked at Zhou Qingyu, shaking her head vigorously. How could she fall in love with the fiancé she had abandoned? How could she hand over the person she liked to her sister? How could she, after rejecting him, deeply fall in love with him? This must be a nightmare, it must be. Seeing her lost in her own thoughts, Zhou Qingyu felt a bit reluctant to hurt her. But for her future, he could only speak coldly. "Zhao Yenyun, our story ended from the very beginning. Focus on martial arts in the future and do not have any distracting thoughts." After saying that, he sighed and turned to leave. Leaving Zhao Yenyun standing in place, tears streaming down her face. Why did it come to this? Why? Zhao Yenyun squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, crying like an abandoned child. Clearly, I have changed myself, clearly, I have been so humble, clearly, I was willing to give up everything for you. But why do you have to treat me this way? Woo woo. Chen Qinglian began to cry as well, holding Zhao Yenyun and feeling guilty. "Yenyun, it's all mother's fault. It's my mistake to make decisions on my own, ruining your engagement. I will go and beg him to come back. Even if I have to kneel, even if I have to bow, as long as he is willing to come back, I would rather die." She stood up to leave but was pulled back by Zhao Yenyun's arm. Zhao Yenyun's voice was still filled with pain but mixed with a deep-seated hatred. Why beg him? To ask him to continue laughing at me? To ask him to ridicule that I initially cast him aside? Zhao Yenyun wiped her tears and clenched her fists. Because she was holding too tightly, her nails dug into her flesh. Yet she felt no pain, her eyes filled with hatred. I am not wrong. It is not wrong to break off the engagement. Zhao Yenyun shouted, "Mother, I will not go to Xingyun Pavilion. I want to go to my grandfather's family, I want to go to a broader place. I want to become strong, and step on him, telling him I was not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong." Looking at the nearly mad Zhao Yenyun, Chen Qinglian felt heartbroken and cried, holding her, Okay. Go to your grandfather's family. But, your grandfather's family is much more competitive and dangerous. Zhao Yenyun gritted her teeth, tears flowing wildly. Living in such humiliation, I would rather die. Now, let's go immediately. Soon, I will make him regret not marrying me. Chapter 51, Teaching the Lord of Xingyun Pavilion How to Act. At the same time, east of the city, Wu Qingtan waited for Zhao Yenyun for a long time, and finally only received a letter from her maid. Upon reading it, he couldn't help but feel angry. How outrageous. She actually refuses to go to Xingyun Pavilion and wants to go to the territory of Shura sect? Zhao Yenyun was already his predetermined disciple. Joining another force at this crucial moment was tantamount to betrayal. However, thinking that he was the one who first broke the promise to the true disciple, he felt too ashamed to pursue her responsibility. Grinding his teeth, he said coldly, "This matter, no one should speak of it. We're leaving." Zhou Qingyu sighed softly. Only he knows what's going on. I hope when she arrives at the territory of the Shura sect, she can focus on her cultivation. Together with Gu Changyue, Yi Yunfei, and Tian Yizhou, they jumped onto the giant flying beast ridden by Wu Qingtan, and the five of them soared into the sky. 3 days later, in the boundless mountains in towering peaks, 10 towering peaks rose abruptly, like pillars holding up the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Golden palaces stood magnificently on various mountain peaks. Cranes flocked together, and spiritual clouds enveloped the area. The scene was majestic, resembling a paradise of immortals. Wu Qingtan guided the flying beast and landed at the foot of the 10 surrounding peaks. This was a vast square. Groups of disciples from the Star Cloud Pavilion moved about, bustling and vibrant. Elder Wu. As soon as the flying beast landed, a disciple respectfully stepped forward to tie it up. Wu Qingtan led the others down. Gu Changyue, Yi Yunfei, you come with me to the Qi Tian Peak. Zhou Qingyu, you will stay in the square for the night. Tomorrow the 10 peak masters will select disciples. Whether you catch the eye of a peak master will be your fortune. Having said that, he took 3 disciples away. Before leaving, Tian Zhou glared at Zhou Qingyu and snorted, still want to become a disciple of a peak master? You wish. Just wait to be a servant disciple. Zhou Qingyu shrugged. Looking around the square casually, he said, it's quite lively here, much more popular than that ghost place, the Tianyuan Divine Prison. Junior brother, I am Wu Huanen, a gold medal servant disciple. The disciple who tied up the flying beast was a young man in his 20s, very friendly as he said, let me introduce you to the Star Cloud Pavilion. Servant disciples even have gold medal distinctions? Zhou Qingyu felt a little speechless, but the young man's expression showed no signs of humiliation. But that's normal. This is the Star Cloud Pavilion. Even being a servant disciple here is better than being called a genius in a remote small city. Thank you. Zhou Qingyu clasped his hands together. As he began to browse beneath the 10 peaks. There are 10 peaks in the Star Cloud Pavilion. One is the Master Peak, and there are 9 Elder Peaks. Disciples of the Star Cloud Pavilion are divided into inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples. The disciples personally accepted by the 9 peak masters are called inner disciples. They receive direct training from the elders, and their future is limitless. Disciples not chosen by them are outer disciples, who receive a small amount of resources regularly from the sect and rely on themselves for the rest. And if one doesn't even qualify as an outer disciple, they are servant disciples like us. Junior brother, if you are not chosen by the elders tomorrow, do your best to perform well and strive to become an outer disciple. If, unfortunately, you are not selected and become a servant disciple, don't be discouraged. As long as you work diligently and faithfully, after 10 years, you can be promoted to an outer disciple. Zhou Qingyu glanced at Wu Huanen and found that the other was only at the 4th level of Qi training. No wonder he is still a servant disciple. Considering that the other was responsible, Zhou Qingyu casually took out a bottle of premium Qi liquid and tossed it to him. Take it. After all, things like this were no longer useful to him at the foundation establishment stage. Premium Qi liquid? Wu Huanen was taken aback. Then he showed an excited expression. This is a reward that even inner disciples may not get. Only then did he realize that this young man whom Wu Qingtan had left behind was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Thank you, junior brother, thank you, junior brother. Wu Huanen became even more enthusiastic, saying, Junior brother, let me tell you some prohibitions of the Star Cloud Pavilion. Which disciples are not to be provoked, which deacons are easy to get along with, and which places cannot be stepped into. So, Zhou Qingyu unexpectedly gained a lot of information that would be hard for a newcomer to figure out in a short time. As they walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at the back of the Master Peak. The place was filled with dense spiritual energy, thick vegetation, and was very secluded. Junior brother, do you notice? The spiritual energy here is denser than elsewhere. Wu Huanen said softly, this is my secret base, not many people know it, so you must not tell anyone. If you cannot become an inner disciple, this is indeed the best place for cultivation. Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but laugh silently. That bottle of top-notch source energy liquid was not given for free. At this moment, Zhou Qingyu looked further inside. Although the vegetation was dense, it seemed that this path could lead deeper. What is that place inside? Wu Huanen hurriedly said seriously, you can't go any further. That is the forbidden area of the sect leader's peak. Even inner disciples cannot enter without permission. Oh really? Zhou Qingyu nodded slightly, alright, got it. He gave up his desire to explore. Wu Huanen finally felt relieved. At that moment, the jade slip at his waist began to vibrate, and his face changed slightly. I have accompanied you for too long, the deacon at the square is looking for me. I must take my leave. If you have nothing to do, just cultivate here. Zhou Qingyu nodded, you can go ahead. The spiritual energy here was indeed good, much stronger than in Qingdi City. With nothing else to do, he found a bamboo forest, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Not knowing how long passed, Zhou Qingyu suddenly sensed a movement and opened his eyes. He discovered an old man covered in blood stumbling out from the forbidden area. He was severely injured and collapsed on the road after just a few steps. They were several yards apart, and Zhou Qingyu couldn't ignore him, so he walked over to check his body. A long, unhealed knife scar cut through his chest. Streams of fresh blood flowed out from the scar. Hey! Old man, who did you fight with? That person's sword technique seems impressive. Zhou Qingyu said, astonished. The old man looked weakly at Zhou Qingyu, showing a trace of surprise. He struggled to sit up and swallowed a healing pill. Zhou Qingyu shook his head. Your injury cannot be healed just by taking a healing pill. Suddenly, he felt a weight lift from his chest that had felt heavy for a long time. The sword energy from your opponent is wandering inside your flesh. Until it's removed, your injury will never heal. As he spoke, he slapped the old man's chest several times. The old man was slightly angry. What are you doing? Almost immediately, the scar that had been bleeding earlier now had much less blood. This shocked him greatly. What am I doing? Of course, I'm saving your old life. Zhou Qingyu said impatiently, if you let the sword energy wander any longer, you might lose your life. Remember my technique, do this 3 times a day, and within a month, you will be able to expel all the sword energy. He demonstrated again, continuously pressing on several acupoints on the old man's chest. The old man focused on remembering, and after this round of pressing, he found that his injury had improved significantly, leaving him delighted. Who are you? The old man stood up, looking at Zhou Qingyu with curiosity. Zhou Qingyu waved his hand, no need to thank me, just focus on saving your own life first. Someone had interrupted, making it difficult to continue his cultivation. He simply turned and left. Swish. Not long after, a figure sprang out from the forbidden area, angrily saying, Sect leader. This little disciple actually dares to be so disrespectful to you. I'll take him to the punishment hall right now. It turned out that this injured old man was none other than the sect leader of the Xingyan sect. Chapter 52, Reuniting as a Couple. 1 month ago. The sect leader of the Xingyan sect had been injured by the blade of Tyrant 9, and until now, his wounds had not healed. He tried various methods but was unable to dispel the tyrannical sword energy left in his body from the blade of Tyrant 9. As a result, his injury continued to remain, and even his condition worsened. He had already prepared for the worst. Who would have thought that this new-faced disciple would actually teach him a method to dispel the sword energy? Though simple, it concealed profound truths. Wait. The sect leader of the Xingyan sect interrupted, he saved my life, I should be grateful, not punish him. What? Accompanying him was the Grand Deacon of Xingyan sect, Fei Lingnan. He was in charge of all deacons. His status was comparable to that of the elders of the 9 peaks. That young man was actually saving the life of the sect leader. The sect leader of Xingyan sect pondered, since he appeared in the square and wasn't taken back by any peak master, he must have unsatisfactory talent, and the elder who brought him here didn't think highly of him. Tomorrow, when the elders of each peak recruit students, I fear no elder will take notice of him. After pondering for a while, the sect leader of Xingyan sect said, you go to Qinghuan Peak and ask Peak Master Yen to take this boy into the peak tomorrow. Ah? Fei Lingnan's face showed hesitation, sect leader, I completely agree with your reward for him. But, can we change the elder? Master Yen hasn't taken in disciples for many years, and you know her temperament. If she doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. The sect leader of Xingyan frowned slightly. Qinghuan Peak has the richest spiritual energy, making it most suitable for disciples with poor aptitude. The other peaks are not suitable for this child. As for Master Yen not wanting to, tell her there is no choice, she must accept him. Zhou Qingyu returned to the plaza. He saw many new disciples, all accompanied by familiar faces from the sect. He couldn't help but think of Zhao Yingxi. It had been a month since they last met. How was the little girl doing? Did she miss him? Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a slender, green-clad figure. She looked thin, holding her long skirt, anxiously searching among the new disciples. Zhou Qingyu's heart warmed, and he quietly walked behind her, pulling her into his embrace. Who? Zhao Yingxi was startled, and in a mix of shame and anger, she kicked backward, aiming for Zhou Qingyu's crotch. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyu reacted quickly, his legs clamping around her slender calf. Zhao Yingxi, flustered and angry, turned her head, and a familiar, half-smiling face met her gaze. Husband. Zhao Yingxi's eyes sparkled like 2 stars suddenly bursting with light, dazzlingly bright. Immediately, the emotions of excitement and longing brewed into 2 lines of clear tears, sliding down her cheeks. I thought I would never see you again. Zhou Qingyu smiled and wiped her tears away. Silly girl, since I said I would come, I would definitely come. When have I ever lied to you? Only then did Zhao Yingxi smile through her tears, wanting to turn around and embrace him more deeply. We almost kicked my husband's. She realized that her little leg was still trapped by Zhou Qingyu's hold. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Husband, there are so many people watching, let go. Zhou Qingyu teasingly pinched her small face. You, after half a month. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingxi's cheeks turned bright red, and she shyly said, don't say that. It's so embarrassing. She quickly covered Zhou Qingyu's mouth, sinking deeply into his embrace, listening to his heartbeat, feeling the long-missed sense of security. Junior sister Yingxi. Who is he? While the two were sharing a sweet moment, a voice full of disbelief suddenly interrupted. Zhou Qingyu turned his head to look. It was a young man in his early 20s, tall and handsome, with decent cultivation, having reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. "Senior brother, this is my husband, Zhou Qingyu," Zhao Yinshi quickly said with respect. Then she turned to Zhou Qingyu, "Husband, this is our senior brother from Qitian Peak, Luo Tianyu." Luo Tianyu was also sizing up Zhou Qingyu. Upon seeing him appear in the plaza, he knew that he must have been overlooked by the elders. Tomorrow, he would likely become an outer disciple, or even a servant disciple. A flicker of anger rose in his eyes. Zhao Yinshi, a rare beauty with supreme spiritual roots and unmatched looks, had a husband like this? It was truly a case of flowers growing on cow dung. "Junior sister Yinshi, master said you can't leave Qitian Peak at will, come back with me." Luo Tianyu stepped forward, reaching for Zhao Yinshi's hand. Slap. Zhou Qingyu unceremoniously slapped his hand away. Then, right in front of him, he pulled Zhao Yinshi into his arms and said indifferently, "Keep your dirty hands away, don't touch my woman." Luo Tianyu already didn't like Zhou Qingyu, and now, being mocked as a dirty pig hand, his anger soared. However, many people were watching nearby. He could only suppress his rage and said, "I am simply obeying master's orders, I meant no harm. You should be magnanimous and not misunderstand." "Touch my woman and then ask me to be magnanimous?" Zhou Qingyu casually replied, "Oh, so Elder Wu ordered you to take advantage of women? Yinshi, take me to see Elder Wu, I'll ask him if that was his command. Using a chicken feather as a military order? Let's make it clear right here." If Zhao Yinshi were alone, although she might feel uncomfortable, he didn't want to embarrass himself by complaining to Elder Wu. But since it was Zhou Qingyu who instructed her to do so, she nodded without hesitation. A flash of panic suddenly crossed Luo Tianyu's eyes. Elder Wu had very strict requirements for his disciples' behavior. What he just did was something any man would understand, there was no excuse for it. Elder Wu would never let him off lightly. He had thought that as the senior brother of Qitian Peak, he could intimidate Zhou Qingyu and that he would swallow his anger. Who would have guessed that Zhou Qingyu was so hard to deal with? Moreover, Zhao Yinshi obeyed him completely, following all his orders. "Brother Zhou, I was wrong. I was too anxious. I apologize to you and junior sister." Luo Tianyu suppressed his anger and hurriedly apologized. Zhou Qingyu narrowed his eyes. All right, he could bend and stretch. As a friend, he appreciated this kind of person. As an enemy, he became somewhat wary. However, he really wouldn't go looking for Elder Wu. Wu Qingtan didn't have a good impression of him. If they met face to face, Wu Qingtan would probably lean towards Luo Tianyu, which would only embolden him to act more recklessly. "Will we still run into each other in the future?" Zhou Qingyu warned. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Luo Tianyu endured the humiliation and forced a smile. "Brother Zhou, you're joking." "I will be careful in the future, and such disrespect won't happen again." "That's more like it." Zhou Qingyu mumbled, then wrapped his arm around Zhao Yinshi's shoulder and said, "Let's go find a place to be close, my dear husband misses you so much." Hearing this, Luo Tianyu's heart dripped with blood. The thought of such a stunning beauty like Zhao Yinshi being ravaged by Zhou Qingyu in some corner made his heart ache terribly. Wait. Luo Tianyu was determined to separate them. "Junior sister, you haven't forgotten, have you? Master told us to be sure to attend today's auction at Xingyun Pavilion? There are pills inside that you need to break through. If we miss this, we will have to wait a month for the next auction." Zhao Yinshi suddenly remembered that Wu Qingtan had reminded her to attend today's auction. "Husband, I." Zhao Yinshi looked troubled. She couldn't go against master's orders, but she wanted to be with Zhou Qingyu more. Zhou Qingyu remembered the reward from the city lord's mansion, a recommendation letter for the Xingyun Pavilion auction, and gently stroked her head. "Then let's go together." Luo Tianyu sneered in his heart. "An auction is something a newcomer like you could attend?" He brushed off his sleeves and reminded, "Brother Zhou, there are restrictions for the auction. You might not be able to enter for now. Only inner disciples like us, and a few outer disciples who have made contributions, are qualified to enter." Zhou Qingyu glanced at him with a smirk and asked, "Is that so? Then I must give it a try." Chapter 53, Recommendation Letter. Watching Zhou Qingyu flirting with Zhao Yinshi, walking ahead, Luo Tianyu shook his head, feeling amused, a common flaw of newcomers, too full of themselves. Do they think Xingyun Pavilion is like those small towns? That everything can be done through back doors? If you are not qualified, you will be ruthlessly rejected outside. However, if you insist on embarrassing yourself, don't blame me later. The Xingyun Pavilion auction house is located at the foot of the Master Peak. It is mainly open to Xingyun Pavilion's internal members. Occasionally, some outsiders can obtain entry qualifications through special channels. At this moment, many disciples were queuing to enter. Wait. This disciple from Changjian Peak can enter, but the outer female disciple you brought cannot qualify. At this time, something unexpected happened at the entrance. Zhao Yingxin looked up and saw the auction steward, who was responsible for checking qualifications, stopping an outer disciple. The inner disciple from Changjianpi quickly cupped his hands and said, "Elder Chen, this is my younger sister. She hardly came to Xingyun Pavilion. I want to take her in to see the world." Steward Chen coldly replied, "I don't care who she is to you. Rules are rules. Either she leaves, or you go out with her." Such ruthless humiliation made the outer female disciple furious. She stomped her foot and turned to run away. That inner sect disciple also hit a wall and had to turn away in frustration. Zhao Yingxin's face turned pale. She had just wanted to use her inner sect disciple status to bring Zhou Qingyu along. Unexpectedly, this Elder Chen was so ruthless. "I'm a true disciple, won't that be a bit better?" She waited in line with a glimmer of hope. Luo Tianyu, however, smiled without really smiling and said, "Yingxin junior sister, Elder Chen is known in our Xingyun Pavilion as the impartial judge of the martial world. Don't say you're a true disciple, even if you were some kind of elder, trying to bring an unqualified person in would still earn his harsh criticism." Ah. Zhao Yingxin was troubled. What should we do now? She stopped and pulled Zhou Qingyu's hand, saying, "Forget it, husband, we won't go. I can always ask for forgiveness from my master later." Zhou Qingyu felt warmth in his heart. To her, he was far more important than cultivating. "Silly girl, who said you had to bring me in?" Zhou Qingyu patted her head, "It's just a small auction, getting in will be easy for me." Luo Tianyu's mouth twitched, "Brother Zhou, your words are quite big. Even the elders wouldn't dare to boast like that." Zhou Qingyu glanced at him and coldly said, "I'm talking to my wife, what are you butting in for?" Luo Tianyu was furious inside. This ignorant brat. In another place, if you dared to speak to me like this, I would crush you. Let's see how you embarrass yourself later. After the earlier little incident, several others who tried to bring outer sect disciples inside reluctantly gave up their plans. One by one, the outer sect disciples left the line with disappointment and walked away despondently. Elder Chen glanced at them and blandly warned, "Here, the rules are everything. Those without qualifications to enter, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Two more outer sect disciples sighed helplessly and chose to leave. Elder Chen nodded in satisfaction but frowned slightly when he saw Zhou Qingyu's unfamiliar face. He continued to inspect the qualifications without a sound. Soon, when it was Zhao Yingxin, Luo Tianyu, and Zhou Qingyu's turn. He first glanced at Luo Tianyu and smiled, "You don't need to be checked, the eldest disciple of Qitian Peak, who doesn't know you." Luo Tianyu felt a bit proud and introduced the Zhao Yingxin behind him, "This is my junior sister, Zhao Yingxin." Elder Chen's eyes lit up, "You are the true disciple accepted by Elder Wu? Not to mention your talent, just your looks are enough to rank in the top 3 of Xingyu Pavilion. Okay, you can go in." However, Zhao Yingxin refused to move forward and worriedly turned to look back at Zhou Qingyu. Luo Tianyu smirked and reminded, "Elder Chen, this is our newly arrived junior disciple Zhou Qingyu." He deliberately emphasized the words "new disciple," reminding Elder Chen not to let Zhou Qingyu pass. Zhao Yingxin quickly added, "Elder Chen, this is my husband." She hoped that Elder Chen would show leniency. Unfortunately, the name impartial judge in the martial world was well deserved. Elder Chen merely said expressionlessly, "I don't recognize people, only qualifications." His aged eyes pierced directly into Zhou Qingyu's, saying, "Newcomers don't qualify to enter Xingyun Pavilion. Considering you are Zhao Yingxin, a true disciple's husband, I won't say anything harsh. Just leave." Zhao Yingxin's face was filled with profound disappointment. Luo Tianyu mockingly smiled and clasped his hands, "Brother Zhou, I'm sorry, but we can't take you in. Just wait outside. Don't worry, I will take good care of junior sister Yingxin." He deliberately emphasized the two words "take care." The provocation couldn't be clearer. Zhou Qingyu chuckled and shook his head, pulling out the recommendation letter and placing it in front of Elder Chen. Elder Chen looked at the letter with a city lord's seal, revealing a trace of surprise. With a skeptical attitude, he opened the envelope. Luo Tianyu was dumbfounded and laughed, "Turns out Brother Zhou did his homework in advance? I wonder where he got this letter, did he perhaps find some influential elder to recommend him?" Unfortunately, steward he never pays attention to these. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Steward Chen's serious face revealed an expression of appreciation. "Rare. Truly rare. The city lord of Qingdi City actually praises you like this, saying you burned down the stronghold of a 100-year-old bandit, killed the bandit leader alone, and ensured the safety of the entire city, maintaining peace and prosperity. With such outstanding contributions, no wonder the city lord personally wrote a recommendation letter for you to attend the auction at Xingyun Pavilion. Come, hurry in, little guy." Steward Chen especially liked disciples like Zhou Qingyu, who contributed to their hometown at such a young age. Zhou Qingyu smiled and stepped through the passage. He pushed Luo Tianyu aside and hooked his arm around Zhao Yingxin's shoulder. Come on, my husband will accompany you to see what you need. Luo Tianyu's smile stiffened. He almost forgot that within the realm of Xingyun Pavilion, the various city lords had the right to introduce an outstanding talent every 3 years to the pavilion for an auction to receive a foundation establishment pill. However, almost all city lords reserved the opportunity for their own offspring, never giving it to outsiders. After all, a foundation establishment pill, even for inner disciples, is not easily obtained. His jaw muscles twitched as he muttered, "What's there to be proud of? Do you know how expensive the items at Xingyun Pavilion's auction are? Even if you go, you'll just be staring blankly, unable to help Sister Yingxin at all." Zhou Qingyu realized this too. He asked, "Yingxin, the transactions at Xingyun Pavilion aren't just the worldly gold and silver, right?" Zhao Yingxin nodded, "It's crystal stones." Zhou Qingyu pondered, how many crystal stones can a low-grade foundation establishment pill be exchanged for? Foundation establishment pills are very valuable, they are worth 100 crystal stones. Zhao Yingxin said, "As a true disciple, I can only receive 100 crystal stones each month. Ordinary disciples can only receive 50. Outer disciples get 10, and servant disciples get 1. Zhou Qingyu had obtained 3 from challenging the Tower of Strongmen, and with 1 more he was about to receive, that made 4. He could exchange those for 400 crystal stones. That would be more than enough to buy things Zhao Yingxin desired. Not long after, as the auction time began, Steward Chen closed the entrance and expressionlessly stepped onto the stage. The auction at Xingyun Pavilion is not as mysterious as the outside world claims. The items up for bid this time are all displayed on the stage. Zhao Yingxin's eyes wandered and immediately saw the first item. It was a ball of flame, sealed in a special magical artifact. Even so, it still leaked out intense heat, making the entire auction house feel unbearably hot. Zhou Qingyu instantly recognized that this was what Zhao Yingxin wanted. Wu Qingtan truly does not mislead his disciples. Zhou Qingyu nodded slightly. For someone like her with the Fire Phoenix spiritual body, only by refining powerful flames could one continuously tap into their potential. Alright, my husband will help you buy it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingxin shook her head repeatedly. No, I'll buy it. I can't let my husband be put in a difficult position. Zhou Qingyu had just arrived at Xingyun Pavilion. Where would he get any crystal stones? Luo Tianyu smirked, feigning a kind reminder. Brother Zhou, let me take care of it. This ball of earth core melting flame is quite rare, and many want it. Don't be fooled by the starting price of only 10 crystal stones, it will ultimately fetch at least 50 crystal stones or more in the bidding. Having one's wife need another man to pay is something any man would feel deeply ashamed about, right? Zhou Qingyu chuckled, it's just 50 crystal stones, a small amount. 50 crystal stones are a small amount? Luo Tianyu sneered inwardly, that's like 50 taels of silver. In the martial arts world, a single crystal stone is precious. 50 crystal stones is a significant sum for someone like him, an inner disciple. He didn't want to spend this money. But not to compete would result in losing face. Today he had to compare with Zhou Qingyu on who was more worthy of Zhao Yingxin. Steward Chen wasted no words. The first item, Earth Core Melting Flame, starting bid is 10 crystal stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 3. The bidding begins. As soon as the words fell, a well-dressed disciple sitting in the corner shouted excitedly, 50 crystal stones. Everyone was taken aback. Turning to take a look, they all felt relieved. It's senior sister Yuan Xingxue from the Beast Taming Peak, no wonder. She raises a fire attribute bird, which needs to consume heavenly and earthly spirit flames to grow. It is said that this bird is at a critical stage of growth. This core molten flame, she must have it. Elder Chen asked expressionlessly, is there anyone else willing to bid? The entire place fell silent. 50 crystal stones was already its limit. Going higher wouldn't make sense, and many eager buyers had to give up. Zhou Qingyu leisurely said, Brother Luo, why aren't you bidding anymore? Luo Tianyu's face stiffened. He only had 50 crystal stones. In his analysis, the core molten flame wouldn't go over that amount. Who knew that Yuan Xingxue would suddenly jump in and directly offer 50 crystal stones? He awkwardly explained, Yuan Xingxue needs this flame more, so let's just give way. Tisk. Zhou Qingyu snorted, doesn't your junior sister need it? If you can't afford it, just say so. Why pretend to be something you're not? His ruthless words made Luo Tianyu feel both ashamed and angry, and he shouted, you make it sound like you can afford it. Zhou Qingyu casually adjusted his sitting posture and raised his hand without hesitation, Elder Chen, I'll take it. 1 foundation establishment pill. He pulled out a foundation establishment pill and tossed it to Elder Chen. The latter caught it and looked shocked, are you sure you want to bid with that? You're a newcomer, you might not know, a foundation establishment pill is worth 100 crystal stones. Zhou Qingyu shrugged and patted Zhao Yingxiu's head, saying, as long as my wife likes it, what's 100 crystal stones? Swish, swish, countless gazes turned toward them, making Zhao Yingxiu feel shy yet sweet. Elder Chen nodded appreciatively, you're loyal and righteous. Our Xingyun sect needs disciples like you. 100 crystal stones, is there anyone willing to bid? In the corner, Yuan Qingxue with an aloof demeanor frowned and looked over. This newcomer, my bird urgently needs this core molten flame, could you part with it? Zhou Qingyu didn't even glance at her, snorting, a mere beast, how can it compare to my wife? If you have the money, bid, if not, keep quiet. This is an auction house, not a place for personal connections. If she said this for her own training, Zhou Qingyu wouldn't be angry. But she actually said it for a furry beast. In her eyes, was Zhao Yinxiu not as important as her bird? Yuan Qingxue jumped up, her face full of anger. She was a senior disciple from the beast-taming peak. Many disciples treated her with respect. Even new and true disciples like Zhao Yinxiu would respectfully call her senior sister. How dare this nobody newcomer speak to her like that? Elder Chen's gaze sharpened. Yuan Qingxue, what are you trying to do? This newcomer is right. You either bid according to the rules or get out. Feeling Elder Chen's anger, Yuan Qingxue reigned in her fury. She glared at Zhou Qingyu, memorizing his looks, and huffed, you better not ask me for help. With a flick of her sleeve, she stormed off. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, who are you? Why would I ask you for help? Beside him, Zhao Yinxiu couldn't be happy inside. Husband, I've heard of this senior sister Yuan. She is the third disciple of the beast-taming peak, in charge of renting out birds. Unless you leave the Xingyan sect, you can't avoid riding birds, and you can't escape her. Zhou Qingyu was unconcerned. Can't I just capture a bird myself? Luo Tianyu gleefully chimed in, Brother Zhou, do you think taming birds is like keeping a parrot? Birds are demon beasts, fierce and aggressive. Without professional taming methods, it's impossible to tame them. Ha! Taming a bird requires professional taming methods? In the Heavenly Abyss Divine Prison, that golden-winged Great Pang, suppressed for thousands of years, didn't it pass down a set of demon taming techniques? It said that no matter how powerful a bird is, it will be obedient before the demon taming techniques. Did that guy lie to me? I'll find a bird to try out someday. Elder Chen looked around. Since no one is bidding, this earth core flame is yours. He smiled as he handed the earth core flame to Zhou Qingyu, his eyes filled with admiration as he said, if no elder takes notice of you tomorrow, you can come to me and be an outer disciple. Upon hearing this, all the disciples in the auction house showed envy on their faces. The auction house was the most relaxed and had the best treatment among the large halls. Although Elder Chen was a bit strict, under him, being an outer disciple was really of much higher status than elsewhere. Many inner disciples were eager to befriend the disciples of the auction house. Zhao Yinxin was also happy for Zhou Qingyu and said, Husband, you are truly impressive. Elder Chen rarely takes the initiative to take in someone. Luo Tianyu had a dark expression on his face. He could not believe that Zhou Qingyu was actually noticed by Elder Chen. However, no matter what, he was still just an outer disciple. He said with a hint of arrogance, Junior sister, since we bought the item, let's go back. The day after tomorrow is the day when the illusory secret realm on the Sect Master Peak opens. We need to prepare early. Saying this, he did not forget to add with pride, by the way, only inner disciples can enter the illusory secret realm. It's not enough to just have a recommendation letter. Brother Zhou, you must perform well tomorrow to try and catch the eye of an elder and be accepted as an inner disciple. Otherwise, you won't be able to go. Chapter 55? A slap in the face on the spot. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, pinching Zhao Yinxin's cheek, saying, Go back and report to Elder Wu that men and women should not be close, and I want to be with Changyue, understood? Zhao Yinxin nodded obediently, okay, husband. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyu's face instantly froze. He had imagined several chances to get close to Zhao Yinxin. As a result, with Zhou Qingyu's single remark, everything turned to ashes. He gritted his teeth secretly, fine, you can be proud for now. In time, Yinxin will know that a mere outer disciple like you is not worthy of being with a true disciple like her. The three had nothing else to bid for, so they left the auction house. Zhou Qingyu continuously sent Zhao Yinxin to the foot of Qitian Peak. After notifying Gu Changyue to pick her up, he finally felt relieved to leave. During this time, he didn't give Luo Tianyu a single chance. Angered, Luo Tianyu returned to his residence and erupted in fury. Damn it! Luo Tianyu kicked a stone in his yard until it shattered. Next door, Tian Yizhou hurried over and asked with concern, Senior brother, did you not get close to junior sister Yinxin? He revealed a hint of ambiguous laughter. Usually, Zhao Yinxin was in seclusion, and opportunities for her to appear were rare, let alone leaving Qitian Peak. Luo Tianyu had waited so long for this auction house opportunity. But then Zhou Qingyu suddenly showed up and ruined everything. Don't mention it! Luo Tianyu angrily recounted the events. Tian Yizhou was also enraged, that bastard. Tomorrow, I will find some outer disciples and give him a good beating. Luo Tianyu's expression improved slightly, and he nodded, just don't provoke the elders. Tian Ijo replied, "Seeing your brother is overthinking. He's just a useless one with a low-grade spirit root, how could any elder protect him?" The next day. In the square. Zhou Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, shaking off the dew on his body. The spiritual energy of Xingyun Pavilion is really nice. One night of quiet cultivation is equivalent to 3 days of practicing in Qingdi City. If I had some top-grade foundation establishment pills, I could break through to the third layer of foundation establishment. Looks like I need to find a way to gather some materials for foundation establishment pills. However, today is not the right time. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. How can I attract the attention of those elders, so they take me in and let me experience the feeling of reaching the peak of life? Although it didn't matter what kind of disciple he became. But if he could become an inner disciple, it seemed that he would have more freedom in the sect and easier movement. It's just that those elders might not even have the luck to take him as a disciple. Ding ding ding. As the bell in the square rang out, new disciples gathered towards the center of the square. Zhou Qingyu also followed the flow and walked over. Waiting for an unknown time. On 9 mountain peaks, sounds rose one after another, figures riding flying beasts descended, hovering in the air at a height of 2 people. They were either ethereal and graceful, or mysterious and unfathomable, or imposing and awe-inspiring, each with different images. But without exception, they all exuded a powerful aura that made it hard to look directly at them. That is the Master of Heavenly Sword Peak. The second ranked among the 9 elders. That is the Master of Qitian Peak, ranked 3rd. The Master of Taming Beasts Peak, ranked 4th, has also arrived. Too bad the Master of Qingluan Peak didn't come. What are you thinking? Don't you know how high the Master of Qingluan Peak's standards are? Unless it's above grade 7 spiritual root, she won't show up. Moreover, today's new disciples are all leftovers chosen by the elders, she definitely won't choose. The new disciples had clearly done their homework and were excitedly discussing. This was a moment when most disciples could see so many elders. Zhou Qingyu had also heard Wu Huanan explain yesterday. The top-ranked Master of Qingluan Peak is a unique figure in the Xingyun Pavilion. Beautiful as a fairy, stunningly graceful, she is the #1 beauty of Xingyun Pavilion. At the same time, she also possesses great cultivation. It is said that she ranks just below the Pavilion Master. Such a remarkably talented person surely has astonishingly high standards. What a pity she didn't come today, otherwise, I could have taken advantage of her. Zhou Qingyu murmured. At this moment, the square's steward shouted loudly, "Silence! Elders are now starting to choose disciples, you must not make noise." As he spoke, he distributed a record book documenting each disciple's qualifications to the 8 elders. The disciples in the square were all leftovers chosen by each of them. Now, they were just picking through the leftovers chosen by the other elders. It was truly like selecting a general among the short ones. Hoping to find a prodigy was like dreaming. Indeed, Wu Qingtan looked over the record book and shook his head endlessly. When will I also be able to ignore the sex rules like Master Yan? The Master of Taming Beasts Peak, Yun Peiqing, was both amused and helpless. Stop complaining, the sect master told us elders to at least pick 1 disciple to bring back. Let's keep it up. Oh. At this moment, Yun Peiqing saw an outstanding martial artist in the record book. Zhou Qingyu, full cultivation of qi refining at 9th level? Bring him back, Wu Qingtan. She murmured, surprised, Elder Wu. You actually left such an outstanding person on the square? As soon as this was said, many elders noticed and gasped in amazement. Seriously? Elder Wu, is your eye even better than Master Yan's? I just accepted an inner disciple who was only at 8th level qi refining. I felt lucky to have discovered a treasure, and you actually discarded a 9th level qi refining. What a waste. If you don't want him, I will take him. Wu Qingtan chuckled, do you all think I'm blind? If he were truly a good timber, how could I let go? This. The elders exchanged glances. Wu Qingtan's discernment is quite renowned, every disciple he previously accepted accomplished remarkable achievements. The latest disciple he accepted, Luo Tianyu, has a coveted top-tier spiritual root. There is no reason to miss a 9th grade spiritual root. Everyone calmed their restless hearts, listening to Wu Qingtan explain, this child cultivates extremely fast, but the spiritual root test shows it is of lower quality. I suspect he has used some kind of method that overdraws his potential. This lifetime, he might not even break through to the foundation establishment stage. You all need to consider the consequences before choosing him. What? Lower quality? The elders instantly squashed their restless thoughts. Such qualifications make it nearly impossible to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the sect has evaluations for the inner disciples of elders. Every 3 years, if the inner disciple fails to establish a foundation, the elder would face punishment and criticism from the entire sect. At their age, they simply could not afford to lose this face. Without further ado, each selected a fortunate one with acceptable qualifications and found them somewhat pleasing to the eye. Wu Qingtan also chose one. He smiled and said, "It seems that everyone has listened to Wu's suggestion. You all wait and see, this boy will definitely not break through to the foundation establishment stage." Zhou Qingyu was also in the crowd, letting out a sigh. This group of unlucky elders, is there not one of them whose ancestral grave is smoking that looks upon me? Suddenly, Zhou Qingyu suddenly felt a few outer disciples moving toward him from different directions. Though they seemed casual, their gazes were sharp. Oh? Looking for trouble? Zhou Qingyu checked their cultivation levels, they were all 8th to 9th layer qi refining disciples. They should be outer disciples who have been mingling in the Xingyun Pavilion for many years, right? He remained expressionless, waiting for the few to blend into the crowd and secretly approach him, then suddenly pull out hidden weapons to stab at him. Zhou Qingyu grinned, suppressing his realm, only unleashing the power of a foundation establishment one layer. Powerful spiritual energy burst forth from his body, sending all the outer disciples who attempted to ambush him flying. The elders who had not yet left watched the scene below, all dumbfounded. Then they all looked at Wu Qingtan in unison. Wasn't it said that it was absolutely impossible to break through to the foundation establishment? Then what is this? Chapter 56? Stunning Female Elder. Wu Qingtan was also stunned on the spot, saying, this, he clearly hadn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage when he was in Qingdi City. He must have used some sinister method on the way to trigger the last bit of potential in his body. In his lifetime, he can only be a foundation establishment one layer, and there's absolutely no chance for anything higher. The 7 peak masters exchanged glances. All right. For now, let's believe Wu Qingtan's words. Moreover, they had already chosen their disciples, and the quota had been used up. It was too late to regret. Zhou Qingyu had knocked back several outer disciples who had ill intentions, but he showed no signs of stopping. He focused on one of the outer disciples, who was at the 9th layer of qi refining, the strongest. He stepped forward and stamped on his chest, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Speak, who sent you?" He had just arrived at Xingyun Pavilion and had not offended anyone. So, who was behind this? Even if this person did not speak, Zhou Qingyu had an idea in his mind. The outer disciple being stepped on sneered, "Zhou, even if the mountain doesn't move, the water will turn. So arrogant, have you thought about the future?" In front of countless new disciples and 8 elders, being publicly pressured like this was truly shocking. He completely disregarded the presence of the 8 elders. Wu Qingtan frowned, increasingly disliking Zhou Qingyu, saying, "One should spare others when they can. You will be an outer disciple for many years, how will you get along with them in the future if you offend people on your first day?" Zhou Qingyu smiled. Glancing at Wu Qingtan, he asked casually, "You don't mention the one who hit me. I'm just defending my safety, yet you criticize me for being petty. Elder Wu, do you want to tell all the new disciples that being bullied by older disciples is what they deserve and that resisting is wrong?" Many new disciples, intending to watch the show, immediately realized this matter was related to them. They cast disgusted glances at Wu Qingtan. Exactly. Why should they be bullied by older disciples and then be scolded? Wu Qingtan never expected that he would be schooled by Zhou Qingyu, angrily saying, "You are unreasonable. I kindly teach you the principles of being a person, yet you do not appreciate it." Zhou Qingyu was unimpressed. "Elder Wu, you might as well teach your own disciples first about being a person." Saying this, he suddenly exerted strength with his foot, causing the outer disciple to howl, "Don't step on me. Don't step on me. I'll talk. I'll talk." It was senior brother Tian from Qitian Peak who told us to teach you a lesson. Zhou Qingyu looked at Wu Qingtan with a smile and shrugged, saying, "See, Elder Wu, I wasn't wrong, right? Instigating disciples to bully newcomers, what kind of principles of being a person did your second disciple learn?" The crowd erupted in a clamor. They all cast questioning glances at Wu Qingtan. No wonder he doesn't reprimand the outer disciples, instead blaming Zhou Qingyu. So the hidden mastermind is his disciple. He can't even teach his own disciples well, yet he's teaching others. The chattering discussion made Elder Wu feel a profound shame and anger. He truly did not know that these outer disciples were instigated by Tian Ezhou. Purely because I found Zhou Qingyu unpleasant, I carelessly criticized him a few times. Little did I know it was that incompetent disciple Tian Ezhou who caused the trouble. A few elders also felt embarrassed. Wu Qingtan's meddling made the elders' fairness come into question. The master of Xuanya Peak gestured to calm down, saying, "All right, let this matter end here. The remaining disciples, go to each hall for testing, to see if you can become outer disciples." After speaking, he rode a flying creature and soared into the sky. The other elders also began to leave. The new disciples followed suit and dispersed. Wu Qingtan shot a furious glance at Zhou Qingyu and huffed, "It's no wonder you have no elders wanting you." Unexpectedly. As soon as the words fell, a long cry of a crane rang out from Qingluan Peak, which had been silent. A snow-white crane appeared, flying lightly and circling above the square. On the back of the crane stood a woman in plain clothes. In her early 30s, her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows like distant mountains, and her eyes like autumn waters rippling. A long white robe danced with the wind, outlining a uniquely captivating perfect curve. Her beauty was stunning. Her robes floated gracefully. A surreal sense of beauty, as if she stepped out of a painting, was vividly alive. Her appearance silenced the noisy square as if ice water had been poured into boiling water. Both male and female cultivators stared, mesmerized by this fairy-like woman. Wu Qingtan's eyes slightly heated, surprised, said, "Master Yan, why are you here?" The other sect leaders also showed expressions of surprise. Nobody expected Master Yan to suddenly appear. But her next words were even more astonishing. Master Yan slightly parted her red lips and said succinctly, "To take disciples." Ah. The master of Qingwan Peak, who hadn't taken disciples for years, actually decided to take one. Moreover, she appeared leisurely only after the other 8 elders had made their selections. The newcomers who were about to leave all returned, gazing at the unbelievably beautiful Master Yan with expectation. "If I can become her disciple, I will definitely go back and burn incense for my ancestors for 18 generations. To be a disciple of such a beautiful master, I'd be willing to die." What nonsense! Master Yan is not only a peerless beauty but also the first elder of Xingyun Pavilion. How could she choose you? The 8 elders were also quite shocked. Wu Qingtan asked in confusion, "Master Yan, what is the meaning of this?" Everyone knew her standards were high. It was utterly impossible for her to choose from the newcomer disciples that the elders had picked over and over. Master Yan's expression remained unchanged as she simply replied, "It is the pavilion master's order." Everyone suddenly understood. It seemed Master Yan's long absence from taking disciples displeased the pavilion master, who ordered her to take one. Wu Qingtan took out the registration book and handed it to her, sighing, "Everyone is the same, a short person picks a general. You also take a look, their information is all here." But Master Yan waved her hand, her graceful eyes calmly surveying the many outer disciples. She swept over one face after another. Soon, she noticed Zhou Qingyu. Not for any other reason. Zhou Qingyu was alone, and there were several outer disciples lying at his feet. It was hard not to notice him. Wu Qingtan quickly explained, "This boy is unruly, committed violence in public, and argued with the elders. He is an oddball among the newcomers, Master Yan, so please ignore him." Master Yan expressionlessly shifted her gaze away and looked elsewhere. After scanning again, she slowly spoke, "Who is Zhou Qingyu?" "Ah." The scene fell silent for a moment. Pairs of eyes all turned toward Zhou Qingyu. The 8 elders were also astonished, looking at him. Zhou Qingyu was also stunned. He thought he had no dealings with this Master Yan, so how did she know his name? He cupped his hands, "I am the one." Master Yan visibly froze for a moment, looking unexpectedly at Wu Qingtan's unruly disciple with disappointment in her heart. The chief steward conveyed the pavilion master's command, insisting that she must take Zhou Qingyu as a disciple. She had thought this person had some exceptional qualities. But it turned out to be like this? However, thinking of the pavilion master's firm command, even though she was reluctant in her heart, she could only accept him. "Master Yan, could it be that this child has offended you?" Wu Qingtan asked in surprise. Not only him, but the other elders also never imagined that Master Yan would take him as a disciple. After all, their styles were simply too incompatible. One was calm and fond of silence, while the other was rebellious and hard to train. Master Yan despised this kind of disciple the most. How could he possibly take him as a disciple? However, Master Yan's next sentence shattered everyone's expectations. Chapter 57, The Overprotective Beautiful Master. Master Yan descended from the white crane, standing still before Zhou Qingyu. In a cool tone, she said, "I am Yan Jingru, the master of Qingwan Peak. I have 3 disciples. Do you wish to become my 4th disciple?" The venue fell into complete silence. This fairy-like master actually wanted to take someone like Zhou Qingyu as a disciple? The 8 elders were also dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at this scene. Wu Qingtan hurriedly said, "Master Yan, think carefully. This child has pushed his potential to break through Foundation establishment, don't be deceived by his level." "Oh? He has broken through Foundation establishment? At least he wouldn't embarrass her at the major competition held every 3 years. Yan Jingru's expression softened a bit. "Do you wish to?" Zhou Qingyu shrugged and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Zhou Qingyu, greetings, master." Fortunately, one elder finally had good luck and took him as a disciple at the last moment. This person named Yan Jingru should get ready to welcome this tremendous opportunity. Yan Jingru slightly nodded. "All right, from today on, you are the 4th disciple of Qingwan Peak. Come with me back to Qingwan Peak." She waved her hand, summoning a gust of clear wind to lift him onto the back of the white crane.
Zhou Qingyu pointed at a few outer disciples and said, Master, these outer disciples, instigated by Tian Yizhou, bullied me.
How should we deal with them?
With a master protecting him, there's no need to use power, it's expired. Yan Jingru frowned slightly, no wonder Zhou Qingyu struck someone in public. As a disciple of Qinghuan Peak, he naturally couldn't be bullied, otherwise, it would tarnish the name of the first peak of Qinghuan. She said calmly, the troublemaking outer disciples will be expelled from Xingyun Pavilion, never to be accepted again.
Tian Yizhou is your disciple, Elder Wu, right? Before nightfall, give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will personally handle him.
After she finished speaking, she waved her sleeve and took Zhou Qingyu away on the crane.
Wu Qingtan's face flashed between green and red.
Red because his face was completely ruined today by this inferior disciple, Tian Yizhou. Green because Zhou Qingyu would repay every grievance, bringing matters to the elder's level. In half a year, it will be the 9 Peaks competition, you'd better pray not to encounter my disciples from Qitian Peak. Wu Qingtan took note of this grievance. Turning back to Qitian Peak, he immediately summoned all disciples.
Tian Yizhou, you are truly a fine disciple of mine.
Wu Qingtan's aura soared. Tian Yizhou looked confused, completely unaware of what he had done to upset Wu Qingtan, and said nervously, Master, I don't know where I have offended you.
The other disciples also looked puzzled, wasn't Tian Yizhou fine on the peak? Wu Qingtan pushed him away with a palm and shouted, Don't know? Don't you keep track of what you've done? My face has been completely lost because of you.
I accepted you as a disciple out of respect for your father's relationship with me, but is this how you repay me? From now on, you are no longer my disciple, Wu Qingtan.
Get out of Qitian Peak immediately.
He waved his sleeve, directly sweeping Tian Yizhou out of the stairs.
He declared his expulsion from the sect.
And an inner disciple personally expelled by an elder was never eligible to become an outer disciple or a worker.
He could only leave Xingyun Pavilion.
Tian Yizhou, with a face full of grievance, arrived at the foot of the mountain, unable to understand where he had gone wrong, why he was suddenly expelled. It wasn't until he heard a few outer disciples chattering about today's events in the square that he finally realized.
Zhou Qingyu actually became the disciple of Elder Yan? Wu Qingtan expelled me to give Zhou Qingyu an explanation? Knowing the truth, Tian Yizhou was filled with regret.
He suddenly remembered his cousin Zheng Duo, who warned him on his deathbed not to provoke Zhou Qingyu. Unfortunately, he did not take it to heart. Now, it was too late for regrets.
Qinghuan Peak. Qinghuan Hall. Yan Jingru was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, surrounded by 3 summoned disciples.
She gave Zhou Qingyu a set of Nebula Pavilion clothes, a key to his residence, a foundation establishment pill, and 50 crystal stones.
From today on, you are responsible for taking care of my azurite dragon crystal beast. Don't bother me unless it's necessary.
Upon hearing this, the 3 disciples breathed a sigh of relief and cast sympathetic glances at Zhou Qingyu.
Zuoli, take him over there.
Yes, master, replied the 3rd disciple, or rather, the 3rd senior sister, Zuoli respectfully. Zuoli, in her 20s, had short hair and appeared capable and sharp. Her cultivation level was quite remarkable, reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment, just like the eldest disciple of Qitian Peak. Junior brother, please follow me.
Zuoli carefully led Zhou Qingyu away from Qinghuan Hall and finally let herself relax, chattering away, Junior brother, what's your background? Master hasn't taken disciples for many years, why did she suddenly decide to accept a disciple? What are your qualifications? What level are you at? What are you good at? Are you married? Zhou Qingyu felt overwhelmed.
The 3rd senior sister talked too much. He answered her questions nonchalantly while feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy around him. The spiritual energy there was many times denser than at the foot of the master peak. Cultivating here was like soaring 1,000 miles in a day. Not long after, Zuoli brought him to a separate courtyard at the southeast corner of the mountain peak.
Junior brother, this will be your residence from now on.
Zhou Qingyu was indifferent to the living conditions, merely nodding, but his gaze was drawn to a cage-like pool not far away.
What is that?
Zuoli grinned mischievously, walk over and you'll find out.
Oh? Zhou Qingyu's eyes sparkled as he approached the pool. Suddenly, ripples danced in the water. A water column burst forth, spraying directly at Zhou Qingyu's face.
He had already prepared himself and dodged aside. The water column splashed all over Zuoli's face, who was grinning slyly, drenching her thoroughly. At this moment, a head resembling a dragon with azure eyes surfaced from the pool. It covered its small mouth with its tiny claws, making squeaky sounds.
Clearly, it was mocking its successful prank.
Zuoli's face turned pale, stamping her foot and saying, "You little rascal. I won't take care of you anymore. This new junior brother Joe will take care of you, no more mischief, got it?" In response, there was another spout of water. Zuoli looked exasperated but dared not retaliate, angrily shouting, "Junior brother, this little rascal is very naughty.
You need to be careful in the future. Zhou Qingyu was puzzled. What exactly is this thing? Zhu Li sighed. It is a beast captured by the master. She intended to tame it as a mount, but it is too unruly. Even the peak master of the Tamer's Peak was at a loss with it. The master had no choice but to keep it here. If it cannot be tamed within another 6 months, it will have to be released to prevent it from consuming the resources of Qinghuan Peak for free. Taming a beast? Zhou Qingyu had just been thinking about finding a beast to practice with to see if the taming techniques taught by the Golden Winged Rock were effective. And now this one had come to him ready-made. I'll give it a try. Zhou Qingyu said. Zhu Li shook her head vigorously. Don't, this little rascal is hopeless. Just feed it and give it water. The master has already lost hope, you don't need to waste your efforts trying to tame it. Alright, you can get familiar with the environment first. If you have any questions, come find me in the third courtyard. Zhu Li left with a relieved expression, humming a cheerful tune. Zhou Qingyu, on the other hand, curiously approached the cage, smiling faintly. Unruly? I want to see just how hard it is to tame you. As Zhou Qingyu observed the azurite dragon crystal beast with a smile, it showed its displeasure. Its features scrunched up into an angry expression. Zhou Qingyu continued to roar softly. Like an aggressive little wildcat. Behind the cage, it kept spitting out jets of water. Locked up for so long, yet still so naughty, it seems a bit hard to tame. Zhou Qingyu easily dodged a few jets of water, then formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power within him surged violently, gathering in the gesture of his palms. Immediately, he began to chant obscure ancient spells from his mouth. From the hand signs, golden glowing demonic words flew out, heading towards the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast. At first, the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast looked on in curiosity at the flying words, even raising its little paw to scratch at them. But the moment its body touched the words, the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast let out a painful shriek as if it were electrocuted, then, showing fear, it dove into the pool. Yet the demonic words chased in after it. Before long, the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast shot out from the surface, howling as it was chased by the words, flying all around in the cage. It glared fiercely at Zhou Qingyu through the cage, constantly roaring. Still not convinced? Zhou Qingyu no longer held back, continuing to chant the beast-taming incantation. One mysterious demonic word after another appeared, flying into the cage. In the blink of an eye, there were over 100 demonic words, leaving the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast with nowhere to escape, causing it immense pain over and over again. It rolled in agony, roaring and shrieking, but it was useless. An hour later, it was tormented to the point of exhaustion, lying on the ground unable to move. The demonic words, however, did not relent, surrounding its neck, connecting together to form a golden ring, which vanished into its body. Zhou Qingyu immediately felt the connection between his soul and the golden ring. With just a thought, the golden ring unleashed intense pain. Stop! And with his command, the damage from the golden ring ceased immediately. Only then did the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast free itself from the pain, letting out pitiful whimpers from its nostrils. Zhou Qingyu smiled and casually opened the cage. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast's eyes lit up, and with its last bit of strength, it roared and charged out. Its speed was so fast that even Zhou Qingyu was surprised. No wonder Yan Jingru wanted to catch it as a mount, it turned out to be exceptionally good at flying. Come back, Zhou Qingyu said indifferently. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast, now halfway in the air, stuck out its tongue at Zhou Qingyu, then wiggled its bottom and flapped its large wings, preparing to soar into the clouds and escape completely. Zhou Qingyu smiled faintly, and with a thought. A golden ring appeared around the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast's neck, causing it to experience intense pain. In an instant, it rolled in the air, howling endlessly. You have 3 breaths to come back, Zhou Qingyu said calmly. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast, in existential pain, hesitated momentarily but immediately flew back, obediently lying in front of Zhou Qingyu. Only then did its pain dissipate. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast let out a weak whimper once again, looking at Zhou Qingyu with a hint of respect. It seems the golden-winged great pine did not deceive me, this incantation is indeed effective. Zhou Qingyu smiled slightly, pleased with the training results. Alright, go back to your cage, you have nothing to do now. He waved his hand, and the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast tumbled and crawled back into the cage, diving headfirst into the water, leaving only its eyes exposed as it fearfully watched Zhou Qingyu. In its eyes, Zhou Qingyu was far more terrifying than the icy woman named Yan Jingru from Qinghuan Peak. When it misbehaved, that woman would at most hit it once. But its tough skin and flesh made it immune to most attacks, unless that woman used all her strength, it felt no different than being tickled. But this guy was definitely a devil. That golden demonic writing almost tore its soul apart, causing it excruciating pain. Even if it had 100 times the courage, it wouldn't dare cause trouble in front of him. Having tamed the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast, Zhou Qingyu took the key and entered his own quiet courtyard. Looking at the dusty, obviously uninhabited old courtyard, he recalled how Yen Jingru had only given him a little something and sent him off. He had no intention of imparting his skills. Zhou Qingyu's mouth twitched. Does this mean I've been cast into the cold palace? But it made sense. In her eyes, Zhou Qingyu was just a waste with exhausted potential and no hope for cultivation. That's fine, no one is watching me, so I can practice more freely. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate using whale swallowing. The next day, when he opened his eyes, joy flickered in them. Not bad, not bad. One night of cultivation, and I've made progress. With a top-quality foundation establishment pill, breaking through to the third layer of foundation establishment in a month is completely doable. At that moment, a startled shout came from outside the door. Junior brother. You are in big trouble. Zhou Qingyu immediately ran out, puzzled. What happened? Zuoli, looking panic-stricken, pointed at the cage blocking the pool. The cage opened. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast has escaped. It's over, it's over. If the master finds out, he will definitely punish you. I should have reminded you to check the cage properly, now it's too late. Zhou Qingyu was astonished. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast had escaped? He glanced over, and immediately a head popped up from the pool. Seeing Zhou Qingyu, it quickly shrank back in. Isn't it inside? Zhou Qingyu said helplessly. Zuoli then realized that the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast was still there. She hurried over and closed the cage door, finally breathing a sigh of relief. With folded hands, she repeatedly thanked the heavens, thank heavens, that the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast didn't notice the cage door was open. Did it not notice? It didn't dare to run. Junior brother, you mustn't be so careless in the future. Zuoli glanced around to make sure no one was watching and said, this time, I won't tell the master, but there mustn't be a next time. The master said that she would release the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast after half a year, but if there's no suitable mount to replace it, she might still hope to keep it. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, I've already tamed it, just leave it to the master. Zuoli turned in surprise to look at the pool. The blue-eyed dragon crystal beast peeked out, baring its teeth as usual. This is called taming? Zuoli couldn't help but laugh and cry, you better not challenge the master's temper. Don't be fooled by her usual cold demeanor. If you truly anger her, the punishment will make you doubt your life. Alright. Then he'd rather keep things simple. He would just let the blue-eyed dragon crystal beast stay as it was. Senior sister, did you come to find me so early? Zhou Qingyu asked. Zuoli slapped her forehead, I almost forgot the main thing. She took out a book of skills and handed him a token. This is the core skill of our Qinghuan Peak, and this token allows you to freely enter places where inner disciples can go. Zhou Qingyu was taken aback, Senior sister, you are too good to me. The core skills are the secrets not shared by each peak. Zuoli was actually giving it to him privately. Unexpectedly, Zuoli rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I could never give these away without permission. This is what the master asked me to give you. Who? Yen Jingru? Zuoli nodded and explained, she wasn't well yesterday and couldn't go get the skills, but feeling a bit better this morning, she went to the hidden skill pavilion to pick them up. Zhou Qingyu was stunned. He thought he was being looked down upon by Yen Jingru, and couldn't help murmuring, as a waste disciple, do I deserve to be treated as a real inner disciple? Do not speak nonsense. Zuoli said sternly. The master has high standards, but since she decided to accept you as a disciple, she will take you seriously regardless of your talent. Do not consider yourself a waste, otherwise, you will undermine the master's efforts, understand? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but feel a bit moved. It seemed that he had encountered a pretty good master. Ding! A distant bell sound from the master peak rang out. Zuoli showed a happy expression and said, Junior brother, your luck is just incredible. On the very first day, the illusory secret realm of Master Peak has opened, which is a top resource only available to our inner disciples. Let's go. I'll take you there. Illusory secret realm? Zhou Qingyu looked astonished. Isn't that the supreme treasure of the illusory emperor? It has its own space inside. Gathering the fortune of the world, countless unparalleled spirit treasures, are the ultimate treasures that cultivators yearn for. But wasn't it shattered into pieces during the fall of the illusory emperor, due to the struggle of powerful beings? How could it appear in this remote continent? Filled with doubts, Zhou Qingyu followed Zuoli, taking a white crane to fly to the mountainside of the sect master's peak. A broken tower top stood there, as if it had flown down from the sky, leaning against the cliff. Its surface flowed with mysterious patterns, emanating wisps of profound aura, indicating its extraordinary nature. So that's it. Zhou Qingyu suddenly understood, the Nebula Pavilion has really struck gold, having obtained a fragment of the illusory secret realm. The true illusory secret realm is a 1,000-layered treasure tower, symbolizing the vast world. It shattered into pieces on that day. Among them, the tower top housing the spirit of the secret realm actually fell onto this barren continent and landed in the Nebula Pavilion.
Who knows after tens of thousands of years if the spirit within the tower top has vanished?
At this moment,
in front of the tower top, a small square stood over 20 disciples, all inner sect disciples of the Nine Peaks.
The disciples of Chitian Peak were also present.
Big brother, we appreciate your kindness.
Gu Changyue rejected the futon offered by Luo Tianyu and pulled Zhao Yingxiu to sit on a stone. She would rather dirty her skirt than accept Luo Tianyu's goodwill. Luo Tianyu felt embarrassed. But what could he do? Both women were extraordinarily beautiful.
He felt no anger and thickened his skin to sit beside them. This scene made the other Peak disciples both disdainful and envious.
Luo Tianyu is determined to trouble those two junior sisters.
Several beautiful outer disciples have already fallen prey to him. His luck with women is truly incredible. Chitian Peak has collected two stunning female disciples. The true disciple Zhao Yingxiu goes without saying, she's beautiful like a celestial being. And this newly accepted beauty is also a rare gem among mortals. If Luo Tianyu could get his hands on either, it would be a huge profit. But unfortunately, they seem uninterested.
Well, who wouldn't have pride being so beautiful? In the Nebula Pavilion, there are plenty of disciples more outstanding than Luo Tianyu. Gu Changyue and Zhao Yingxiu frowned, utterly annoyed.
They had clearly expressed their rejection, yet Luo Tianyu persistently clung to them like a sticky plaster, so annoying.
The two women immediately stood up.
Just as they were looking for a place to sit, they suddenly noticed a person boldly sitting on a stone not far away.
He whistled at the two women and cheerfully said, "Two beauties, come sit with brother." With a lecherous tone, several inner sect disciples immediately grew angry. "Who do you think you are? Daring to flirt with anyone? Do you know who they are? The true disciples of Chitian Peak, and the best of friends with the true disciple, will they even bother with you?"
Zuoli stood in shock. She never expected that Zhou Qingyu would be so unruly when meeting other Peak's female disciples for the first time. She instantly felt her face burn with embarrassment.
"Junior brother, how shameless can you be?
That's a true disciple of Chitian Peak, a beauty that can rival our master.
You tease like that, why would they bother with you?" However,
what made Zuoli and the many elite disciples drop their jaws in shock was Zhao Yingxiu turned her head, and her delicate face immediately lit up with joy.
In front of everyone, she actually lifted her skirt and ran over, jumping into his embrace. "Husband."
Everyone looked at each other, realizing they must look like fools to one another. The true disciple of Chitian Peak, the #1 beauty in Nebula Pavilion, turned out to be this man's wife. Zuoli rubbed her eyes, slightly doubting whether she was mistaken.
Is this really her useless little junior brother? He actually married this stunning beauty as his wife? Luo Tianyu's face darkened. Why is this guy everywhere?
Fortunately, he still had Gu Changyue beside him, who was also quite beautiful, so he was not entirely empty-handed. "Sister Changyue, you must open your eyes in the future, and never marry an outer sect disciple like Zhao Yingxiu." He earnestly educated her. But who would have thought? Gu Changyue actually held her pink skirt and walked toward Zhou Qingyu.
"Sister, what are you doing?" Luo Tianyu exclaimed. Left Li and the other inner sect disciples were also confused. "What are you doing running over there when those two are being affectionate? Aren't you ashamed?"
Gu Changyue ran over with a pout, her bright eyes bouncing between Zhao Yingxiu and Zhou Qingyu, saying, "Brother Zhou, what about me?
I'm your little concubine, oh. You can't be unfair." "Ha?" The entire place fell into collective shock. Gu Changyue was actually Zhou Qingyu's little concubine.
Qi Tianfeng had finally recruited two stunning female disciples, only to have them both courted by Zhou Qingyu. However, what made them even more jealous was Zhao Yingxiu's complaint.
"Husband, the head of the Gu family asked you to take in Sister Changyue, why did you refuse?"
"If it weren't for the Gu family blocking Zheng Duo back then, our Zhao family, you and I would be in big trouble.
Now the head of the Gu family entrusts his daughter to you, yet you are pushing her away?"
She pulled Gu Changyue over and dragged her into Zhou Qingyu's arms.
"I've decided, I accept this little Sister Changyue. From today on, she is your little concubine." Zhou Qingyu was both amused and baffled. So naive was she, only knowing to repay the head of the Gu family's kindness, yet not understanding what jealousy meant, right? But this was good too. It would save the two women from any emotional rifts.
He smiled, hugging both women, one on each side. This scene made Luo Tianyu so jealous that his eyes nearly popped out. Zhao Yingxiu was taken by Zhou Qingyu, he accepted that. But why was Gu Changyue also claimed by him? What he found even harder to accept was that both women were willing to share a husband.
"Zhou Qingyu. This is the illusory secret realm only inner sect disciples can enter. Who allowed you to come?"
In the midst of enjoying the warmth of his wives, Zhou Qingyu immediately frowned.
Like a fly, so annoying. Zhou Qingyu said with disgust, Inxia, didn't you tell Elder Wu to keep that Luo away from you? Zhao Inxia quickly nodded, of course I did, husband, I did what you asked. So why was this Luo still so clingy? Brother Zhou, this isn't Inxia's fault. Gu Qingyu frowned and said, Inxia did ask Elder Wu, but it seems that Elder Wu didn't take it seriously. Is that so? Zhou Qingyu was starting to guess Elder Wu Qingtan's intentions. It seemed he was intentionally or unintentionally trying to pair Luo Tianyu and Zhao Inxia. After all, Luo Tianyu was his top disciple. And Zhao Inxia was a true inheritor. He didn't want to see Zhao Inxia being taken advantage of by other peak disciples, wanting to keep the good fortune for himself and letting Luo Tianyu be. As long as Luo didn't go too far, he wouldn't obstruct him. The sect master is overindulging, throwing Inxia to Qi Tian phone. Zhou Qingyu huffed with dissatisfaction. This frightened Zuo Li next to him. This guy was too bold. He even dared to criticize the sect master? She hurriedly stepped forward, interrupting him, cupping her hands, everyone, this is my Qingluan Peak's new disciple, Zhou Qingyu. Please be forgiving. What? Once this was said, the inner sect disciples were all stunned. He is the new disciple that Elder Yan has recruited for the first time? No wonder both beauties are willing to throw themselves at him. Qingluan Peak disciple is a golden sign. Many disciples who were previously upset suddenly felt relieved. Which female disciple of the first peak of the Star Cloud sect didn't admire him? Luo Tianyu was utterly shocked. What? You entered Qingluan Peak? This is impossible. In his eyes, Zhou Qingyu was merely a person his own master disdained. At best, he could be an outer disciple. But he not only didn't get stuck at the bottom, but instead soared to become an inner sect disciple of the first peak of the Star Cloud sect. Status and self-comparisons. Zhou Qingla was impatient as he took out the Qingluan Peak disciple token, shaking it in his hand. Do you see it clearly? Can you shut up now? Confirming that it was indeed the Qingluan Peak token, Luo Tianyu felt a deep frustration. Why is that? The Luo family is a martial arts family, with some connections to the peak masters of various mountains. He had once sought Yan Jingru as his master out of admiration. She merely glanced at him and ruthlessly rejected him. She said he lacked talent. But what is this situation now? She rejected him as a disciple but took Zhou Qingla, who has the quality of an outer disciple, as her student instead. Yan Jingru, you are insulting me. Luo Tianyu felt deeply humiliated. On the contrary. Zhao Yinxian and Gu Qingyu simultaneously cheered with delight. Husband, you actually became Elder Yan's disciple, this is wonderful news. Yes, Zhou Gu, being Elder Yan's disciple means any one of them is a dragon among men. The two women looked at Zhou Qingla with eyes full of stars. This made Luo Tianyu unable to endure it any longer, and he said, a dragon among men relies on strength, not on status. Soon in the illusory secret realm, the surname Zhou will reveal his true form. Zhou Qingla began to ponder. He had heard people say that the spirit of the illusory secret realm has a mysterious ability to judge a person's potential. From tens of thousands of years of experience, it has never made an incorrect judgment. So this means that the spirit of the secret realm is still here. He wondered what kind of potential he would be judged to have before it. Not long later. As the deacon of the secret realm arrived, he routinely said, one person selects one lotus platform, no fighting or scrambling is allowed, violators will be severely punished by the reward and punishment hall. The inner disciples stood solemnly. They were very well behaved, entering in an orderly fashion. Zhou Qingla entered with a scrutinizing gaze. He just discovered that the exterior of the tower's tip looked intact. But inside, it was riddled with holes. The stone walls were damaged, patterns were broken, and most of the floating lotus platforms had varying degrees of damage. Only a few dozen lotus platforms barely remained intact. Upon careful sensing, he also found that the spirit of the secret realm was very weak, clearly having suffered a heavy blow. It's been destroyed thoroughly, no wonder after so many years, no strong people have come to seize it. Zhou Qingla's doubts were resolved. In the eyes of starry sky powerhouses, this tower tip had already lost its value, completely meaningless to seize. But for low-ranking cultivators, it still held great use. These lotus platforms contained rich spiritual energy. Cultivating on them can enhance one's cultivation. Zuoli reminded, little junior brother, you must cultivate seriously, the lotus seat will judge your future potential based on your cultivation status. This is very important for newcomers, you know? Zhou Qingla nodded and chose a relatively intact lotus seat. As soon as he sat down, the petals slowly closed, wrapping him in the center. Soon after. Beside him, Luo Tianyu also sat cross-legged on a lotus seat. He glanced at Zhou Qingla's lotus seat with a cold smirk. Without comparison, how can there be a difference? Let me show you the difference between a disciple who enters the inner door with real skills and a mere outer disciple like you. Zhou Qingla, completely unaware of this. As the petals closed, mist began to rise from below, making Zhou Qingla delighted. The spiritual energy has actually condensed into mist. This is 10 times more abundant than the spiritual energy at Qingluan Peak. He wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. He operated the whale swallowing method from the 9 transformations immortal canon, crazily absorbing the liquefied spiritual energy. Half a day later, the lotus had become completely empty. He had absorbed all the released spiritual energy without a trace. Upon inspecting his spiritual pool, Zhou Qingla found that the liquid in the spiritual pool had noticeably deepened a layer. Foundation Establishment Stage Level 3. Zhou Qingla murmured, his face filled with joy. In his plan, refining a batch of top-quality foundation establishment pills and practicing for a month would only allow him to possibly break through to Foundation Establishment Stage Level 3. He didn't expect that the illusory secret realm would directly enable the breakthrough. Unfortunately, the illusory secret realm only opens once a year. Moreover, disciples can only enter once every 3 years. It would be hard to have another chance to come in again. At this moment, a lotus pod gradually rose before him. There were 9 holes on it. Next to each hole, some words were marked. Deacon potential. Elder potential. Sect leader potential. Continent Titan potential. Starry Sky Strongman potential. Galaxy Overlord potential. Star Domain Emperor potential. Heavenly Sacred Respect potential. Heavenly Tao Divine Master potential. Zhou Qingyu was stunned. The divisions are quite clear. These 9 lotus holes basically divided the levels of strong people in the world clearly. When I completed the 8-turn body, my strength should have reached the level of Star Domain Emperor. I wonder what level I will reach if I practice the 9 turns Immortal Sutra again. Zhou Qingyu held a curious attitude and did not care too much. Because he had just begun his training. The spirit of the secret realm might not be able to detect accurately. At this moment, the lotus pod made some movement. The stem of the lotus pod slowly created a ripple. As it passed through the first lotus hole, the hole lit up. This proved that Zhou Qingyu had the potential of a deacon. The ripple continued unabated, passing through the second lotus hole and lighting it up. This proved he had the potential of an elder. The ripple's speed was still very fast, continuously climbing upward. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth lotus holes successively lit up. Oh? Potential of a galaxy overlord? Zhou Qingyu was surprised. It seemed that the evaluation standard did not judge by the current realm, but rather predicted future potential based on practice methods, comprehension, experience, and so on. The ripple showed no signs of slowing down. It successively lit up the 7th, 8th, and 9th lotus holes. Even the Heavenly Tao Divine Master potential is lit up? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but be astonished. That was the supreme realm that even the old man had pursued for his whole life. Did I actually have such potential? But before he could be happy, the ripple unexpectedly rushed out of the lotus pod, flying towards outside the lotus flower. And this lotus pod, without the ripple, all 9 fully lit lotus holes were extinguished. Zhou Qingyu was completely dumbfounded. Did I just get tested, or not? Do I not even have the potential of a deacon, or have I surpassed the potential of Heavenly Tao Divine Master? At the same time, beside him, Luo Tianyu was clenching his fists, his face was ashen, and veins were bulging on his forehead. Light up! Quickly give me light! He stared hard at the lotus hole representing elder potential. The ripple struggled to rise to the second lotus hole, lighting it half bright and half dark, but could not continue. This represented that Luo Tianyu had the potential of a deacon. But whether he could become an elder was uncertain. As the first disciple of a peak, this potential was not too bad. But it wasn't too good either. Mediocre. But for the self-proclaimed exceptional Luo Tianyu, this was unacceptable. Because the Jiaoyinshu he longed for, being a disciple with boundless spiritual roots, would definitely have future potential that was not below that of an elder. If he couldn't even be sure of having elder potential, what face did he have to pursue her? However, the ripple could no longer continue. In the end, it froze at this place, leaving the second lotus hole flickering uncertainly. His potential detection also came to an end. Damn it! Luo Tianyu kicked the lotus pod, venting the anger in his heart. He was full of confidence, yet, he couldn't even be sure of elder potential. When the results were announced later, Zhou Qingyu would definitely laugh at him mercilessly, right? At this moment, the ripple that splashed out from Zhou Qingyu's lotus flower unexpectedly spread to Luo Tianyu's lotus flower. It still had a strong impact. The fleeting ripple swept through the lotus flower's secret room. In front of Luo Tianyu, the ripple that had already stalled, was pulled and suddenly shot forward. It quickly ignited the second, third, and fourth lotus holes. Finally, it ignited the fifth lotus hole and then came to a stop. Luo Tianyu looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The fifth lotus hole, potential of a starry sky strongman? Me? After a long while, he came back to his senses, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. I will be a powerful being under the starry sky in the future. At the same time, the steward of the secret realm, Lu Baichuan, sat bored at the entrance, crossing his legs, with a toad cigarette in his mouth. Taking a puff of smoke, he raised his eyes and looked towards a lotus platform. The light coming from the lotus holes was very special, able to penetrate the tightly closed lotus flowers. Thus, he could distinguish from outside how many holes the other person had lit. As a steward, it was his duty to accurately record each disciple's potential. Longsword Peak 3rd Disciple, Li Kaifeng, Steward Potential. Tame Monster Peak 2nd Disciple, Fan Sikhan, Elder Potential, Uncertain. Qingyun Peak Disciple, Shi Wenjun, Steward Potential. After recording the potential of more than 10 disciples, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but shake his head. All steward potential, this year's disciples are not impressive. Being a steward is not considered excellent. It can only be said that they did not waste the resources of the Nebula Pavilion. If it were others with not so bad qualifications, under such abundance of resources, they could also become stewards. Only elder potential is considered the dragon among men, not disappointing the sex cultivation. According to the usual practice, the illusory secret realm, held every 3 years, should be able to detect at least one disciple with elder qualifications. But this time's results were really disappointing. At this moment, he saw Zuoli's potential, and his eyes lit up. The second lotus hole is fully ignited, elder potential. As expected of the last disciple taken by Master Yin 3 years ago, truly a surprise. Master Yan's insight is indeed sharp. Lu Baichuan joyfully recorded this. I wonder how the new disciple taken by Master Yin is doing. With a hint of anticipation, Lu Baichuan looked over, only to be astonished. No way? Not a single lotus hole lit up? Not even steward potential? Recalling some rumors about Yin Jingru being forced to accept disciples due to pressure from the pavilion master, he shook his head, helplessly saying, poor Elder Yen, a life of brilliance might be ruined by this little disciple. He scanned the other disciples. The second lotus hole lit up? When Lu Baichuan's gaze fell on Gu Changyue's lotus platform, he couldn't help but be taken aback, joyfully exclaiming, ha, another one with elder potential. I take back what I just said, this year's disciples are actually quite impressive. However, when his gaze fell on Zhao Yingxia's lotus platform, he was shocked again. For 4 lotus holes, does that mean this is the potential of a being who surpasses the pavilion master? Lu Baichuan couldn't believe his eyes. The so-called being of the continent refers to an existence capable of ruling a part of the continent. There are 4 continental-level powerhouses. Among them, one is the renowned Bajio Dao. His little nebula pavilion actually gave birth to a talent with such terrifying potential? He gasped and trembled as he wrote down Zhao Yingxia's record. But at that moment, the lotus platform where Luo Tianyu was suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The fifth hole's astonishing brilliance not only pierced through the lotus platform but also shot out from the tower's peak, attracting the attention of the entire nebula pavilion. Standing under a tree and gazing at the west, Yin Jingru seemed to feel something and looked towards the direction of the illusory secret realm. Seeing that powerful light, her breathtaking beauty revealed a trace of surprise. Potential of a starry sky powerhouse? When did our nebula pavilion have such a talented individual? After a brief thought, she immediately flew off. Qitian Peak. Wu Qingtan was trying to break through his realm, suddenly noticing the light from the illusory secret realm. He couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that Yingxi has detected the potential of a starry sky powerhouse? He immediately set aside his training and rushed over. The same scene appeared on various peaks. Not long after, in front of the illusory secret realm, elders from all sides gathered, along with disciples who heard the news. They gazed at Luo Tianyu's lotus platform, all displaying deep astonishment. Suddenly, the lotus platform beside it opened. Zhou Qingyu jumped down from it. So it's Zhou Qingyu. I thought it was someone else. The two are right next to each other. One has detected the potential of a starry sky powerhouse, while the other has no potential even for a steward. This comparison is too obvious. Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but be astonished. Potential of a starry sky powerhouse? Does Xingyun Pavilion have such an excellent disciple? Even Zhao Yingxie, before her fire spirit body awakened, should not have reached the potential of a starry sky powerhouse. He recalled the ripples that surged out from his lotus seed. Moreover, this person was so close to him, giving him a clear understanding. He couldn't help but mutter, this person better have self-awareness and get retested, otherwise, they'll lose face in the future, don't blame me. Chapter 62, In Great Delight. Amid the thousands of gazes. Finally, Luo Tianyu's lotus slowly descended, revealing its true form. It is the eldest disciple of Chitian Peak, Luo Tianyu. Oh my! It's actually him. He actually possesses the talent of a starry sky powerhouse. The elders from several peaks showed astonishment. They had conjectured it must be a true disciple from a certain peak. Most likely it was Zhao Yinxie. However, they never expected it would be an ordinary inner disciple. Not to mention them, even Wu Qingtan, the peak master of Chitian Peak, was somewhat surprised. Is it Tianyu? Wu Qingtan couldn't quite understand. Luo Tianyu was a disciple he had personally nurtured, fully aware of his comprehension, patience, and hard work through years of interaction. Assessing his potential, Wu Qingtan felt it was uncertain whether he could become a senior elder in the future. Now, unexpectedly, he had been tested and found to have the qualifications of a starry sky powerhouse. Wu Qingtan is really lucky. Having a starry sky powerhouse disciple means the position of the master at Xingyun Pavilion is certainly his. You underestimate the starry sky powerhouse too much. A true starry sky powerhouse can dominate several continents. Handing a continent to his master to manage is nothing. Wu Qingtan is about to soar to great heights. The elder's words of envy and jealousy interrupted Wu Qingtan's thoughts. Amidst the praises, he felt somewhat lightheaded and humbly said, "Thank you all for the compliments. My beloved disciple is still in the early stages of cultivation. What the future holds remains uncertain." Though he said this, it was clear he was almost shouting, "I am very proud." At that moment, he felt immensely pleased. Even though he was among the top 3 powerful elders of Xingyun Pavilion, the other elders had never really respected him. Only Yan Jingru. This powerful elder usually ignored him. But now, they all rushed over to compliment him. This made him feel exceptionally comfortable. And the one who brought him such honor was none other than Luo Tianyu. He approached warmly, wrapped his arm around Luo Tianyu's shoulder, and said, "Tianyu, you make me so proud. This is a future starry sky powerhouse. With such a disciple, it would be difficult for him not to rise to prominence." Luo Tianyu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to my master's guidance." He felt somewhat flattered. Since becoming Wu Qingtan's disciple, he had never seen Wu Qingtan show a good face, always with a stern look, exceedingly strict. Now, he was so warm, and he found it hard to adapt for a moment. What surprised him even more was that many elders gathered around, voluntarily chatting with Luo Tianyu. These elders were typically people he could not reach. When he passed them on the street, they would not spare him a glance. Now, in order to curry favor with this future starry sky powerhouse, they all condescended and flattered him. The drastic change took Luo Tianyu a long time to accept. However, he noticed that among the many elders, only Yan Jingru stood still and showed no intention of approaching him. He couldn't help but recall the past when he was rejected by Yan Jingru when he sought to become her disciple. A thread of revenge sparked in his heart. He smiled faintly and approached Yan Jingru, saying, "Elder Yan, thank you for not accepting me back then. Otherwise, I would not be who I am today." The many elders realized then that Luo Tianyu had almost become Yan Jingru's disciple back in the day. How strange, even Yan Jingru could make a misjudgment. Not just strange, it's a disgrace. She prides herself on her high standards, yet in the end, she let a disciple with the potential of a starry sky strongman escape. And besides, she accepted a worthless assistant with no potential. The mocking laughter around her was ignored by Yan Jingru. She merely glanced at Zuoli and Zhou Qingyu in the crowd and said, "Let's go back." Her expression was calm, unaffected by praise or shame. Completely indifferent to outsiders' opinions. But Zhou Qingyu was not so magnanimous. "Future starry sky strongman, I suggest you recheck your qualifications." Zhou Qingyu held his hands in his sleeves, half smiling and half serious, "Otherwise, you'll make a fool of yourself." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyu turned to look. He immediately sneered, "A worthless assistant with no potential dares to point fingers at me, a future starry sky strongman?" The people around laughed uproariously. Wu Qingtan suppressed his laughter and said, "Zhou Qingyu, it's hard to become an inner disciple, so cherish the opportunity. Being able to study alongside my disciple Luo Tianyu as an inner disciple is your greatest honor in life. That's enough to brag about for a lifetime." Zuoli was furious. "Are you underestimating people too much?" But when she looked at the lotus where Luo Tianyu was, the words she wanted to say could not come out. Wu Qingtan's words were indeed hurtful. The cruel truth was, this was reality. In the future, when Luo Tianyu became a starry sky strongman, Zhou Qingyu might still just be an ordinary warrior. Studying alongside starry sky strongmen who dominated several continents was indeed Zhou Qingyu's greatest glory. Zhou Qingyu smiled faintly. "Who said the results of a test are always accurate?" He looked at the Secret Realm's assistant and asked, "Can I have a retest?" The assistant frowned slightly, saying, "The Secret Realm's tests have never been wrong." He couldn't finish his sentence. Because Yan Jingru interrupted him, firmly insisting, "Let him test again." The assistant shivered, quickly taking out a simple lotus pod. It was much smaller than the one on the lotus platform, but its design was similar. This can quickly test again, and the results will still be accurate. The assistant handed it to Zhou Qingyu. Just input your spiritual power into it. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. Could it be Zhou Qingyu was very confident about his potential? Zhou Qingyu grasped the lotus pod. In fact, he wasn't sure what potential the retest would reveal. But it couldn't possibly be worse than last time, right? He immediately infused his spiritual power into it. Before long, a ripple rose from the base of the lotus pod. It quickly ignited 9 lotus holes. Just as it was about to shoot out, Zhou Qingyu swiftly blocked it to avoid repeating the previous mistake. As a result, the ripple ignited the 9 lotus holes in sequence again. Then it sank back to the bottom. After repeatedly hitting the top layer twice, its speed slowed significantly. Finally, it successfully ignited the first lotus hole. And the second lotus hole's light flickered. Elder potential, undetermined. No way, Zhou Qingyu actually has the possibility of becoming an elder. This is considered mid-tier in the inner sect. With such potential, how could he still be worthless? But I remember that during the disciple selection, each peak elder didn't want Zhou Qingyu, yet Elder Yan insisted on taking him as a disciple. In the end, it's still Elder Yan's sharp eye. While others couldn't see well, she noticed his hidden potential. This discovery made Yan Jingru momentarily stunned. Only she understood that she hadn't really taken Zhou Qingyu for any reason. But due to pressure from the sect leader, she had no choice but to accept Zhou Qingyu as a disciple. In her eyes, as long as Zhou Qingyu didn't embarrass her in the future, she would be satisfied. But Zhou Qingyu unexpectedly gave her a great surprise. Her cold, beautiful face suddenly revealed a hint of joy, like an ice lotus blooming on a snowy mountain. Very good, I will pay special attention to your training from now on. Upon hearing this, many people cast envious glances at Zhou Qingyu. It seemed Elder Yan was going to invest her energy in cultivating Zhou Qingyu. To be valued by the first elder of the Nebula Pavilion, even if he is a pig, he can still be reborn. Luo Tianyu frowned and snorted. It's just that the elder's potential is uncertain. In front of my celestial strong potential, he isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Zhou Qingyu smiled lightly. He tossed the lotus seed pod to him, teasing, isn't it easy to find out if it's celestial strong potential by retesting? Since my testing result is wrong, why wouldn't yours be wrong? Luo Tianyu's face instantly stiffened. Looking at the lotus seed pod thrown over, he showed a hesitant expression. Chapter 63, Threat. Luo Tianyu was different from Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu had no potential at all, which was already the worst result, so he was unafraid of retesting. But Luo Tianyu had tested as having epic potential of a celestial strong. What if the second test was lower? But under everyone's gaze, Luo Tianyu was in a difficult position. Testing had risks, indeed. But if he didn't test, he would be doubted by others. At that moment, a scolding voice came, what are you retesting? This is nonsense. Everyone turned their heads to look. An elderly man with a bald head, hands behind his back, looked extremely authoritative. The disciples' faces changed dramatically as they all bowed respectfully. The 9 elders also clasped their hands, showing respect. He was none other than Fei Lingnan, the chief steward of the Nebula Pavilion, the trusted aide of the Pavilion Master. Now that the Pavilion Master was in seclusion, the chief steward represented the Pavilion Master, conveying various decrees. His authority was so great that even the elders of each peak had to show him some fear. Fei Lingnan walked over with his hands behind his back. He gave Zhou Qingyu a warning glare and then came to Luo Tianyu, patting his shoulder with a smile of approval. You truly are the pride of the heavens. I never dreamed that our Nebula Pavilion would have a disciple with celestial strong potential. If our founding ancestor in the underworld were to know, he would surely smile in his grave. This was not mere flattery. Because on the entire continent, no celestial strong had appeared for 1,000 years. And the Nebula Pavilion had never had one. Luo Tianyu was a groundbreaking existence. His future achievements would far exceed those of the past continental-level strong ancestors. Luo Tianyu felt a sense of pride on his face. Thank you, Chief Steward, for the praise. After a pause, he picked up the lotus seed pod in his hand. So, should we retest? Fei Lingnan didn't think twice and threw it back to the secret realm steward, reprimanding, retesting a celestial strong potential disciple? How could you even think of that? This is an insult to the future celestial strong. No other sect would do such a thing. The troubled secret realm steward continuously apologized for his mistakes. The elders also realized that the Nebula Pavilion almost made a foolish mistake. Retesting would mean questioning his potential. If the retest truly showed that the first test was wrong, then that was one thing. But if the results confirmed that he indeed had celestial strong potential, what would Luo Tianyu feel? Feeling humiliated would be the most normal reaction, right? What if he left the Nebula Pavilion in anger due to this? That would be a huge loss. Moreover, the probability of such testing errors happening was extremely low. Zhou Qingyu making errors in testing was unprecedented. How could it happen again with Luo Tianyu?
Thinking of this, the elders of each peak broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, the chief steward had considered everything, otherwise, it would have been a disaster.
At this time,
Zhao Yingxin, who had tested as a continental strong, appeared, and the lotus flower bloomed. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention.
Fei Lingnan looked overjoyed. What incredible luck has our nebula pavilion struck?
First, we have a celestial strong, and now we've tested another continental strong potential.
Tianyu, our nebula pavilion, huh?
Zhou Qingyu rolled his eyes.
It was I who was protecting you.
Besides Elder Zhuo Li's potential, Gu Changyue's, Zhao Yingxin's, and Luo Tianyu's blunders were all brought by me, Zhou Qingyu. He stepped forward, put his arm around Zhao Yingxin's shoulder, and said, "Work hard in your training, your potential is far beyond this."
The Fire Phoenix spirit is something even the strongest Imperial Lords envy.
Once the spirit awakens, the future achievements will be truly astonishing.
My husband, Zhao Yingxi obediently leaned in his arms.
This scene made everyone present feel it was out of place.
How could an uncertain potential elderman match with the outstanding potential of Zhao Yingxi, a strong contender from the continent?
Moreover, Zhao Yingxi was so extraordinarily beautiful.
Luo Tianyu was also burning with jealousy.
Then he realized he already possessed starry sky-level potential. In this world, there were only those who were unworthy of him, not the other way around.
Great Steward, Master, please stand up for me.
Luo Tianyu suddenly knelt on one knee and said to the two, "I want to marry Zhao Yingxi.
Only I can give her a future."
Someone like Zhou Qingyu, with common qualifications, will only tarnish the jewel that is Zhao Yingxi.
The two hesitated.
If Zhao Yingxi was not married, they could decide right here and now to promise the marriage between the two.
But Zhao Yingxi already had a husband. Isn't this trying to take another's wife?
In the esteemed Starcloud sect, doing such morally corrupt things would ruin their reputation if it got out. Seeing that they refused to agree, Luo Tianyu threatened, "If I go to the Shura sect, they will snatch Zhao Yingxi and bring her to me." This blatant threat made the elders present feel somewhat displeased. But thinking of his starry sky-level potential, they felt it was somewhat reasonable.
How could such a super-strong talent only want a woman, and the sect keep holding back? Fei Lingnan's face changed drastically.
If Luo Tianyu leaves the Starcloud sect, when the sect master wakes up, he would surely skin him alive. So he hurriedly exchanged glances with Wu Qingtan. Wu Qingtan feared losing this great support even more, saying, "All right.
I promise." Then he turned to Zhao Yingxi, sternly saying, "Zhao Yingxi, if you still respect your master, leave your husband and marry your senior brother Luo."
Zhao Yingxi's body suddenly tensed, her small face went pale.
Zhou Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Truly relentless. A blatant attempt to steal his wife? Not to mention Luo Tianyu was a blundering fool.
Even if he were a talented starry sky-level genius, he would still end up dead.
However, before he could act, Yan Jingru shot a cold glare at Wu Qingtan, her eyes like ice. "Stealing my disciple's wife? Do you dare to repeat what you just said?"
Wu Qingtan immediately felt the hair on his body stand on end. How could he almost forget, Zhou Qingyu was no longer the same.
He was now Yan Jingru's disciple.
This woman was very protective of her own. And she was unreasonable. If enraged, even the sect master wouldn't be able to stop her. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to repeat what he had just said. Otherwise, he had no doubt Yan Jingru would immediately draw her sword and kill him. So, he turned his gaze to the great steward. Fei Lingnan also felt the situation was tricky, muttering, "Why did the sect master leave this kid in the hands of this troublesome woman?" He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to deal with Yan Jingru. So he didn't dare to force the issue, only saying with righteous intentions, "Elder Yan, please consider the greater good, and don't harm the 100-year enterprise of the Starcloud sect for a moment's emotional loss of a disciple." Unexpectedly, Yan Jingru completely disregarded his face. "I don't care about any great enterprise. Today, whoever dares to steal my disciple's wife is my enemy." Her cold, calm words contained overwhelming strength. It rendered everyone silent, including the great steward. After all, she was the first elder of the Starcloud sect. Her combat power was something ordinary elders could only look up to, unable to confront her at all. Zhou Qingyu looked at Yan Jingru's back and slightly nodded. With such a master, coming to the Starcloud sect was worth it. However, he couldn't let Yan Jingru bear the name of obstructing the 100-year enterprise of the Starcloud sect. So he took a step forward and said, "Master, let me handle this matter of protecting my wife. He's just a starry sky-level potential. Does he even have the right to steal my wife?" "Oh?" Yan Jingru looked at Zhou Qingyu in surprise. What kind of confidence allows someone to say such bold words?
How could they not even regard the potential of a starry sky powerhouse?
Instantly, a trace of genuine admiration appeared in her eyes.
As expected of my Qingyuan Peak disciple, with such spirit, how could your future achievements be any worse than others? What is a warrior? To go against the strong tides. To defy fate. To challenge the heavens.
If you don't even have the courage to protect your wife, afraid of an enemy too strong to face, such a person, no matter how talented, will achieve little. On the contrary, daring to fight for everything is the true opportunity for success. At this moment, she completely regarded Zhou Qingyu as her disciple.
However, in the eyes of others, these words seemed exceptionally arrogant. Fei Lingnan silently shook his head. This is what it means to be unaware of one's limits.
Wu Qingtan, who had long been displeased with Zhou Qingyu, added, I said this child is arrogant and useless. He probably doesn't even understand what it means to have the potential of a starry sky powerhouse. The elders of each peak also shook their heads endlessly.
Truly ignorant and fearless.
Caring for his wife is commendable, but being so reckless certainly undermines the status of a Qingyuan Peak disciple. To protect one's wife, one must rely on strength. Hiding behind Yan Jingru and relying only on words is useless.
Luo Tianyu just smiled at these words. He wasn't angry at all.
When a person reaches a sufficient height, they won't be angered by others' slander.
Because he knows it's merely others disparaging him.
Just like at this moment, as a future starry sky-level powerhouse who will dominate several continents, does he need to care about the contempt of an ordinary person?
Zhou Qingyu, do you know that being able to speak with me now is a fortune you've earned over several lifetimes?
In 50 years, when I become a starry sky powerhouse, you probably won't even have the qualification for me to look at you.
Zhou Qingyu couldn't be bothered to expose his so-called potential. With a teasing tone, he said, if that's the case, how about we have a competition?
If I win, from now on, stay away from my wife, don't have any more thoughts about her.
The great steward and all elders here will be witnesses. Luo Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Compete with me? Fine, considering we are both from the Xingyun Pavilion, I'll reluctantly accept the challenge. If I lose, as you wish. But if you lose, immediately roll out of the Xingyun Pavilion and don't let me see you again. Zhou Qingyu did not hesitate, no problem.
The great steward and all the elders did not stop them.
Compared to Yan Jingru and the great steward, Wu Qingtan turning against each other, even coming to blows.
It is undoubtedly more appropriate for the two of them to resolve this privately.
But how should they compete? A live duel to test their martial arts?
But this was clearly unfair. Luo Tianyu had years of experience as an old disciple with a solid foundation establishment of the 6th layer, while it said that Zhou Qingyu had just barely reached the 1st layer. This kind of match, Yan Jingru certainly would not agree to. The great steward Fei Lingnan thought for a moment, and said, how about this, I'll give you 2 half a month. Whoever breaks through a level first will win. If Luo Tianyu breaks through the 7th layer of foundation establishment, or Zhou Qingyu breaks through the 2nd layer, whoever gets there first wins.
Everyone tasted this carefully.
It sounds fair, but in reality, it is a completely one-sided and unfair match.
What qualifications does Luo Tianyu have?
At the starry sky powerhouse level, once he cultivates, his speed is incredibly terrifying. In contrast, Zhou Qingyu, just a mere elder, is uncertain, and even giving him half a year might not guarantee a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Noticing the advantage in this, Luo Tianyu grinned sinisterly, I have no objections. Yan Jingru frowned, about to object, but Zhou Qingyu smiled and said, I have no objections either.
Break through to the 2nd layer to win?
How embarrassing, he had already broken through to the 3rd layer.
Do not act recklessly, Yan Jingru hurriedly stopped him. But Zhou Qingyu cupped his hands, Master, don't worry, I'm absolutely certain.
Fei Lingnan, fearing that Zhou Qingyu or Yan Jingru might backtrack, hurriedly said, both parties agree, the agreement is established.
In half a month, the Grand Plaza, a showdown. The crowd cheered uproariously. This is a rare big event.
On one side is a disciple from Qingyuan Peak, and on the other is a disciple from Qitian Peak. They are competing for the most beautiful woman in Xingyun Pavilion, a stunning beauty with the potential to dominate the continent.
At that time, there will surely be many onlookers. Junior brother Luo. Junior brother Luo.
In the crowd, a young man in a black robe, exuding a strange medicinal aroma, pushed through the crowd.
Seeing him, both the disciples and the elders politely made way. The steward of the pill refining hall, Jiang Yuelang. He usually appears and disappears like a dragon, why is he suddenly showing up? So he is the one-star alchemist, Jiang Yuelang. Luo Tianyu looked at the person striding over and could not help but be surprised. Steward Jiang, are you looking for me? The Jiang Yuelang in front of him was no ordinary steward. He was the favorite disciple of Xingyun Pavilion, a 2-star alchemist. Under the careful cultivation of that 2-star alchemist, he had become a 1-star alchemist. His talent was astonishing, as he refined all the sex pills while the 2-star alchemist traveled.
including foundation building pills.
In addition, that two-star alchemist also had a female disciple.
Her qualifications were much worse than his, and she currently managed the second pill refining hall.
In the past, Luo Tianyu had no qualification to meet Jiang Yuelang.
Now, he had come to see him voluntarily. Jiang Yuelang smiled and took out a jade box, in which lay 3 snow-white pills, larger than ordinary foundation-building pills. Congratulations, junior brother Luo, for detecting the potential of a starry sky powerhouse.
Since my senior brother has nothing to give, I present these 3 medium-quality foundation-building pills as a gift. I wish you success in winning over your beautiful wife.
What? The disciples and stewards present were astonished. Even the elders were slightly moved.
Medium-quality foundation-building pill?
Steward Jiang actually succeeded in refining medium-quality foundation-building pills.
His alchemy talent is terrifying. Amidst the amazement, they couldn't help but look at Zhou Qingyu with expressions of pity.
Zhou Qingyu originally had little chance of winning, and now, he has lost even the last bit of hope.
The effect of medium-quality foundation-building pills is twice that of low-quality ones. 3 medium-quality pills can help even an elder break through a level in half a month. Not to mention, junior brother Luo has the potential of a starry sky powerhouse?
Zhou Qingyu is utterly defeated at the starting line.
Whom?
Zhou Qingyu narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly.
Who is this blind fool who has come out? He thought Jiang Yuelang was openly cheering for Luo Tianyu, wanting to make him an enemy.
Jiang Yuelang glanced at him and contemptuously looked away, saying lightly, "Not convinced? You can refine it yourself. This steward's pills are mine to give to whoever I like." Just a few medium-quality foundation-building pills, while Zhou Qingyu's failed pills are all high-quality. Zhou Qingyu smiled with a trace of playfulness. "I heard you are competing with the steward of the second pill refining hall for the furnace left behind by the master? I hope you won't regret it."
Chapter 65, Supreme Foundation Building Pill.
When he first arrived, he heard Wu Huanan talk about the grievances in the hall. He was particularly entertained by the tales of the enmity between the first pill refining hall and the second. Both stewards were disciples of 2-star alchemists. To motivate the 2 disciples and fully focus on improving their alchemy skills during his travels, he left behind his furnace as a reward. 3 years later, they would be compared on their alchemy skills. Whoever excelled would own it. This furnace was a magical tool that could increase the success rate of alchemy by 10%. The competition between the 2 disciples was extremely fierce. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuelang's talent stood out. With the contest approaching, the female disciple, Ji Yufu, had no chance of winning.
Regret?
Jiang Yuelang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking disdainfully.
Regret not flattering someone as mediocre as you?
Between the future starry sky powerhouse and the uncertain elder, even a fool knows who to choose.
Zhou Qingyu smiled faintly. Just wait and see. Soon, everyone dispersed. Yan Jingru brought Zhou Qingyu and Zuoli back to Qinghuan Peak.
She took out a bottle of foundation building pills
and a notebook, with a hint of regret on her face. Here are 3 inferior foundation building pills, along with my insights on foundation building.
I hope this helps you.
She also wished to give a medium-grade foundation building pill.
However, the 2-star alchemist in the hall had been gone for many years, and the medium-grade foundation building pills he left behind were long gone.
Only Jiang Yuelang could barely refine a few. These are all she can give for now.
Zhou Qingyu dared not be picky. This was Yan Jingru's heartfelt intention, and he quickly accepted it, saying,
"Thank you, master. I will not let you down." Seeing his confident look, Yan Jingru nodded slightly. "Hurry up and practice. If you have any difficult questions, feel free to come find me at any time." On the side, Zuoli felt envious. Usually, the master had a cold personality and didn't like to be disturbed. Outside of teaching hours, she rarely offered guidance to her disciples. For Zhou Qingyu to win, she had indeed made an exception. "Junior brother, come with me." Zuoli also wanted to do something for Zhou Qingyu.
She brought Zhou Qingyu to the 2 stone doors. 2 senior brothers, little junior brother is in trouble. It turned out that inside the stone doors were the master brother and second brother of Qinghuan Peak, who were in seclusion.
After listening to Zuoli narrate the situation,
the master brother pushed a bottle of pills through the crack in the stone door, a completely snow-white pill, larger than the usual foundation building pills. It was actually a medium-grade foundation building pill.
"This is what I saved back in the day, given to little junior brother. You must represent us from Qinghuan Peak and take revenge."
The second brother also said from inside the stone door, "Take this magical weapon with you. If you have the chance, strike Luo Tianyu fiercely with it.
If anything happens, I will take responsibility." These were extremely important items for them. They actually gave them to Zhou Qingyu.
They had only seen him once when he became their disciple. There was no friendship at all. "Little junior brother, please accept it."
Our Qinghuan Peak's principle is unity. Zhuili picked up both items and stuffed them into Zhou Qingyu's hands. She then shyly took out 2 inferior foundation building pills. This is all I have left, they are all yours. Zhou Qingyu was stunned. In the treacherous martial arts world, Qinghuan Peak was a refreshing stream. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. If you need help in the future, little junior brother will do his best to assist. Zhuili smiled bitterly and said, you should wait until your cultivation improves before saying that. For our troubles, you can't help for now. No more talking, I have to go practice, or I won't make it in time. After saying this, she also slipped into a training room. Zhou Qingyu was left bewildered. Why were they more anxious to practice than he was? Shaking his head, he did not return to the other courtyard. Instead, he turned and left Qinghuan Peak, heading to the pill refining hall. Compared to the second hall, the first hall was less popular among the disciples. The first hall was deserted because high-level pills were scarce. The outer disciple at the hall, Hong Ying, was a tall, slightly thin young woman. She was leaning on the counter, flipping through account books with boredom. Another day with no customers. Just as she sighed, she suddenly saw a masked disciple walk in, moving gracefully. Junior brother, are you here to buy something? To avoid trouble, Zhou Qingyu had casually found a mask to wear before coming. Selling something. He took out the medium-grade foundation building pill from the master brother and asked, will you accept this? Foundation building pills were hard currency at Xingyun Pavilion. Not to mention the rare medium-grade one? Of course, we accept. The market price is 200 crystal stones, would you be willing to sell? Hong Ying's eyes lit up. Zhou Qingyu chuckled lightly, isn't the medium grade worth more than 200? Ever since that 2-star alchemist went out, the medium grade foundation building pills were in short supply. Among the disciples, private transactions could easily sell for 230 crystal stones. Hong Ying, feeling uneasy, explained, we have to make some profit too, right? Zhou Qingyu smiled and didn't argue, I don't want crystal stones, I just want the materials for foundation building pills. How many portions can this medium-grade foundation building pill be exchanged for? Hong Ying looked at him suspiciously, could it be that you are an alchemist? Normal disciples would never request materials for foundation building pills. Giving them to them would be equivalent to handing over a bunch of waste. Zhou Qingyu smiled knowingly, what, selling something is? Does the second hall still want to dig deeper? Hong Ying suddenly realized that she had made a taboo. Which martial artist doesn't have their own secrets? Investigating others' backgrounds is absolutely a big taboo. I'm sorry, I was reckless, Hong Ying hurriedly said. As an apology, I'll give you an extra set of foundation building pill materials, a total of 11 sets. What do you think? 11 sets is indeed 1 set extra. Okay, in addition, I need to use a few secret rooms, Zhou Qingyu said. Hong Ying was excited, the person in front of her was indeed an alchemist. Though she didn't understand, apart from Zhang Yuelang and her own steward, where was there a third alchemist in the Xingyun Pavilion? But she didn't dare to be negligent and immediately started to make arrangements. With Zhou Qingyu's skills, refining foundation building pills was easy. However, it had been too long since he had refined them. The first batch was ruined. He only produced 1 high-quality foundation building pill. The remaining 10 sets were all refined into top-quality foundation building pills. He handed the high-quality foundation building pill to Hong Ying, exchange all for foundation building pill materials. High-quality foundation building pill? Hong Ying gasped in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even the 2-star alchemist stationed in Xingyun Pavilion would find it hard to refine one. Who is this person standing before me? Junior brother, no, senior, I'll give you 10 more sets of materials, can you help me with a favor? Hong Ying suddenly said, moved. Normally, a high-quality foundation building pill can be exchanged for 20 sets of materials. Giving 10 more sets is indeed quite generous. Zhou Qingyu seemed to guess what she wanted help with, he was refining pills right in front of her for this purpose. You want me to teach your steward, help her win against Zhang Yuelang in the competition, right? In 10 days, let her wait in the hall. After saying this, he left the first hall. Ensuring that Hong Ying did not follow him, he took off his mask when no one was around. Unexpectedly, just as he came out of the alley, he bumped into Luo Tianyu and Zhang Yuelang, surrounded by their attendants. Oh, who is this? Luo Tianyu looked at the nearby first hall and teased, what, do you want to try your luck in the second hall for a medium-quality foundation building pill? You might as well kneel in front of Steward Jiang and beg him for one, huh? Zhang Yuelang glanced at him contemptuously and said, with me here, he can forget about getting a medium-quality foundation building pill. Zhou Qingyu weighed the storage device filled with 10 bottles of top-quality foundation building pills. He nodded and said, you're right. Chapter 66, Qinghuan Peak Assessment. Zhang Yuelang frowned and snorted, you don't know what's good for you.
He then smiled and cupped his hands toward Luo Tianyu, saying, "Junior brother Luo, bring some fine wine in half a month to celebrate you. I believe by then, you will have embraced a beautiful woman." After finishing, he returned to the first hall with his attendants. With no one around, a trusted attendant could no longer contain himself and asked, "Steward Jiang, why do you insist on targeting Zhou Qingyu? After all, he is a disciple of Qinghuan Peak and has Elder Yan behind him." Zhang Yuelang stood with his hands behind his back and scolded, "Short-sighted. Do you really understand what it means to be a future star in the vast sky? In that realm, even a 4-star alchemist must listen to his orders. Before he has even grown, I follow him, for that is a true dragon's merit. When he rewards me in the future, randomly commanding a 4-star alchemist to pass on the true teachings to me, my achievement will be at least a 3-star alchemist. Isn't that 100 times better than being a disciple under that old master?" The trusted attendant suddenly realized. No wonder he was so intent on targeting Zhou Qingyu. "Steward, your foresight is remarkable," Zhang Yuelang said coldly. "As for Zhou Qingyu, to blame, just blame himself for being born to be a stepping stone." Little did they know. Not long after, in the first hall, Hong Ying and many disciples were respectfully welcoming a young woman around 25 or 26 years old. She wore a purple luxurious outfit, her figure slender and symmetrical, skin as white as snow, with strikingly beautiful features. She was a stunning beauty that captured attention. However, her gaze was cold, seeming to have a very icy personality. But when she tightly stared at a high-quality foundation building pill in her hand, the coldness on her face quickly melted away, replaced by a look of shock. High-quality foundation building pill. She couldn't believe it. This must be the work of a 4-star alchemist. "Hong Ying, what exactly happened at that time? Quickly tell me." Hong Ying swallowed her saliva. After being in the second hall for many years, it was the first time she saw the usually quiet Ji Yufu so excited. She explained the situation in detail. "Good. Very good. You did very well." Upon learning that Hong Ying cleverly requested this mysterious alchemist to teach her alchemy in 10 days, a look of surprise spread across her face. If she had the guidance of a 4-star alchemist, wouldn't her alchemy skills improve greatly? She affectionately patted Hong Ying's head. "I will reward you heavily. What do you want? Just say it." The deputy hall master in charge of the first hall glared at Hong Ying with jealousy. He felt a bit regretful for being lazy today and not working in the hall. Otherwise, this huge opportunity wouldn't have gone to a little girl. He thought to himself and arrogantly said, "Hall master, why wait for 10 days? This person is most likely a disciple of our Xingyun pavilion. We can easily track him down and bring generous gifts to visit, isn't that?" Before he could finish speaking, Ji Yufu interrupted him sharply. "Shut up. Are you stupid or evil? What status does a 4-star alchemist have? What are we to be worthy of visiting? Most importantly, since he wears a mask, it is clear he doesn't want his identity revealed. Look at you, how dare you track him down?" Ji Yufu was scared by his idea and sternly said, "If you dare to do it, I will immediately close this hall. It seems that your abilities do not match your position. From now on, I will remove your deputy hall master title. Hong Ying will take your place." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying was overjoyed. Had she merely encountered this 4-star alchemist, and her life had suddenly changed? The deputy hall master was filled with regret, blaming himself for not being more clever. How could he have focused his attention on a 4-star alchemist? Zhou Qingyu, a stepping stone and a 4-star alchemist, sneaked back to Qinghuan Peak. When he returned to his courtyard, he immediately closed the door. He took out a vial of top-grade foundation building pills and began to cultivate. Although I have already reached the 3rd layer of foundation building and winning the competition should be no problem, it's good to surprise that Mr. Luo a bit more. 3 days later, Zhou Qingyu slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Once in the foundation building realm, the difficulty of cultivation rises greatly. With such a rich spiritual energy environment, plus the top-grade foundation building pills, I have only improved by about 20% in 3 days. To break through again will take over 10 days. Fortunately, I am used to this after repeatedly cultivating." Calmly closing his eyes and preparing to cultivate again, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Little junior brother, hurry to the Great Hall. Today is the master's class that occurs every 10 days. Zuo Li called out. Zhou Qingyu hesitated for a moment, although he didn't need to attend the class. But since he had become a disciple, he might as well show some respect. He stood up and left, heading to the Great Hall with Zuo Li. The senior brother and second senior brother had already arrived. As they waited for Yan Jingru, they sat cross-legged on the mat, making the most of their time to practice. Zhou Qingyu was stunned. Is it really necessary to practice so desperately? Zuo Li quickly sat cross-legged as well, smiling bitterly. The monthly assessments of the peaks are coming. Those who fail will not only have their resources for the month cut off,
They will also be taken to the square and supervised by the punishment hall to cultivate for a month. Losing resources is minor, but we cannot afford to lose face. Zhou Qingyu felt embarrassed. Who came up with this idea? To make proud inner gate disciples wear the label of failing the assessment in the square, being watched by all disciples and elders of the pavilion. This humiliation, who could bear it? But are you guys really worried about failing? Zhou Qingyu asked in surprise. The three senior brothers and sisters were all exceptional individuals chosen from the crowd by Yin Jingru. Besides, they usually cultivated diligently, and Yin Jingru was a renowned master. They shouldn't be at risk of failing, right? Zuoli had already started to operate her techniques and smiled bitterly. It depends on who is doing the assessing. Unfortunately for us, Qinghuan Peak drew the short straw and will be personally assessed by the Grand Elder. He is famously strict. No disciple from any peak has ever passed his assessment. The three of us, as senior and junior siblings, are probably unable to escape. While speaking, Yin Jingru arrived. She started her class expressionlessly, and Zhou Qingyu listened patiently. To his surprise, Yin Jingru truly had extraordinary insights. Her analysis of many doubts was remarkably profound. It was far higher than that of an average elder. Immediately after, Yin Jingru checked the progress of the three and shook her head slightly, saying, "With your current state, you probably won't pass the Great Steward's assessment. Adjust your mindset and prepare to cultivate in the square for a month." After saying this, she left. Disciples being punished also reflects poorly on the elders. But the Great Steward's assessment has always been harsh, so she had no choice. Zuoli and the two senior brothers walked out with grim faces, feeling gloomy. Since the master was so straightforward, it showed they really had no hope of passing. Seeing them so dejected, Zhou Qingyu, feeling grateful for their past help when he faced difficulties, scratched his head and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, if you don't mind. Junior brother can offer you some guidance." Chapter 67, Guidance from the Great Predecessor. Ha! Zuoli pointed at her own nose. "Junior brother, are you bloating here? You want to guide us? Let me tell you, don't get too pleased with yourself. You are a new disciple, and after half a year, you will also have to face an assessment." The two senior brothers also looked at him speechlessly. A new disciple pointing out their flaws? If it were a joke, they had no mood to laugh right now. Zhou Qingyu then realized, even if he wanted to guide them, they might not be willing to accept advice from a junior brother. He had to change his approach. "What I mean is, I can give you a lead." "Oh?" The two senior brothers finally stopped, and Zuoli showed a relieved expression. "You should have said so earlier. However, since you just arrived, what path could you possibly know that we don't?" Zhou Qingyu turned his eyes and said, "Do you know about the back mountain of the sect Master Peak?" Zuoli rolled her eyes at him. "Nonsense, that's the forbidden area of the sect. How could we not know?" Zhou Qingyu mysteriously leaned in, lowering his voice. "Honestly, on the day I arrived at Xingyun Pavilion, I heard someone cultivating outside the forbidden area. He guided me, and that's how I was able to break through from the 9th layer of Qi refining to the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this, Zuoli and the two senior brothers showed expressions of surprise. They had heard of Zhou Qingyu's story. He was brought back by Wu Qingtan and was believed to have tapped into his potential to break through. It was said he would never break through to foundation establishment in this life. But on the day he enrolled, he had mysteriously shown foundation establishment strength. Now that Zhou Qingyu said this, they couldn't help but believe it a little. "Senior brothers and sisters, why don't you try your luck outside the forbidden area like I did? What if you also get guidance from that predecessor?" Zuoli and the two senior brothers exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Sitting and closing themselves off had no hope. It was better to take a chance. After all, it was just outside the forbidden area, not really intruding into it. The group immediately arrived outside the forbidden area. Zhou Qingyu casually found an excuse and slipped away. He took a shortcut and reached the so-called back mountain forbidden area before them. Inside the forbidden area was full of mist. He couldn't see what was deep inside. He was also too lazy to explore further. At the edge of the forbidden area, he put on a mask and sat cross-legged. When Zuoli and the three arrived, they indeed saw a mysterious person here. His figure was hidden within the mist, and wearing a mask, they couldn't tell it was Zhou Qingyu. Seeing that someone was truly cultivating here, Zuoli and the three felt a jolt in their hearts. "Excuse me, may I ask which disciple or elder of Xingyun Pavilion you are?" Zuoli asked tentatively. Zhou Qingyu remained silent, casually operating the whale-swallowing heart technique. In an instant, spiritual energy from all directions gathered to the top of his head at an astonishing speed. This scene shocked the three senior and junior siblings greatly. "Big brother, didn't our master absorb spiritual energy with such great momentum?" Zuoli asked uncertainly. The eldest senior brother swallowed hard, shocked. "Don't say it's our master, even the pavilion master is less than 1/10 of this imposing presence." This person must be the expert that the junior brother mentioned. The three quickly knelt on one knee, saying in unison, "Disciples of Qingluan Peak, greet the elder." Zhou Qingyu's lips twitched. "You three. I teach you well, but you say I am teasing you. You have to kneel like this and call me elder to feel comfortable, right? What is it?" He spoke in an unfathomable tone. Zhuoli cautiously said, "Reporting to the elder, we are Zhou Qingyu's senior brothers and sisters. We dare to ask the elder for guidance." The hearts of the three hung in the balance. Such a mysterious elder might not be willing to give guidance. Instead, they might even blame them for disturbing him recklessly. Zhou Qingyu smirked secretly, but displayed a look of surprise on his face. "So, you are that little guy's senior brothers and sisters. He is as handsome as a jade tree, elegant and poised, like an immortal descended to the mortal realm, and resembles a gentleman walking by, unmatched in the world." Ah! Zhuoli and the others were stunned. Is the elder praising the junior brother? Why does it feel weird? Seeing that the truth was about to be revealed, Zhou Qingyu cleared his throat. "What I mean is, he has my grace from back then, and I have high hopes for him. Since you are his senior brothers and sisters, I will reluctantly give you a bit of guidance." Upon hearing this, the three were overjoyed. Zhuoli exclaimed happily, "It's not in vain that I take care of the junior brother." The eldest senior brother and the second senior brother both sighed in amazement. "No wonder our master asked us to unite. If we, like the other peaks, plotted against the junior brother, he wouldn't have pointed us towards such a clear path." So, the three began to humbly accept Zhou Qingyu's guidance. "Your name is Zhuoli, right? Your talent is fine, but your comprehension is slightly lacking. You haven't grasped the essence of your Qingluan Peak's techniques. Follow my guidance, circulate your meridians, and carefully feel." Zhuoli didn't dare to be negligent and immediately followed the elder's instructions, honestly circulating her technique according to his commands. After a cup of tea's time, she suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling with enlightenment, all along, I was misunderstanding the meaning of the technique? So, it turns out it works like this. The eldest senior brother and the second senior brother were dumbfounded. Because they found that after Zhuoli followed the elder's guidance to circulate her technique again, the speed of absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy actually doubled. This was an issue that Yen Jingru hadn't even discovered. The two senior brothers had no more doubts and respectfully begged for guidance. "You are the second senior brother of Qingluan Peak, Lu Huayu? Aside from the technique being the same as Zhuoli's and not grasping the essence, you have also consumed a large amount of black deer antler, right? This thing has slight poison and has left a residue in your body, affecting your cultivation. Press the following acupoints as I said, and forcibly expel them." Lu Huayu was shocked. When he was young, he had suffered a serious illness. To treat it, he indeed consumed many black deer antlers. He hadn't told anyone about this, but the elder could see through it at a glance. Moreover, he accurately deduced that this residue was affecting his cultivation. He hurriedly complied. Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, with dark residues floating in it. I seem to feel much lighter all over, and absorbing spiritual energy is much smoother now," Lu Huayu said excitedly. The eldest senior brother felt anxious and quickly asked for advice. Zhou Qingyu said, "Li Tianfeng, your comprehension is better than your junior brothers and sisters, so the technique should not be a problem. However, you have a lingering resentment in your heart that has not been resolved, constantly troubling you. It has already become a demon of the heart, affecting your cultivation. I will teach you a lower-grade calming technique." Li Tianfeng's pupils constricted, feeling shocked. He had come to Xingyun Pavilion to study under the master driven by hatred after losing his family, and aside from the master, no one else knew. Yet this elder could see at a glance that he harbored resentment in his heart. And he discovered a hidden danger that even the master had not detected. For many years, he was indeed trapped by hatred, severely affecting his cultivation. He immediately practiced the calming technique taught by his senior and miraculously found that his heart was no longer so painful. The cultivation level that should have broken through long ago actually showed signs of loosening at this moment. He excitedly knelt down in worship. "Thank you, senior, for your great grace." Zhou Qingyu nodded and said, "You will quietly cultivate here for 10 days, and I will guide you at any time." At the same time, he also took a top-quality foundation building pill, seizing the time to practice. The three were overjoyed and immediately focused on their training. 10 days later. Under the careful guidance of the great senior, the progress made by the three was astonishing, even beyond their own belief. Li Tianfeng, who had been stagnant in his cultivation for a year, finally broke through to the 8th level of foundation building. Lu Huayu, free from all lingering effects, also broke through to the 6th level of foundation building, his cultivation speed comparable to Li Tianfeng's. And Zhuoli also made great gains. She successfully broke through to the 5th level of foundation building. Such cultivation levels were almost catching up with some big sect's core disciples. "Senior, your great kindness and virtue, we will never forget." The three knelt down in unison, deeply grateful. Zhou Qingyu nodded and said, "Do not mention this matter to outsiders." After speaking, he vanished in a flash, running away early. After 10 days of hard practice, his own progress was also good. He successfully broke through to the 4th level of foundation building. Wouldn't it be a big surprise for Luo Tianyu and Wu Qingtan when the time comes? He was the first to run outside the dense forest, pretending to be waiting outside. Seeing his 3 senior brothers and sisters come out laughing and chatting, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, how come you took so long?" Without hesitation, Li Tianfeng rushed over and gave Zhou Qingyu a bear hug. "Thank you, little junior brother, you have helped me a huge amount. From now on, if you encounter difficulties, just speak up. I will charge through fire and water for you." Lu Huayu was also extremely grateful and said, "Little junior brother is my destined benefactor. From now on, whoever bullies you is bullying me." Zuoli also beamed with joy, smiling and saying, "I may not be as powerful as master brother or second brother, but I speak with such confidence. If little junior brother doesn't mind, I would gladly dedicate myself." Zhou Qingyu's face darkened. "Is it because of my handsome looks that you'd want to dedicate yourself to me? If I were ugly, you would certainly repay me by working like an ox in your next life, right?" Li Tianfeng couldn't help but laugh. "Junior sister, why are you repaying kindness with hatred?" Zuoli frowned and punched him. "If you don't say anything, no one will consider you a mute." Lu Huayu, ever the troublemaker, said, "Hitting is affection, scolding is love, both hitting and scolding is true love." "Pa! You are the true love. I'll hit you first." Watching the senior brothers and sisters turn into a playful mess, Zhou Qingyu wore a smile on his face. Such an atmosphere is truly wonderful. However, they didn't laugh for 3 seconds. A cold and icy voice suddenly descended from above. "You guys are having a lot of fun, aren't you?" The 3 of them immediately shivered all over and looked up. A white crane hovered over their heads. Yan Jingru stared at them cold as ice. Master." The 3 immediately became obedient, all lowering their heads without saying a word. Yan Jingru's crystal eyes were icy. "I thought you 3 were out looking for opportunities and making a last-ditch effort since you had not returned for 10 days. Turns out, you just found a quiet place to laugh and play." Li Tianfeng opened his mouth, just wanting to explain. But recalling the senior's reminder not to disclose this matter, he could only swallow his words back. Yan Jingru's expression grew colder. She had expected the 3 disciples to offer at least some explanation. Unexpectedly, they directly admitted it. "You 3, are you planning to self-destruct and embarrass yourselves in front of everyone?" Yan Jingru scolded. The 3 of them, like little chicks, did not even dare to breathe. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but snicker. As Yan Jingru was in a furious mood, her icy gaze turned on him. "You still dare to laugh? How many days are left until the agreed month? Your 3 senior brothers and sisters failing the assessment is just being embarrassed for a month. If you lose your own wife. They gave up on themselves, and you actually joined them. You have disappointed me greatly." Thinking of Zhou Qingyu's bold words when she made the bet. Comparing that to the playful days of the past 10 days. She began to doubt her judgment. Li Tianfeng, Lu Huayu, and Zuoli all lowered their heads, showing a look of gloating. "You laughed at us? Now it's your turn to be reprimanded, right? This is karma. Who would have thought?" Zhou Qingyu calmly cupped her hands and said, "I reply to my master, I did not play with the 3 senior brothers and sisters. For the past 10 days, I have been focused on cultivation, and I have made some progress. Please, master, give your evaluation." As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of spiritual power, twice as solid as the first layer of foundation establishment, burst forth from her body. Yan Jingru's eyes sparkled, surprised. "You broke through to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment in just 10 days? Such speed is extremely difficult even for a genius." Moreover, Wu Qingtan had clearly stated that Zhou Qingyu had depleted her potential to break through to the foundation. It was impossible for her to rise another level in this lifetime. "How did you do it?" Yan Jingru asked in disbelief. Zhou Qingyu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "With the honor and disgrace of my wife at stake, I had no choice but to cultivate tirelessly day and night. As for how I broke through, I also do not know." Yan Jingru's eyes glimmered with a gentle light. She could imagine how desperately Zhou Qingyu must have practiced. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to break through a level. Perhaps it was heaven that was moved, allowing her to enter a special state of cultivation, achieving rapid progress. "I take back my previous words." Yan Jingru generously admitted her mistake and looked at Zhou Qingyu, saying with relief, "Having a disciple like you is my pride." Then, she turned coldly to Li Tianfeng and the others. "You 3 should learn well from your junior brother. If you had even half of his determination, this assessment would have been no problem. Now all of you get back and kneel in the Great Hall, waiting for the chief steward to assess you." With that, she took Zhou Qingyu and flew away on the white crane, leaving the three to walk back by themselves. Before leaving, Zhou Qingyu gave them a gloating glance,
making the three of them go crazy.
Let him show off, how annoying.
Zhuo Li gritted her teeth.
Li Tianfeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother is really asking for it.
Lu Huayu touched his nose, but he really is quite unbelievable. We broke through after long accumulation and great talent, with guidance from senior elders. Yet junior brother had no idea where he was for 10 days and still managed to break through.
This is truly unfair. Qingluan Peak.
The returning Li Tianfeng and the others knelt in the great hall. Yan Jingru scolded them while advising Zhou Qingyu.
Maintain a heart dedicated to martial arts, never let the senior brothers and sisters lead you astray, understand? Zhou Qingyu nodded quickly, I will follow master's teachings.
After speaking, Yan Jingru leaned back in her chair, looking tired. Zhou Qingyu brought over a cup of spiritual tea, saying, Master, please calm down. The senior brothers and sisters may not have just been playing, they might surprise you during the assessment. Looking at the three of them with pitiful expressions, Zhou Qingyu felt a bit guilty. After all, it was he who had called them outside the forbidden area. Yan Jingru felt slightly eased, saying, You are still not familiar with the three senior brothers and sisters, to speak up for them shows your loyalty. I indeed did not misjudge you.
As for the assessment, I no longer have any hopes.
Even if the three of them worked their hardest for 10 days, they would still not pass the chief steward's assessment.
At this moment, a bird fluttered its wings and quickly landed on Qingluan Peak.
Yan Jingru felt a headache coming on and waved her hand, saying, You three go face it yourselves. I cannot afford to lose face. Zhou Qingyu, you should also go see, use the shame from today as a wake-up call for yourself to never slack off.
Zhou Qingyu shrugged, Yes, master.
The four stepped out of the great hall together.
Sure enough, they saw Chief Steward Fei Lingnan. However, accompanying him for the assessment was actually Luo Tianyu. Chapter 69, The Shock of the Chief Steward. Luo Tianyu, just watch how this steward assesses the disciples. Remember to treat them as cautionary examples and work hard to cultivate yourself. Fei Lingnan paid such great attention to Luo Tianyu. He specially brought this future starry sky strongman to observe and learn from other disciples. Luo Tianyu cupped his hands and said, Yes, great deacon.
He then looked at Zhou Qingyu and the other three coming towards him, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Zhou Qingyu, what, are you also here to see how your senior brothers and sisters embarrass themselves?
Zhou Qingyu glanced at him, playfully saying, Our Qingluan Peak disciples are all very excellent.
If you want to see my senior brothers and sisters embarrass themselves, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Luo Tianyu jumped down from the flying beast.
Shaking his head, he sighed, You, know nothing about our great deacon. Since he personally began assessing the disciples of each peak, no one has passed the assessment.
Remember, not a single one. Is that so?
Zhou Qingyu said playfully, Does that include you too?
How does it feel to be publicly criticized in the square with the mark of assessment failure? It must feel great, right? Luo Tianyu just smiled. He didn't feel ashamed at all.
After all the disciples who had been assessed by the great deacon were the same. Besides, he was already a potential starry sky strongman, a true dragon in the sky.
And would a true dragon care about the provocation of earthbound insects?
He smiled at Fei Lingnan and said, Great deacon, it seems the disciples of Qingluan Peak are very relaxed.
It seems they already know they will definitely fail the assessment, so it doesn't matter. Upon hearing this, Fei Lingnan's face became stern, his composure authoritative, doesn't matter?
It seems the punishment for you has been too light, making you indifferent to success or failure.
Since that's the case, I shall change the rules.
From today on, anyone who fails the assessment will be demoted to a miscellaneous disciple for 3 months.
Whenever your mindset changes, you will return to the inner sect.
If the previous punishment of practicing in the square while being watched by others was a humiliation, then being demoted to a miscellaneous disciple is a deep, searing shame. Li Tianfeng and the others' faces changed.
They glared angrily at the troublemaker, Luo Tianyu. Why are you looking at me? I'm just encouraging you, who told you to have such a self-destructive attitude?
Luo Tianyu shrugged and said with a smile. Zhou Qingyu laughed, embracing the 3 senior brothers and sisters, saying, Let's give this starry sky strongman a good lesson.
Let them know our Qingluan Peak disciples are different. Li Tianfeng showed a sharp glint in his eyes.
He had long been unconvinced by this so-called future starry sky strongman.
Great deacon, let me be assessed first. Fei Lingnan looked at him with admiration, good.
No matter how much progress you make, at least you have courage.
He raised his hand and took out a booklet.
Soon he flipped to Li Tianfeng's record. Li Tianfeng has been stuck at Foundation Establishment Level 7 for 5 months. This time, you must reach Foundation Establishment Level 8 to pass my assessment.
Any problems? Lu Huayu clicked his tongue in disbelief. No wonder the Great Deacon's assessments have never been passed.
In the history of Xingyun Pavilion, the fastest record from Foundation Establishment Level 7 to Level 8 is only 5 months. This is not an assessment, it's clearly demanding contemporary disciples to match historical best records. Zhou Qingyu somewhat understood why no disciple had passed the assessment.
Historical records are not so easy to break? Luo Tianyu revealed a look of schadenfreude. Incompetent is just incompetent, why make excuses for yourself? If it's really too hard, you might as well just forfeit. Save time. Fei Lingnan put away the booklet. He coldly watched Li Tianfeng. Show your cultivation for me to check. He held no hope at all.
In fact, he used such harsh standards because he had no expectation of any disciples passing the assessment. He merely wanted to use the best historical results to strongly motivate the disciples of each peak, reminding them not to be arrogant, to learn from their predecessors. Though Li Tianfeng was the eldest disciple of Qingyuan Peak, he didn't believe that the other party would be an exception.
Li Tianfeng cupped his fists and said, yes.
Then, his dantian trembled.
Powerful spiritual energy instantly surged out.
A whirlwind was stirred up.
The 8th level of foundation building realm was revealed. With a mocking gaze, Luo Tianyou's expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. 8th level of foundation building? How is that possible? There is an insurmountable chasm between the 7th and 8th levels of foundation building. Li Tianfeng's talent should take more than a year to break through, right? But how did he catch up to the sect's record? Fei Lingnan's expression also suddenly changed.
He felt the spiritual energy around Li Tianfeng in disbelief. He suspected he was wrong, and checked the records again and again. It's true, the last breakthrough to the 7th level was 5 months ago.
Could it be that you really caught up to the historical record? Li Tianfeng cast a grateful glance at his junior brother.
If he hadn't pointed out a clear path, allowing him to receive guidance from a great senior, he might not have broken through in a year. He restrained his spiritual energy and said to Fei Lingnan, "Please assess me, Great Deacon." Fei Lingnan took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming, and stepped forward to grasp his shoulders, excitedly saying, "Finally, a disciple has passed the assessment.
Good, good, good. Well done. It's worthy of Qingyuan Peak, you have truly surprised me." He pulled Luo Tianyu over and said, "Luo Tianyu, you should learn well from senior brother Li Tianfeng from now on. Do you understand?" Luo Tianyou's face was stiff. He came to see Qingyuan Peak's jokes, not to see how they shined. He unwillingly replied, "Yes, Great Deacon." Fei Lingnan's mood immediately brightened, and he encouraged Li Tianfeng with many words.
Then he turned to Lu Huayu and said sternly, "Your senior brother has caught up to the sect's record.
No matter how you perform this time, you must learn from your senior brother." Lu Huayu nodded with a half-smile, "Yes, Great Deacon. Then I will start the assessment."
Fei Lingnan opened the roster and said, "Lu Huayu broke through to the 5th level of foundation building 3 months ago. My standard is to break through to the 6th level in 4 months for it to be considered passing. As long as you reach the perfect 5th level of foundation building now, I will count it as passing. 4 months is the fastest record in history for breaking through to the 6th level of foundation building." Luo Tianyu smirked, "You don't need to look at that. Only 3 months, how could there be a breakthrough? Even reaching perfection would be like climbing to the sky." He was currently at the 6th level of foundation building, and it had taken him 8 months to barely break through. Lu Huayu's talent was not much different from his, so there was no way he could break through within 3 months and rewrite the sect's 4-month record. "Please check, Great Deacon." Lu Huayu, with a playful look in his eyes, released his powerful cultivation of the 6th level of foundation building. Luo Tianyu was stunned, exclaiming, "This is impossible." He felt severely struck. Li Tianfeng's talent surpassed his, and his breakthrough to the 8th level of foundation building had nothing to do with him. But how could Lu Huayu, who was clearly not much different from himself, break through so quickly? Fei Lingnan was also shocked into silence, his voice trembling slightly. 3 months to break through to the 6th level? The sect's cultivation record has been broken? He grabbed Lu Huayu's arm, carefully sensing the spiritual energy inside him, confirming that he was indeed at the 6th level of foundation building. His old face was filled with strong excitement. A surprise. A great surprise. He pulled Luo Tianyu over and said, "After the assessment, you must immediately seek his guidance, learn from him, understood?" At this moment, Luo Tianyu felt worse than swallowing a fly. He, a future starry sky powerhouse, actually had to learn from an ordinary disciple. He didn't get to see Qingyuan Peak's joke today. Instead, he had to learn from them. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Lu Huayu was beaming, casting admiring glances at Li Tianguang. Then, he clasped his hands to Zhou Qingyu. Everything was thanks to the little junior brother. Zuli was eager to try and called out, "Great Deacon, it's my turn, it's my turn."
She was also eager to show off. Fei Lingnan was still immersed in surprise. Seeing Zuoli, his mood instantly brightened, and he waved his hand. Forget it, you can skip it. Today, Yu Qingwan Peak has given me a tremendous surprise. I won't make things difficult for you, I'll let you off this time, huh? Zuoli puffed out her cheeks. Do you look down on people? She immediately demonstrated her 4th level foundation cultivation. Fei Lingnan was slightly surprised. 4th level of foundation? I remember, you didn't seem to be that high before? He curiously took out the booklet and flipped to her record. Zuoli broke through to 3rd level foundation 2 months ago. Wait. 2 months ago? Fei Lingnan's eyes widened. You broke through to 4th level foundation in just 2 months? That's impossible. The fastest training record in the sect is 3 months. Zuoli crossed her arms proudly and raised her chin. Why can't I refresh the record? Hearing this, Fei Lingnan was overjoyed. Incredible. Incredible. What has happened to Qingwan Peak? You keep surprising me. Luo Tianyu was stunned. The weakest Zuoli had even refreshed the record. Does it mean that all the disciples of Qingwan Peak passed the assessment? Zhou Qingyu smiled and said, unfortunately, you won't see our Qingwan Peak disciples being punished. Luo Tianyu ground his teeth. Looking at Zhou Qingyu's triumphant expression was harder to bear than being killed. Don't laugh too early, in 3 days, your wife will be mine. Humph. With a flick of his robe, he left alone. Fei Lingnan had no time to care about him. He shouted at the hall, Elder Yen, Elder Yen. There was silence in the hall for a moment. Elder Yen Jingru stepped out, with a hint of displeasure. What, did the disciple fail the assessment and want the peak master to be punished too? Fei Lingnan, beaming, cupped his hands and said, Elder Yen, I used to have many grievances against you. But now I completely admire you. Your vision in selecting disciples, and your methods of nurturing them, make me bow down in respect. Yen Jingru frowned. Chief Steward, are you speaking ironically, mocking me? Everyone knew that Qingwan Peak had the best resources and the best talents. If the disciples of Qingwan Peak failed the assessment, it would inevitably provoke ridicule from the other peaks. Fei Lingnan was taken aback and exclaimed, how can it be irony? Your 3 disciples all tied and even created training records. All 3 of them passed the assessment and exceeded the requirements. On behalf of the Pavilion Master, I give your Qingwan Peak disciples a special reward. Feeling joyous, he took out a purple key. Xian Cave will be open to your Qingwan Peak for one more time. What? Li Tianfeng, Lu Huayu, and Zuoli showed ecstatic expressions, all bowing and thanking. Thank you, Chief Steward. Yen Jingru also showed a surprised look. Xian Cave is one of the highest secrets of Xingyun Pavilion. Only the top 10 disciples who complete the tasks of Xingyun Pavilion each year are qualified to receive the reward and enter once. But now, it was directly given to them. She took the key in confusion and watched Fei Lingnan leave. Only then did she turn to look at the 3. You passed the assessment? Her eyes sparkled with spiritual light. With her powerful cultivation, she instantly saw through the cultivation levels of the 3. Her extraordinary beauty immediately revealed a series of shocked expressions. 4th level foundation. 6th level foundation. 8th level foundation. Yen Jingru could hardly believe it, her charming eyes flashing with astonishment. What's going on with you all? The 3 exchanged glances. Li Tianfeng steeled himself and said, Master, we broke through diligent practice. Lu Huayu and Zuoli also nodded stiffly. Bold. How dare you deceive your master? Yen Jingru stomped her foot, and the ground below immediately cracked like spider webs. Her icy beauty radiated a majesty that didn't need anger to be intimidating. Li Tianfeng and the others were so scared that they all knelt down. Speak. What is going on? Yen Jingru demanded. She knew her disciples training well. It was impossible to achieve such a heavens-defying breakthrough in 10 days. Seeing that the master was about to expose their lies, Li Tianfeng could only reveal the truth, saying, Master, actually what happened was... He told everything exactly as it was. Of course, he was still very loyal and didn't mention that this method was pointed out by Zhou Qingyu. He only said they wanted to go to the edge of the forbidden area in the back mountain to try their luck. By coincidence, they met a mysterious person. This reason is barely acceptable. Because at that time, they really were prepared to take a chance. Yen Jingru listened but couldn't believe it. With just a few words, you pointed out the flaws in Zuoli's heart method? You saw the remnants of poison in Lu Huayu's body? You noticed Li Tianfeng's inner demons and casually gifted him a low-level tranquility method? When did our Xingyun Pavilion have such a great master? But the disciples did not look like they were lying. Moreover, apart from that, there was no way to explain why the disciples had made such rapid progress. With a strong sense of doubt, she elongated her face and said, "You three, take me to see him. I want to see what kind of person he is." After saying that, she summoned a flying crane and took off with the 3 disciples. Zhou Qingtian felt sorry for his brothers and sisters for 3 seconds. He turned around and went down the mountain. He promised that he would guide the steward of the second pavilion in 10 days. Second pavilion. Ji Yufu watched the sunset glow, slanting into the hall. Her watery eyes were filled with an unstoppable disappointment. "Senior sister, I told you this person is a big fraud, yet you took it seriously, wasting a whole day waiting." Next to her was a woman in her 20s, dressed in red, looking both heroic and a bit bold. She was none other than Sister Yu Wenkingsui from the Taming Demon's Peak. Ji Yufu used to come from Taming Demon's Peak and could be considered a fellow sister. "Let's wait a bit longer, maybe the senior had something to delay him," Ji Yufu said. Yu Wenkingsui replied with exasperation, still being stubborn. "Do you really believe that Xingyun Pavilion has a 4-star alchemist?" This bottle of high-grade foundation building pills was obviously obtained from somewhere else, trying to trade for more materials from you. Ji Yufu's lips moved. She was too weak to refute. After 10 days of calm reflection, she also began to doubt it. How revered is a 4-star alchemist? Even continental-level powerhouses have to treat them with respect. How could they settle in Xingyun Pavilion? Yu Wenkingsui narrowed her eyes at Hong Ying and scolded, "It's all your fault for being too clever." Hong Ying looked aggrieved. Who would have known the other party would be a fraud? Suddenly, she caught sight of someone coming in, and when she recognized the familiar mask and figure, she couldn't help but stand up in shock. With a face full of astonishment. "Senior! You are here." Chapter 71, accompanying him in a play. Zhou Qingtian noticed that the expressions of the 3 people in the room were different. But he was too lazy to ask. With his hands behind his back, he asked, "Who is Ji Yufu?" Ji Yufu was taken aback for a moment, looking at Hong Ying in confusion. The latter quickly said, "Pavilion Master, this is the senior." "Ah?" Ji Yufu was shocked. How could this voice sound younger than hers? Could such a person really be a 4-star alchemist? The level of an alchemist is extremely difficult to raise, it requires years of experience accumulation and guidance from famous masters. At such a young age, how could it be possible to be a 4-star alchemist? She completely believed Yu Wenkingsui's judgment. This person is a fraud. What made her even angrier was that he dared to continue deceiving her after cheating for some materials. Just as she was about to expose him, Yu Wenkingsui pressed down on her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Don't be in a hurry to expose him. Just follow his requests and see what tricks he plays. In the end, we will expose him and make him feel ashamed." Ji Yufu thought about it and agreed. Now saying he is a fraud, he would definitely quibble. Might as well let him showcase his alchemy skills first and then expose him thoroughly. How dare he trick Ji Yufu? It's truly despicable. Suppressing her anger, Ji Yufu stood up and saluted, "Senior, I am Ji Yufu. Thank you for your generosity and your willingness to guide me. I am grateful beyond words." Zhou Qingtian did not hide his intentions either. He bluntly said, "I do not like Zhang Yuelang. So, I want you to win. Let me see you refine a foundation building pill, I want to see what level you really are." To guide someone well, one must first know their foundation. But Ji Yufu found it amusing in her heart. Clearly he knows nothing. Yet, he still pretended. How dare he demonstrate himself? I'm sure he will act pretentiously and give advice later? Fine, I'll play along with you to the end. Yes, senior. She pretended to be very obedient, taking out a set of foundation building elixir materials and an alchemy furnace right then and there. Then, according to her own experience, she skillfully began the refining process. First, she separated the impurities from the materials, then in sequence, placed the materials into the furnace, and finally controlled the mixture. Half an hour later, a complete low-grade foundation building elixir appeared before everyone. Yu Wenkingsui was amazed. "Senior sister, your skill in refining low-grade foundation building elixirs is getting higher and higher, almost catching up with Master Yun." Master Yun is a 2-star alchemist from the Celestial Nebula Pavilion. Refining the low-grade foundation building elixir flowed like clouds in water, extremely enjoyable to watch. Ji Yufu, although her soul was damaged and struggled to tackle mid-grade foundation building elixirs, was more proficient in low-grade foundation building elixirs than Zhang Yuelang. This was also what Ji Yufu was most proud of. After refining, she presented the elixir to Zhou Qingyu with a respectful expression and said, "Please, senior, give your feedback." Zhou Qingyu did not take it. He only sighed repeatedly, "A total mess." Ah. Hong Ying froze. Yu Wenkingsui was also taken aback. Ji Yufu looked dazed. "Senior, you're talking about?" Zhou Qingyu spoke without reservation, "Of course, I'm talking about your alchemy level.
At this rate, you will have no hope of advancing to a 2-star alchemist in your life.
What? Yu Wenqingsui laughed in anger. This person really didn't understand alchemy at all. Anyone who had seen Master Yun refine a foundation-building elixir would know how skilled Ji Yufu's earlier demonstration was. It was akin to Master Yun. Even Jiang Yuelang had to concede defeat.
But to hear such words from this man's mouth was utterly ridiculous. Ji Yufu blinked her eyes, making a great effort to digest this statement, feeling utterly disappointed.
As expected. This person truly knew nothing about alchemy. He was just purely talking nonsense. But this is fine. She could let him continue pretending. Junior is dull-witted. May I ask the senior to demonstrate once more so I can see where I went wrong? Ji Yufu said. This was expected by Zhou Qingyu. He slightly nodded. All right, you can observe and learn. Follow me. He put his hands behind his back and walked toward the alchemy room in the hall. Yu Wenqingsui frowned. Why not refine it on the spot? Are you afraid we'll see? Zhou Qingyu said lightly, alchemy skills are typically taught individually, don't you know this? Ji Yufu secretly curled her lips. Oh, he knows this too, huh? When alchemists teach disciples, it is indeed taught individually. There has never been an alchemist who teaches alchemy to a group of disciples. Because each disciple's level is different, the teaching content varies from person to person. But in Ji Yufu's view, calling her to the alchemy room was just out of insecurity, worried about being exposed in front of everyone. I'll obey the senior's orders. Ji Yufu said obediently. Going alone is fine. She was confident that with her alchemy skills, Zhou Qingyu, this person who knew nothing about alchemy, wouldn't be able to hide any tricks from her eyes. The two entered the alchemy room. Zhou Qingyu took out the various foundation-building elixir materials he had exchanged earlier. While starting the fire in the furnace, he said, you just need to watch now, carefully remember all my steps. If you have any questions after watching, ask me. Ji Yufu almost burst out laughing. This guy acted so seriously, looking quite like it. But alas, a person's alchemy level cannot be faked. Yes, senior. She sat cross-legged beside him, quietly watching Zhou Qingyu's performance. As she watched, however, her expression slowly began to change. Because Zhou Qingyu's method of sorting materials was very skillful. He seemed like a very experienced old hand. Could it be that he really knows how to refine elixirs? Ji Yufu wondered to herself. But soon, she shook her head. Because Zhou Qingyu's way of refining foundation-building elixirs was simply unprecedented. It didn't match at all with Master Yun's teaching method. The furnace isn't hot. What about the materials? The control of the fire changes constantly. Aren't you afraid that the materials won't release their medicinal properties? Also, why are the materials he processed transparent, different from what Master Yun did? The more she looked, the more Ji Yufu shook her head non-stop. He's completely messing around. This is simply wasting precious materials. Half an hour later. Ji Yufu watched Zhou Qingyu finish refining a furnace of pills with boredom. Although the pills hadn't come out yet, she could imagine what kind of disaster they would be. With a blank expression, Zhou Qingyu lifted his hand, ready to open the pill furnace. However, Ji Yufu smiled slyly and said, Senior, may I have the chance to see the pills you refined first? After all, it's a great honor for me to have a senior like you open the furnace. Zhou Qingyu didn't catch the hint of sarcasm and casually brushed off the scraps of materials on his hands. Alright, you can open the furnace. After you finish packing the pills, bring up your questions, and I'll answer them one by one. Ha! So confident. Even at this point, he still puts on airs. Fine. You won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? I'll help you with that. It's time to expose this fraud. She opened the pill furnace in one swift motion. As she peered inside, she began to think how to deal with this fraud. However, at a glance, she was completely petrified in place. Inside the pill furnace, there lay a pure white pill, surrounded by 3 faint colorful patterns. Ji Yufu stood there in a daze, her almond-shaped eyes gradually widening. Her delicate red lips slowly parted. Stuttering, she exclaimed, "As superb foundation building pill?" Zhou Qingyu was taken aback for a moment. What are you so surprised about? Didn't I give the last batch of foundation building pills to your temple members? This woman is a bit strange, isn't she? Ji Yufu took a deep breath. It's actually real. He is indeed a genuine 4-star alchemist. No matter how young he looks, and even though she didn't understand his alchemy methods at all, he is undeniably a 4-star alchemist. He's definitely not a fraud. Hiss. Her scalp tingled, and looking at the young man before her, all traces of contempt disappeared. She quickly knelt on the ground, bowing her head. I, Ji Yufu, pay my respects to you, senior. Zhou Zhou Qingyu furrowed his brows. What is wrong with this woman? Why this sudden change? Is her soul damaged, causing her brain to malfunction? Such a beautiful face wasted on nonsense. He worried if he could guide such a confused woman, saying seriously, all right, no need for excessive courtesy. Let's hear your difficulties. Ji Yufu was struck dumb. If she was to talk about difficulties, it seemed she hadn't understood his refining methods at all from start to finish. Her beautiful face gradually flushed red, burning hot, as she barely whispered, Senior, I don't understand. Once priding herself on the high level of foundation building pills, she never imagined she'd have such a humiliating day. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyu didn't find it surprising. Not understanding is normal. Forget all the methods you used to refine foundation building pills before. Don't leave a single trace. Who taught you this? It's simply misleading students. After saying this, he took out the pills from the furnace. He retrieved another set of materials and said, I'll explain the steps to you one by one, including many principles involved. If you don't understand something, raise your hand immediately, or you'll find it hard to progress. Ji Yufu sat back on her knees, nodding repeatedly, fully concentrated and ready. 2 hours later. The pills that should have only taken half an hour to refine took a full 4 times as long due to the explanations. Ji Yufu's eyes sparkled with excitement and her expression was light and joyful. It felt like a new door had been opened for her, giving her a refreshed and uplifting experience. The teaching ends here for today. I'll be back in 2 days to continue. Don't be late. Zhou Qingyu stood up. Ji Yufu respectfully said, Yes, Senior. She quickly stood up and opened the stone door of the alchemy room for him. With her hand on the door, she bowed deeply, extremely respectful. Zhou Qingyu nodded and left the alchemy room. Glancing outside, he saw Yu Wenqingsui and Hong Ying, who were dumbfounded, and then he left with a blank expression. After he walked far away, Yu Wenqingsui stepped forward and touched Ji Yufu's forehead, angrily saying, Junior sister, have you lost your mind? Look at what you're doing. Hong Ying covered her red lips, unable to believe her eyes. A distinguished hall steward, actually opening the door for a fraud in such a humiliated manner? But Ji Yufu watched Zhou Qingyu disappear for a long time before she straightened her back. Her gaze was fixed on the direction Zhou Qingyu left, unable to retract her thoughts for a long time, a lingering smile on her lips. For such a senior, I can do anything, no matter how grand the courtesy. Ha! Hearing her madness, Yu Wenqingsui shook her violently, saying, Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you ate his? I asked you to cooperate with him to act, why did you act and then get fooled into becoming a fool? The word fool suddenly woke Ji Yufu up. She hurriedly covered Yu Wenqingsui's lips, Shoo. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to call the senior a fraud again, I will sever ties with you. He really is a senior, I saw him refine a high-grade foundational pill with my own eyes. No way Yu Wenqingsui believed that such a young person could be a 4-star alchemist. Cousin. Wake up. He must have used a trick, putting a pre-prepared high-grade foundational pill into the furnace. Forced, Yu Wenqingsui revealed their true relationship. It turned out they were cousins. So as a junior sister, Yu Wenqingsui could be so close to Ji Yufu, who was a steward. Ji Yufu stomped her foot in anxiety, it's true. I'm not lying to you. He taught me many things and helped me improve greatly. If you don't believe me, I'll refine a pill for you to see. As she spoke, Ji Yufu couldn't continue. Today she only understood part of it, still far from being able to refine pills herself. Yu Wenqingsui replied angrily, see? You're feeling guilty, right? You know you actually haven't learned anything. Ji Yufu couldn't express her frustrations. She could only smile bitterly, repeatedly insisting he was a true senior. Yu Wenqingsui poked her forehead in frustration, you really are so stubborn. In 2 days, it's time for you to compete with Jiang Yuelang. Let's see how you embarrass yourself then. Humph. Watching her leave in anger, Ji Yufu sighed, I hope I can improve my alchemy before the competition. Even with Zhou Qingyu's guidance, she had no confidence at all for the upcoming competition in 2 days. It takes a long time to freeze 3 feet of ice. She had fallen behind Jiang Yuelang for too long, and it was not certain she could catch up in a short time. Speaking of Zhou Qingyu. Upon returning to Qinghuan Peak, he found Li Tianfeng, Lu Huayu, and Zuoli standing outside the main hall, looking miserable. Seeing Zhou Qingyu walk past, the 3 gritted their teeth. Li Tianfeng said through clenched teeth, Junior Marshal brother, we are standing here as punishment while you only came back now enjoying yourself. Zuoli sniffed the air and immediately said, I smell the fragrance of a woman, he must have been with some woman up close for a long time. Lu Huayu instantly exploded with anger, good. Good. While senior brothers and sisters are being punished, you are playing with women? This is unfair. However, before he could scold any further, Yan Jingru walked out with a cold expression, holding a ruler, and gave each of them a slap. You're still not obedient while being punished. Zhou Qingyu, remember, don't learn to deceive your master like your 3 senior brothers and sisters. She took the 3 disciples outside to the forbidden area and squatted there for a day but hadn't waited for the so-called senior. So she concluded they were lying. Zhou Qingyu nodded, yes, master. He rolled his eyes slightly and said, Master, I think standing here for the senior brothers and sisters might be too easy. Why not let them clean the peak instead? That way they can be punished and also exercise their bodies. They could even make them so tired that they couldn't speak. Yan Jingru nodded slightly. Your suggestion is pretty good. Did you all hear that? Clean every corner of Qingluan Peak before tomorrow morning. If there is even a bit of dust, you will be in trouble. Li Tianfeng and the other 2 widened their eyes. They all gritted their teeth, wishing they could jump up and beat that little brat up. The next day, taking advantage of the fact that the elder brothers and sisters were exhausted from cleaning and had no energy to settle scores with Zhou Qingyu, he slipped down the mountain early and arrived at the second hall. Finding out that there were only 2 days left until the competition between the 2 sides, Zhou Qingyu also realized time was tight, so he simply stayed in the first hall, focusing on guiding Ji Yufu for 2 consecutive days and nights. 2 days later. Bang bang. With the sound of the stone door being kicked, Zhou Qingyu finally finished his guidance. Ji Yufu opened the door and found it was Yuan Qingxue, arms crossed and looking very displeased. She clenched her silver teeth and said, I really admire you for being able to stay alone in a secret room with a man for 2 days and nights. Not to mention whether he is a fraud, do you not care about your reputation? There are gossipers everywhere in the sect. Ji Yufu was startled and quickly covered her mouth. You must respect your seniors. Besides, he is just purely guiding me. Don't misunderstand. Seeing that she was still so obsessed with protecting Zhou Qingyu, Yuan Qingxue was furious, saying, Alright, you've been guided for 3 days, right? Then come on, let your cousin see how much you've improved. What? Ji Yufu looked at the morning light outside, realizing her competition with Zhang Yuelang was about to begin. Chapter 73, The Bet. She felt a bit dazed. 2 days and nights had passed in the blink of an eye. It must be because she was too focused on learning from her senior. She hurried back to the alchemy room and said respectfully, Senior, my competition with Zhang Yuelang is about to start. Could you please watch from the side? It would boost my confidence. Zhou Qingyu refused without a second thought. No need, with your current alchemy skills, dealing with a mere Zhang Yuelang, even if you make a mistake, you will still win. If he stayed by her side, it might attract unwanted attention. At that time, it would cause unnecessary troubles. Ji Yufu smiled wryly. In these days, she had indeed learned unprecedented alchemy techniques. Many things spoken by Zhou Qingyu amazed her, making her feel enlightened. But she had never had actual combat. She had no idea what level her alchemy skills had reached at this moment. She didn't dare to push for it and could only say respectfully, Okay, senior. Zhou Qingyu nodded and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he changed into a different outfit in a certain alley and took off his mask. He casually arrived at the competition stage of the 2 halls. Compared to competing in strength, comparing alchemy skills was much simpler. It only required a small area, and then prepare the tools and materials needed for alchemy. Before long, Zhang Yuelang and Ji Yufu arrived one after the other. Many disciples gathered around, all there to watch the excitement. Who do you think will win? Nonsense, it must be Zhang Yuelang. The 2 of them are on completely different levels of alchemy. I still think Ji Yufu will win. I have faith in her. What faith do you have in her? You just want to drool over her, disgusting. The more perceptive disciples could see who was better. Of course, there were some old perverts who just spoke based on looks. Zhou Qingyu watched leisurely. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, look who still has the leisure to watch the fun. The voice of Luo Tianyu came. All the disciples respectfully made way. Zhou Qingyu casually stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, You are everywhere. Luo Tianyu came to his side, also looking at the ring, laughing heartily, This should be something I say. So, you're here to see Zhang Yuelang make a fool of himself? It seems you, as a newcomer, don't understand the stewards of the 2 alchemy halls. On the stage, Zhang Yuelang was preparing. He heard the conversation between Luo Tianyu and Zhou Qingyu. Upon learning that Zhou Qingyu was also present, he could not help but show a mocking expression. A useless person dares to watch me make a fool of myself? You will probably be disappointed. Zhou Qingyu shrugged. The competition hasn't started yet, who knows how it will end? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyu laughed loudly. He patted Zhou Qingyu's shoulder and said, "How ignorant are you to say something like that?
Jiang Deacon's alchemy skills are far superior to those of Ji Deacon, you have no idea at all." The disciples who wanted to flatter Luo Tianyu seized the opportunity to mock him.
Does this newbie not do any research about the secret within the sect? So silly yet so cute. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Zhou Qingyu was completely unfazed. He looked toward the sundial and said with a smirk, "We still have a teapot left before it starts. I really want to see Jiang Deacon's defeated and frustrated face afterwards."
Zhang Yuelang narrowed his eyes.
If he didn't respond to them mocking him publicly, wouldn't that make others look down on him? He smiled sinisterly. "If you want to see me make a fool of myself, you can, but I fear you might underestimate it." Zhou Qingyu smiled ambiguously. "Oh? Jiang Deacon wants to do something?"
"Just waiting for your words," Zhang Yuelang sneered inwardly.
He pulled out 100 crystal stones and said, "Let's make a bet, do you dare?
If I lose, all 100 crystal stones are yours.
If I win, you give me 100, how about that?" Everyone suddenly became interested. Is he preparing to set up a gambling game? Not a big deal. Zhou Qingyu was not fooled at all. Can your winning odds compare with Ji Yufu? The odds are 1 to 1, it's unfair.
Zhang Yuelang was not surprised by this response.
Alright, turns out you're not stupid. Then how about this, I'll bet 1,000 crystal stones against your 100.
He readily took out several bags of crystal stones and tossed them on the ground with a clatter.
Many disciples' eyes turned red.
1,000 crystal stones, most disciples had never seen that much.
Don't be envious, even 1,000 crystal stones is a small fortune for Jiang Deacon. Do you think it's so easy to win?
True, Zhang Yuelang has a 99% winning rate. Ji Yufu can't possibly win unless aided by a heavenly being. Any new disciple with a little sense would not place a bet.
Unexpectedly, as soon as the voice fell,
Zhou Qingyu took out the 100 crystal stones distributed this month and said, "Let's bet."
"I'm betting on Ji Yufu to win."
Zhang Yuelang laughed heartily. "Good, then I shall accept your 100 crystal stones graciously."
Luo Tianyu's lips curled into a hint of sarcasm. "You dare to gamble? Zhou Qingyu, do you think you have enough money? Do you want to bet with me?"
Without thinking, Zhou Qingyu took out his last 3 bottles of low-grade foundation building pills and slammed them on the table.
"You're offering to give me 3,000 crystal stones, why not accept?"
"What?" The disciples present were astonished.
Is this newbie crazy?
100 crystal stones, 3 bottles of low-grade foundation building pills, many senior disciples don't have that much fortune, and he's betting it all.
Luo Tianyu's eyelids twitched, and he was instead frightened by Zhou Qingyu's momentum. Is he so certain Ji Yufu will win? But since he proposed the bet, he couldn't back down. He could only stubbornly say to Zhang Yuelang, "Jiang Deacon, may I borrow 3,000 crystal stones?
I'll give you the 3 bottles of low-grade foundation building pills I win."
He wanted to regain his dignity. 3,000 crystal stones?
Zhang Yuelang hesitated for a moment. This was his final capital. However, thinking he was bound to win, and had no possibility of losing, he readily took out the money. Luo Tianyu tossed several bags of crystal stones in front of Zhou Qingyu, sneering, "Don't come back crying to Elder Yan after losing your pants."
Zhou Qingyu smiled brightly, muttering to himself, "With so many crystal stones, what should I buy?" Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. This guy is crazy, thinking about how to spend money before the competition even starts? Let's see how he cries later. On the stage, Ji Yufu looked at Zhou Qingyu in surprise and couldn't help but mutter, "Who is this person? Why do you believe so much that I can win?"
She has no confidence in herself.
This guy is betting everything he has.
Beside her, Yu Wenqingsui followed her gaze and rolled her eyes.
Why is there another annoying guy showing up?
Clearly, she recognized that Zhou Qingyu was the rude new disciple from the Nebula auction house.
Seeing him betting on Ji Yufu, she couldn't help but feel excited.
Well, after the competition, you can cry with this guy.
One of you is competing with me for something. The other doesn't listen to my advice.
You deserve to shed tears.
Humph. Ji Yufu felt speechless. As the hourglass's pointer landed at noon, she suddenly became nervous. The competition has begun. Chapter 74, The Astonishing Result. Zhang Yuelang laughed loudly. "Junior sister, the competition has started.
According to the master's agreement, we will compete in refining foundation establishment pills.
Whoever refines a higher quality pill wins."
Ji Yufu's palms trembled with anxiety. She had no confidence at all.
Not long ago, Zhang Yuelang successfully broke through and refined a mid-grade foundation establishment pill.
But she, due to her damaged soul, could only skillfully refine low-grade foundation establishment pills. Even though she had received careful instruction from her seniors, she had no basis to believe she could defeat him.
However, now that it had come to this, there was no way to avoid it. She took a deep breath and said, "Let's begin." She discarded all her past habits of refining foundation establishment pills, completely following the method taught by her senior in the past few days. Since it was her first real practice, she was very clumsy and appeared awkward. In contrast, Jiang Yuelang moved seamlessly, extremely skilled. "Junior sister, how come you seem to be getting worse? You are worse than before?" Jiang Yuelang couldn't help but tease as he glanced at Ji Yufu's movements. As he spoke, Ji Yufu's hands shook, ruining a piece of material. This immediately drew comments from the onlookers. What's wrong with Ji Yufu? She didn't do this before when refining pills. This is it, this disciple who bet big is completely finished. She asked for it, she can't blame anyone else. Luo Tianyu laughed out loud on the spot. Unable to contain his glee, he said, "Zhou Qingyu, surrender or lose half. If you admit defeat now, I might let you off the hook. But you have to kneel and apologize to our elder Jiang. Otherwise, you'll really lose everything." Zhou Qingyu shrugged confidently, saying, "It's just starting, why rush?" When he saw Ji Yufu refining according to his method, he knew he had already won. No matter how tense things got, with so many issues, the final result would still be one word. Win. And standing by Ji Yufu, Yu Wenqingsui said anxiously, "Cousin, don't be nervous, just show your former abilities." But the more she spoke, the more problems Ji Yufu faced. This made Yu Wenqingsui rub her forehead and complain endlessly. "It's over, this time it's really over. I told you not to trust that con artist, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, after being fooled by him, your alchemy skills haven't improved but have actually dropped. Soon you'll be crying your heart out." Then, she looked back at the calm Zhou Qingyu in the crowd. Humph. Even like this, he can stay calm? Quite the actor. Let's see how you cry and regret it later. Time ticked by slowly. The competition between the two was gradually nearing its end. Jiang Yuelang had already smoothly refined his pill but didn't open the furnace, instead waiting for Ji Yufu to finish so they could open together. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no gap. Only when showcased at the same time can both sides' strengths be compared. Meanwhile, Ji Yufu fumbled around, looking like a novice in alchemy, and barely completed most of her work. Next came the constant adjustment of flames, fully unleashing the properties of the materials. According to Zhou Qingyu, heat control is the most critical step. With the same grade of materials, the heat can determine the final quality of the pill. Jiang Yuelang watched her techniques, unimpressed, saying, "Junior sister, have you forgotten everything our master taught us? Where did you learn such a clumsy alchemy method? If the master knows, he'll be so angry that he'll kick you out." Ji Yufu snorted softly, "I'll talk after I finish brewing." This sentence had no confidence at all. It drew a burst of laughter from the audience. As the official overseeing the rewards and punishments, the steward of the hall shook his head repeatedly. In his eyes, the contest had long been decided. It just needed a final announcement. Soon after, as Ji Yufu extinguished the fire, it meant she had finished brewing the elixir. The steward walked forward, holding the lid of the furnace with both hands, and said, "Steward Jiang Yuelang from the first hall of elixirs, Steward Ji Yufu from the second hall of elixirs. The alchemy is over now. Now, let's publicly display their alchemy results." Luo Tianyu crossed his arms, too lazy to look at the results. He looked at Zhou Qingyu, smiling as he said, "I wonder how you feel right now? You must be in despair, right? But you can only blame yourself. I did give you a chance just now, but you didn't treasure it, huh?" Yuan Qingxue sighed deeply. She couldn't bear to see the results anymore. "Cousin, I hope you learn from this lesson, sigh." The steward of the hall opened the furnace expressionlessly. Wearing a pair of clean jade gloves, he took out the elixirs from both furnaces. He announced loudly, "What I hold in my left hand is the elixir brewed by Steward Jiang." As he spoke, he looked up and said, after appraisal, "It is a mid-grade foundation establishment pill." The audience erupted into whispers. As expected of Jiang Yuelang, able to brew a mid-grade foundation establishment pill so effortlessly. "I heard that mid-grade foundation establishment pills are prone to explosions. If 2 furnaces can produce one, that's already a remarkable 1-star alchemist. Jiang Yuelang can easily brew it, showing how high his skill is, already at the top of 1-star alchemists, sure to become a 2-star alchemist in the future." Jiang Yuelang displayed a victorious smile. He teased Zhou Qingyu from below, "Sorry, but I'm taking all your assets." Zhou Qingyu smiled lightly, "Let's wait for the results to be announced first." Luo Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. What does not give up until reaching the Yellow River mean? This is it. Even at this point, you still cling to hope. Do you really think miracles exist? Yuan Qingxue also expressed speechless disbelief. This guy, is his only strong point just his mouth?
The only chance cousin had to win was to brew a low-grade foundation establishment pill, and for Jiang Yuelang to fail at brewing a mid-grade foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to brew a low-grade foundation establishment pill, and Jiang Yuelang didn't fail. I can no longer see any hope of cousin turning the situation around. The surrounding disciples all shook their heads. This new disciple can't afford to lose, right? Of course, would you be able to afford it? 100 crystal stones, 3 bottles of foundation establishment pills, that's all his wealth. If I were him, I would also shamelessly refuse to admit defeat. Hee, but that's not up to him, so many people can testify, does he think he can cheat? The steward of the hall also glanced at Zhou Qingyu. He felt no sympathy in his heart. Everything was his own doing, not related to others. Then he raised his right hand, lifting the elixir high in his palm, saying, "In my right hand is the elixir brewed by Steward Ji." Hearing this, Ji Yufu stiffened nervously all over. She didn't even have the courage to look at the elixir she brewed. What if she ended up with a useless pill? If that's the case, she would lose all face. In her ear, the voice of the steward deciding her fate echoed. After appraisal, this is A. Suddenly, the steward of the hall froze. The audience also froze upon seeing the elixir. Jiang Yuelang, Luo Tianyu, Yuan Xingxue, all petrified in place. Chapter 75, Have you forgotten the bet? There was a completely white pill, surrounded by 2 spiraling patterns. It quietly lay in the steward's palm. Everyone's eyes widened. They stared at it in disbelief. Ji Yufu noticed the crowd's strange behavior, looked up, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mid-grade foundation establishment pill?" The process of alchemy was filled with mistakes, like dog poop. Not only did she successfully condense the pill in the end, but she also refined a mid-grade foundation building pill? She felt a surreal sense as if she were dreaming. Then Jiang Yuelang reacted and shouted, "This is impossible. With her chaotic operation, it's lucky the pill didn't get destroyed. How could it possibly produce a mid-grade foundation building pill?" Luo Tianyu also looked shocked and sternly said, "There's something wrong. There must be an issue. Ji Yufu has never refined a mid-grade foundation building pill, and the alchemy process was so terrible. How could it have become a mid-grade foundation building pill?" Even Yu Wenqingsui was dumbfounded. This is fake, right? How could it even be a pill, let alone a mid-grade foundation building pill? The audience exploded with noise. Voices of shock rose and fell continuously. Oh my god, she could make a mid-grade foundation building pill like that? Is there some insider information? I just can't accept that this is a mid-grade foundation building pill. The deacons of the punishment and reward hall were also caught in great shock. After a while, they finally regained their senses. Listening to countless doubts, they couldn't help but huff heavily. You all witnessed Ji's entire refining process with your own eyes, and I supervised the whole thing as well. Anyone suggesting there's insider information, are you questioning your own eyes or my integrity? Everyone was left speechless. Under countless focused gazes, how could there be any possibility of cheating? No matter how the refining process was, Ji Yufu truly refined a mid-grade foundation building pill. This silenced the crowd. The deacon of the punishment and reward hall said, "Since both are mid-grade foundation building pills, the key to victory depends on the quality of each one. Whose quality is better, you can see for yourselves. So you won't again question my decision." He placed the 2 mid-grade foundation building pills side by side. Jiang Yuelang's mid-grade foundation building pill was white but mixed with a hint of gray, making it look less white. While Ji Yufu's mid-grade foundation building pill was glaringly white, and the fragrance was even richer. "Whose is better, you tell me," the deacon called out. With such a stark contrast, the crowd dared not doubt anymore and could only accept the truth. Who would have thought Deacon Ji is the real expert? Could it be that she has been hiding her skills all these years? It must be like this, otherwise, there's no way to explain how her alchemy skills suddenly surpassed Jiang Yuelang. Listening to all kinds of discussions, the deacon of the punishment and reward hall slightly nodded. It seems everyone has no objections. Then I announced that in this competition between the 2 halls, the winner is Ji Yufu. After saying this, he pulled out a black Dan furnace, intricately carved with 9 dragons. He handed it over to Ji Yufu with both hands. "Congratulations, Deacon Ji." Ji Yufu took it as if in a dream, her face glowing with joy that wouldn't fade for a long time. In contrast, Jiang Yuelang also felt like he was dreaming, but it was a nightmare. However, this nightmare seemed far from over. Zhou Qingyu said with a half-smile, "Deacon Jiang, cheer up. Just like when you were so high and mighty standing up for Luo Tianyu the other day. Showing this defeated expression could really make me gloat." Hearing this, Jiang Yuelang felt both shame and anger, saying, What are you so proud of? As if you helped Ji Yufu win." Luo Tianyu hated seeing Zhou Qingyu boast the most, and growled, "You don't know what you're talking about. What does Ji Yufu winning have to do with you?
Zhou Qingyu just laughed heartily.
Striding with no regard for kinship, he approached the stakes from both sides.
He smacked his lips. You didn't forget, we have a bet, right? Since Ji Yufu won, then everything here is mine. What?
Jiang Yuelang and Luo Tianyou's faces both turned pale.
Only now did they remember, they still had a huge bet.
Jiang Yuelang's face turned extremely ugly as he anxiously jumped down, trying to protect his crystal stones, saying, "Wait. This needs to be discussed in the long term."
What nonsense!
All his savings from 8 years were here. Zhou Qingyu didn't even look at him, kicking him away with one leg, sneering, "You started the bet, and you set the odds.
You want to deny it after losing?"
Jiang Yuelang's actions attracted the crowd of disciples, who began to criticize him fiercely.
What is this? Can't play anymore? Don't you know you have to take responsibility for your bets? You think just because you are a deacon, you can break the contract at will?
The deacon of the punishment hall frowned slightly, his authority evident as he said, "A gambling game is also part of this competition. Since I am the judge, there is no reason to break the contract.
All the money belongs to this disciple."
Zhou Qingyu smiled and cupped his hands to the deacon. "Thank you for handling it fairly, deacon." Immediately, under Jiang Yuelang's furious gaze, he threw all his assets onto his shoulders. His legs wobbled dangerously, almost making him fall.
He couldn't help but tease, "Wow, it's quite heavy. Must have saved up for many years, right?"
This sharp comment made Jiang Yuelang grind his teeth in anger.
He cast a blaming look at Luo Tianyu.
If it weren't for Luo Tianyu borrowing 3,000 crystals, he wouldn't have lost everything.
Luo Tianyu looked embarrassed.
He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zhou Qingyu,
we'll settle this tomorrow. Let's see if you can still smile then."
With that, he stormed away in fury. Having lost to Zhou Qingyu twice, he vowed to perform well tomorrow, letting Zhou Qingyu watch helplessly as he took his wife away. Zhou Qingyu didn't care about his threat at all. Amidst the envious, red-eyed gazes of many disciples, he felt quite pleased as he strutted away with 3,000 crystals on his back. As he passed by Yu Wenqingsui, he deliberately paused, pretending to struggle heavily.
"Oh my, it's really heavy. Thanks to Deacon Ji, I didn't cry this time and even won so many crystals."
Yu Wenqingsui's chest heaved with anger, her fists tightly clenched. This little brat, how deliberate. It was clear he had heard her previous words predicting that Zhou Qingyu would cry. Now he was deliberately trying to get back at her.
Ji Yufu, holding an alchemy furnace, said gleefully, "Isn't this all your own doing?
They were being kind to support me, and look at you, throwing sarcastic comments at them.
Just scolding you a bit is too light of a punishment."
Yu Wenqingsui was even angrier, her eyes red. "Now you're going to scold me too."
Ji Yufu raised a hand and gave her forehead a knock, sternly saying, "It's good that I didn't hit you. I told you to respect your seniors. Did you listen? Now do you understand how powerful that senior is?"
Using what he taught me, even awkwardly, I managed to refine a very good medium-grade foundation establishment pill. Once I get the hang of it, perhaps I can refine a top-grade foundation establishment pill. Yu Wenqingsui lowered her head in shame.
By now, how could she not know the real reason Ji Yufu had refined a medium-grade foundation establishment pill?
That person she firmly believed to be a fraud was truly a transcendent master.
If only I could see her one more time.
Yu Wenqingsui felt immense curiosity. "I can't help but wonder how our Xingyun sect could have such a transcendent giant."
Ji Yufu warned, "What are you trying to do?"
Yu Wenqingsui took out a dim yellow monster's eyeball, her eyes sparkling. "I want to see what kind of face is hidden under her mask."
Chapter 76, Zhou Qingyu's bold move. Qingluan Peak.
Zhou Qingyu carried over a dozen bags of crystals, humming a cheerful tune as he returned. As he neared the top of the mountain steps, he suddenly spotted Yan Jingru in a snow-white robe, standing at the end of the steps with her hands behind her back. Her slender figure and loose long shirt couldn't hide her exquisite curves. However, her beautiful face was cold, quietly staring at Zhou Qingyu. Li Tianfeng, Lu Huayu, and Zuoli stood behind her, wearing expressions full of schadenfreude as if to say, "You've made a big mistake."
"Master, 3 senior brothers and sisters."
Zhou Qingyu spoke respectfully, while his heart was mumbling, "Did I do something wrong?" Yan Jingru glanced at the bags of crystals on his shoulders and meaningfully remarked, "You really know how to gamble, winning so many crystals at once."
Zhou Qingyu could clearly hear the sarcasm in her words.
He thought to himself, "This is bad. Yan Jingru likely forbade her disciples from gambling." As his gaze shifted, he quickly said, "Master, I heard from my senior sister that you have been unwell. And since I became your disciple, I haven't been able to relieve your worries, and I feel very ashamed. So, I want to earn more money to buy you some supplements, to help you get better. I didn't expect that you, Master, dislike your disciple gambling.
It's my recklessness and ignorance that has upset you. I willingly accept my punishment."
Li Tianfeng and the 3 others were watching the show, their eyes wide in surprise.
"Wait. It was clearly he who had an argument with someone and, in a fit of anger, joined the gambling game. How did it turn into him doing this for his master's health? For my health? Yan Jingru was slightly taken aback, realizing she recalled the day she accepted Zhou Qingyu as a disciple. She had been feeling unwell and had hurriedly sent him away. But that was just a minor issue in her training. She would recover soon. Zhou Qingyu actually kept this in mind. She couldn't help but be touched, as the coldness on her face melted into a hint of warmth. Stepping forward, she smoothed out his messy clothes and said softly, "It's thoughtful of you to worry about your master. I appreciate your kind intention, but next time you must not do this, do you understand? People's hearts are treacherous, and one must be careful. A slip can lead to irreparable consequences." Zhou Qingyu nodded seriously and said, "I swear, I will never gamble again in this life. You can take these crystals, master." Seeing Zhou Qingyu being so filial, Yan Jingru felt even more pleased. She glanced back at Li Tianfeng and the other three disciples, and in comparison, Zhou Qingyu felt even more considerate and obedient. From the time he entered until now, Zhou Qingyu had never caused her any worry. He often brought her surprises and warmth. "If only your 3 senior brothers and sister were like you." She sighed and expressed, "Keep the crystals for yourself, why would master want yours?" "Ha?" Li Tianfeng and the others stared wide-eyed. What kind of incredible situation is this? Yan Jingru despised gambling deeply. Logically, Zhou Qingyu should have faced strict punishment. Yet through his clever maneuvers, he not only escaped punishment but was also highly praised by his master. They felt an urge to kneel and listen to Zhou Qingyu's lecture. If only they had Zhou Qingyu's kind of talent, how many punishments they could have avoided over the years. Yan Jingru added, "By the way, tomorrow is the day you compete with Luo Tianyu. Come to my secret chamber tonight. I will give you individual guidance, I hope it helps you tomorrow." It turned out to be one-on-one tutoring. In all these years, only Zuo Li had received such an opportunity once. Zhou Qingyu, having just arrived a few days ago, got this great chance. As the three envied him to the point of grinding their teeth, Zhou Qingyu winked at them and followed Yan Jingru. In the secret chamber, Yan Jingru was teaching the key points of Qinghuan Peak's techniques. Zhou Qingyu felt quite speechless inside. "Do I still need you to teach me?" However, on the surface, he listened attentively. A whole night passed. Yan Jingru asked, "Did you gain anything?" In fact, she didn't expect Zhou Qingyu to make much progress in just one night. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor, not something that can be achieved in a day. Zhou Qingyu nodded, "It seems I understand." As he spoke, he sat cross-legged and began to operate Qinghuan Peak's mental method. Surrounding spiritual energy gradually gathered at the crown of his head. Yan Jingru felt the energy flow and her beautiful face lit up with surprise. "In just one night, you've understood the Qinghuan Peak technique so thoroughly? The speed at which you absorb spiritual energy is not inferior to your second senior brother." She looked Zhou Qingyu up and down, joy sparkling in her eyes. "Your spiritual roots may be ordinary, but your comprehension is surprisingly good. Sometimes, comprehension is even more important than spiritual roots. It seems I've found a treasure." Zhou Qingyu secretly rolled his eyes. "What treasure have you found? Wasn't it like a gold mountain crashing into you?" "It is because of master's guidance that even a newcomer like me can understand," Zhou Qingyu hurriedly said. Though it was modest, Yan Jingru felt pleased. She admired Zhou Qingyu even more, saying, "This time you can compete with confidence. Even if you lose. Don't worry. At worst, I'll go to Qitian Peak and grab Zhaoyingshu for you. Anyway, the pavilion master is not here, who can stop me?" Zhou Qingyu was both amused and helpless. This master, indeed, has a cold appearance but a warm heart. All right. Since she treats me so well, I should find an opportunity to guide her a bit. It seems she is stuck at some bottleneck. She needs a little nudge from me. Qitian Peak. Secret room. Luo Tianyu stared blankly at the 3 empty mid-grade foundation building pill bottles in front of him. What happened? Why haven't I broken through? He had painstakingly practiced for half a month and additionally taken 3 mid-grade foundation building pills. With top-notch talent, he should have broken through by now. But as a potential Starry Sky powerhouse, he had only made slight progress. Wu Qingtan, who had been teaching him meticulously, was also astonished. It shouldn't be. Is the potential of a Starry Sky powerhouse not as strong as rumored? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Even if the rumors were exaggerated, it wouldn't be this disappointing. Seeing Luo Tianyu's gloomy expression, he comforted him, "Don't be anxious. The reason you haven't broken through, I believe, is that you encountered Zhou Qingyu twice during your outings, affecting your mindset. In cultivation, being restless is the worst. This should be the reason for your lack of breakthrough." Luo Tianyu suddenly realized. He slapped his thigh in frustration. "I said it, with my talent as a Starry Sky powerhouse, how could I not break through? It turns out Zhou Qingyu, that bastard, interfered with me.
As the agreed competition time approached, he stood up, anger boiling over. Even though I haven't broken through, I've made significant progress. And he, a waste who won't even become a future elder, will probably remain stagnant.
I will still win.
Wu Qingtan nodded slowly, affirmatively. That is natural.
A person who relies on draining potential to mix into the Nebula Pavilion will hit a ceiling at the first layer of foundation building.
It's impossible for him to make any further progress. Luo Tianyu took a big step and laughed loudly. Come, master, watch how I slap his face hard.
Ha ha ha. Chapter 77, The Starry Sky Powerhouse is like this?
Square. The place where the two palace competitions just ended yesterday.
Today, it is lively again.
No, it is much more lively than yesterday. After all, it is a competition between two inner disciples, and Starry Sky Powerhouse talent Luo Tianyu wants to take another's wife.
Just listening is quite explosive.
Seeing the endless crowd, Zhou Qingyu had a row of black lines on his forehead. Master, I think our Nebula Pavilion's disciples are about to go crazy from idleness. Yan Jingru looked at so many watching disciples and nodded in agreement. Indeed. When the pavilion master exits seclusion, I will definitely propose to him that every disciple's outing task should be doubled. Hearing this, the disciples all shrank their necks. Every month, disciples of Nebula Pavilion must receive and complete a task from the task hall.
These tasks are not easy and require considerable effort.
The disciples were already full of complaints.
Suddenly hearing Yan Jingru saying she would propose to double the tasks, angry glares shot towards Zhou Qingyu.
This, I hope he will have 8 children.
His wife is going to be gone soon. Where will the sun come from?
I really don't know how much water this guy has in his head to think he can challenge a future Starry Sky Powerhouse. Half a month of cultivation and 3 bottles of mid-grade foundation building pills, Luo Tianyu must have at least broken through 1 level by now, right? On the contrary, Zhou Qingyu, relying on drained potential to enhance his cultivation, probably hasn't made any progress at all.
Not long after, Wu Qingtan and Luo Tianyu arrived on a flying beast.
Wu Qingtan looked refreshed. Elder Yan, today, regardless of victory or defeat, I hope our 2 peaks do not develop any rifts because of this.
This confidence made Yan Jingru unhappy.
She said lightly, who loses and who wins is still uncertain. Though she appeared calm on the surface, deep down, she was still quite worried.
Half a month passed.
Zhou Qingyu broke through to the second layer of foundation building, which gave her great confidence. But this time, she was up against the presence of a Starry Sky Powerhouse, who also had 3 mid-grade foundation building pills.
It's hard to imagine what level of cultivation Luo Tianyu has reached half a month later.
Wu Qingtan noticed her lack of confidence and patted Luo Tianyu's shoulder with a smile. You have already won. Even Yan Jingru lacked confidence, indicating that Zhou Qingyu was exactly as he had predicted, with no progress whatsoever in his cultivation.
Luo Tianyu chuckled, isn't this outcome already destined? I've waited for this day not just to see the result,
but to slap his face, to watch him kneel and cry, to see me take his woman.
Zhou Qingyu had his hands behind his head. He wore a disdaining look, seemingly not taking Luo Tianyu seriously at all. Luo the genius, can we start the competition? The crowd couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Zhou Qingyu sounds so confident. Could it be that he's had a stroke of luck and actually broken through a level? Don't even think about it.
Each level of the foundation establishment stage is extremely difficult to advance, and Zhou Qingyu has neither top-notch talent nor resources, so he has no hope for a breakthrough. Wu Qingtan also frowned slightly. Looking at Zhou Qingyu, he seemed quite confident. But thinking of his previous judgment, he shook his head.
It's just a show of force. Luo Tianyu sneered, are you that eager to see your wife? Don't be impatient, wait for the head steward to come to witness. To avoid you denying it if you lose. Just as they spoke, the person they were talking about arrived.
At the peak of the sect leader's mountain,
Fei Lingnan arrived riding a flying beast.
He jumped between the two and glared at Zhou Qingyu.
With a look of disdain, he asked, do you still remember your oath? Zhou Qingyu narrowed his eyes. What does that mean? Do you think I will lose? Luo Tianyu smirked, looks like he forgot, let me remind him. Zhou, if you lose, get out of the Xingyun Pavilion immediately and never let me see you again.
As for me, if I lose, I will stay away from Jiaoyingxin for life. Zhou Qingyu took a breath of fresh air. That's great, there will finally be one less fly around Jiaoyingxin. Fei Lingnan scoffed, after spending a few days at Qingluan Peak, you think of yourself as someone important.
He knew better than anyone how Zhou Qingyu got into Qingluan Peak.
I'll reiterate your competition method, it's based on who has made more progress in this half-month. Who wants to go first?
Everyone's gaze turned to Luo Tianyu.
All of them were filled with strong anticipation. They really wanted to know just how terrifying the potential of the ancient Starry Sky Powerhouse would be.
As for Zhou Qingyu, who would care about a mediocre talent? Luo Tianyu originally wanted to wait for Zhou Qingyu to demonstrate first. But under the gaze of everyone, he had no choice but to confidently step forward. Fei Lingnan looked at him with great expectation, smiling, "Let's begin." Luo Tianyu took a deep breath and immediately released his spiritual power. Foundation Establishment, 6th layer. Everyone was stunned. Did I perceive it wrong? Foundation Establishment, 6th layer? No breakthrough? Is this the potential of a starry sky powerhouse? He even consumed 3 bottles of medium-grade Foundation Establishment pills. Yan Jingru also showed a trace of surprise, her eyes revealing contemplation. The potential of a starry sky powerhouse shouldn't be just this. Fei Lingnan was slightly taken aback. "Luo Tianyu, did you exert all your strength?" Luo Tianyu felt embarrassed and explained, "I was disturbed by Zhou Qingyu multiple times. Being able to improve a little is already pretty good." The uninformed disciples looked at Zhou Qingyu with disgust. No wonder he's so confident. It turns out he has been disrupting Luo Tianyu's cultivation. Why participate if you can't win? Such underhanded tactics, even if you win, it won't be a fair victory. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. Is this the potential of a starry sky powerhouse? You were so arrogant before, threatening the sect. I thought giving you half a month would allow you to condense your core. His sharp words made Luo Tianyu infuriated and embarrassed. So what if I didn't break through? That's still 100 times better than you standing still. But before he could finish, Zhou Qingyu effortlessly released his cultivation at the 2nd layer of Foundation Establishment. This drew gasps from the crowd. He actually broke through in just half a month? Impossible. How did he do it? Incredible. Yan Jingru's brows relaxed. She calmly said, "Elder Wu, I was right, wasn't I? Who loses and who wins, we still don't know." Wu Qingtan's face showed embarrassment. The earlier prediction felt like a slap on his face. Zhou Qingyu not only improved, but also directly broke through. Zhou Qingyu looked at the shocked Luo Tianyu, smiled and said, "Sorry, I broke through." Luo Tianyu's expression was extremely unpleasant. Refusing to admit defeat, he said, "So what if you broke through? You broke through to the 2nd level of foundation building, isn't it harder than progressing a bit at the 6th level?" Fei Lingnan didn't want to see Luo Tianyu lose. He was the face of the sect. Immediately he snorted. A mere breakthrough to the 2nd level of foundation building, can it be compared to progressing a bit at the 6th level? To this, Yan Jingru frowned but did not object. The higher the foundation building level, the harder it is to break through. The gap between foundation building 6 and 7 is a major watershed. Even a bit of progress is harder than climbing to the sky. Zhou Qingyu had broken through to the 2nd level of foundation building, but indeed, he had not made as much progress as Luo Tianyu. Really? Zhou Qingyu revealed a playful expression and shook his body. More spiritual power surged out. Foundation building 3? Yan Jingru, being closest, felt it first and opened her lips in shock. She was both confused and delighted. What? 2 breakthroughs in half a month? Wu Qingtan's pupils constricted, his face showing signs of shock. He once doubted his own feelings. This disciple he had determined to be eliminated, who would never build a foundation due to overdrawing potential, was repeatedly breaking his predictions. The onlookers were all stunned, their jaws dropping. Is this truly the unwanted disciple? Even Luo Tianyu stood frozen in place. For a long time, he could not believe it. At last, he regained his senses, unwilling to concede. Even if you break through to foundation building 3, that can only be considered even with me. I haven't won, but I haven't lost either. As a disciple with the potential of a strong starry sky, how could he lose? Fei Lingnan's expression darkened. Strictly speaking, the progress from foundation building 1 to foundation building 3 had already exceeded a bit of progress at foundation building 6. But he couldn't let Luo Tianyu lose. Even a tie would be better. At least give the starry sky strong's qualifications some face. So disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd, he forcefully declared, "I declare that both sides are evenly matched." What? The crowd couldn't believe it. On what basis? Zhou Qingyu's breakthrough is not higher than Luo Tianyu's. It's obvious favoritism for so-called starry sky talents. What's this, helping Luo Tianyu take someone else's wife? Hearing this, Luo Tianyu slightly let out a breath. He glared fiercely at Zhou Qingyu. "Humph! Not kicking you out of the Starry Cloud Pavilion this time was your luck. You wait for me. I will find a way to pursue Zhao Yingxin until I succeed, ha ha ha." He hadn't lost, which meant he could approach Zhao Yingxin without restraints. Plus, with Wu Qingtan secretly assisting, getting close to Zhao Yingxin wouldn't take long. Absurd! Do you think I, the Peak Master, don't exist? Yan Jingru's pretty face was icy. Her disciple had finally won, yet Fei Lingnan openly showed favoritism? But Zhou Qingyu waved his hand and said, "Master, please don't be angry. This kind of trash, it's enough for me to handle." Saying that, he shook his body again. Yan Jingru's arms crossed over her abdomen, trembled fiercely. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Foundation building 4? Wu Qingtan gasped, "What? This is impossible." The guy he had looked down upon 180 times actually broke through to Foundation building 4 in just half a month? Did he refresh the history of the Starry Cloud Pavilion? Luo Tianyu stared wide-eyed, shocked as he looked at Zhou Qingyu's outpouring of spiritual power. How could this happen? Why is it like this? Zhou Qingyu retracted his spiritual power, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "With someone like you, do you even deserve to think about my wife?" Then he turned to Fei Lingnan and asked, "Great Steward, you don't think that breaking through to Foundation Building 4 is still not as good as progressing a bit at Foundation Building 6, right?" Fei Lingnan stared in shock at Zhou Qingyu. He really wanted to favor Luo Tianyu, but the gap was simply overwhelming. There was no room for ambiguity. He glared angrily at Zhou Qingyu, his old face dark with anger as he said, "In the contest between the two sides, Zhou Qingyu from Qinghuan Peak wins. According to the agreement between both sides, starting today, disciple Luo Tianyu must stay away from Jiaoyingshu." The crowd erupted in an uproar. No one expected that the final winner would actually be Zhou Qingyu. Luo Tianyu gritted his teeth, feeling intense hatred boil within him. "Zhou Qingyu, you've made me lose all my face, haven't you? Fine. I won't approach Jiaoyingshu openly, but what if I secretly get her? When the time comes, I will have everything in hand, and what can Xingyun Pavilion do to me, a strong one of the starry sky?" With a sinister smile, he turned to leave. Now, to find Jiaoyingshu. "Wait." Zhou Qingyu called out to him, squinting his eyes and saying, "I don't trust your character." Then he turned to Yan Jingru and asked, "Master, do you have the Mother-Son Awakening talismans?" Yan Jingru immediately understood. She took out 2 transparent talismans, one large and one small, and said, "The Mother-Son Awakening talismans, when the 2 talismans are within 30 feet of each other, they will sound an alarm that the whole sect can hear. One will be inserted into Luo Tianyu's body, and the other into Jiaoyingshu's body. This is the only way to ensure that Luo Tianyu truly stays away from Jiaoyingshu." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Isn't this just like preventing a thief? If Luo Tianyu still has a little bit of face, he will have to detour when he sees Jiaoyingshu in the future. Otherwise, the whole sect will know that he's been sneaking around Jiaoyingshu. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyu felt immensely insulted and shouted, "Why should I accept the Mother-Son talismans?" Zhou Qingyu replied calmly, "Master, please make a decision for your disciple." Without saying a word, Yan Jingru's figure flashed and she moved in front of Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu angrily said, "You dare treat me like this? I'm leaving Xingyun Pavilion." This startled Fei Lingnan, who quickly shouted, "Elder Yan, what are you doing? Do you want to drive away a strong one of the starry sky from our Xingyun Pavilion?" Yan Jingru looked at him with disdain, saying, "What if I drive away someone who has some skill but wants to occupy another man's woman?" Saying this, she unceremoniously injected the mother talisman into Luo Tianyu's body. Then, she handed the remaining sun talisman to Zhou Qingyu. "Quickly insert this into Jiaoyingshu's body." "Thank you, master." Zhou Qingyu smiled as he took it and then tried to move closer to Luo Tianyu. Sure enough, the 2 talismans immediately emitted a piercing buzz, clearly heard by everyone present. Luo Tianyu's face twisted in rage. He had never suffered such humiliation. He roared, All right. You dare to insult a genius of potential as a strong one of the starry sky?" He tore the Xingyun Pavilion badge from his chest and threw it violently on the ground. With anger, he shouted, "From now on, I am no longer a disciple of Xingyun Pavilion." Fei Lingnan's face went pale instantly. This was the achievement he planned to present to the pavilion master. Tianyu, don't go." But as soon as he spoke, a huge shadow rushed by at great speed, and Luo Tianyu vanished from sight. Everyone looked up to the sky. To their shock, there was a huge black eagle, the size of a house, circling above Xingyun Pavilion, filled with a fierce aura. On the back of the giant eagle stood a woman in her 30s. Her face was alluring, and every smile and frown was captivating. She wore a short top that exposed her midriff, and her skirt was cut short to her thighs, revealing her fair skin. Standing so high above, the men below feasted their eyes. "Close your eyes." Yan Jingru noticed that Zhou Qingyu was staring intently at the woman and scolded angrily. "This is the Grand Elder of the Shura sect, Yu Gaohan. If you don't mind your soul being snatched away, then just keep looking." Zhou Qingyu said with a face full of helplessness, "Master, I'm just curious about that black eagle." The disciples around, clutching their bleeding noses, all echoed, "I'm also looking at the black eagle." "Me too. We are all." Zhou Qingyu widened his eyes, thinking, "You shameless old lechers. Fei Lingnan shouted anxiously, Yu Gaohan. You barged into my sect to seize a talented disciple, aren't you afraid of sparking a war between our two sects? On the back of the giant eagle, Yu Gaohan gently waved her index finger by her lips. Don't misunderstand, I didn't come specifically to snatch a disciple. Oh? Everyone was stunned. They thought Yu Gaohan had been hiding nearby for Luo Tianyu. Then what was she here for? The relationship between the two sects is not so good. Yu Gaohan looked around and asked sweetly, could I ask which one is young Master Zhou Qingyu? A friend from the Shura sect asked me to deliver something to you. Ha? Everyone was shocked. The Grand Elder of the Shura sect traveled a long way to find Zhou Qingyu. Even Yen Jingru was surprised, looking at Zhou Qingyu, you know a core figure from the Shura sect? To be able to send a message directly from the Grand Elder of the Shura sect. It shows that this person must hold a very high status in the Shura sect. Zhou Qingyu had a vague guess but wasn't sure. He jumped onto the head of a stone lion and said with his hands behind his back, I am. Yu Gaohan examined Zhou Qingyu and couldn't help but giggle, so it turns out to be such a handsome young man. Even this elder likes you very much, no wonder our saintess can't forget you. She took out a jade bottle and tossed it into the air. Catch it. Zhou Qingyu raised his hand and caught the jade bottle. Upon looking closely, his expression became complicated. Inside was a 4-elephant pill. It was the reward he received from the Stronghold Tower, which he later casually gave to Zhao Yenyun. However, the originally complete 4-elephant pill was cut in half. Only half of it lay lonely inside. Yu Gaohan smiled and said, our saintess asked me to deliver a message to you. Half a year later, between you and Zhao Yingxin, only one can survive. Whoever holds the half pill, whoever can live. The one left must die. Zhou Qingyu didn't take it too seriously. But he was somewhat surprised that Zhao Yenyun became the saintess of the Shura sect. Beside him, Yen Jingru's expression became slightly serious, saying, how did you offend the current saintess of the Shura sect? I heard that the Shura sect has recruited an astonishingly talented female genius this time. She possesses the legendary innate holy body and comprehended sword intent on her own, being the most gifted existence in the history of the Shura sect. Innate holy body? Zhou Qingyu was taken aback. That is a unique physique capable of becoming a celestial sovereign-level powerhouse. He finally understood why the old man wanted him to travel far to marry Zhao Yenyun. It turned out that he noticed her physique when Zhao Yenyun was still young. However, the old man certainly didn't know that Zhao Yingxin possessed the Fire Spirit Phoenix body. The fully unleashed Fire Spirit Phoenix body is no worse than the innate holy body. Yen Jingru felt deep concern for Zhou Qingyu. Is there any room for negotiation between you? You can't afford to offend such a genius. Recalling the resolute words Zhao Yenyun said when they parted, Zhou Qingyu felt a headache coming. Shaking his head, he said, it's useless, if she wants to come, let her come. I can handle it. Celestial sovereign potential? Sorry, Zhou Qingyu is someone whose potential cannot be suppressed even by the Tao Divine Master. He looked up at Yu Gaohan and said, go back and tell Zhao Yenyun. She is not capable. As he spoke, he tossed the jade bottle into the air. A surge of spiritual power shattered it to pieces. Yu Gaohan's eyes slightly narrowed. Oh, this momentum, how is it stronger than our saintess? Fine, half a year later, let's see if you can survive under our sect saintess's sword. Beside, Luo Tianyu listened with a face full of jealousy. What is going on? Why does even the saintess of the Shura sect look at Zhou Qingyu differently? What's so special about him? Thus, he became even more reluctant to stay at the Xingyun pavilion. Turning to Yu Gaohan, he said, Elder Yu, I want to join the Shura sect. Below, Wu Qingtan turned pale and shouted, Luo Tianyu, what do you mean? Right in front of him, he actually wants to join another sect. Where is Wu Qingtan supposed to put his face? Luo Tianyu scoffed disdainfully, don't you understand human words? Of course, it's your fault for failing as my master. I am a proud genius with extraordinary potential among the strong of the starry sky, should you not look in the mirror to see if you are worthy to be my master? These words made Wu Qingtan tremble with anger. He roared, you ungrateful disciple. Ungrateful disciple. He had poured his heart and soul into helping Luo Tianyu, only to receive such humiliation in return? Zhou Qingyu smiled slyly and said, Luo Tianyu, always leave yourself a way out. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret. It was better when he was silent. As soon as he spoke, Luo Tianyu laughed in anger. Regret? Regretting being a strong genius among the stars and taking nonsense from a waste like you in the Nebula Pavilion? He turned to Yu Guohan and said, Elder Yu, I want to join the Shura sect right now, but I have one request. Yu Guohuan's eyes lit up. Although they already had Zhao Yengu, who would refuse another strong genius from the stars? She happily agreed, I would agree to 10 requests. You speak. Luo Tianyu looked towards the sect leader's peak and said, in half a month, the pavilion master will emerge. I want to test my potential in front of him when he comes out. I want the pavilion master to know how this bunch of useless people treated me during his seclusion. I want the pavilion master to regret it deeply and to be furious, punishing these worthless dogs who look down on me. Yu Guohan covered her mouth and laughed. Sounds interesting. I agree. She stomped her foot on the black eagle beneath her. This is our sect leader's mount, the Night Eagle King, so fast that even the Nebula Pavilion Master can't catch up. Don't worry about showing him, ha ha ha. In half a month, we will come back. She whistled, and the massive black eagle instantly soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. On the ground, Fei Lingnan hastily jumped onto a white crane and chased for a moment before helplessly returning. His face was filled with anger, blaming it all on Zhou Qingyu. He shouted angrily, "It's all your fault. A perfectly good disciple with strong potential was scared away by you." Zhou Qingyu shrugged, "You could never raise a wolf like him who doesn't respect his master. If he doesn't leave today, he will leave tomorrow." But Fei Lingnan wouldn't listen. Fuming with rage, he said, "I don't care. You are the one who drove him away. I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a disciple like you." Thinking of this, he angrily said, "You haven't completed your sect mission this month, have you? Good, as the senior deacon, I will assign you a task. Within half a month, assist the beast taming peak in taming a flying beast, and it must be of a level I find satisfactory. If you fail the task, you will be expelled from the Nebula Pavilion immediately. No one can plead for you." After saying this, he stormed off in anger, leaving everyone behind with a face full of regret. Is the senior deacon out of his mind, actually assigning a top-level task to a new disciple? Flying beasts are very hard to tame, it often takes half a year to succeed. Expecting him to tame one in half a month is clearly driven by personal grudges. Did you not hear the key point? It must be a flying beast that the senior deacon finds satisfactory. Even if Zhou Qingyu successfully tames it, if he is not satisfied, Zhou Qingyu will still have to pack up and leave. Yan Jingru's brows furrowed. She was very displeased with Fei Lingnan's revenge. The problem is, as the senior deacon, he truly possesses the power to expel a disciple for failing a sect task. Even if she is the first elder, she cannot stop it. You've gotten yourself into big trouble, Yan Jingru pressed. I'll take you to the beast taming peak to see if the master there has a good solution. Zhou Qingyu was not worried at all. Is it just about taming a flying beast? Don't worry, it's a piece of cake for me. No matter how hard it is to tame a flying beast, can it be more difficult than the Azurite Dragon Crystal Beast? Haven't you seen the normally rebellious Azurite Dragon Crystal Beast speak with a lisp when it sees me? Yan Jingru suddenly realized she had been too hasty. She looked at Zhou Qingyu seriously and meaningfully said, "Well, let's first discuss why your cultivation has progressed so rapidly. What exactly are you hiding from me?" The sudden question took Zhou Qingyu by surprise. He had already prepared his thoughts before exposing his true abilities. "Master, are you sure you want me to say it here?" Yan Jingru scanned the surroundings, noting that many disciples were pretending to be casual while actually listening intently. After all, a disciple with mediocre talent had just broken through from the first layer of foundation building to the 4th layer in just half a month. There must be a huge secret behind it. Let's talk when we get back to Qinghuan Peak, Yan Jingru decisively said. She jumped onto the white crane and beckoned Zhou Qingyu to follow. Her beautiful face suddenly flashed with a trace of pain, and she discreetly covered her chest. "Wait. I have something to handle. You go back to Qinghuan Peak and wait for me." Before Zhou Qingyu could respond, she flew away on her crane. Zhou Qingyu's eyes revealed a profound meaning. It seems that the cultivation method she is practicing has some serious drawbacks. It has already affected her body. I should go back and prepare some medicine for her. With his hands behind his back, he hummed a cheerful tune and swayed towards Qinghuan Peak. When he was near the foot of the mountain, Yi Yunfei, who he hadn't seen for a long time, came running, drenched in sweat. "Finally found you." Yi Yunfei looked anxious. Zhou Qingyu frowned. "What happened?" The second disciple of Tianjian Peak, Jin Shangjian, has come to discuss borrowing disciples with Elder Wu. He gasped for breath. With less than half a year before the grand competition of the 9 peaks, if Qitian Peak can't send qualified disciples to compete, Elder Wu Qingtan, as the peak master, will be stripped of his position. A capable steward will take charge. Now, Qitian Peak has already had Tianshan Zhou expelled from the sect, and Luo Tianyu has betrayed. Only Zhao Yingshu, Gu Chanyue, and Yi Yunfei remain as new disciples. Though the former two have amazing talent, the time is too short, and Wu Qingtan finds it hard to cultivate them to the point of carrying the sect's weight. Therefore, it is essential for Wu Qingtan to borrow a powerful disciple from a friendly elder to represent Qitian Peak in the 9 peaks competition. Zhou Qingyu scoffed. He brought this on himself. When they welcomed him into Qitian Peak, didn't everything go smoothly? Yi Yunfei panted, the problem is, Tianjian Peak practices the yin-yang sword. Qin Shangjian is after Zhao Yingshu. Yin-yang sword? Zhou Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned cold. He recalled what Wu Huanin had said about the rumors of Tianjian Peak.
A few core disciples practicing the yin-yang sword needed the feminine energy to balance it. So every now and then, they sought beautiful female disciples to accompany them as sword partners. In good terms it's called sword partners, but in harsh terms, it's just a euphemism for sleeping companions.
They've set their sights on my wife? Zhou Qingyu coldly snorted, fine, I'll make a trip to Qitian Peak.
It's time to have a serious talk with Wu Qingtan. To prevent all this nonsense from happening.
At Qitian Peak. In the main hall. Wu Qingtan's face was gloomy as he categorically refused. What kind of joke is this? You want the Wujig spirit root to be your senior brother's sword partner for 3 years? How could he even think of that? Get out. He was genuinely infuriated.
Just back at Qitian Peak, before he could even warm the seat, the second disciple of Tianjian Peak, Qin Shangjian, came to visit. Opening his mouth, he asked him to send Zhao Yingshu to become a sword partner for the Gai dynasty.
Tianjian Peak's almost evil way of practicing swords was one thing if they pulled a few outer disciples to be sword partners. But they actually had their eyes on his true disciple. This was simply outrageous. Qin Shangjian remained calm, as if he had anticipated Wu Qingtan's anger. He clasped his fists. Elder Wu, senior brother Gai says he will cherish junior sister Zhao, and will never treat her roughly as a mere sword partner. Moreover, this way, during the grand competition of the 9 peaks, senior brother Gai will be unable to sit back and do nothing for Qitian Peak. At that time, you won't have to say anything, he'll also represent Qitian Peak in battle. Wu Qingtan, still angry, maintained a gloomy expression. However, he showed no intention of driving him away. Everyone could see the current predicament of Qitian Peak. The grand competition of the 9 peaks in 5 months. I fear I might not be able to send out any disciples at all. And that Gai dynasty, he is known as the #1 disciple of the sect. His strength is unmatched. For 3 consecutive years in the 9 peaks competition, he claimed the title of the strongest disciple. If he represents Qitian Peak in the battle, he can rest easy for the competition in 5 months. However, to have Zhao Yingshu as his sword partner, he still finds it hard to accept. Due to excessive extraction of yin essence, Zhao Yingshu's supreme spiritual root will suffer severe damage, greatly affecting her potential. Right now, she has the potential of a strong contender on the continent. After being drained of yin essence by Gai dynasty for 3 years, she may only have the potential of an elder left. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qingtan refused, no need. At worst, I won't be the peak master. The Xingyan sect is rare to produce a seed of potential on the continent, I cannot ruin her for my selfish desires. He might have prejudices against Zhou Qingyu, and a cognitive bias about his disciple Luo Tianyu. But overall, he is a qualified mentor. Qin Shangjian remained calm and smiled faintly. By the way, senior brother Gai asked me to convey to you. In this 9 peaks competition, the Grand Elder of Tianxiang sect will bring his wife to observe. Elder Wu, you surely wouldn't want to feel embarrassed in front of that old lady Zhang, right? Hearing this, Wu Qingtan's body shook, fist suddenly tightening. His eyes shot out thick hatred. The Grand Elder's wife of Tianxiang sect was once his fiancée. Later, the fiancée tore up the marriage contract and turned to marry someone with greater potential. For this, Wu Qingtan has, for many years, carried this shame, trying to prove himself. Unfortunately, that man's talent truly surpassed his. 20 years have passed, the other is the Grand Elder of Tianxiang sect, while he is on the verge of losing his position as peak master, a fallen man. Seeing him like this, surely his fiancée would feel relieved about her choice back then? Thick shame filled Wu Qingtan's heart. It made him struggle a little. Qin Shangjian secretly chuckled, Master Brother is impressive, hitting Wu Qingtan's weak spot directly. It seems that this #1 duty of the sect, Zhao Yingshu, also can't escape Master Brother's grasp. However, just then, Zhou Qingyu strolled in with his hands behind his back, not hurried at all. He couldn't help but say, I've underestimated Elder Wu in the past. He had been there for a while. Their conversation was clear to hear. He somewhat understood why the sect master of Xingyan did not ask the Grand Elder Yan Jingru to take Zhao Yingshu, but instead sent Wu Qingtan. When it comes to big principles, Wu Qingtan truly does not waver. Wu Qingtan fixed his gaze on him and immediately showed anger. Luo Tianyu's betrayal had nothing to do with Zhou Qingyu. And if Luo Tianyu hadn't betrayed, would he end up in such a situation? So, how could he have a good attitude? What do you want? Get out! Wu Qingtan shouted sternly without losing composure. Zhou Qingyu smiled lightly with his hands behind his back. Elder Wu, you have already made a wrong choice once. Now, I'll give you another chance to choose. Such arrogant words made Wu Qingtan laugh in anger, slapping the table and shouting, You give me a chance? You're being boastful. Zhou Qingyu just smiled without speaking, casually taking out a jade bottle from his pocket and tossing it over. Wu Qingtan swept it up with his sleeve and looked it over, snorting, "I don't care what it is, don't think." As he spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted. The words he was about to say came to an abrupt stop. Chapter 81, Elder Wu's Shock. He doubted he had seen it wrong. As he leaned in to scrutinize it closely, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. A top-grade foundation establishment pill? How is that possible? Without the level of a 5-star alchemist, one cannot create a top-grade foundation establishment pill. But, in this continent, even 4-star alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers. 5-star, that's even a legendary level. Where did you get this? Wu Qingtan was stunned. Zhou Qingyu casually said, "Isn't this the place to talk?" Wu Qingtan glanced at Qin Shangjian and Yi Yunfei present and immediately said, "Come with me to the back hall. The top-grade foundation establishment pill. This is a huge matter. It absolutely must not leak out." Qin Shangjian frowned, watching the two leave, muttering, "What did that kid give Wu Qingtan to make him act so out of character?" However, no matter what, Wu Qingtan cannot refuse the proposal of my senior brother. Zhao Yinxi, she can't escape. Thinking of this, he crossed his legs and patiently awaited good news. In the back hall, Wu Qingtan used his powerful spiritual energy to set up a soundproof wall. He just pressured Zhou Qingyu and questioned, "Where did you come from?" Zhou Qingyu casually sat on the chair, crossing his legs and said, "Of course, it's something I refined myself, or did I just pick it up? Answer me truthfully." Wu Qingtan did not believe him at all, speaking in a heavy tone. In his eyes, Zhou Qingyu was just a discarded disciple he didn't want. How could he possibly have a connection with a 5-star alchemy master? Zhou Qingyu smiled faintly, "Elder Wu, put aside your prejudice and think carefully. Why would my spiritual root aptitude change from low to medium? Why did I go from the first level of foundation establishment to the 4th level in half a month? Why does Gu Changyue have a benefactor in her destiny, yet willingly chooses to be small and devoted to me? Do you really think those clumsy reasons you tell yourself are reasonable?" Wu Qingtan's gaze flickered. Zhou Qingyu repeatedly shattered his perceptions. From his determination that Zhou Qingyu could not break through foundation establishment to successfully establishing himself. Then to the belief that Zhou Qingyu would never improve after establishing himself, to breaking through several levels in a row. To save his own face, he used the excuse of exhausting potential. In reality, he could not even convince himself. How could there be such a way to exhaust a heavenly potential? Even if there were, could an ordinary person possess it? Also, a person's spiritual root is fixed, how could it suddenly be low and then high? Gu Changyue is not a fool, why would she willingly be a concubine? He finally began to take Zhou Qingyu seriously, skeptically asking, "Do you mean to say you are hiding your light?" Zhou Qingyu shrugged, "It's not so much hiding. It's just unnecessary to show it. Since you are the master of my 2 wives, let's be honest with each other." He walked to the desk in the hall, picked up a pen and asked, "May I ask Elder Wu, what kind of cultivation method do you practice?" This was not a big secret. Elder Wu thought for a moment and proudly said, "One of the 3 strongest techniques of Xingyun Pavilion, the mystical level medium technique, Jingyun Palm Dut." Zhou Qingyu nodded and wrote several pages generously. He tossed them to Wu Qingtan, "Here you go, take it. Consider it a little reward for protecting my first wife just now." Reward? Wu Qingtan was infuriated and grabbed it, saying, "Your tone is even more arrogant than our pavilion master." With irritation, he looked at the characters on these papers. He prepared to refute harshly. But upon a closer look, he was astonished to find that this was a palm technique, and the essence within the words was unfathomable to him. He couldn't help but be stunned. "What is this?" Zhou Qingyu replied lightly, "It's nothing much, just a high-level mystical technique. I forgot the name, so feel free to name it." He didn't even remember where this palm technique came from. In any case, it was one of the many dusty items he had. High-level mystical? Wu Qingtan was utterly shocked. He really wanted to question whether Zhou Qingyu was fooling him. But the mystery of this technique clearly indicated it was far above the medium level. High-level mystical techniques were only qualified for the pavilion master to practice. After a long while, he finally calmed his emotions. Shockingly looking at Zhou Qingyu, he exclaimed, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you encountered a great fortune and gained a lot of benefits. You indeed have the capital to be arrogant." Great fortune? Zhou Qingyu smiled meaningfully, "You still don't quite understand what stands before you." He glanced at Wu Qingtan, saying, "De Mengdan, you've been consuming it for some years, right?" Wu Qingtan's pupils shrank. His heart raced suddenly. It was as if the deepest hidden secret had been uncovered, his eyes fierce as he sharply said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I would never take such a pill that exhausts potential." But the look of panic on his face betrayed him. He, who had been speculating that Zhou Qingyu was exhausting his potential, was actually the one truly draining his own power. Zhou Qingyu leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and complained, "Is there no good tea?" Wu Qingtan, however, was flustered as he said, "That's enough, our conversation ends here. You must leave, and you are not allowed to return to my Qi Tian Peak." Zhou Qingyu replied playfully, "Oh really? You're not going to take care of the cracks in your Dantian? No one can save me. In a few years, the Dantian will be ruined." Wu Qingtan was shocked again. "How do you know this? Who told you?" His expression was a bit horrifying. These were his deepest secrets. Once exposed, he would be disgraced. For the past 20 years, to hasten his cultivation, he had secretly consumed the dream pill. How effective it was hard to say, but the downsides gradually revealed themselves as his cultivation deepened. That was the cracks in his Dantian. If it continued to develop, it would inevitably lead to the situation Zhou Qingyu described. If the Dantian is ruined, it means all cultivation is lost, reduced to a worthless person. Zhou Qingyu did not answer, simply said, "Sit down, cross your legs, and cultivate as I say." Wu Qingtan's expression changed several times. In the end, he oddly sat down and began to slowly cultivate as Zhou Qingyu instructed. He did not know how much time had passed. When Wu Qingtan woke up and looked inside at his Dantian, he couldn't help but be shocked. "The cracks have shrunk? How is that possible? I've checked many ancient texts, the cracks in the Dantian are irreversible." Zhou Qingyu swung his leg, saying, "Irreversible? That's for others. For me, there are very few impossible things in this world." At this moment, Wu Qingtan could no longer see things clearly. Zhou Qingyu was certainly no ordinary disciple. He was a master who could easily point him in the right direction. With a complex expression, he said seriously, "Thank you, Zhou, friend." Zhou Qingyu nodded his chin and said, "Take out some materials for the Qiankuan pill." Qiankuan pill? Wu Qingtan was surprised. Wasn't that a pill only cultivators at their level would take? However, such pills, Master Yun of the Xingyun Pavilion no longer had the ability to refine. They needed to purchase it from the Nine Sovereigns' Palace. The price was so high that even as elders, they felt great pain about it. Unless it was a critical moment for a breakthrough, they wouldn't dare to use it at all. Reluctantly, he took out some materials. "Is this enough? What do you want to do? Exchange it for crystal stones?" Even though he was a bit reluctant, these were materials he had accumulated over several years. However, Zhou Qingyu had helped him so much. What harm was there in giving him some? Zhou Qingyu rolled his eyes at him, pulling out a Dan furnace and starting to refine it on the spot. Before long, 10 green Qiankuan pills appeared before him. Wu Qingtan was utterly shocked. You really are a 5-star alchemy master." When Zhou Qingyu said he had refined the top-grade foundation establishment pill, Wu Qingtan had not believed it at all. Now, this Qiankuan pill, which was a level more difficult than the foundation establishment pill, was refined right in front of him. What did this mean? Did it need saying? Thud. Wu Qingtan knelt down. He knew well now. He had encountered a master. A master who was far beyond him. Younger Wu Qingtan pays respects to the senior. Just moments ago, he had called him a friend, but now, he directly changed his words and bowed deeply. Zhou Qingyu waved his hand, saying, "Get up. After all, you are the master of my 2 wives. If you bow like that, it will mess up the hierarchy." Wu Qingtan completely dropped the attitude of the peak master, standing up half-bowed, looking ashamed as he said, "Younger one has been disrespectful. Please forgive me, senior." Zhou Qingyu didn't hold it against him at all. He said, "Out of the 10 Qiankuan pills, you keep 5, and the other 5 send to my chief master." Wu Qingtan bowed, saying, "Yes. Senior, should I continue to keep it a secret from Elder Yin?" Zhou Qingyu said, "You keep it a secret. Occasionally experiencing the feeling of being a disciple isn't bad." Wu Qingtan was filled with surprise. Why would Zhou Qingyu do this? Wasn't his skills 100 times greater than Yan Jingru's? Why would he humble himself beneath her? What disciple could it be? He remembered Yan Jingru, whose beauty rivaled that of Zhao Yingxiai. He understood. This was an intriguing way the elder was playing to chase women. A master-disciple romance, how thrilling it sounded. "I will follow the elder's command," Wu Qingtan said solemnly. Completely unaware of Wu Qingtan's thoughts, Zhou Qingyu stood up and said, "If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to ask me. As long as you remember to take good care of my 2 wives. Anyone who dares to covet them should get lost far away." Wu Qingtan would never dare let anyone lay hands on his 2 precious female disciples. No. They weren't just female disciples. They were simply great blessings sent by fate. They were like 2 bodhisattvas sprung from the Wu family's ancestral grave. He could barely afford to worship them, how could he allow anyone to covet?
At this moment, he suddenly remembered Qin Shangjian. Anger surged from his heart.
That dog, plotting against the elder's wife.
And he expected him to be a sword partner.
Elder, I'll go deal with Qin Shangjian right away. Wu Qingtan bowed. Zhou Qingyu paced and said, let's go out together.
As they were about to leave the back hall, Wu Qingtan smartly quickened his pace, walking in front of him.
To prevent anyone from noticing the details and recognizing their relationship.
Qin Shangjian, who had been waiting impatiently, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Elder Wu, how have you considered it?
Wu Qingtan stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, I've made up my mind.
Our Qitian Peak indeed needs a powerful disciple to fight on our behalf.
See?
As expected, Wu Qingtan would eventually bow down, obediently giving Zhao Yingxiai to the senior brother as his sword partner.
As for the person secretly meeting with Elder Wu, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously.
He then clasped his hands to Wu Qingtan. Elder Wu, wise and mighty, this is a win-win cooperation.
Since that's the case, I'll go back to report to senior brother.
I hope to soon facilitate the sword partner relationship between brother Guy and sister Zhao. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave.
Wu Qingtan, however, spoke indifferently. Who told you I was going to cooperate with Tianjian Peak?
Qin Shangjian was taken aback. Elder Wu, you just said you wanted to find a powerful disciple to battle in the Nine Peaks Grand Competition.
Wu Qingtan mocked. Did I say it was for the Guy dynasty? What? Qin Shangjian became anxious. But besides my brother Guy, who else is willing to represent Qitian Peak?
You have to understand, aside from our Tianjian Peak, the other peaks are not very willing to lend out their powerful disciples.
Wu Qingtan scoffed. Are you blind? Can't you see the outstanding disciple from Qinghuan Peak here?
Only then did Qin Shangjian notice Zhou Qingyu.
In disbelief, he said, Elder Wu, you want him to fight on behalf of Qitian Peak? No way. What level of cultivation does he even have? Foundation Establishment Level 4. Could he even qualify to represent Qitian Peak? Yes, he was at Foundation Establishment Level 4 now.
But Wu Qingtan had no doubt that 5 months later, Zhou Qingyu's strength would be terrifying.
What, does this elder need your instructions on how to handle things?
In the past, he had misjudged Zhou Qingyu and missed the chance to take him as a disciple. He had made a choice once.
Now, he wanted to make the right choice.
Disciples do not dare, Qin Shangjian quickly replied. But his heart was filled with strong unwillingness.
He glared fiercely at Zhou Qingyu. What did you promise Elder Wu? How could you deceive Elder Wu into agreeing to let you represent Qitian Peak in battle? Promise?
What Zhou Qingyu had given were great opportunities, one after the other. He walked slowly towards the hall's exit, indifferent, and said, Go back and tell your so-called senior brother.
If you want to find a woman, go home and look for your mom. Qin Shangjian's face was filled with anger.
You, Zhou, stole my senior brother's woman, you're asking for death.
Yi Yunfei couldn't watch any longer and huffed, Sister Zhao is Zhou Xian's lawful wife. Who's really stealing from whom? Qin Shangjian arrogantly declared, I don't care if they're married or not.
If my senior brother has his eyes on her, then she is his woman. Anyone who dares to steal, one word, death. Zhou Qingyu shot him a glance, dismissively ignoring him. He hooked his shoulder around Yi Yunfei's.
This time, your reminder came just in time.
He quietly stuffed a handful of top-quality foundation pills into his hands. Take these and share them with Yinxi and Changyu.
Yi Yunfei looked down in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. Top quality.
He hurriedly stifled his voice, his face filled with disbelief. A low-grade foundation pill already costs 100 crystal stones, let alone a top-quality one.
Thank you, senior, thank you, senior.
He silently rejoiced at how correct his previous action had been.
Patting him on the shoulder, Zhou Qingyu hummed a tune and left. Returning to Qinghuan Peak.
He had already thought about how to explain it to Yan Jingru. But upon arriving at the peak, he found several unfamiliar flying creatures parked nearby, and there was a flurry of chaos in the main hall. He hurried over. To his shock, Yan Jingru was lying on the jade couch, her face pale and devoid of blood. Her eyes were filled with hidden pain. Li Tianfeng and the others were in a frenzy, listening to a slender, colorful-dressed beautiful woman directing them. Hurry and check if Zhang Yuejiang has arrived. You, go fetch Ji Yufu. And you, quickly press down on your master's chest. Hearing her voice, Zhou Qingyu recognized that silhouette.
Wasn't this the master of Yaofeng, Lan Yingying?
Her cultivation level was not very high among the elders, but her medical skills were unmatched. At this moment, she also seemed a bit anxious. Suddenly, she caught sight of Zhou Qingyu and scolded, Your master is like this, and you are still idle.
Zhou Qingyu was speechless. Who is idle?
He rushed forward, looking at Yan Jingru's current condition with a heavy heart. It was clearly just a mild attack moments ago.
Why did it suddenly worsen? Master Lan, what happened to my master? Lan Yingying looked at Zhou Qingyu with a displeased expression and huffed, isn't it because of you?
Lying on the jade couch, Yan Jingru reached out to stop her from continuing. But she still bluntly said it out loud.
Because of me? Zhou Qingyu looked bewildered. Chapter 83, Arrogantly Extreme.
His master's illness should be caused by her cultivation.
How could it be related to me? Lan Yingying looked at Yan Jingru with heartache, your master has a chronic illness.
She needs to take the Anxi Nijing pill regularly to stabilize her condition.
This pill belongs to the spiritual medicine, and only alchemists can refine it.
When Master Yun was around, we always asked him, but now only Elder Jiang in one hall can refine it.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyu understood. He furrowed his brow, because I offended Jiang Yuejiang, he won't refine the Anxi Nijing pill for my master? Lan Yingying huffed, not just that.
He wants you to kneel and apologize to him before he'll continue refining. Your master refused, and she has already run out of the Anxi Nijing pill. That's why her condition worsened.
No wonder Lan Yingying blamed him.
So it really was related to him. Master Lan, I have learned a bit of medicine, let me examine my master's pulse, check her condition, and see if I can prescribe a remedy.
Isn't it just a problem caused by cultivation leading to heart damage?
He could heal damaged dantians.
What is this situation now?
Actually, he could prescribe a remedy directly, but that would make his medical skills seem too brilliant, arousing suspicion from the two peak masters.
Lan Yingying laughed in anger, with me here, what illness can't I treat that you can treat? Given the relationship between your master and me, if I could treat it, I would have cured it long ago. As Zhou Qingyu pondered how to prescribe the remedy, Li Tianfeng joyfully exclaimed, Elder Jiang has arrived, and Elder Ji has come too. Master has hope.
Lan Yingying let out a slight breath of relief and coldly huffed, I believe Jiang Yuejiang won't dare truly ignore her plight. Otherwise, when the sect master comes out, he will pay the price.
Not long after,
Jiang Yuejiang and Ji Yufu entered one after the other. The latter rushed forward to examine, her cold, beautiful face immediately revealing a hint of seriousness. She turned to Jiang and said, Brother Jiang, hurry and refine an Anxi Nijing pill.
Elder Yan's condition is not optimistic.
Thinking it was a matter of life and death.
Zhang Yuelang will feel moved.
Who knew? He entered and sat on the chair beside him, leisurely taking out the tea set and slowly brewing the tea over a low fire. His expression was calm and content, don't get me wrong. I'm not here to save anyone, I was just annoyed by your constant urging, so I came to take a look.
Now that I've looked, can I drink my tea without being disturbed? Ji Yufu was angry, you. Senior brother, Elder Yan is our nebulous sect's grand elder.
If anything happens to her, it will be a huge loss for our nebulous sect.
Zhang Yuelang chuckled, so what? Does it have anything to do with me? Her illness is not caused by me. Such a cold attitude. It made everyone present furious.
But now they needed his help, so it was not a good time to explode in anger.
Zhou Qingyu was speechless, it's just a broken pill, and you're acting so important? He looked at Ji Yufu and said, Ji Steward, isn't your alchemy level much higher than Zhang Yuelang's? Why can't you refine a pill like this?
Ji Yufu also noticed Zhou Qingyu, recognizing him as the disciple who risked everything to bet on his victory. She couldn't help but feel a little fond of him, her delicate and serene face showing a trace of kindness. She shook her head slightly and explained, I can't refine this pill. Before our master left, he split the various pill formulas he had mastered in half and gave them to me and senior brother Jiang. The formula for the anxious easy pill is in senior brother Zhang's hands. Without the formula, even if I know how to refine pills, it would be of no use. So it turns out it was a lack of the formula.
Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, isn't that easy to solve? Ha! Li Tianfeng and the others' eyes lit up. Could it be that the little junior brother has a solution? Lan Yingying, puzzled, asked, can you get the formula? Zhou Qingyu smiled lightly and said, no problem.
Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be lying, Lan Yingying couldn't help but get excited, then hurry and take it out. If you can cure your master's illness, this peak master will reward you heavily. She and Yan Jingru were of similar age, the two youngest among all the elders. Therefore, they often communicated and had a very good relationship. Knowing that Yan Jingru had hope for recovery, she was happier than anyone else. Yan Jingru couldn't help but have a glimmer of light in her eyes, placing deep hopes in this disciple who continually surprised her.
Zhang Yuelang also stopped brewing tea. He looked over with a slightly nervous expression. Could it be that he really has the formula? Zhou Qingyu came in front of Yan Jingru and asked, Master, do you have a container that previously held the anxious easy pill?
Yan Jingru nodded slightly and, with difficulty, took out an empty bottle from her sleeve. Zhou Qingyu took it, opened the bottle cap, and gently sniffed it. He immediately identified the ingredients inside. Lan Yingying was astonished, what do you want to do? Analyze the formula?
Zhou Qingyu nodded, yes, Master Lan. Upon hearing this, Lan Yingying's face quickly darkened. She shouted lowly, nonsense. Jiang Yuelang also came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh heartily. I thought it was some good method, but it turns out to be analyzing the formula. You really dare to think. Ji Yufu couldn't help but sigh. She softly explained, the formula cannot be analyzed this way. Because a spirit pill requires more than just the type of medicinal materials. The quantity of each medicinal material, the heat during refining, and the state of purification all determine the success or failure of a pill. If just a single pill could analyze the formula, then there would be no such thing as rare pills in this world. Moreover, you don't even have the pill, how could you possibly succeed just based on smell? Zhou Qingyu said nothing. He picked up a pen and began to write the formula on paper. Cough cough. Suddenly, Yan Jingru coughed violently, actually coughing out some blood. Her condition had worsened. Jiang Yuelang showed a relieved expression, elegantly holding the freshly brewed tea. Elder Yan, I, Jiang Yuelang, am not a heartless person. As long as you expel Zhou Qingyu from the sect, leaving him a homeless stray dog, I will immediately refine the anxious easy pill for you. Otherwise, your condition will truly worsen and may threaten your life. Lan Yingying glared at Jiang Yuelang in anger. How dare you threaten an elder? If any disciple dared to do this, their fate would be very tragic. But who could blame him? He is a one-star alchemist, with a transcendent figure like Master Yin backing him up. Besides the sect leader, really no one dares to easily move against him. This is also why Jiang Yulong is so arrogant. She couldn't bear to see Yin Jingru continue suffering. Her expression was complex as she said, Jingru, why don't you just? After all, Zhou Qingyu's talent is mediocre. Expelling him from the sect wouldn't affect the Nine Peaks Grand Competition. But before the words were finished, Yin Jingru firmly refused. Elder Jiang, please leave. I do not need your pill. Since Zhou Qingyu has acknowledged me as his master, unless he commits a serious fault, it is impossible to expel him from the sect. Cough cough, cough cough cough. As she spoke, her coughing intensified. More and more blood froth was spewed out, staining her chest. Lan Yingying was anxious, grinding her teeth, and said, Jiang Yulong, haven't you been thinking about the few treasured spiritual herbs I planted in the backyard? As long as you make the peaceful mind pill, I will give you all of these. Spiritual herbs that can be personally cultivated by a peak master cannot be ordinary things. Their value is many times more precious than a peaceful mind pill. Only then did a hint of a smile appear on Jiang Yulong's face. Good. Since Peak Master Lan has spoken, of course, I will give you this face. Let me see, Zhou Qingyu cheated me of 3,000 crystal stones. Elder Yan has a crime of poor discipline. If she is willing to kneel down and apologize to me on behalf of her disciple, this matter can be settled. He figured it out. Zhou Qingyu dared to be so bold, winning his money, all because Yin Jingru was supporting him. So to deal with him, they should first deal with Yin Jingru. This is outrageous. Lan Yingying slammed the table, angrily shouting, you want an elder to kneel to you? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yulong smiled slightly, then I will leave, and you all don't try to stop me. As he spoke, he stood up and was about to leave. This made Lan Yingying, Ji Yufu, and Li Tianfeng suddenly anxious. If he leaves, who will make the peaceful mind pill? Zhuo Li, holding back tears, was about to persuade him to stay. Finally finishing the pill recipe, Zhou Qingyu blew on the ink stains above and said, it's done. Let him go. He isn't needed here anymore. Chapter 84, Reverse Decode the Pill Recipe. Everyone's mood did not improve because of Zhou Qingyu's words. Decoding a pill recipe is inherently absurd. No one believed he could succeed. Jiang Yulong revealed a playful expression, oh. Qinghuan Peak really produces talents. Do you want me to point out where the recipe is lacking? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I could turn it into a real pill recipe. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qingyu was too lazy to argue with him. He stuffed the recipe into Ji Yufu's hands. Elder Ji, take a look, what materials do you not have? If you don't have them, I'll go find them right now. If you do have them, just temporarily lend me Elder Ji's materials, I can convert that into crystal stones for you. Ji Yufu looked at the recipe with a wry smile. This isn't about whether the materials were available or not. Rather, the recipe fundamentally cannot replicate the real peaceful mind pill. However, when she finished reading the recipe, she was somewhat surprised and murmured, how come it actually looks pretty legitimate? After dealing with various pill recipes for a long time, an alchemist will have a sense of whether a recipe is reliable or not. But she didn't notice any obvious flaws in the recipe before her. Could it be that he really decoded it? This is impossible. Elder Ji, time is of the essence, Zhou Qingyu urged. Ji Yufu came back to her senses, her curiosity piqued, and said, I have all the materials, and I don't need you to convert them into crystal stones. Let this be my way of repaying your support on that day. Jiang Yulong held up his teacup, unable to help but sneer. Junior sister, Zhou Qingyu is just a layman messing around. You, a proper alchemist, how can you follow along with such nonsense? How could you believe a decoded recipe? If our esteemed master knew, he would definitely scold you. Lan Yingying couldn't help but sigh. She understood Ji Yufu's goodwill, wanting to hold onto a dead horse as if it were a live one. But how could the elixir recipe that was deciphered possibly succeed? Li Tianfeng and the others' eyes darkened slightly. They understood that Ji Yufu was also acting out of desperation. But only Ji Yufu knew that her actions were not entirely without choice. Indeed, this recipe sparked her curiosity. She carefully took out 12 kinds of materials according to the elixir recipe. Jiang Yuelang looked closely and was surprised to see that they were exactly the same as the materials in his own recipe. Suppressing his surprise, he sneered, "Well, this Zhou fellow has a sharp nose. At least you didn't get the types of herbs wrong." Zhou Qingyu approached Yan Jingru, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a towel, and coldly glanced at him. "You can laugh later." Jiang Yuelang said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "Oh? You really took that as a compliment? You don't think just getting the materials right is enough, do you? The quantities of the materials, purification, and timing are all crucial." Ji Yufu ignored him. She followed the recipe's requirements, meticulously performing each step. Not long after, as wisps of green smoke wafted from the alchemy furnace, Ji Yufu looked at the furnace in disbelief and softly said, "It's ready. But it's hard to say what exactly has been made." Jiang Yuelang teased, "Of course, it's the Anqi pill. Could it be something else?" Ha ha. Ji Yufu's face turned red, feeling embarrassed to open it. Lan Yingying and the three also showed helpless expressions. Was there still a need to open it? It was surely a charred mess. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to open it, junior sister? Let me help. Jiang Yuelang laughed heartily and opened the furnace, saying, "Let me see the masterpiece created by you and Zhou Qingyu." As the lid of the furnace was lifted, a cloud of green smoke burst out. Jiang Yuelang felt that it was boring to see by himself. He flipped the alchemy furnace upside down on the table. As he removed the furnace, 7 or 8 glossy black pills rolled across the table. Except for Yan Jingru and Jiang Yuelang, no one present had ever seen the Anqi pill. So, upon seeing the dark pills, they all assumed it was a failure. Li Tianfeng sighed, "Junior brother, you really are reckless." Lu Huayu also reproached, "You've wasted a whole set of materials from Elder Ji." Zuoli said unsympathetically, "And you think you can decipher elixir recipes? What were you thinking?" Lan Yingying showed it just as I thought expression. She sighed, "Jingru, I don't really understand your little junior. In this situation, how could you still be so reckless?" As she spoke, Lan Yingying noticed Yan Jingru staring in amazement at the pills on the table. "Jingru, what's wrong? Are you angry too?" She couldn't help but glare at Zhou Qingyu across the table. "Look at the mess you've made, even with the master injured, you can't give her peace." However, Yan Jingru trembled as she raised her finger, pointing at the pills on the table, stammering, "The pills. Anqin. Yijing pill." Her fragmented words took a moment for everyone to piece together. They were all stunned. Lan Yingying couldn't believe it. "Jingru, you didn't get it wrong, did you? That's the Anqin Yijing pill?" Yan Jingru nodded, saying, "Yes. It's the Anqin Yijing pill." At this moment, everyone was frozen in shock. Even Ji Yufu covered her rosy lips, her almond eyes wide open. The recipe that Zhou Qingyu deciphered turned out to be real. Jiang Yuelang stared at the pills on the table, his expression frozen, backing away repeatedly, shaking his head, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the recipe be deciphered?" Seeing Zhou Qingyu staring coldly at him, he lunged forward in anger, shouting, "You stole my recipe, didn't you? Didn't you?" Slap. Zhou Qingyu would not let him off lightly. He raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying, coldly saying, "I told you not to laugh too early." After a pause, he added, "Now, let me give you another piece of advice. Don't cry too soon. The days when you feel miserable are still ahead." Helping Luo Tianyu and stealing his wife, Zhou Qingyu had merely taken his alchemy furnace. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuelang did not learn his lesson and dared to seek revenge on Yan Jingru instead. This debt. I won't let this go easily. Lan Yingying was sure that she no longer needed to be controlled by Jiang Yuelang and finally couldn't hold back anymore. She coldly snorted, "Throw this despicable and shameless thing out." No need for him to say it. Li Tianfeng and the others, who were already furious, had already made their move. They punched and kicked Jiang Yuelang out of Qinghuan Peak. Zhou Qingyu then picked up a pill and fed it to Yan Jingru. The pain in her eyes quickly faded, and her body gradually returned to stability. "Thank you so much for this." Yan Jingru showed a hint of gratitude. It's what a disciple should do. Zhou Qingyu smiled slightly. Master, you should rest first. He turned to leave the main hall. He planned to find Ji Yufu to discuss how to make Zhang Yuelang suffer a crushing defeat. But just as he exited the main hall, he saw Ji Yufu impatiently talking to a male disciple, seemingly in an argument. And that person was someone Zhou Qingyu had just seen. Yufu, my yin-yang sword has been stuck at the second level for a long time, just waiting for us to cultivate together. We are an engaged couple, what are you being so flirty for? Qin Shangjian grabbed Ji Yufu's wrist, trying to pull her away from Qingluan Peak. Ji Yufu struggled and said, Qin Shangjian. The engagement was arranged by our parents, I have not agreed to it. Besides, I have someone I like. You need to be more respectful. Qin Shangjian chuckled, someone you like? Haha, who is it? Let me see. Suddenly, a small stone shot over quickly, hitting his wrist. He winced in pain and released Ji Yufu. When he looked up again, he found Ji Yufu already in someone's arms. Sorry, Yufu's loved one is me. Zhou Qingyu said playfully. Qin Shangjian, seeing Ji Yufu being held by another man, was already burning with rage. When he discovered this man was Zhou Qingyu, he became even more furious. Let go of my fiancé! He shouted, drawing his sword. Zhou Qingyu had no intention of letting go, even playfully rubbing her arm, saying, What's wrong, don't you believe it? Yufu, tell him what I am to you. Ji Yufu's body stiffened, her complexion like a fiery sunset. She had only made up an excuse to deal with Qin Shangjian. Who would have thought that Zhou Qingyu would suddenly hold her and pretend to be her loved one? For a moment. She couldn't deny it nor could she admit it. Ji Yufu. Qin Shangjian was furious to the extreme. Do you have no shame? You actually flirt with a pretty boy. Initially hesitating, Ji Yufu felt anger in her heart. With a resolve, she leaned over and kissed Zhou Qingyu, saying, That's right, Zhou Qingyu is my loved one. I'm just an old cow eating tender grass, what does it have to do with you? Zhou Qingyu was a bit stunned. Sister, why did you actually kiss him? I was just trying to play along with you to anger Qin Shangjian. However, Ji Yufu in her mid-20s was at the peak of her maturity as a woman. Like a ripe peach, taking a bite is full of juice. Her appearance was also exceptionally beautiful. She was the dream lover of many in the sect. So Zhou Qingyu felt he hadn't lost out. This scene made Qin Shangjian seethe with fury, roaring, Zhou Qingyu. Taking another man's wife, we won't rest until we die. Ha ha. Zhou Qingyu said with a half-smile, you weren't saying that at Qitian Peak. Now that your own wife is taken, you're throwing a tantrum? Qin Shangjian gritted his teeth. How could he have imagined that after trying to take Zhou Qingyu's wife, he would end up losing his fiancée to Zhou Qingyu? I don't care. You get lost right now, I don't want to see you again. Or else. Or else what? Do you want to see where you are standing right now? A loud shout suddenly came. It was Li Tianfeng and 3 disciples who had just carried Zhang Yuelang down the mountain, returning to the mountaintop. As soon as they arrived, they heard Qin Shangjian threatening Zhou Qingyu. Li Tianfeng immediately yelled angrily. Lu Huayu's eyes also filled with coldness. In the territory of Qingluan Peak, you want my Qingluan Peak disciples to get lost? Do you think this is Tiantai Peak? Zuoli was even more blunt, the one who should get lost is you. Seeing Li Tianfeng and the 3 appear, Qin Shangjian instantly lost the confidence to shout. He hurriedly jumped onto the white crane. With a hateful glare at Zhou Qingyu, you wait for me. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, if you want revenge, you better act fast, or my child with Yufu will be able to buy soy sauce. Qin Shangjian's face twisted with anger, he stomped on the white crane and left furiously. Ji Yufu sighed slightly, alas. You have made a great enemy out of him, it's all my fault. Zhou Qingyu replied indifferently, he doesn't even deserve to be my enemy. Little junior brother, what are you two doing? Zuoli's eyes darted back and forth between the two, her round face full of surprise. They were only down the mountain for a little while. Zhou Qingyu had caught the prized pill master Ji Yufu? Lu Huayu's mouth twitched, little junior brother, start your class, I'll kneel and listen. It was at this moment Ji Yufu realized she was still wrapped in Zhou Qingyu's arms. She quickly screamed in fright, breaking free from Zhou Qingyu's embrace and hurriedly explained, you misunderstood, it's not like that, actually. Li Tianfeng raised his hand and gave Lu Huayu and Zuoli each a knock on the forehead. You two talk too much, go inside and take care of the master. He pulled the 2 of them into the main hall, creating a space for Zhou Qingyu and Ji Yufu to be alone. Ji Yufu's face was flushed, she lowered her head and hurried down the mountain, saying, goodbye. Zhou Qingyu watched her retreating figure down the mountain. He smirked, put on a mask, then simply changed his outer clothes, using his movement technique to reach the foot of the mountain ahead of her. Senior? looking at the masked person standing at the foot of the mountain, hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky. Ji Yufu rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Zhou Qingyu turned around and said, "You won the match against Zhang Yuelang?" Ji Yufu's eyes sparkled with admiration, gratefully saying, "Thanks to your guidance, I can't thank you enough." Looking at the possibly younger senior in front of her, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. If she had to have a crush, no one would be more admirable to her than this senior, right? Zhou Qingyu nodded slightly. After some time, I will visit the second hall again. I'll guide you on the alchemy methods from the first hall. Ji Yufu was first stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Yuelang had many good pills. If she could also refine them, the business in the second hall would thoroughly overshadow the first hall. From then on, Zhang Yuelang's business would plummet. In the end, if the performance was too poor, he might not even be able to afford external disciples and would have to close down. Yufu is looking forward to your noble visit, senior. Zhou Qingyu nodded, using his movement technique to float away like smoke. In reality, he took a detour and returned to Qinghuan Peak. Just in time, Li Tianfeng and the others came out, their faces filled with joy. "Junior brother, we were just looking for you." Li Tianfeng said, "The master said that Ziyun Cave will open tomorrow. She asked us 4 disciples to practice hard, while there aren't many people, to refresh the progress leaderboard of Ziyun Cave." Oh? Previously, the 3 of them passed the examination by Fei Lingnan, and in their excitement, Fei Lingnan rewarded Qinghuan Peak with a chance to enter Ziyun Cave for training. So soon, they could redeem it? But what is the progress leaderboard? Zhou Qingyu asked in surprise. Li Tianfeng explained, Ziyun Cave can sense the cultivation, strength, and technique progress of each disciple during this period. The one with the most progress that month can receive valuable rewards. Last time, someone got a medium-tier profound technique. Really? Zhou Qingyu was not very interested. However, he indeed wanted to practice the 7-star break and golden light escape. Since it was a sacred place for cultivation, the corresponding cultivation environment should not be lacking. The next day, at the foot of the peak of the sect leader, in front of a cave leading underground, Zhou Qingyu and the 3 of them arrived. "Yufu, based on your strength, you won't be able to pick the desert blood vine." Qin Shangjian advised, "I spent my merit points this time specifically to exchange for a token to enter Ziyun Cave, just to help you get the desert blood vine. Please don't refuse my good intentions." How come they can also enter the Purple Cloud Cave? Zhou Qingyu couldn't help but look at Li Tianfeng, saying, "What about the extra opportunity promised to Qinghuan Peak?" Li Tianfeng explained, "The alchemy hall stewards are an exception. They need to gather rare herbs and treasures for alchemy, so they have the right to enter the Purple Cloud Cave once a month when it opens. As for Qin Shangjian, he's willing to spend a year's worth of merit points to train in the Purple Cloud Cave. No one can stop him." Hearing the conversation, Qin Shangjian suddenly realized Zhou Qingyu and the others were here, and he was taken aback. "What, you can also enter the Purple Cloud Cave?" Zhou Qingyu smiled faintly and said, "Why are you so surprised? Are you planning to do something not so proper to Ji Yufu? Merit points are accumulated bit by bit through completing tasks. Did Qin Shangjian really spend a whole year's worth just to accompany Ji Yufu in gathering some desert blood vines? He obviously had other motives." "Yufu, it's safer to stick with me," Zhou Qingyu suggested. Ji Yufu thought for a moment and shook her head gently. She didn't want Zhou Qingyu to continue having a conflict with Qin Shangjian because of her. She said tactfully, "I want to gather the desert blood vine on my own, you two can be busy with your own things, don't mind me." After saying that, she stepped into the Purple Cloud Cave first. Qin Shangjian angrily said, "Zhou Qingyu, are you deliberately going against me?" Without his interference, perhaps he could have persuaded Ji Yufu to agree to go with him. At that time, he would find a way to create opportunities for the two to cultivate together, and his yin-yang sword could successfully reach greatness. Zhou Qingyu disdainfully said, still the same saying, "Do not impose on others what you do not desire. If you can do as you wish, why can't I do as I please?" Qin Shangjian glared at Zhou Qingyu with malice, then turned and entered the Purple Cloud Cave. Li Tianfeng looked at him with concern. "Junior brother, you should stick with your senior brother. To prevent this guy from secretly plotting against you." Lu Huayu also said, "The Purple Cloud Cave is not like other places, its internal environment is complex, and the stewards here may not be able to monitor every corner. If he wants to harm you, he has many chances." Zhou Qingyu actually looked forward to Qin Shangjian causing trouble for him. It would be just right for him to take this opportunity to deal with him. At that moment, a few birds suddenly arrived. One of them was actually the Nighthawk King from the Shura sect. On it stood Luo Tianyu with a beaming face, along with Yu Gaohun. This left everyone confused. This place was the Xingyun Pavilion, right at the foot of the sect master's peak. How dare the Shura sect people intrude into the sect? Until they noticed that on a nearby white crane was the smiling steward Fei Lingnan. And on another white crane was the composed Yen Jingru. Master? What's going on?
Zhou Qingyu asked, puzzled. Yan Jingru's expression was serious as she said, the chief steward has allowed Luo Tianyu to enter the Purple Cloud Cave to train.
What? Zhou Qingyu felt incredulous. Luo Tianyu is a traitor.
The disciples of Xingyun Pavilion were loyal and devoted, and many might not even qualify to enter the Purple Cloud Cave.
Yet a traitor gets to enjoy it first? It was simply ridiculous. Luo Tianyu arrogantly said, "What? Are you not satisfied? This is the charm of genius.
Truly gifted ones have resources willingly delivered to them. Only trash like you need to struggle for resources."
Zhou Qingyu rubbed his chin. I remember, not long ago, you lost to me, right? Calling me trash? Then what are you? Even worse than trash?
Luo Tianyu's painful spot was exposed, and he immediately fumed with anger.
Fei Lingnan was even angrier than him, shouting, "Zhou Qingyu, shut up. Are you still not satisfied with the trouble you've caused? I finally invited Luo Tianyu to give Xingyun Pavilion a chance. If you upset him again, I won't let you off."
Yan Jingru's face was as cold as frost. She hesitated several times to speak. Finally, with a hint of helplessness, she warned the 4 disciples, after you go in, stay away from Luo Tianyu, and don't get into disputes with him.
This left Li Tianfeng unable to accept. Master, I can't cultivate alongside a traitor.
Yan Jingru had to explain the situation. Luo Tianyu got in touch with the Grand Elder and wants to visit the Ziyun Cave to refresh the progress leaderboard and prove himself again.
If the Ziyun Cave can give him a good name, he is willing to come back. In a fit of anger, Luo Tianyu betrayed the Xingyun Pavilion. Wasn't it just because he was defeated, feeling humiliated?
If he could prove himself again, of course, he would want to return. Thus, the Grand Elder eagerly agreed. After all, a young genius with the potential of a starry sky warrior is simply a loss that the Xingyun Pavilion cannot afford.
Zhou Qingyu curled his lips. Then I think it's hopeless. His potential is just that, no matter how he proves himself, it's all in vain. Fei Lingnan was furious upon hearing this. Elder Yan, manage your disciple.
Yan Jingru was invited to advise her disciples, especially Zhou Qingyu, not to conflict with Luo Tianyu and waste his cultivation progress.
This was Luo Tianyu's only chance to return.
Yan Jingru helplessly said, "Zhou Qingyu, remember my words, keep your distance from him."
Zhou Qingyu could almost see the final outcome. He shrugged. What if I stay away from him, and he still cannot prove himself? Luo Tianyu was both angry and amused. Zhou Qingyu, do you have any misunderstandings about the potential of Starry Sky Warriors?
With my serious cultivation, the combined progress of the 4 of you from Qinghuan Peak is not as good as mine.
Li Tianfeng was quite unconvinced.
But the potential of Starry Sky Warriors was there, being unconvinced didn't help.
Lu Huayu and Zuoli fell silent as well.
Only Zhou Qingyu rolled his eyes.
Less bragging, save it, or you might just get slapped in the face later and get all furious. This made Luo Tianyu clench his fists. Fine. This time, if I don't prove it to you, I won't be able to slap your face hard enough. Yu Gaohan looked at Zhou Qingyu with interest.
No wonder the Saintess is so persistent about you. Just this courage to not take the potential of a Starry Sky Warrior seriously is something ordinary people can't compare to. She whistled at Yan Jingru.
Hey, Sister Jingru, how about I return Luo Tianyu to you guys at the Xingyun Pavilion and you give me this Zhou Qingyu? Fei Lingnan raised an eyebrow. A mediocre person for a Starry Sky Warrior potential disciple? Such a good deal? Yet Yan Jingru's face turned cold. Don't dream. Luo Tianyu returning to the Xingyun Pavilion is inevitable. Why should we give you a disciple for free? Everyone suddenly understood. Regardless, Luo Tianyu would undoubtedly take the top spot on the progress leaderboard and prove himself again. As promised, he would return to the Xingyun Pavilion. Yu Gaohan also realized this and, unable to do anything, thought of taking Zhou Qingyu with her. Sigh. Boring. Upon realizing her plan was exposed, she wasn't angry. With a twinkle in her eye, she playfully beckoned Zhou Qingyu. Little guy, how about we make a deal? Zhou Qingyu said with interest, let's hear it.
Yu Gaohan flirtatiously played with her thin dress, exposing her smooth, white shoulder. Her pink tongue gently licked her red lips.
With a charming expression and enchanting eyes, she breathed softly, you help me stop Luo Tianyu from refreshing the progress leaderboard. Then I'll be yours. I can swear to the heavens, I will definitely keep my promise. Lu Huayu swallowed hard. He secretly poked Zhou Qingyu's waist and whispered, agree with her, hurry up and agree. Zhou Qingyu glared at him. What are you thinking? You believe her nonsense? Lu Huayu said, but she swore an oath. Zhou Qingyu poked his head. Use your brain. This sentence I'll be yours has so many loopholes. Later she can find any excuse, like saying, I meant your heart, not your body. What can you do to her? Yu Gaohan gave a light snort through her nose. Zhou Qingyu was young, but he was very clever. He guessed her thoughts without missing a word. Just as she was feeling disappointed, Zhou Qingyu suddenly changed the topic. However, in another way, this deal could work. Chapter 87, What I See is an Eagle. Yu Guohuan's eyes brightened slightly as she lay on the back of the Eagle King, swinging her two snowy white little legs. Really? Really? Hurry and tell sister. Do you want to see sister dance, or do you want sister to take off some clothes to cheer you up? Or perhaps, are you craving sister's body? Zhou Qingyu said with a half-smile, I am interested in one thing of sister. Following Zhou Qingyu's gaze, Li Tianfeng and Lu Huayu both looked at Yu Guohuan's chest. In her position, a piece of snowy white was faintly visible. Lu Huayu quickly bent down. Li Tianfeng awkwardly squatted on the ground. I dropped something. Zuoli rolled her eyes and spat, men are all the same. Yan Jingru said sternly, Zhou Qingyu, if you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Yu Guohan was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and chuckled. With this laugh, her delicate figure shook, dazzling the eyes of those around. Little brother has good eyesight, you know. If you help sister, I'll let you see enough. These indecent words made Yan Jingru's face turn slightly red as she glared at Zhou Qingyu with a frosty expression. You disappoint me too much. She always thought Zhou Qingyu was a very upright man. A man willing to challenge the potential of celestial strongmen for his wife. In the end, he turned out to be just as fickle. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. She heard Zhou Qingyu, without changing his expression, say, Elder you misunderstood. I am still young and not very interested in older women. What I am interested in is your Eagle King. It turned out that he was looking at the Shadow Knight Eagle King beneath Yu Guohan. Yu Guohuan's face stiffened. She bit her silver teeth, a bit frustrated. Little brat. You are playing with me. Zhou Qingyu smiled slightly, so what? If we can subdue him, that Eagle King will be mine to play with for a few days. Yu Guohuan's face turned serious. The Shadow Knight Eagle King was the mount of the Shura sect leader. If it were lost, it was not simply losing an Eagle King. It would also mean losing the Shura sect's dignity. When they returned, the leader would surely be furious. But then, she thought, how could Zhou Qingyu be qualified to subdue Luo Tianyu? Not to mention, Luo Tianyu's potential was beyond his reach. Just talking about the vastness of the Ziyun cave, whether he could even encounter Luo Tianyu was another matter. So she smiled again. If you can't subdue him, then withdraw from Xingyun Pavilion and come back with me to Shura sect. How about that? Losing Luo Tianyu, she still had to bring Zhou Qingyu back to let the Saintess have some fun. No way. Yan Jingru immediately stopped her. Zhou Qingyu, enter Ziyun cave immediately, don't act recklessly. Luo Tianyu would surely refresh the progress records and return to Xingyun Pavilion. There was no need to gamble Zhou Qingyu for Yu Guohuan's Eagle King. However, Fei Lingnan smiled and said, I think it's pretty good. It could make Luo Tianyu come back, and also let the people Luo Tianyu hated get out of Xingyun Pavilion. This was a win-win situation. Luo Tianyu also realized this was a great thing. Once Zhou Qingyu left, he could do whatever he wanted with Zhao Yinshu. Elder Yan, if you can't agree to such a small competition, it's really hard for me to convince myself to return to Xingyun Pavilion. Yan Jingru showed a cold expression, about to scold, but Zhou Qingyu leaned in closer, whispering in her ear. Master, I don't take chances in battles I'm not sure of. After saying that, before Yan Jingru could stop him, he smiled. Elder you, my master agreed. Yu Guohuan's eyes lit up. She charmingly laughed. Then you must work hard, our Saintess is really eager to tear you apart and draw your tendons. Zhou Qingyu smiled and turned to enter the Ziyun cave. Luo Tianyu laughed heartily. What do you think? Subduing my progress? You really overestimate yourself. After saying that, he also entered the Ziyun cave. Once Zhou Qingyu entered, he knew why Yu Guohan dared to bet. Because there were 9 passages in front of him, each leading to different areas of the Ziyun cave. Randomly encountering Luo Tianyu was interfering with his cultivation was just a fool's dream. Unfortunately, Yu Gaohan was overthinking it. He didn't need to win through interference, all he had to do was follow his plan and cultivate well. He looked at the descriptions of the 9 passages. His gaze stopped on the 9th passage, Galaxy Waterfall. After a brief pause, he stepped into that passage. He didn't know how long it had been. Ahead of him, a 100-foot waterfall indeed appeared. The water flow was swift. It fell 100 feet, crashing violently onto the rocks below, splashing thousands of waves. This is truly the perfect place to train both body techniques and palm techniques. He reached the bottom of the waterfall. He took off his shirt and approached the waterfall's edge, where the falling water splashed onto his body, hitting him like stones, causing him to gasp in pain. The secret to cultivating 7-star break was to strengthen the body so that the meridians could endure more spiritual power. So the more pain he felt now, the more obvious the effect of tempering his body. I didn't come to the wrong place. He gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he stepped a little deeper into the water. A stream of water smashed down on him, causing him to grimace in pain. It lasted for half a day. His back was completely red, and his skin had been battered open, revealing flesh underneath. He had no choice but to stop and rest to let his body recover. However, during this time, he didn't waste a moment. He performed the golden light escape, stepping on the waterfall's flow, climbing upward like walking on a roof's edge. When he felt a bottleneck, he would stop, turn around, and continue tempering his body. He repeated this process. After 3 days and nights without rest, Zhou Qingyu struck the waterfall with a palm. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out, forcefully splitting the powerful waterfall apart. 3-star break, perfected. Immediately after, he stepped on the waterfall's flow and ascended against the current. The seemingly dangerous waterfall was a breeze for him to scale. The 3rd layer of golden light escape, still a bit short, Zhou Qingyu pondered. According to the description, the 3rd layer, when perfected, allowed for short-distance gliding. Right now, he had not yet achieved that. Standing at the mountain peak, he gazed forward. But unexpectedly, he found that on this side of the mountain peak was the waterfall. But on the other side, there was an endless desert. His eyes lit up. Walking on the desert, like advancing against the current, is the perfect place to train body techniques. Without hesitation, he leaped over the mountain, landing in the desert. Counting the time, he still had 1 more day, so he didn't dare delay. Using golden light escape, he quickly leaped across the desert. At dusk. If there were any core formation warriors present, they would be utterly shocked. Because a figure, from the top of a sand dune, slid 100 feet into the air, landing on another sand dune. This flight technique, second only to the nascent soul level, shattered everyone's imagination. Zhou Qingyu was quite satisfied with the results of his tempering. Both my martial arts and body techniques have made groundbreaking progress. I wonder if my progress will become number 1 on the leaderboard this time. As he was pondering, he faintly heard the sound of a soft, weak cry for help carried by the wind. His heart tightened, and he immediately used his body technique to rush over. Soon, he saw 2 people trapped in the sand beneath a sand dune. They were none other than Qin Shangjian and Ji Yufu. The place they were in was a very dangerous quicksand, with a strong sucking force. Even warriors who fell in would have great difficulty escaping. Qin Shangjian was fine. He was holding onto a blood-colored vine with his left hand, while his right hand was trying to hook Ji Yufu, who had been dragged away by the quicksand. Unfortunately, they were too far apart. He couldn't save her, and he was being sucked deeper into the quicksand himself. Hurry and save me. Ji Yufu was already buried up to her chest in the sand. Only her neck and head were still above the sand. The situation was extremely dangerous. Qin Shangjian saw that he couldn't save her, and he was about to get dragged in as well. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the vine, and used the leverage to jump back up. He muttered angrily, "Don't blame me for not saving you, you brought this on yourself. If you hadn't run, would I have chased you? Would both of us have fallen into the quicksand?" It turned out that Qin Shangjian had spent 4 days to finally find Ji Yufu. He, whose true nature was exposed, desired to act improperly, but fortunately, Ji Yufu had long been on guard against him and decisively fled. However, in her panic, she inadvertently fell into this strange quicksand. Watching Ji Yufu, who was dozens of meters away, he felt powerless to rescue her, and feared that the local steward would see this, believing Ji Yufu's death was related to him. He turned decisively and fled. Seeing him leave, Ji Yufu felt despair, her heart full of bitterness. She recalled her senior. They had clearly promised to wait for him to guide her again. Unfortunately, there was no chance left. She was about to die inexplicably in this quicksand. As the sand slowly swallowed her. Finally, it covered her mouth and nose, leaving her unable to breathe. Her vision was also gradually buried by the sand. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strong hand grip her shoulder, pulling her out of the dust and sand with great force. "Qin Shangjian? You came back to save me?" Ji Yufu instinctively said. But the reply was from another man's voice. "Look clearly, the one saving you is your beloved." This playful teasing made Ji Yufu freeze. Looking up, it was none other than Zhou Qingyu's handsome profile. "Is it you?" Ji Yufu was incredibly surprised. She never imagined that when she was close to death, it was Zhou Qingyu who saved her. "Hold on. This quicksand is swallowing incredibly fast, unlike ordinary quicksand." Ji Yufu then realized that Zhou Qingyu was still holding her, and they were still in the quicksand. His feet were also sinking into the sand, rapidly going down.
She heard Zhou Qingyu shout lowly and then performed a golden escape, bending his knees and leaping out of the quicksand, sliding forward.
Flying up? Ji Yufu opened her eyes wide.
Watching the quicksand gradually receding beneath her, she was left dumbfounded.
A thought even flashed in her mind, could Zhou Qingyu be a Yuaning realm cultivator? But just as they were about to glide out of the quicksand's range,
a long pink tongue suddenly shot out from the center of the quicksand.
It was fast and accurate. Like lightning, it quickly wrapped around Zhou Qingyu's leg, yanking him back into the quicksand. Zhou Qingyu looked down. He could vaguely see a giant frog the size of a cow lurking beneath the sand.
It hid under the quicksand, opening its massive mouth, ready to swallow both of them. No wonder the quicksand here is unusual, it turns out a demon beast is causing trouble. Without hesitation, he followed the direction the tongue pulled and punched forward instead of retreating. The frog was very cunning. Seeing Zhou Qingyu's attack, it burrowed downwards, using the sand to block the blow.
Ordinary fist techniques indeed struggled to penetrate the sand and hit the frog. Unfortunately, Zhou Qingyu's fist technique was not ordinary. 3-star break. The fist technique hit the sand.
The first muffled sound blasted a large amount of sand away, exposing the frog's rough back. Next, a louder burst of spiritual power exploded against the frog's back, creating a bloody hole on the spot. The pain caused the frog to release Zhou Qingyu, emitting a strange cry. But that was not the end. The most powerful third explosion of spiritual power directly penetrated through the bloody hole into its organs.
Boom!
The organs inside the frog were instantly shattered. It rolled violently a few times before gradually falling silent.
The surrounding quicksand quickly collapsed following its death, revealing a deep pit.
Zhou Qingyu was stunned. So it is a desert demon frog. This kind of frog has the talent to control sand and create quicksand traps.
What is the local steward doing? How could they not know about such a dangerous demon beast hiding here?
Fortunately, it was me, an ordinary disciple might not have escaped. Ji Yufu stared at the giant frog, her heart filled with lingering fear. Then she felt that she was still in Zhou Qingyu's warm embrace, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Put me down."
Zhou Qingyu finally came back to his senses.
Feeling the lightness and warmth in his arms, he embarrassingly set her down. Ji Yufu felt awkward, her heart racing.
This is already the second time I've been embraced by him. What a coincidence.
Normally, she wouldn't even touch a man's hand. But when it came to Zhou Qingyu, it felt like meeting her nemesis, always unintentionally being hugged by him. She shook her head, pushing away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Her eyes full of expectation, she walked up to the corpse of the desert demon frog and said, "This is the first time I've seen a demon beast. I've heard from my master that the inner core of a demon beast is the best material for refining spiritual pills.
Could you give it to me? I'll pay any price."
For alchemists, crystals or anything else were far less attractive than a rare heavenly treasure.
"Take it, I don't need it," Zhou Qingyu casually said. He let Ji Yufu search for the inner core while he sat cross-legged, silently practicing his mental technique.
The only thing that hadn't broken through this time was his cultivation. It was a pity, the vast spiritual energy here. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was Ji Yufu's first time searching for an inner core, and she almost tore the giant frog apart. Finally, she found a pink, smooth, round ball in its abdomen. It looked exactly like the inner core described. She happily held it and brought it to Zhou Qingyu, her delicate face breaking into a smile. Look, I found it."
Zhou Qingyu's lips twitched. It was just an inner core, why so excited?
But when he saw what the inner core in her hands looked like, he was taken aback and shouted, "Throw it away.
That's not an inner core."
Ji Yufu blinked her beautiful eyes.
Not an inner core? What is it then?
She obediently tossed it away with a quick flick of her wrist. However, whether due to sunlight or pressure, the inner core suddenly shattered. A pink mist erupted from it, instantly enveloping both Zhou Qingyu and Ji Yufu. She hadn't quite realized what had happened when Zhou Qingyu decisively grabbed her and pulled her out of the mist, his face pale with fear.
Ji Yufu was confused. Isn't the inner core supposed to be hard? How could it break? Zhou Qingyu's face darkened. What are you touching? That wasn't an inner core, it was the desert demon frog's mating sac. This is something the desert demon frog uses only when looking for a mate. Ji Yufu, still inexperienced in matters of men and women, understood just from those two words what it was, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. But soon after, she began to feel something strange in her body, a hot sensation, as though flames were burning inside her. "Young Master Zhou, what's happening to me?"
However, when she looked at Zhou Qingyu, she found his skin was flushed red. His eyes glowing with a hint of red, breathing heavily, staring at her unblinkingly, swallowing his saliva as he said, "I breathed in those gases. You should leave, stay far away from me, quickly." Zhou Qingyu never imagined that one day he would fall for this trap.
He had already been aroused by Zhao Yinqiu and had been holding himself back. Now, under the influence of the pink mist, his desire magnified 100-fold. He was losing control of himself. Ji Yufu was scared and tried to run, but she had inhaled even more of the mist than Zhou Qingyu. She hadn't taken 2 steps before she turned around. With dazed eyes, she threw herself into Zhou Qingyu's arms, her soft arms wrapping around his neck, as if burning with desire, yearning for coolness. The moment she touched his soft, delicate body, Zhou Qingyu's body jolted like he'd been electrocuted. Looking at her pure and lovely face, he could no longer control himself. He pulled her close and slowly fell down. From dusk until midnight. From midnight until dawn. The two of them, exhausted, collapsed in the sandpit, holding each other, sound asleep. Meanwhile, Qin Shangjian dragged his heavy footsteps to the quicksand. Yufu, you can't blame me, you really can't blame me. I didn't want to harm you, I just wanted you to help me refine the Yin Yang sword. You did what you did, don't blame me. Soon, the time for the closing of the Purple Cloud Cave would come. The stewards would come to inspect and clean up the disciples inside. He was a little worried, wondering if he had left any traces in front of the quicksand. He had rushed away in a panic yesterday and didn't check. Today, he came specially to take a look. He didn't want to bear the blame of causing Ji Yufu's death. However, when he reached the quicksand, he was surprised to find that the quicksand had stopped. The quicksand is gone? Then Yufu might still be alive? He couldn't help but shout in joy and hurried towards the quicksand. But when he climbed to the top of the sand dune and looked down from above, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. There, he saw his fiancée, the woman he had always longed for but could not have. She was actually entwined with a man, completely naked. Around them were their clothes scattered everywhere. On the sandy ground, numerous marks were left from their intense moments. He held his head, feeling as if his brain was about to explode at that moment. His fiancée had been ravaged by another man on this beach all night long, all night long. He was furious. Completely furious. He unsheathed his sword on the spot, eyes blazing red, and roared, Zhou Qingyu. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Qingyu, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened. Without a word, he dug his toes into the sand and forcefully tossed sand towards Qin Shangjian, using it to block his line of sight. He quickly grabbed a long shirt and wrapped himself and Ji Yufu up. At this moment, Ji Yufu also woke up. She indeed had no awareness of what happened in the first half of the night, though she was conscious in the latter half, knowing what she had done. Seeing Qin Shangjian suddenly appear in front of her, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Let me explain. We were poisoned by a beast, that's why we. Shut up. Qin Shangjian bellowed, you shameless woman. When I wanted you, you pretended to be noble, acting like a pure lily. But behind my back, you were with Zhou Qingyu, committing the most vulgar acts. I'll kill you two lovebirds. All of you. Without a second thought, he lunged forward with the sword towards the two. Ji Yufu was humiliated and angry. Then she realized, why should she explain herself? She almost forgot how Qin Shangjian treated her yesterday. That's right. I was with Zhou Qingyu, so what? From the moment you made me fall into the quicksand and didn't save me, our engagement was over. It was Zhou Qingyu who saved me, my life belongs to him, naturally he does too. Saying this, she leaned closer to Zhou Qingyu. This drove Qin Shangjian nearly insane, roaring, shut up. Shut up. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. He shouted and lunged forward. Zhou Qingyu's eyes turned cold, ready to strike. Suddenly, several angry shouts came one after another. Stop. I am here, and let's see who dares to commit murder. It was the steward of Ziyun Cave, leading people for patrol. They happened to witness Qin Shangjian attacking. Qin Shangjian had already lost his mind, recklessly continuing his assault. But before Zhou Qingyu could act, Ji Yufu took the initiative to act first. She quickly grabbed her clothes, casually wrapped them around herself, and pulled out a soft sword to face him. In less than 10 exchanges, she had already left 6 wounds on Qin Shangjian. Finally, she struck him on the face, sending him flying away. A few stewards quickly rushed over and subdued him. Qin Shangjian became even angrier. For Zhou Qingyu, Ji Yufu actually injured herself. Zhou Qingyu. I will never share the same sky with you. Never share. Unable to finish his roar, Ji Yufu kicked him on the forehead, knocking him unconscious. The steward of Ziyun Cave couldn't help twitching his lips. He never expected that Ji Yufu, who usually never fought, would be so ruthless when she did. He glanced at Ji Yufu and Zhou Qingyu's condition, shock filling his eyes. Good heavens, this white peony, Ji Yufu, had actually been picked by a disciple. His heart ached like it was bleeding. Ji Yufu's beauty and figure were coveted by everyone among the stewards. But now, she had fallen to a little disciple. You all leave quickly," he said sadly, leaving with people while carrying Qin Shangjian away. Once there were no more people around, Zhou Qingyu and Ji Yufu both felt somewhat awkward while they each put on their clothes. After getting dressed, Zhou Qingyu looked apologetic. "If you don't mind, I can." Clang! Ji Yufu drew her soft sword, staring at him with a complicated expression. She paused several times, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, she just said, "About what happened here. Don't let others find out." Zhou Qingyu's eyelids twitched. This woman, usually low-key, turned out to have significant strength. Even Qi Shangjian, at the 7th level of foundation building, was harshly taught a lesson by her. However, when you think about it, the stewards are all former elite disciples who have retired, with many years of accumulation. How can their skills be weak? It's just that Ji Yufu has always been obsessed with alchemy, leading people to mistakenly believe she has no power. The two of them, one in front of the other, walked back in silence. When they reached the exit, a clear light appeared before them, shining all over their bodies. Then, a bronze medal appeared in front of Ji Yufu. She was used to it and casually tossed it away. In front of Zhou Qingyu, however, a golden plaque emerged. Moreover, a scroll of martial arts appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a middle-level mysterious skill called 9 Words of Soul Tempering. What was particularly special was that this was a rare skill for tempering soul power. Usually, only alchemists need this. Zhou Qingyu's soul power was not weak, and this level of skill would not refine his soul at all. Keeping it would be a waste. Glancing at the restless Ji Yufu, he casually tossed it to her. "This is for you." Ji Yufu was taken aback for a moment and said, "You're giving me something. Do you feel indebted to me and want to compensate?" She sighed and said, "No need for that. This is my fault, take it back." But when she saw the words on it, she screamed. "What? 9 words of soul tempering? How is that possible?" She flipped through it in disbelief, confirming that it was indeed 9 words of soul tempering. Then she looked at Zhou Qingyu in shock. "Why you? How much progress have you made? The Purple Cloud Cave actually gave you this kind of reward? This is the highest level of reward from the Purple Cloud Cave, no one has ever received it. My master has desperately wanted to obtain it, but she has hired countless geniuses, and their progress wasn't enough to receive this reward." Zhou Qingyu was momentarily stunned. It seemed that his progress was indeed remarkable. Thinking about it, 7 Stars Break and Golden Light Escape, weren't they both top-tier skills? Advancing even a little in either would be enough to refresh the cultivation progress record of the Purple Cloud Cave. He did not answer but asked in return, "So, will you accept it or not?" Ji Yufu hesitated. If she accepted it, it meant acknowledging that she was Zhou Qingyu's woman. But if she didn't accept it, this extraordinary book that alchemists pursue their entire lives would be missed. In the end, it was Zhou Qingyu who made the decision for her. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and whispered in her ear, "Take it. Being my woman, this benefit is just the beginning. You won't regret it." Ji Yufu bit her red lip softly, hesitated for a long time, and silently nodded. In the outside world, Fei Lingnan and Yu Gaohan awaited eagerly, as Luo Tianyu emerged in high spirits. Fei Lingnan eagerly approached and asked, "How did it go? What kind of medal is it?" Yu Gaohan also stared at Luo Tianyu intently. If Luo Tianyu proved himself and insisted on returning to the Starry Cloud Pavilion, she would not dare to stop him. After all, he was a potential future strongman in the starry sky. How could she dare to offend him? She just hoped that Luo Tianyu was disturbed and didn't make much progress. Luo Tianyu smiled proudly, pulled out a silver token and waved it in front of everyone. "It's a silver token!" Fei Lingnan exclaimed joyfully, "This means a major breakthrough. Heaven has eyes, bringing our unparalleled pride of the Starry Cloud Pavilion back to us." He had stayed at the 6th level of foundation building for a long time, with deep accumulation. This time, with Fei Lingnan's guidance, he found the most concentrated aura in the Purple Cloud Cave, a hidden treasure. That's why he could break through in one go and reach the 7th level of foundation building. Yu Gaohan sighed in disappointment but was unwilling to give up. "Tianyu, are you really planning to return to the Starry Cloud Pavilion?" Luo Tianyu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Elder Yu, for your favor, but I still have feelings for the Starry Cloud Pavilion, so I'm sorry." Yu Gaohan completely lost hope. With a heavy sigh, it's nothing. I thought that if I could bring back the potential of this Starry Sky strongman, I would have made a huge contribution. I didn't expect that the meat I had in my mouth would run away." Fei Lingnan gleefully said, with a sarcastic tone, "Elder Yu, don't be discouraged. Aren't there disciples from Qinghuan Peak? Each of them is a genius of their time, perhaps they can suppress Luo Tianyu?" Yu Gaohan glared at him fiercely. She had never expected that Zhou Qingyu and the others could really suppress Luo Tianyu. After all, their spiritual root qualifications were right there. Could a few strong words really erase the gap? At this moment,
Li Tianfeng and the other two came out one after another. They all had bronze medals. Master, I let you down, I only condensed a bit of cultivation, Li Tianfeng said with shame.
Lu Huayu and Zuo Li couldn't lift their heads either.
Especially when they learned that Luo Tianyu had actually received a silver medal, they felt even more ashamed.
Yan Jingru had long expected this, saying, "You just broke through not long ago, how could you progress rapidly again? Progressing at the bronze medal level is normal. If you got a silver medal, Master would actually be surprised."
Only then did the three of them feel relieved. No matter how good the resources are, warriors must digest and absorb them. Losing to Luo Tianyu this time was actually quite normal. Yu Gaohan found out that Li Tianfeng was only bronze, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart was completely extinguished.
Li Tianfeng was the one with the best qualification in Qingyuan Peak. If he couldn't do it, how could others? What's wrong, Elder Yu? Are you anxious? Don't be, isn't there Zhou Qingyu, whom you have your eye on?
Fei Lingnan stroked his beard and laughed.
Luo Tianyu revealed a hint of jealousy. Elder Yu, what's so good about that Zhou? Why is the saintess so concerned about him? Yu Gaohan shrugged her shoulders. How would I know? Based on intuition, it must be unrequited love. This made Luo Tianyu even more jealous.
The saintess of Shura sect, with potential higher than his, according to Yu Gaohan, was truly a stunning beauty, an absolute pearl among women.
How could such a person actually develop feelings for Zhou Qingyu? You must be mistaken. Luo Tianyu could not accept it. Perhaps Zhou Qingyu committed some terrible crime and incurred her jealousy.
This time, if you take him back, the saintess will definitely kill him.
Right. This time was not completely fruitless. She had Zhou Qingyu. If she could make the saintess happy, this merit was no less than bringing back Luo Tianyu, right?
Thinking of this, she swept away her gloomy mood, propped herself up on the eagle's back, swinging her snow-white legs. Zhou Qingyu, oh Zhou Qingyu, come out quickly.
Sister can't wait to take you back to Shura sect. At this moment,
a burst of brilliant light flickered at the entrance.
Ji Yufu was the first to come out.
Upon seeing so many people present, she couldn't help but lower her head in guilt.
She simply greeted Yan Jingru and Fei Lingnan and hurried away. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened to Ji Yufu.
Only Yu Gaohan noticed something. She rested her chin on her hand, with a half-smile. It seems that our talented alchemist has enjoyed the company of a man. Look at the way she walks, so unsteady. It must be her first time, and it seems she really enjoyed it. Everyone couldn't help but think of Qin Shangjin, who had been carried out.
In their hearts, it became clear.
The fact that these two had a marriage contract was not a secret.
But was it playing too thrillingly? They actually fainted one. Right after that,
another burst of brilliant light flickered at the exit.
Zhou Qingyu walked out, full of spirit. The main person has arrived. Everyone's faces showed subtle changes in expression. Yan Jingru was the most worried and immediately asked, "How did you progress?" Zhou Qingyu truthfully said, "It's okay, not bad, not good."
The progress of both cultivation methods was as expected. He neither lagged behind nor exceeded expectations.
Yan Jingru's face darkened as a result.
If it's neither good nor bad, that means it's average, at most, just a bronze medal.
She couldn't help but reprimand, "Then why did you promise Yu Gaohan just now? Do you treat this as a game?" To be honest, she would never really let Zhou Qingyu be taken away. But if that were the case, it was inevitable that they would have to fight against Yu Gaohan. Setting aside winning or losing, the reputation of Qingyuan Peak for being untrustworthy cannot be escaped.
Zhou Qingyu touched his nose. Although my progress is just average, pressing Luo Tianyu is no challenge at all.
Luo Tianyu laughed out loud.
Great steward, look at this guy, he doesn't even know how far I have progressed and he speaks so arrogantly. I think he has no intention of fulfilling the agreement, that's why he is so bold.
Fei Lingnan's expression became serious.
It was not easy to get Zhou Qingyu to leave, allowing Luo Tianyu to stay comfortably from then on.
How could he let Zhou Qingyu act dishonestly?
Zhou Qingyu, the deal was made by you, the game was lost by you. If you want to deny it, not to mention Elder you wouldn't agree, I certainly won't. I declare, expelling Zhou Qingyu from the identity of a disciple of Xingyun Pavilion.
Clap, clap, clap. Yu Gaohan clapped happily.
The great steward understands righteousness, fair and just, I admire you greatly. Saying this, she smiled at Zhou Qingyu and waved her finger, come with me, little guy.
Sister will take good care of you along the way. I guarantee you'll return to Xingyun Pavilion without losing a single hair. Luo Tianyu comfortably stretched out. Xingyun Pavilion is the best.
Zhou Qingyu, you can leave at ease, Zhao Yingxin I will take care of for you. By the way, there's also Gu Changyue, I'll show some mercy and take her along too. So you won't worry about them in Shura sect.
Ha ha ha. Impudence. Yan Jingru's pretty face turned slightly cold. She couldn't tolerate such filthy words. Zhou Qingyu is my disciple, no one can expel him. Including you, Fei Lingnan. If you disagree, I'll beat you until you do. Fei Lingnan's eyelids twitched. This unreasonable woman. Yu Gaohan sneered and slowly stood up, exuding a powerful aura. I've long heard that Sister Jingru is strong. I came to Xingyun Pavilion this time, not being able to have a match has always been a regret. Now, finally, there's an opportunity. Watching the two women about to fight for herself. Zhou Qingyu finally had a chance to speak, saying, "What are you two thinking? Didn't I just say? Although my progress is just average, pressing Luo Tianyu is merely a small matter." Saying this, he pulled out the token he obtained. Chapter 91, Great Steward Goes Wild. Luo Tianyu crossed his arms over his chest, curled his lips, and sneered. What time is it, and you are still daydreaming? Do you know what my progress is? Silver medal level. Silver medal. Silver medal. Do you understand? Every time the Ziyun cave opens, achieving a silver medal is already rare. What kind of dream are you having to think you can press me down? I advise you. The last moment Luo Tianyu was still madly shouting. The next moment, his eyes bulged, staring in disbelief at the golden token in Zhou Qingyu's hand. Fei Lingnan followed his gaze in surprise. His body trembled violently, gasping, golden medal? This must be fake. Your progress, how could it possibly reach gold medal level? This is a height that no one has reached in decades. What? Golden medal? Yan Jingru and Yu Gaohan cast their eyes together, their faces showing intense surprise. Even they couldn't help but think initially that this was a fake token. With Zhou Qingyu's talent, how could he achieve such progress? They all gathered around. Upon careful examination, Yan Jingru let out a breath, a trace of relief appearing on her beautiful face. It's really a token. Fei Lingnan held it in disbelief, turning it over repeatedly. In the end, he had to admit, the token is real, no doubt. But I absolutely do not believe this is obtained by Zhou Qingyu through real skills. Yu Gaohan also looked incredulous. I remember the golden medal in Ziyun Cave is very hard to get. Zhou Qingyu, did you break through 2 realms in a row? Yan Jingru was also very curious, asking, show me your realm. With no choice, Zhou Qingyu had to release his spiritual power. It was still the same as the last time he competed with Luo Tianyu, Foundation Building Level 4. See? You all see. I'm not wrong, am I? He has made no progress at all, yet he got the golden token. There must be a problem with this. Fei Lingnan said firmly. Luo Tianyu could not accept this outcome either. He had worked hard to get the silver medal, and it had been a glorious moment for him. Yet, Zhou Qingyu casually took out a golden token and pressed him down beneath it. This doesn't count. I'm the first. I am. He shouted in unwillingness. Without saying a word, Zhou Qingyu slammed the golden token onto his face. Wake up! You are still second this time, still beneath me. Fei Lingnan was anxious. He pushed Zhou Qingyu away and shouted, stop talking. Don't speak nonsense. He hurriedly turned to comfort Luo Tianyu. Tianyu, don't listen to him. In my eyes, you are the first, Zhou Qingyu is nothing. This made Luo Tianyu feel a little better. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Qingyu smiled coldly and said, Great Elder, what use is it for you to think he is first? The ranking in Ziyun Cave is right here, the disciples of Xingyun Pavilion are watching. A dignified starry sky powerhouse with immense potential, defeated by one person twice in a row. What do the disciples of Xingyun Pavilion think? Luo Tianyu's face quickly darkened. Losing to Zhou Qingyu last time was a deep-rooted shame. If he lost again, how would he face the people of Xingyun Pavilion? He smiled angrily, good. Xingyun Pavilion can't hold a genius like me. They actually help a waste cheat and stomp on my face. How blind was I to think of coming back? Fei Lingnan was extremely anxious and quickly grabbed Luo Tianyu, listen to me. But Yu Gaohan was overjoyed. He stepped forward and took Luo Tianyu back, laughing heartily, Tianyu, are you convinced now? Xingyun Pavilion treats you like worthless weeds, anyone can step on you. Still come back to Shura sect with me, we will treasure your talents. Luo Tianyu glared fiercely at Zhou Qingyu. He glanced in succession at Yan Jingru, Li Tianfeng, Lu Huayu, and Zhou Li. He was filled with shame, almost bursting his chest. His eyes filled with near-mad fury. Zhou Qingyu. Yan Jingru. Each of you who looks down on me will pay the price. The day of the sect master's return is coming soon. Just you wait. When the sect master knows that the strongest genius in the history of Xingyun Pavilion was bullied and driven out like a wild dog by you bunch, how will he react? You all will pay a bloody price. He was already furious to the extreme and shouted, let's go. Yu Gaohan smiled triumphantly at Yan Jingru and Fei Lingnan. Riding the Dark Knight Eagle King, he slowly soared into the air. Fei Lingnan's face turned ashen, and then he erupted in thunderous rage, Zhou Qingyu. Why don't you go die? Why drive him away? Why? His eyes turned red with rage. He shouted and reached for Zhou Qingyu's neck, wishing he could crush him with one hand. Bang! Yan Jingru's eyes flashed coldly. With one palm, she sent him flying, crashing into the stone wall and cracking it. Do you think I don't exist? Yan Jingru said coldly. Cough cough. Fei Lingnan spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yet, the anger in his eyes did not lessen at all, angrily saying, good. 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 Yan Jingru, just protect this disaster. Let's see how you explain to the sect master. Zhou Qingyu shrugged his shoulders, I think you should better think about how to explain to the sect master. Inviting back a traitor to enjoy the top resources of the sect. The sect master won't let you off lightly. Shut up. Fei Lingnan's eyes burst with terrifying anger, roaring, you created a huge disaster and still refuse to repent? Have you forgotten that you have the task of taming flying beasts? I said, if you can't complete it, I'll expel you from Xingyun Pavilion. Zhou Qingyu didn't care at all. Flying beasts? Would the azurite dragon crystal beast count? If it doesn't work, I can pull it out to make up the numbers. He carelessly stated, if you can expel me, that would be your skill. Fei Lingnan was so enraged he nearly exploded. Roared, Zhou Qingyu. Don't forget my original words. It's to make me satisfied with the bird. Do you understand? Based on what you did today, how could I be satisfied? Just keep dreaming about your spring and autumn. I will definitely expel you. Definitely. Zhou Qingyu still had an indifferent attitude. Then just bring out a bird that makes you not dare to say a single no. Fei Lingnan was furious, then I'll wait. With that, he rode off on the white crane in anger. Just as the jade-haunting eagle took off, it showed a playful look, brother, I'm not saying you. You made the big caretaker so angry, but still want him to be satisfied with your bird? Unless the bird you bring out is one of a kind in the world. It must be something he wouldn't dare to say is bad. But taming such a bird is harder than climbing to the sky. Zhou Qingyu smiled. A meaningful smile. Where's the difficulty? The Eagle King under your butt, isn't it the most suitable? Chapter 92, Forcibly Collecting Trophies. Yua Huan was taken aback. Yan Jingru also showed a look of astonishment. Li Tianfeng and the three looked at each other in disbelief. Wow, the idea hit the mount of the Shura sect leader. He really dared to think. Yua Huan took a long while to come to her senses, then burst out laughing. Brother, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Birds will recognize their owner. The higher the level of the bird, the more loyal to its master. Yan Jingru and the three disciples had expressionless faces and accepted this view. The fact is indeed the case. Every warrior in the Xingyun Pavilion has their own bird. They do not listen to orders from outsiders. Moreover, the higher the level of the bird, the higher its intelligence, and the more it excludes outsiders. Yua Huan stomped her feet on the Eagle King. This Dark Knight Eagle King is a mutated beast, one of the top-level birds in the continent. Our sect leader raised it with his own blood when it was young, and it took 3 years for it to barely recognize our sect leader as its master. You want to tame it and make it change its owner? There's not a shred of possibility. Zhou Qingyu wore a faint smile. The last beast said to be untamable was now quietly lying beside the small pond in another courtyard, bored, blowing bubbles. So what if it's the Dark Knight Eagle King? He held his head behind him with both hands, with great interest. The harder it is, the less the big caretaker can say. Yan Jingru couldn't watch it any longer. Zhou Qingyu, don't place your hopes on unrealistic goals. The Dark Knight Eagle King is extremely difficult to tame, and the only one known to be tamed is this one belonging to the Shura sect leader. For it to succeed, besides 3 years of blood feeding, there should be secret methods unknown to others. With less than 2 days left until your deadline, there's no chance of getting it to change its master. I'll accompany you to the Taming Beast Peak and pick out a few powerful beasts instead. Li Tianfeng and the three also urged him to go. If the Dark Knight Eagle King could be tamed, it would indeed be a huge event shaking the two sections. Even if the big caretaker hated Zhou Qingyu to the bone, he couldn't deny the task's completion. Looking at how they all advised him, Zhou Qingyu felt it was pointless to say more. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Sizzle. Luo Tianyu sneered, that's right. People should recognize how much they weigh so they don't laugh at themselves. Yua Huan smiled cheerfully, it's best if you can think clearly, then see you, we'll meet again when the pavilion master emerges. She held a bottle dyed with the Shura sect leader's handkerchief. Eagle King, let's go. But just as they were about to leave, Zhou Qingyu leisurely said, Elder Yu, did you forget what you owe me? Yu Huan's expression stiffened. She awkwardly replied, brother, that was just a joke, why are you taking it seriously? Zhou Qingyu wasn't buying her act, chuckling, what? The Grand Elder of the Shura sect can't afford to lose? He was not surprised by Yu Huan's reaction at all. Words from a woman like her couldn't be trusted, not even a punctuation mark. Yu Huan smiled slyly, oh, look at what my brother is saying. What can I not afford to lose? It's just that. Anyway, since the Eagle King is given to you, you won't be able to tame it. How about this? Sister will give you 10 foundation establishment pills to settle it. How's that? She raised her hand and took out 10 foundation establishment pills. Valued at 1,000 crystal stones, it's a decent compensation. Li Tianfeng cast an envious glance. While they earned a bit of crystal stones, it felt as tough as trying to push out a fart when suffering from constipation. Zhou Qingyu moved her lips, and the crystal stones came pouring down. They were green with envy. Yan Jingru nodded in agreement. Yu Gaohan was willing to take out 1,000 crystal stones for compensation, but that was because she was present. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. Who cares about a few worthless pills? Unexpectedly, Zhou Qingyu completely disregarded the situation and said leisurely, the Eagle King was left for you too, you can leave now. Yu Gaohan laughed in anger. She, a Grand Elder of the Shura, was negotiating with a junior, which was already showing tremendous grace. Yet the other party did not appreciate it. Her expression turned serious as she retrieved the foundation establishment pills and said coldly, then you can just wait here. Go! With a soft shout, the Eagle King soared into the sky. Luo Tianyu stared at Zhou Qingyu like a fool, you brainless thing. We have the Night Eagle King in hand, as long as we want to leave, who can stop us? Just take a little compensation and be satisfied, you really think too highly of yourself. Then you can forget about getting anything, just watch us leave. Zhou Qingyu leaned against the stone wall, leisurely counting, 3, 2, 1. Just when the last number was counted. Soaring to a height of 10 zhang, the Night Eagle King suddenly emitted a painful cry. Its massive body flailed wildly in the sky. Like a kite blown by a chaotic wind. Luo Tianyu was instantly thrown off, but luckily Yu Gaohan reacted quickly and caught him. Then, with a face full of doubt, she jumped onto a nearby tree. Quickly, she climbed down the trunk. Only then was she safe and sound. She looked up at the Night Eagle King, which was flapping around, crying in pain. It seemed that the more it struggled, the more it suffered. What did you do to my Night Eagle King? Yu Gaohan shouted at Zhou Qingyu with a burning urgency. Zhou Qingyu remained calm, saying, I didn't do anything, just prevented you from being dishonest, and put a restraint on its foot. Everyone focused their attention. Only then did they notice a transparent thread, one end wrapped around the beast tooth in Zhou Qingyu's hand, the other end wrapped around the Night Eagle King's right ankle. This thread, unknown to them, was transparent and thin, yet incredibly hard, unbreakable no matter how the Night Eagle King pulled. It was even embedded into the bone. Blood poured down in torrents, like rain, as it flailed. Zhou Qingyu remained composed, saying, if you don't let it down soon, its foot will be severed. Yu Gaohan's face changed drastically. This was a treasure of the Shura sect leader, if its foot was severed, it would mean being crippled. Such a cost, she could not afford. She immediately whistled, and the Eagle King landed in pain. Limping, it jumped beside Yu Gaohan. She looked at the injured leg of the Night Eagle King with heartache, then glared fiercely at Zhou Qingyu, you are so ruthless. Zhou Qingyu shrugged, saying, if you hadn't been dishonest, then there wouldn't have been any issues. Then she turned to Yan Jingru, Master, regardless of whether I can tame this Night Eagle King. At least it is my trophy and should be taken back for safekeeping at Qinghuan Peak. If the Shura sect wants it back, they should come sincerely. Her disciple had left the Night Eagle King for them. Could she, as a master, have no sense of responsibility? She immediately nodded and said, Elder Yu, did you hear? The Night Eagle King belongs to my Qinghuan Peak. You. Yu Gaohan's face flushed with intense wrath. This was not just about losing the Night Eagle King, it was also about the Shura sect's face. Yan Jingru, do you want to provoke conflict between the two sects? Have you forgotten what day it is in half a year? Upon hearing this, Yan Jingru's expression suddenly became grave. But just for a moment. She regained her calmness, between the two sects. A king eagle will not make me turn against you completely. What you worry about is not the relationship between the two sects, but whether you will be punished by the Shura sect leader. You now have two choices. Leave, or fight with me and then leave. Faced with such a strong Yan Jingru, Yu Gaohan is full of discontent. But considering that Luo Tianyu is behind, once a chaotic battle breaks out, Luo Tianyu is not a match for Li Tianfeng and Lu Huayu together.
Moreover, beside them is lurking a treacherous and shameless person who everyone hates, Zhou Qingyu.
Alright. Today I'll admit I fell into a pit. Yu Gaohan snorted heavily.
Then fiercely glared at Zhou Qingyu. I somewhat understand why the saintess hates you. You better pray not to fall into my hands.
Otherwise, I'll make you pay.
After saying this, he dragged the grim-faced Luo Tianyu away angrily.
Zhou Qingyu rolled his eyes. If I don't leave the Starcloud Pavilion, what can you do?
Then he looked at the Dark Knight Eagle King and pondered, so big.
If it can't be tamed, then don't waste it. Let's make a full eagle feast and invite a few elders to come and eat. The Dark Knight Eagle King indeed has higher intelligence than ordinary demon beasts. It actually understood.
Spreading its wings, it let out a series of sharp cries at Zhou Qingyu. Yan Jingru's forehead was filled with veins.
Such a rare mutated flying demon beast, to eat it?
Only her disciple could think of this. She leaped and released a powerful aura, suppressing the Dark Knight Eagle King.
Li Tianfeng and Lu Huayu also pulled the dragon coil silk, roughly dragging it up to Qingluan Peak.
And tied it to the iron cage of the Bai Dragon Crystal Beast. It's up to you to take care of it, be careful not to get pecked and eaten.
Yan Jingru complained after much effort to finally get it up to Qingluan Peak.
Zhou Qingyu chuckled, Master is still worried that I might roast it and eat it.
First it was a full eagle feast, now it's changed to barbecue?
Yan Jingru glared, be serious.
Tomorrow go with me to Taming Demon Peak, I'll help you tame a flying beast.
What level can be tamed, that's up to your luck. Although he knows it might be too late. But one can only hope for a miracle.
Alright, Master. Zhou Qingyu watched Yan Jingru leave.
He leisurely began to examine the Dark Knight Eagle King. The Bai Dragon Crystal Beast also curiously emerged from the pool, mischievously sizing up this new neighbor.
Unexpectedly.
Upon seeing the Bai Dragon Crystal Beast, the Dark Knight Eagle King's eyes sharpened, waving its sharp claws at the iron cage. Scaring the Bai Dragon Crystal Beast to dive into the water, only exposing its big eyes, fearfully looking at the Dark Knight Eagle King. As the King of the Sky, a natural hunter. Most creatures are food for the Dark Knight Eagle King. The Bai Dragon Crystal Beast should also be on its menu. That's why the Bai Dragon Crystal Beast is so afraid.
You're bold, being arrogant in my territory?
Zhou Qingyu snorted, tugging on the dragon coil silk, causing the Dark Knight Eagle King to screech in pain. It turned its head and kept screaming fiercely at Zhou Qingyu.
By its appearance, let alone taming it.
Even living in peace with it would be difficult.
Zhou Qingyu couldn't be bothered with it.
He opened the iron cage and let the Bai Dragon Crystal Beast out.
Come here.
The Bai Dragon Crystal Beast cautiously stared at the Dark Knight Eagle King, timidly approaching Zhou Qingyu's side.
Useless thing, a demon beast personally tamed by me, and you're afraid of a bird?
Zhou Qingyu reproachfully tapped its head. The Bai Dragon Crystal Beast rubbed its head with its little short claws, and its watery eyes showed a hint of grievance.
It's easy for you to say. That is my natural enemy, my enemy. Of course, I'm scared. Zhou Qingyu disdainfully glared at it, don't say you are my demon beast from now on. So embarrassing. Considering it has no strong backing.
He said, alright, I'll teach you a set of cultivation methods for the golden winged rock.
How much you can understand depends on your own fortune. The Bai Dragon Crystal Beast blinked its eyes. Cultivation methods? Demon clan ones?
It scratched its head. The training methods of the demon clan are all passed down through bloodlines.
Moreover, only legendary great demon beasts that can transform into human form possess them. How could it be passed down by a human?
The Night Eagle King beside them also heard this, revealing a sarcastic look in its eyes.
Actually laughed at by a bird.
Zhou Qingyu coldly snorted and transmitted a message to the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast, it's starting, listen well.
At first, the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast didn't really believe it. But as it listened, its eyes gradually widened, could it really be true?
Then, while listening, it began to attempt cultivating. It was astonished to discover that its demon power was rapidly increasing.
It also understood many profound demon techniques. At dawn.
After a night of cultivation, the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast emitted strange sounds from its mouth. Then its body trembled, and a pair of illusory golden wings actually sprouted from its sides. When unfolded, they were even wider than the Night Eagle King's. As it flapped its wings, it instantly shot out like a beam of golden light. This speed was something the Night Eagle King couldn't match, even with broken wings.
Soon after,
the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast returned with excitement in its eyes, lying in front of Zhou Qingyu and affectionately rubbing against his leg in gratitude.
Zhou Qingyu was astonished, huh? Could it be that you are also some kind of inherited demon beast? You learned so quickly during this cultivation.
He had thought the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast would need at least a month to learn a little bit.
Unexpectedly, there was small success in just one night.
This scene shocked the Night Eagle King terribly. Just yesterday, when it saw the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast, it still thought of it as its dinner. But at this moment, it actually sensed a trace of bloodline suppression from the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast. Especially those golden wings, which made its heart race with fear.
Looking at Zhou Qingyu again, how could there be any contempt in its eyes?
This is definitely a master. A master countless times greater than the Shurasek master. The inherited cultivation method of transforming demon beasts came out of his mouth so casually. Swallowing hard, it limped over, wanting to learn like the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast, affectionately rubbing against Zhou Qingyu to please him.
Get away! Zhou Qingyu disdainfully pushed it away.
The Night Eagle King is such a proud flying creature, never tamed by humans. At this moment, being disliked, instead of getting angry, it even shamelessly picked a soft feather from its chest and offered it to Zhou Qingyu.
He.
Zhou Qingyu realized that this fellow was envious that the Jade-Eyed Dragon Crystal Beast had learned the demon clan's inherited method.
Trying to please him in different ways, wanting to learn a bit too.
Recalling that last night, this bird had looked down on him. He couldn't help but sigh, this world, even a bird has become so realistic.
Glancing at the Night Eagle King, he said, want to learn?
Show me your performance, and the day after tomorrow I will need an obedient flying beast. Before he could finish, the Night Eagle King instantly transformed into a little chick pecking rice, continuously nodding. It looked so pitiful.
Zhou Qingyu was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but mumble, are you really the Night Eagle King? Wasn't it supposed to be proud and untamed, never able to recognize a new master? At this moment,
he heard from a distance the call of Zuoli, little junior brother, master wants you to be ready to set out.
Zhou Qingyu nodded.
Just as he was about to leave, the Night Eagle King hurriedly stuffed the feather it was holding into Zhou Qingyu's hand.
What do you want this for? The Night Eagle King was flapping its claws and gesturing. After a moment's thought, Zhou Qingyu understood, you mean, this feather can intimidate disobedient demon beasts? The Night Eagle King nodded vigorously. All right. Zhou Qingyu accepted it. He arrived in front of the main hall.
Together with Yen Jingru, they rode the white crane and flew to the Beast Tamer Peak. Just as they were about to land, they found Beast Tamer Peak in complete chaos.
Chapter 94, Cousin's Trial.
Ji Yufu was startled.
Qingshuat, don't be reckless. The holy face of the senior, how can it be casually peered at?
If they angered the senior, the two sisters would be in big trouble.
Yuan Qingshua's heart was pounding, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Does cousin not want to know?
He is so young, yet he is the continent's top 4-star alchemist.
What an extraordinary talent! Don't you want to glimpse his glory?
This.
How could Ji Yufu not be moved?
As a peer, he is so outstanding that it would be false for her to not admire him. She is even more eager to know his noble face than Yu Wenqingsui. But, if we get caught, the consequences would be really serious. The more she cares, the more Ji Yufu worries. Yu Wenqingsui rolled her eyes at her, stop being so coy, if you won't look, then I will. Such a remarkable person, missing the chance to see him would be a loss.
Seeing Ji Yufu still hesitant, she felt a surge of anger. You have no opinions at all.
Zhou Qingyu is taking advantage of this point, which is why he dares to be bold with you.
He even shamelessly asks you to be his woman. If he had even 1,000th of that senior's talent, I'd have no complaints. But does he deserve it?
Ji Yufu's cheeks turned red from the scolding. Feeling embarrassed, she said, don't speak about him like that. He is truly sincere to me, and you don't understand the value of that 9 words of soul tempering, but in our alchemy world, it is a legendary treasure. If he sold it, he could gain many, many crystal stones. But he gave it to me, which shows he cares for me.
Moreover, he saved my life. Following him, I truly do not feel wronged.
Yu Wenqingsui poked her forehead in frustration.
You're hopeless. If it weren't for his life-saving grace, do you think I would be waiting here for him?
I would have already gone to Qingluan Peak and chopped him up.
Listening to the footsteps outside, she knew the senior was coming.
Quickly, she lowered her voice, saying, forget it, no need to mention that unlucky guy. Anyway, I won't spare him today. Tap, tap. As the footsteps approached, Yu Wenqingsui became nervous, her hand holding the monster eye couldn't help but tremble. She had spoken so confidently just now. But now, confronted with a towering giant who looked down on the continent, she felt timid.
Soon. Wearing a mask, Zhou Qingyu lightly stepped into the second hall.
Yu Wenqingsui's heart jolted, nervously kneeling on one knee, disciple Yu Wenqingsui, respectfully greets senior.
Zhou Qingyu unexpectedly glanced at her.
This girl, every time she saw him, was always so loud. This time, she had become obedient. It must have been from last time when he guided Ji Yufu in alchemy that scared her.
That's good, no more annoying noise in his ears. He nodded. Get up. Yufu, have you gathered all the pills from the first haul? Zhou Qingyu asked. Ji Yufu's face slightly showed unease. Yufu? Isn't that name a bit too casual? Suppressing the odd feeling in her heart, she replied obediently, yes, I've already gathered one of each pill as you instructed. She took out more than 20 types of pills from under the counter. All of them were the pride of Jiang Yuelan's alchemy. He tightly protected the formulas for these pills. Zhou Qingyu wasted no time, picking up a vial, examining it for a moment before recognizing the pill. He searched his mind and recalled the formula. Right on the spot, he began to write quickly. Soon, the first formula appeared before him. Yu Wenqingsui was shocked, her mouth agape, whispering, cousin, is this the reversal formula? Ji Yufu was also stunned, stuttering, it should be. But he reversed it much faster than Zhou Qingyu. He took just one glance and directly wrote down the formula. Yu Wenqingsui frowned. What is Zhou Qingyu even worth to compare with a senior? The two are simply not on the same level. Alright. Ji Yufu wanted to defend Zhou Qingyu a bit. But she didn't know how to refute that statement. Zhou Qingyu might have a miracle with the reversal formula. But for the senior, it was a piece of cake. The two were not on the same level at all. In less than half an hour, Zhou Qingyu had written out all the formulas, couldn't help but smile as he hugged Ji Yufu around the waist. With your alchemy skills, the quality you produce will be higher than his. At that time, let's see how he sells his pills. Yu Wenqingsui stared blankly. Ji Yufu also stiffened all over.